This young man's name is Minato. He is an awakened one who can't use his special ability. The young man became a daily target of one time when the bullies pushed him into the when death was just a fingertip away from. He was acknowledged by over 100 spirits of this world's family. They told him to choose one person for dual cultivation. Oh, my mistake to impart special ability. But if you're going to do something, it has to be extraordinary. Loudly declared that only fools would choose. I choose every. And thus, he obtained the power of all the founders of this. The good thing was, Minato became incredibly powerful. The downside was, he could only use it for a few minutes before collapsing like a dead. Alright, let's get straight to the main story. The tale begins with a mysterious person. The world was suddenly confronted with an impending catastrophe. Towers of anomalies suddenly appeared, and with massive horde of monsters erupted from the tower. Helpless, weak humans were trampled underfoot. Just when it seemed humanity would be annihilated, the light of salvation appeared. The first generation of superhumans emerged, known as the progenitor. Their power could repel the monster invasion, defeating and destroying the tower. And finally, humanity won the war against the invasion from another dimension. The progenitors, as the heroes who saved the world, were honored by humanity, and the mausoleum of the progenitors was to be commemorated and honored for generations. Several hundred years later, after the world had stabilized, mythical tales of the progenitors were still dearly loved by Minato, our protagonist. He could sit for hours in the library, just reading about a swordsman who, with a single branch, could defeat tens of thousands of souls. A mage who had grasped the truth of magic, able to cast any spell without incantation. Even though in this era, such stories were merely overly exaggerated fairy tales to most, Minato always wished he, too, could have his name etched into history like the progenitors, and have a book written solely about. Minato's dream was entirely justified, as he bore a special mark on his hand, like proof of being a chosen super. With this mark, Minato vowed to surely engrave his name into history like the progenitors, achieve great things, and forge a brilliant death. If this were a dream, that's how everything would. Become a superhuman, one must pass the annual hunter examination. If you're a superhuman, just writing your name is enough to pass. But our Minato was ill-fated. He failed the exam 3 years and because of this, all his friends mocked and ridiculed him, calling him a perpetual repeater, referring to someone who'd failed for 3 years. The maximum deadline for an applicant was 3 years from enrollment. This year was his last chance, but luck did not smile upon him. He had failed and could no longer become a. Even though he scored perfectly on the written exam and trained extensively to boost his aura, what he probably lacked was the author's approval. If the author said he failed, Minato now detested the mark on his hand. It was nothing more than a useless burden. He truly wished he could be as talented as the progenitors. But in this world, not everything you want can be. Minato was cleaning the classroom when a classmate suddenly yelled, reminding him to hurry to the main. What was outside was exactly what Minato had always longed. The nation's superstar idol, A-rank hunter Hisaki. Minato rushed out with all his might to greet his idol, amid the grumbling of other fans. Seeing this, Hisaki immediately stepped in to defend Minato. Don't bully. Despite appearances, this guy wasn't all good. He was just trying to maintain a positive image for the kid. The reporters followed, flattering him because Hisaki had once defeated a dragon beast with a single. Hisaki Kaisei could be considered the same age as Minato, having enrolled with him 3 years prior, and was a genius who excelled in all subjects. He was also a nasty bully who specialized in ganging and tormenting the weak, especially Minato. It was unclear why he spent an entire day doing a reality interview show. What's more, he even tried to drag Minato into participating. Hisaki introduced Minato as a friend with less than favorable achievements who had sought his help. He claimed he had to cut back on his training time to offer advice and guidance. He, at times, had to provide financial support. Every word Hisaki spoke left Minato's face utterly blank, and that guy's financial support meant beating people up until they were bruised and then stealing them. This is what people call deliberately putting someone down to elevate yourself. Listening to Hisaki's bluster, Minato's heart churned with irritation. He had never endured such a miserable year, all because, but in reality, people only believed what they saw. No one cared if it was true or not. They still praised Hisaki as a wonderful, good person, much to Minato's bewildered astonishment. Hisaki even slung his arm over Minato's shoulder and, in front of the camera, declared that he would etch his name into history and become a superhuman. He was clearly trying to provoke Minato. Hearing this, the reporters happily said Minato was truly blessed to be close to Hisaki. They asked if he had anything to say to his benefit. Minato was caught off guard by the question and became speechless. To him, this devil was a source of enmity, not a benefit, and with enmity he only wanted to punch, not. But facing the threat, Hisaki and recalling the terrible had done to him before, Minato had no choice, reluctantly stammer that Hisaki had helped him. Truly very grateful. Perhaps just gratitude isn't enough. Minato hadn't even finished his sentence when Hisaki unexpectedly cut him off. spreading his arms and standing before the camera. We're short on time, so that's all. Over there are my butt. With that, they immediately moved. Minato, left behind in a corner, felt utterly dejected and heartbroken, like a discarded. In that moment, he realized one thing about this world. No matter how terrible or despicable a person might be, as long as they were a top hunter, everyone would admire them. Everyone would remember their. Minato's eyes were now filled with tears. He truly wanted to shout his name for the whole world, but just as he was about to do so, Hisaki suddenly called his name from behind. He told Minato to meet him after school at the mausoleum of the progenitors to film an interview. The final location for the photo shoot was inside the mausoleum. If things went smoothly, he would help Minato get another chance to retake the. Minato froze in shock upon hearing. This was part of Hisaki's image-building campaign, which was why he was helping Minato. He had no good intent. Although he didn't like being used by this scoundrel to boost his image, it was genuinely a rare opportunity. Whatever it took, Minato had to seize this chance and was determined to pass the exam and become a super. That afternoon, everything went quite smooth. In front of the camera, Hisaki looked like head stepped out of a painting. But it was a pity he was the. After successfully completing his photo shoot and filming session, Hisaki bowed to bid farewell to the group of reporters, then turned and walked into the mosque. He delved deeper inside, where two young men were digging something out of the ground with. It looked like the grave of a deceased. Then, Minato walked past, saw everything, and indignantly asked what they were. Hisaki calmly replied, "Can't you tell just by I ask? We're looking for treasure, my foot, you grave robbers. Do you even know who's sleeping down?" Hisaki coldly retorted, "Yeah, who? Well, he stomped hard on the mausoleum floor, sending fragments of debris flying. There's a bunch of decomposed corpses. What?" Smirked triumphantly. Every word he uttered shocked me. Selling even one of these items could make you a billionaire. How could I pass that up? I don't understand why they'd bury them with a bunch of rotting corpses anyway. Progenitors and mausoleums. It's all just nonsense. Minato's memories of admiration flashed before his eyes. The progenitors are amazing. One day I'll also etch my name into history. His eyes widened in indignation, unable to suppress the rage with. Minato lunged at him, yelling, "You bet." However, Hisaki was an A-rank hunter, so dodging Minato's attack was as easy as flipping his. He then delivered a punch that made Minato cough up. Minato clutched his stomach in pain, grunting. Hisaki looked down at his pathetic state with disdain. "Who do you think you're talking?" He loudly proclaimed that only fools would choose. "They'll take the." And just like that, he gained the power of all the founders of this. Good thing is that Minato became incredibly powerful. The bad thing is that he could only use it for a few minutes before collapsing like a dead. Alright, let's get straight to the main story. The tale begins with a mysterious person. The world was suddenly confronted with an incoming disaster. The Tower of Aberrance suddenly appeared, and a massive amount of monsters erupted from the helplessly weak humans were trampled underfoot by them. Just when it seemed humanity would be annihilated, the light of salvation appeared. The first generation of superhumans emerged, known as the Found. Their power could repel the monster invasion, defeating and destroying the tower. And then, humanity finally won the war against the invasion from another dimension. The Founders, as heroes who saved the world, were honored by humans who built the Founders' Mosque, commemorate and remember them for generations. Several hundred years later, when the world had stabilized, mythical stories of the Founders were still beloved by Minato, our main character. He could sit for hours in the library just to read about a swordsman who defeated tens of thousands of soldiers with a single, or a mage who achieved the truth of magic and could cast any spell without incantation. Even though in this era, those stories were just exaggerated fairy tales. Minato always dreamed of having his name carved into history, just like the Founders, and having a book written about him. Minato's dream was entirely justified, as he had a special mark on his hand, a testament to being a chosen super. This mark, Minato resolutely vowed that he would surely make his name in history like the Founders, achieve great things, and build a brilliant. If only everything were like that in a dream. To become a superhuman, one must pass the annual hunter's exam. If you're a superhuman, just being able to write your name is enough to pass. But our Minato was unlucky, failing 3 years, and because of this, his friends around him mocked and ridiculed him, calling him senpai, referring to how he failed 3 years. Maximum deadline for a candidate is 3 years from enrollment. This year was his last chance, but luck didn't smile on Minato. He failed and could no longer become a. Although he scored perfectly on the written exam and practiced a lot to increase his aura, what he lacked was probably the author's approval. If the author said he failed, Minato now hated the mark on his hand. It looked nothing more than a useless bird. Truly wished he could be as talented as the Founders. But in this world, not everything you wish for can be. Minato was cleaning the classroom when a classmate suddenly yelled, reminding him to hurry to the main. What was out there was exactly what Minato had always longed. Nation's superstar idol, A-rank hunter Hisaki. Minato immediately ran with all his might to greet his idol, amid the grumbling of other. Seeing this, Hisaki went over to defend him, saying, don't let that fool you. This guy isn't good at all. He's just trying to maintain a good image for the camera. Reporters followed and flattered him because Hisaki had once defeated a monster dragon with a single Hisaki Kaisei could be considered the same age as Minato, as he enrolled with him 3 years ago and was a genius at the top of all. He was also a malicious person who constantly ganged up and bullied the weak, especially Minato. It was unclear why he spent an entire day doing a reality interview show. And he even insisted on having Minato. Hisaki introduced Minato as a friend with unfavorable academic results who had asked him for help. He had to cut back on his training time to offer advice and guidance. Sometimes even provided financial support. Every word Hisaki spoke left Minato dumbfounded, and that jerk's financial support meant beating people up and then stealing them. This is what you call intentionally bringing someone down to elevate your. Minato's heart became agitated and uncomfortable listening to Hisaki's bluster. He had never experienced such a miserable year, all because. But in reality, people only believe what they see. No one cares if it's true or not. They still praised Hisaki as an amazing good person. Much to Minato's bewildered astonishment. He even put his arm around Minato's shoulder and stood before the cameras, asserting that he would carve his name into history and become a superhuman. Clearly, he wanted to provoke Minato. The reporters happily remarked that Minato was fortunate to be close to Hisaki. They asked if he had anything to say to his benefit. Minato was caught off guard and became tongue-tied. To him, this devil was an enemy, not a benefit. And if he was an enemy, Minato only wanted to punch him, not. Faced with the threat, Hisaki, and recalling all the things he had done to him before, Minato had no choice. Reluctantly stammer that Hisaki had helped him. I'm truly very grateful. Perhaps gratitude alone isn't enough. Before Minato could finish, Hisaki suddenly interrupted him, spreading his arms and stepping in front of the camera. We're short on time, so that's all. Over there are my butt. With that, they immediately went somewhere. Minato was left alone in a corner, feeling disheartened and pained, as if he were a discarded. In that moment, he realized something about this world. No matter how terrible or unscrupulous a person was, as long as they were a hunter, everyone would admire them. Everyone would remember their. Minato's eyes were now filled with tears. He truly wanted to shout his name for the whole world, but just as he was about to, Hisaki suddenly called his name from behind. He told Minato to come to the founder's mausoleum after school to film an interview with him. The final location for the photo shoot was inside the mausoleum. If things went smoothly, he would help Minato get one more chance to retake the. Minato was stunned by the. Since this was part of Hisaki's image-building campaign, he was only helping Minato for selfish reasons, not out of any good intent. Though he disliked being used by this jerk to boost his image, this was truly a rare opportunity. Whatever it took, Minato had to seize this chance and was determined to pass the exam and become a super. That afternoon, everything went quite smooth. Hisaki, in front of the camera, looked like he stepped out of a painting, but unfortunately he was the. After successfully completing his photo shoot and filming, Hisaki bowed to bid farewell to the group of reporters, then turned and walked into the founder's mausoleum. He went deeper inside, to where 2 young men were digging something out of the ground with looked like the grave of a dead person. Then, Minato walked past, saw everything, and scolded them, asking what they were. Hisaki casually replied, "Can't you tell by we're looking for treasure, my foot, you grave robbers. Do you even know who's sleeping down?" Kaisei coldly answered, "Yeah, who?" He stomped hard on the mausoleum floor, revealing pieces of debris, a pile of long decomposed corpses. He smugly boasted, every word he uttered stunning. Selling 1 Ethereum would make you a billionaire. How could I pass that up? I don't get why they buried it with those rotting corpses anyway. What's all this founders and mausoleum nonsense? It's all memories of Minato's admiration flashed through his mind. The founders are amazing. One day I'll also carve my name into history. He stared with indignant eyes, unable to contain his. Minato lunged at him and yelled, "You!" However, Kaisei was an A-rank hunter, so dodging Minato's attack was as easy as flipping it. He immediately landed a punch that made Minato cough up. Minato clutched his stomach in pain, groaning. Kaisei looked down at his pathetic state with disdain. "Who do you think you're talking?" Minato lay on the ground in despair. "What? Is it over? Like this? I'm going." Suddenly, Kaisei's henchman emerged from the crypt, carrying a bag full of rare Ethereum. Sir Minato watched in astonishment as they carried the bag of Ethereum. Kaisei held the radiant Ethereum gems, unable to contain his joy. This aura, it's radiating directly from the Ethereum itself? This is incredible. Just one would be enough to live a lifetime. Minato desperately screamed in his mind. "Stop it. Who gave you permission to touch these treasures? Damn it." Kaisei then turned to him and said, "Alright, now I'll explain it in a way that even a failure like you can understand." Kaisei grabbed Minato by his shirt and lifted him. "I was looking for someone simple-minded like you. The retake exam was just a lie, and you believed it and eagerly ran here. How pathetic. He then mentioned Minato's diligent studying. I know. It seems you frequent the mausoleum's library, don't you? The first time I heard about it, I laughed, because I never expected such a sweet duck to exploit right before my eyes. He dragged Minato along the ground, laughing contemptuously. You, a desperate person who couldn't become a hunter, discovered stealing from the founder's mausoleum. What a bitter trap. Minato glared at him with venom. Don't joke around. Kaisei didn't let him finish. Tomorrow's hottest news will be. Kaisei gripped his shirt, Minato dangling in midair. Stealing Ethereum from the founder's mausoleum and dying while escaping. The culprit is a student from the hunter training academy. A ferocious-looking three-headed. Minato glared resentfully at the scoundrel before. Kaisei watched him fall, his eyes revealing clear contempt. Whatever. Thank you watching for vid. Minato sank to the bottom of the water. Is my life going to end here? All those days of training, all the exams I went through, were they all meaningless? I'll die and disappear, never to be remembered. Suddenly, shimmering lights enveloped. He watched in surprise as figures appeared from those specks of. They began to speak, their voices echoing in his mind. The vessel, oh one who can fulfill our wishes, the vessel. The figures simultaneously announced, we are the revered spirits resting beneath the mausoleum. He was astonished, unable to believe his ears. What is this? The voices in his lights are all the revered spirits continued to explain the truth of the mark on his hand. Young one, the mark on your hand is the void. It holds no power itself, but it also means it can contain any power. They instructed him, choose one of the founders here and form a covenant with them. Each of us is a master of a specific. The skills of the past founders. Magic, martial arts, swordsmanship, spearmanship, summoning, alchemy. No matter who you choose, we can all grant you power beyond anything you could hope. They asked him, speak, whose power do you want? Minato voiced his desire, I want to defeat. But he reconsidered, no, it must be a power that ensures I will not lose to anyone in this. An overwhelming power, enough to erase all the humiliation I've suffered until. The founders urged him to answer quickly, decide quickly. Who will you choose? He resolutely declared, all of you, all of your power, give it all to me. He scolded him, greedy, foolish, but that's impossible. No matter how powerful a vessel you are, with all that. Minato shouted, shut up, stop, all of you, get inside me. The founders, in a commotion, were gradually drawn into him. What? Stop it right now, kid. They'll kill you. This is bad. Hey, are you serious? Do you want to die? Stop it now. Who do you think I am? You. A magic circle gradually glowed beneath Minato's. Kaisei wondered what was happening. Suddenly, torrents of water splashed everywhere, completely engulfing the. Kaisei's subordinates immediately shielded their leader. He was astonished. What is. Minato's body slowly floated up, surrounded by a brilliant blue. He gently landed on the ground. As drops of water, Minato seemed to transform into a completely different person. Sharp blue eyes hidden beneath his blue. Kaisei's henchman looked at him with annoyance. Tisich, he crawled out of there? That stubborn cock. He casually picked up a tree branch, much to their confusion. Huh? What the hell is he? Before they could finish their sentence, he swiftly swung the branch through. They burst into laughter at his absurd action. As they laughed, they mocked Minato. What is it? Are you planning to bully us with that stick? Are you He continued to swing the stick to get a feel for it. Kaisei didn't want to waste any more time. He had no more patience to play with Minato. He ordered his subordinates, this time don't let him get up again. They bade. Yet, the spiky-haired one immediately conjured his sword and boasted. My aura was rated A in the swordsmanship exam. Don't you know? It was evaluated by a sword expert. Be grateful to die, Minato murmured as the man prepared to charge him. Rated by an Minato decisively made a few slashes as fast as a gust of wind, giving the man no time to Deep cuts appeared on his body. Minato continued, where, exactly? The man was in too much pain to speak. Kaisei and the remaining fat man stood frozen. Minato spoke up, hey, he rested the wooden stick, turning to look at Kaisei. Your sword, what part of it was recognized? Seeing this, the fat man immediately began casting a spell. You damn bastard, that blue cauldron, eye of destruction, 5 to 7 layers. Minato pointed his finger at him. He cast a spell, a bolt of lightning shot directly at the fat man, surprising him before he could finish his spell. No need for incantation. A lightning bolt struck down, shaking the entire forest. Smoke and dust billowed, and the fat man collapsed, twitching on the ground. At this moment, Kaisei finally realized he can slash someone with just a branch and cast spells without incantations. No way. Long time ago, A swordsman could defeat tens of thousands of soldiers with just a mage who had achieved the truth of magic could cast any spell without incant. In this era, these stories are considered nothing more than exaggerated fairy. The founder's mausoleum was built to worship the superhumans. Inside Kaminaji Minato currently resides the souls of all of them, numbering 106. Once again, his determined voice, I will become a superhuman and carve my name into his. Minato told Kaisei, your names will never be etched into his. He emphasized, what will be passed down forever will be my. Minato, enveloped in a powerful blue aura, holding a dry branch in his hand, stood facing Kaisei, whose boastful henchman now lay motionless on the. He tightly gripped the branch in his hand and marveled. Amazing, because it's a void mark. I can contain the souls of the family. One by one they were soaring, shouting joy, thoroughly enjoying this place. They were happy inside. The founders in his inner world cheered enthusiastically, joyous voices echoing. It's been hundreds of years since I've been out. Hasn't it? What is this? It's so vast. From here to here is my territory. And many other sayings reached his. Recalling his excited expression while reading historical records, he thought, I've read and reread the biographies of each founder so many times that I know them by heart. Their souls are now within. He felt the souls fluctuating within his body and smiled joy. After their cheerful conversation, the founders then said, all right. Their eyes suddenly changed, shining like stars as they looked at Minato. Oh, it's like looking at a juicy prey, vying to see who will get this kid's. Kairu, the founder, stood with his arms crossed behind Minato, calling out, hey, startling Minato, who glanced back, assessing, the swordsman who could defeat tens of thousands of soldiers with just a branch, Hinoki right. He stroked his smooth chin, his eyes red and his mouth smirking smugly. Oh, my name is still passed down to posterity now. As expected, placed a hand on Minato's head, light as a feather, not causing him discomfort, and asked directly, what are you planning to do now? Minato glanced back at Kaisei, who was grinding his teeth in helpless anger in the distance, and asked, about his. Raikaru scornfully sighed and replied, who cares about that? His expression turned dangerous as he pointed at something. I'm asking about that. What are you planning to do with it? Minato's eyes widened slightly in surprise upon hearing him. A moment, he regained his composure and advanced towards where Kaisei trembled all over, stammering in fear. What are you going to do? Seeing Minato didn't stop, he retreated, preparing to conjure a sword, angrily threatening. I'm in a rank.
Dont un des estimat.
Minato slowly approached him, raised his hand, and punched him straight in the mouth, deforming his. With a powerful punch, Minato sent him hundreds of meters from afar. His desperate screams still echoed. Minato coolly said, get out of. Inside the bag, a dark, black power ray. That power suddenly erupted like a volcanic eruption. Minato was utterly astonished. He stared wide-eyed at the scene before him without blinking, while Raikairu, who seemed to have anticipated this, wore a triumphant. The scene shifted to an unknown city. Thick fog enveloped the tall buildings. The streets were covered in blood, with corpses strewn everywhere. A ferocious three-headed wild madly. It destroyed everything in its path. A man walking on the street screamed in fear, I'm counting on you. Kisser. The wolf drooled profusely, opening its mouth as wide as possible to attack them, but he showed no leaping high into the. He unleashed the fire impact, aura burst, attacking the. Immediately, a massive power struck the wolf, making it howl to the head. Everyone around cheered joyfully. Oh my god! He killed an A-rank monster in one hit. As expected of an S-rank, he was the S-rank hunter Kisaragi. He looked at the endlessly praising crowd and replied, thanks. Oh right, where's his. One of them replied, he seems to be doing an interview. When he was called a young talent, he looked pretty smug. Kisaragi quickly dismissed. Don't say that. If he becomes famous, the guild will also benefit from the reputation. So wait for me to send the report, then we'll go for it. He took his phone out of his pocket and was scrolling through the news when he suddenly frowned in surprise. Demon beast? What is this? Turning his head to look behind, everyone was uncomfortably slumping to the ground, losing all strength. Two men who were still conscious struggled to support themselves. One asked with difficulty, Kisaragi-san. He held his phone, about to call someone, feeling uneasy and restless. A pressure so strong that even B and A ranks can't stand. No mistake, this thing must be above S rank. Everyone standing nearby in this area, affected, collapsing to the ground, unable to. A loud noise came from the mausoleum. Kaisei painfully scrambled to his face so disfigured that even his parents might not recognize. Mumbled, unable to utter a sound. He was astonished to grotesquely shaped monster flying out of the. He recoiled in fear, continuously shouting, demon, demon beast. What is this thing? Minato stared at the demon beast, explaining without turning his head. It's because you opened the mausoleum. This is one of the tower bosses sealed in the mausoleum, and what was sealing them were the very items you took. Raikairu walked up behind him, agreeing and adding, that's right. Some of the demon beasts in the tower had a hibernation ability, which allowed them to survive. This one is the void worm Tichnemcha. Estimated rank. Above its radiating aura is poisonous and can kill civilians within a few kilometers around. This is a disaster. In our era, demon beasts like this were quite common, but for today's youth it's probably a bit too. Hearing their conversation, Kaisei panted, trembling with fear. Finally unable to bear it, he ran away in a frenzy. I have to run now or I'll be killed. Minato didn't have time to stop him and called out, it's better not to move. It will prioritize target. The void worm saw his figure dart past. Its eyes still blood. It aimed its tentacles at Kaisei, fearfully raised his sword to block. Screaming, as soon as he swung his sword, it snapped in half. The tentacle pierced directly into his chest. He thought in despair, my sword that could kill a dragon in one. Tentacles burrowed everywhere on his body, leaving no spot It slowly drained his life force bit by bit. He screamed in pain and despair. No, no. Then he turned into a desiccated. Minato glanced at it and said, I told you. Raikairu walked over, slung an arm around Minato's shoulders, and enticed him. Hey, kid. Why don't you let me take complete control of you? He struck a cool pose and introduced himself. See? I am the founder of the Hinoki Ituryu style. He was inwardly pleased. Hehe, the slow ones drink muddy water. While the others are still unaware, I'll seize control of this body. Minato bent down and replied softly, lending it is fine. Raikairu glanced at him, elated. Oh, is that so? Then before he could finish, the other founders rushed over, pulling at him and yelling, you scoundrel Hinoki, trying to steal our thunder? This vessel is mine, and so on. He was startled and tried to calm the others. I've been discovered, haven't I? Calm. While they were tugging at each other, Minato spoke up. However, let all of you borrow it. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe their ears. Minato's eyes were firm and confident as he replied, and then I will surpass all of you. I absolutely will. In his mind, he was strategizing. So I want to see how strong I need to be to achieve that. Come on. Show me your. Raikairu was helpless. What? This kid is making my blood. He drew his sword and Minato also swung the branch in his. Two seemed to merge into one, as if Raikairu was fighting through Minato's body. He shouted with excitement. Charge, with a few chaotic, unregulated slaps, cut off a tentacle of the void worm into hundreds of small pieces. Blue fluid sprayed from its body. At this moment, the branch in his hand also snapped. He looked at the broken branch in his hand, deciding to fight it barehanded. He adopted a stance similar to Gon. He delivered a blow directly to its next tentacle. The second one was. He tilted his body to dodge its attack, then picked up a dry branch nearby to use as a. Minato straightened his arms. He was trying to stretch. He made up his mind. For the past 3 years, no matter how many times I tried, I couldn't make this wind-activated training cushion budge, because I had never controlled or even felt. He closed his eyes, breathed deeply, but now I understand. Circulation. He stretched his hand forward, from his right big toe, running through his entire body, then returning to his right big toe. He used his breath to accelerate the flow. Minato was trying to feel the key energy, which was violently enveloping his, and unleash it through his palm. Instantly, the source of key energy concentrated in his palm, emitting a dazzling. An employee operating on a computer shouted. The fan blades were enveloped by key energy. They glowed under Minato's control. An employee stared intently. Then the fan blades began to spin continuously. Two employees were surprised, because it had just started, and the counter had already reached 1,200. The fan blades spun even more violently, spinning continuously without stop. The counter had surpassed 999,990. Wind force was so strong it blew off the employee's hat. He shouted, wait, too fast. I can't count the rotation. An explosion occurred on the school grounds. Bang! Panic broke out. The employees lay scattered on the ground. Minato still stood there motionless. The fan blades broke off, trailing fire, and rolled. Terrified students scrambled to escape. Afraid the fan would hit them, they screamed in fear. The fan blade accurately flew towards the director's office window. The director was surprised. While Midori calmly sat watching a loud explosion rang out once. The fan blade was now neatly in the office, trailing fire. The floor had holes. The floor was also cracked all over by the fan blade. The director turned pale with fear. The sofa also close to death, with only a few centimeters to spare. The fan blade would have hit his face. Sweat poured from him like a shower. He stared with wide. The scene in the office was chaotic. The director's sofa fell over. He was speechless. Jean asked, "Midori, this is..." Midori laughed heartily. "Ah, it seems the student is just like..." Looked at the wreckage, then continued to grin as was his habit. The second person in history, unmeasured at testing grounds. Minato was still surprised that his magic power had suddenly become so strong. Everyone around him was also taken aback. The chubby employee, who had fallen to the ground and hadn't yet stood up, also stared wide-eyed at me. Then he put on his broken glasses after the chaos. He announced, "Past." Shouts erupted. "Wow! Broke all wreck." Minato looked at his hands, overwhelmed with emotion, clenched his fist and placed it over his chest. Moved to tears. "Thank you." He was happy. "Turns out I can be this strong." Toryu smirked, looking at Minato, who was immersed in happiness. Just as expected, he recalled memories of the recent battle. Thanks to lending his body to the project, his hidden potential has awakened. Toryu burst out laughing. "Ah, indeed, he is not an ordinary person possessing only void." He looked at Minato. "Hundreds of years of waiting have been rewarded. What do you think? With my understanding..." Minato kept smiling, laughing and crying at the same time. This kid might just be able to fulfill our wishes. Minato was surprised. "Thank you watching for vid." A powerful surge of magic suddenly appeared opposite Minato. He covered his face with both hands, shielding himself from the endless light. He cried out in fear. "What is..." Toryu frowned. A barrier shot out in front of him. "This guy is..." Minato asked. "What expl..." Toryu was surprised. "The powerful aura I sensed this..." Midori suddenly appeared from behind the dust cloud he created. Minato looked up, gritting his teeth. "It's Ichihara, the legend of this era. The strongest transcendent. Why is someone like him?" He walked up to shake Minato's hand. "Look, Minato," Midori cheerfully said. "Congratulations on passing the hunter exam." Minato was stunned. "Thank you," but suspicion lingered in his heart. "How does he know my name?" Midori spoke. "All right, then we will now proceed with an additional test." He smiled brightly, clasped his hands over his chest. "To be defeated by the strongest person in this world." Minato gaped. "Thank you watching for vid." Behind the shimmering dust cloud, a blond young man appeared with a bright smile on his lips. He excitedly scratched his head and spoke. Minato looked at the person in front of him. He was so astonished his eyes widened, and he stammered, unable to speak. Inside, he was excitedly shouting the young man's name. Ichihara. Looking at Midori's handsome face, his smile, and his bright eyes, Minato fidgeted, wondering. The legend of this era. The strongest transcendent. Why is someone like him? The system then introduced. Ichihara Midori, 23 years old. A transcendent who became a hunter at age 9 and has always displayed superior power. No one can deny his title as the strongest in the world. He can crush thousands of monsters in the blink of an eye. His sharp gaze can take the lives of weak monsters or inexperienced hunters. He was the one who single-handedly resolved the monster rampage 10 years ago and the giant monster outbreak 5 years ago. A living in Minato's eyes, Midori always radiated an aura that made everyone glance at him. Midori cheerfully came to shake Minato's hand. "Look, Minato, congratulations on passing the hunter exam." His enthusiasm made Minato a little flustered. He could only extend his hand hesitantly. The thank you. In Minato's heart, astonishment and doubt clearly arose. How does he know my... Paying no attention to Minato's reaction, Midori casually continued. "All right, then we will now proceed with an additional test. It is..." He paused for a few seconds, then smiled brightly and announced, "To be pummeled by the strongest person in this..." Hearing the announcement, Minato momentarily panicked and instinctively raised his voice to ask again. In his ear, a low voice called his name. Shichiro radiated a terrifying, overwhelming presence. His eyes were full of eager urging. "Quickly, hand over your body." At this moment, many students had gathered on the school grounds, surrounding them. Everyone was noisily discussing. "Is that really Ichihara Midori? Unbelievable." Midori ignored the crowd. He explained further. "The rules are simple. Within the next minute, if you can land one hit on us," he pointed to the sky, assuring Minato, "you won't be penalized if you lose, and he'll only attack once every 10 seconds." Midori glanced at Minato's fearful and awkward face. Midori reassuringly comforted him. Don't worry, it'll go easy." Midori even thoughtfully added. "Oh, and I won't be using any you feel free. I've already prepared just use anything you want." Around him, weapons, from swords to guns to cannons, were piled up in. Minato looked at the reality. He was still in disbelief. His face was agape, unable to believe what was happening. What? Since when? An additional test. What exactly is going? He looked at Midori, who was still smiling and greeting some students. He silently assessed. He told me to fight Ichihara Midori, the one dubbed the strongest in the world. After a moment of thought, he hesitantly asked again, "Can I use weapons?" Hearing the question, Midori picked up a sword and gently replied, "Of course. My body is even harder than..." Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. The sword in front of Midori was snapped in half. But he casually said, "No matter what sword you bring, I can cut it in half." Minato was startled by the demonstration he just witnessed. His body couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Jaichiro, who had been noisily calling him, spoke. "Hey Minato, quickly hand over your body." Jaichiro's spirit flared up, excitedly exclaiming, "There are still people like this in this world? Modern times aren't so bad after all." Huh? Minato, meanwhile, only felt. Jaichiro seems very thinking this, he looked at Midori, who was leisurely scrolling on his phone. Ichihara Midori. Truly a powerful individual. Strong enough to astonish even a project. Then he glanced at Jaichiro's spirit standing beside him. "I don't stand a chance." He was still determined to regain his fighting spirit. Minato took a deep breath, his eyes fiercely looking straight ahead. He made a bold decision. The curious students standing on the upper floor watched excitedly through the windows, shouting, "It's starting, isn't it? Is Ichihara Midori really fighting? Then I must..." Minato ignored the shouts around him. He had taken a stance, ready for battle. Jaichiro, however, was displeased. He grumbled, "Hey, you idiot! What are you doing? Quickly hand over your body." Before he could finish, Midori interrupted. "All right." He held up his phone screen, which displayed a 59-second countdown, and cheerfully announced, firmly grasping the marked sword in his hand. Minato also began to glow, an aura enveloping his hand. He quickly charged forward with his sword, attacking Jaichiro, who was utterly bewildered. "Hey, are you seriously going to fight? You..." Minato paid no attention to Jaichiro's reaction. He swung his sword towards Midori, who was focused on his phone, and slashed. Inside, he secretly calculated. "I know it's hopeless." Gripped the sword with both hands. He gathered his strength, preparing to strike down with determination. To become a legend, I must personally experience the power of this era's... Midori moved his body lightly, as if weightless, causing Minato's first sword strike to cut through empty air. Minato attacked relentlessly, but in contrast, Midori casually dodged every single attack. He even nonchalantly scrolled on his phone while wanting to chat with Minato. "Which social media do you use? Someone will definitely record this and post it online." Everyone around them gasped and cheered. He's dodging all the attacks while looking at his phone? As expected of Ichihara Midori. Truly worthy of his name. Ignoring the thank you watching for Minato remained focused on attacking, searching for an opportunity. Sword slashes through the air created streaks of... Midori still gracefully dodged Minato's diagonal swords. Minato gritted his teeth, gripping the glowing sword. Power surged from the blade, exciting the students even more, who shouted, "Wow, incredible! Not a single hit." However, someone noticed something unusual. But something's off. What is it? Minato's barrage of attacks. They don't seem to be stopped. On this side, Minato was continuously attacking. Although he still couldn't land a hit on Midori, he still tried to swing his sword high, in his mind visualizing the diagonal slash. Next is a sweeping left-right cleave. Direct attack. Finishing. Midori still casually dodged the moves. Nevertheless, Minato was secretly pleased. Too incredible. My body moves exactly as I want it to, and it doesn't seem to get tired despite continuous moves. Minato recalled the image from the battle that day. He speculated, "Is it because I lent my body to the project and feel my body has changed?" Suddenly, Midori pointed a finger directly at Minato's forehead. He announced, 10 seconds. Suddenly, a powerful blow grazed his face, making him gasp in astonishment. A terrifying source of power emanated from Midori's. Midori unleashed a direct attack, but luckily Minato managed to... His eyes fearfully looked at the area where the attack had passed, leaving a long, deep trench in the... Minato couldn't help but think indignantly. What does he mean by going easy? If I hadn't dodged, my head would have been blown off. Meanwhile, Midori looked at his hand with an awkward, puzzled expression. His eyes narrowed, full of questions. That's strange. I'm sure I controlled the... Midori looked at Minato, who was in a defensive stance in front of him, his heart still full of doubt. Why don't I feel any danger from Minato? Or is it... On the opposite side, Minato was fidgeting, thinking to himself, if this keeps up, the kid will... Then, recalling his former self, he told himself, I must remember that feeling. The strength I had thinking this, Minato's body suddenly became stronger. His eyes fixed firmly on his actions made Midori suddenly freeze, then exclaim in surprise. Minato didn't waste much time, quickly rushed forward, swinging his sword towards Midori. The students holding cameras were also terrified. No way. His speed increased again. Minato's fighting image was being recorded on both of them were too fast. The camera couldn't keep back to the fight. Midori dodged moves while silently assessing. Although his sword-swinging speed is faster than before, Midori couldn't stop one, but when he fought that S-rank monster it was much faster. The whole atmosphere was completely different. Is there a condition to activate that power? Or is he hiding? Thinking this, he glanced at the countdown timer, which reached 41 seconds, and then suddenly remembered. Midori's eyes fixed on Minato. This time, he swiftly dodged Minato's horizontal sword slash. How can it put his hand in a defensive stance? Then, Minato's body, emitting a terrifying source of power, and Minato's entire body was sent flying into the wall with such force that the wall taking such damage, Minato coughed up a pool of blood. The scene after Midori's recent attack made him think non-stop. Horrible. This is truly insane. His opponent is the strongest transcendent in the world. Such a powerful Minato was so agitated he burst out laughing. If it were the old me, I would definitely be dead. Amazing. Me. Have I become this? Suddenly, his vision began to blur slightly. But with my current strength, I still can't pass Ichihara Midori's, but it's okay. He regained his resolve and continued to charge forward. I'll fight with all my might for the remaining. Midori, expressionless, dodged Minato's reckless. But Minato fearfully turned his head to look at the incredibly dazzling mark on Midori's. Midori coldly looked at Minato and spoke. Too bad, but I've got the general idea now. 30 seconds. Saying that, Midori raised his hand and struck Minato hard on the back of it. Minato's eyes gradually darkened and then plunged into dark. Midori looked at Minato, who lay motionless on the ground, and remarked with a hint of admiration. He's truly talented. However, you're not yet qualified to become my team. Midori reflected on the image of Minato fighting last night. He wondered, that power, what exactly is it? I still haven't seen it. Without wasting much time, Midori turned and made a call. Hello, Jean? Let's go. In Minato's hand, he clutched the sword, and a cold voice echoed. Who said it wasn't as expected? Minato's voice, carrying a powerful presence, startled Minato. Behind him, Minato's entire body was now enveloped in an immense aura of power. Within Minato's body, it was Jaichiro who was in control. He excitedly said, that stubborn has fallen asleep. Finally, I can control this. Minato, with his sword on his shoulder, faced Midori provocatively. Seeing Minato awaken and possess such a source of energy, Midori's eyes filled with Minato, meanwhile, showed immense joy. Let's play a little longer. In his subconscious, Minato floated, looking at his own body, unable to help but worry. Midori faced the energy Minato emitted, smiling enthusiastically. That calling his earlier attack, Midori thought. Just now, this very aura, it made me lose control. Midori silently wondered, is it another person, or some skill? Whatever it is, he's turned into a real monster. He considered many possibilities regarding this immense blue energy. Suddenly, Minato shouted loudly, attracting attention. Hey, don't just stand there. He slashed down with a blue sword blade carrying an immense source of. The sword blade made Midori nimbly dodge to the side, coldly assessing. He's moving differently now. His speed and strength are on an entirely different. Right from the start, that swordsmanship, Midori's sharp eyes glanced at the sword tip right in front of him as Minato's sword, filled with inner power, thrust straight. Fortunately, Midori quickly leaped backward and managed to dodge this. However, the pressure forced him out of the range of the recent swords. He was still staring blankly at the scene before. Minato didn't wait for his opponent to regain his composure and quickly took an attacking stance. His facial expression was a little wild. Midori lowered his body, dodging the horizontal sword slash. Minato unleashed its power, affecting the entire school building behind. The students inside panicked, screaming and running away. Ugh! Midori, intrigued, secretly marveled in his mind. Completely different from before, every sword stroke was very cautious. Now he wields the sword with such mastery, as if he already knows how his opponent will. He continued to imagine a descriptive scene, like flowing water. No, like raging, unpredictable. Thinking this, Midori extended his hand and remarked, "Humph, truly worthy of being the one who defeated an S-rank monster." Suddenly, Midori's hand swung up, accompanied by an arrogant smile. 40-second power shot directly out from Midori. However, Minato's agile body dodged it, and he proudly declared loudly, "Too easy." Minato swung his sword to attack. The sword stroke collided with Midori's technique, emitting an immense source of energy. The attack left Midori in a free-falling posture. But Midori laughed heartily with joy. Excellent. It's been a long time since I've met such a worthy opponent. The students standing on the upper floors, who had been witnessing the battle, continued to noisily discuss. Unbelievable. Ichihara Midori, the one known as the strongest in the world, has to be on the defense. Minato ignored the surrounding noise and continued his fighting stance. He spoke with disgust. I'm sick of this. It's boring me to death. Forget those stupid rules and attack. His face contorted with anger, flushed red, and he shouted loudly. If you're still holding back, don't blame me for being After speaking, he lunged towards his opponent. His entire body launched off the ground, surprising Midori, who sought a way to. Midori also burst into wild laughter at this moment. His cruel eyes looked at Minato attacking. Having said that, Midori used his foot to flick a small stone up, used his power to kick it straight towards the pile of weapons. This action caused the entire pile of weapons to be into the sky before Minato's astonished. Suddenly, Midori leaped high in an instant. This action made Minato look up, following Midori's movement. He saw Midori, a large staff in his hand, ready to strike. Midori smiled, holding the large staff with both hands as he flew. Seeing this, Minato showed satisfaction and excitedly shouted. That's more like. Everyone watched this battle as if it were a fast-forwarded action movie. They only saw dazzling streaks of blue light in the sky. They hesitated. Within that light, two people were fiercely. One person held the other held all sorts of weapons. Both competed in their excitement. Inside, Jaikuro's crazed face was being watched by the excited spirits of other progenitors, who spoke up. Oh, it seems Jaichiro has fully awakened. Everyone flew out, happily discussing. It's astonishing to be able to directly confront someone like Guardian God Hyoma also joined in, saying, this looks interesting. But the skybird Karel, however, remarked, it's just a pity. He thought of Minato's tired appearance this morning, and commented on the kid's body. It's still not strong enough to fully unleash Jaikuro's. Everyone discussed in agreement. How about we join in for fun too? Old man, don't spoil things. Contrary to the excitement, only the pink-haired girl quietly looked up. She noticed Minato's true spirit standing silently in front of the battle. Minato muttered, looking at the projection screen. Swing up, diagonal slash, then straight stab. Every action of Jaikuro's within Minato's body was clearly displayed on the. Minato's hands also tried to learn from those moves. His mouth continued to mumble. Wrist. Right side. No, left side. It seems he's studying very diligently. From bottom up. Center of gravity. At this moment, the two weapons collided, unable to withstand the pressure, and both broke in. Minato looked annoyed at half of the sword blade that had flown to the ground. Damn it. On the other side, Midori casually discarded his weapon and continued to charge forward, still holding his phone. He felt happier than ever. Amazing. Not just interesting, but it's also making me this excited. His mind, thinking this, Midori laughed loudly in excitement. Only 10 seconds left, what are you gonna do? Minato paid no attention to the provocation, glancing towards the school building to search for. Then he gathered his strength and jumped into the team straight for the young man. The one in the tank top standing awkwardly right by the. He decisively pulled the sword from the young man's side, making him instinctively shout. Huh? Minato casually said. Let me borrow it. Right after he got the sword, Midori also leaped up. Midori swung his arm, punching towards Minato. A massive explosion, its boom echoing across the sky. White smoke billowed from the air. Suddenly, from within the smoke, Minato shot out, seemingly unaffected by the recent explosion. Both continued to fight closely, creating dazzling blue streaks of light and immense power. It had probably been a very long time since Midori had met such an evenly matched opponent. He laughed heartily with delight, truly enjoying the fight. Ah, truly interesting. Let's continue. While other students feared the school would collapse. It's definitely going to shatter. The young man in the black tank top from earlier only cared about the sword that had just been stolen, looking heartbroken at the scabbard. Midori suddenly noticed a giant fan blade embedded in the building. Midori then stepped forward, took hold of the fan blade, pressed his hand mark, concentrating force onto the fan blade, causing it to. Minato hesitated slightly. He sensed a powerful energy emanate from above. Midori raised the fan blade high and flew. Midori coldly looked at Minato, concentrated power into his. At this moment, Minato shouted loudly. Hinoki, and a net appeared, causing the flying fan, descending in Midori's hand, to be divided into square blocks. Hanano square blocks immediately separated, then fell to the ground. Midori, after freezing for a few seconds, was full of praise. Absolutely amazing. Minato, still fully focused, charged forward and shouted loudly. Suddenly, his sword also broke into many pieces, making him widen his. Midori seized the opportunity and swung his arm to it. Midori looked at Minato and coldly said, 67. At this moment, both were in a state of freefall in the. Midori, carrying power, aimed straight at Minato and struck down. This action annoyed Jaichiro's spirit, who cursed. Damn it! It's not over. Minato's true spirit stepped forward to pull Jaichiro. Minato, taking advantage of the situation, pushed Jaichiro back, allowing his spirit to fly up and repossess his body, making Jaichiro nervously call out, Minato! After a moment, his spirit had re-entered his. Before his eyes was one of Midori's moves, striking toward. Minato gently touched Midori's hand, relying on the recoil. The power in Midori's hand was knocked back. Minato's body also used this to evade Midori's. Minato's recent action made both Jaichiro and Midori unable to believe Minato's hand was now twisted and deformed but still full of fighting. Take this. Even though he was injured and bleeding all over, he confidently swung his remaining. Finally, his fist struck in front of Midori's. The image of Midori's battle with Minato appeared. The confrontation between the strongest was not merely a battle, a search for the singular truth among countless possibilities. Like a game of chess between two master players. Every move contained subtlety and unpredictability. Yet, Ituryu looked at the small screen before him and stammered in astonishment. That recalled the scene just now, the moment Minato smiled triumphantly, raised his hand, and said, Take this. Ituryu thought in a daze. Wait, in just a brief moment, he created a new path, a path that neither I nor he could. The more he thought, the happier Jaichiro became, his eyes sparkling with excitement. So this is the path this brat has chosen. Midori and Minato were free-falling from a. But Midori suddenly grabbed Minato's, making him shift from triumphant to. Midori tightly held Minato's only remaining undamaged arm. His teasing attitude from earlier was gone. Midori looked intently and seriously at the. Minato looked at his punch, which was only a tiny bit away from hitting Midori's face, and couldn't help but think with dissatisfaction. Minato looked at his hand, which was being held, frowning in frustration. No way. Midori smiled faintly, his hand still tightly gripping Minato. Then Midori suddenly pulled Minato's hand closer. Thwack! Right into his own. Minato's eyes widened, astonished, not having expected this. Midori, unfazed, squinted and smiled brightly, saying, You hit. As soon as Midori finished speaking, both fell straight down onto the school grounds, along with piles of shattered bricks and stones, creating a chaotic mess. Thick white dust billowed. Students on the upper floors of the building were buzzing with discussion. They all had the same question. Ultimately, as the scene on the ground gradually became clear, Midori was holding Minato, who was too exhausted to move, with one arm severely broken. Midori called to the woman accompanying him. Jean, appeared from nowhere, approaching to ask, How did it go? Midori immediately smiled brightly and replied, He hit me. This guy is really interesting. Oh, and my arm is completely numb. Help me heal it. Jean, without looking at Midori, indifferently. The male students on the upper floor, hearing the recent conversation, looked at their classmates with disbelief and said, Hey, he just said he hit me, right? Everyone screamed in horror. He hit Ichihara Midori. That guy. He did it. The sky-piercing shouts of everyone made Minato suddenly wake. Seeing he was awake, Jean spoke up, reminding him, I'm treating your arm now. Don't move. Hearing this, Minato awkwardly looked over. He hesitantly said to her, Jean looked at him, a faint smile on her lips. Congratulations on passing the test. Minato closed his eyes and gave a forced smile. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he abruptly sat up, startled, and asked again. Passed? I hit Ichihara Midori, propped up on one hand next to him, smiled brightly and said, Oh my, not remembering anything is really too much. Minato turned around, saw Midori, and screamed in shock. What? Oh my god. It's really. Midori stood up, brushed off some dust from himself and said, The thing is, although I added a few points for you, but you did pass the test after. Midori continued, Your barrage of attacks earlier. Minato heard his description and recalled that moment. He let out a sound. That was Jaichiro. But more important, Midori remembered the recent battle and marveled. The way you moved to dodge my attack is truly amazing. Midori smiled at him, encouragingly. Be proud of yourself. Minato hadn't expected to be praised like. Minato thought for a moment, as if remembering something, then asked Midori. By the way, may I? Midori heard and looked over. Minato asked curiously. What happens after passing the? Jean also heard the question. She suspiciously turned to look at Midori, glancing at him. Question made Midori freeze, not knowing how to answer. Minato looked at the silence between the two. The sudden silence made him unsure what to say next, other than looking at the devastated school after the battle. Quiet evening at Minato's, sound of sizzling snake meat in a frying. Minato's mother, standing and making dinner, called out to him. Minato, we have a guest coming over. Minato was wringing out a cloth. He had polished the distant floor until it shone. Hearing his mother's question, he startled and asked, Who? Just one person, right? His mother looked at him helplessly. This looked at him, then continued cooking. She held the rice ladle and gently said, And today was a wonderful day. You passed the hunter exam and even got recruited by that famous Ichihara. The red bean rice in the pot gave off an aroma that truly made one. His mother continued to encourage him. I always believed you could do it, Minato. Minato couldn't help but feel a warmth as he replied to his mother. Having said that, Minato's mother worriedly said, But is it all right for someone so famous to come to our house? Our house is too small. I hope he doesn't mistake it for a dog kennel. Minato heard this and panicked. He immediately tried to dissuade her. Mom, Midori isn't that kind of person. After finishing his chores, he returned to his room and lay on his bed, looking at the business card in his hand. The business card was Ichihara Midori. Thinking back to the match this morning, he couldn't stop wondering. Why didn't he say it? The scene shifted back to that morning. Jean was in a hold on Midori. She used her strength to stretch, making Midori blush and scream. Ow, ow, ow. Jean, after it was over, Midori said, Didn't I say that if you win, you'd become my team? Minato, sweating, replied, I don't think I heard anything. Midori casually recalled. As Midori spoke, the grip in Jean's hand tightened even more, making Midori unable to help but scream. Midori glanced at the students by the window. Many of them were holding phones and recording, which could spread some rumors. Midori thought for a moment, then said, There are too many people. Then he turned to Minato and offered, How about I come to your place tonight, Minato? We can discuss the details. Then Midori smiled faintly, vaguely speaking to him about the options available to him and about their true. Turning to the scene in Minato's room, he stared blankly at the ceiling, wondering, a true enemy? He was confused in his. The tower was destroyed by the progenitors long ago. The job of modern hunters is only to eliminate monsters escaping from spatial. He vaguely wondered. Besides that, is there anything else? Minato, lost in thought, unconsciously fell asleep from exhaustion. Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere. Minato was woken by Jikaro's call. He startled, exclaiming in surprise, Ugh! After a moment to fully awaken, he slowly propped himself up, sitting, and looked at Jaichiro with curiosity. Before his eyes were the progenitors standing there. Minato couldn't help but be bewildered. What are you all doing gathered here? No, wait, what's happening? Jaichiro stood before the progenitors, explaining to Minato, I just finished speaking with everyone. Minato heard this and felt full of confusion. Speaking about, he put both hands defensively across his chest, frantically saying, Don't tell me they've decided who will possess this. Jaichiro hurriedly explained. About that, before he could finish, a sound from downstairs, making him quickly walk down the stairs, saying, Excuse me, it seems Midori has arrived. Well, discuss this. When he got downstairs, Minato wondered, What? Why is it so? Seeing the scene before him, Minato stared in shock, seeing his mother unconscious on the ground. What? He looked at her and shouted worriedly. Then he hurriedly ran toward. As he ran past the kitchen door. Inside the kitchen, a strange man appeared, sitting at the dining table. Minato stopped. Thank you watching for vid. The man, whose fingers were painted with flashy nail polish, was grabbing food with his bare hand. He took a piece of meat and put it into his mouth, savoring the delicious sound of him chewing was unsettling. He swallowed the meat and then complained. I could die. Suddenly he called out to Minato. Hey kid, your mother needs a bit of re-education. He let out a sinister laugh. On the floor were discarded pots, lids, bowls and plates. He arrogantly said, You should use Kobe beef to entertain guests. Minato heard this and his face darkened. He growled. Who are you? What did you do to my mother? The other man retorted with an arrogant tone. This kid is truly impudent. How dare you speak to me in that? After that, he stuck out his tongue and then continued to put a piece of meat into his mouth. You, come on, let's go back to the association with me. Seeing Minato still standing motionless there, he urged. What are you waiting for? Are you done packing? To our headquarters. Before he could finish speaking, Minato raised his fist towards the man. The lightning-fast attack also emitted a powerful blue. Minato's attacks couldn't reach him. The man, meanwhile, stood behind Minato, sneering. He didn't know since. Gozu looked at him with contempt. Minato looked at the chaotic mess in the... He remembered his mother, unconscious outside the door. In a fit of rage, he growled at the man. "I'm asking what you did to my mother." He then remembered his father's funeral. His mother hugged him, comforting him. "Minato, I'll raise you well." He recalled his mother's... Though old, his mother still tried to wear them, forcing a smile. It's nothing. I can still wear them. Mom is fine. You should buy new." He also remembered his mother smiling at him earlier that evening. "You worked hard training today, son. Tonight, Mom will make your favorite pork cutlets." Memories of his mother only made him angrier. "I'm asking again, what did you do to my mom?" Jaichiro looked at the hunter through the screen and asked. "He says he's a modern S-rank hunter? Very good. Although I hate having to imitate that Midori guy. But this battle will Jaichiro curled his lips in contempt. "How we will deal..." Minato looked at the S-rank hunter with profound indignation. He was almost unable to restrain himself from wanting to avenge his... Gozu looked at Minato and sneered. He teased. "Oh, being serious now, huh? So cute, I could..." Having said that, he immediately raised his hand, aiming a direct attack at Minato. Calmly watched him deliver the... In an instant, he grabbed the arm and twisted, making the man lose his balance and fall backward. His technique utterly surprised. Skill Minato used made Gozu astonished. The day he defeated the monster. That's that old man's... Fighting indoors seemed not spacious enough. Minato used his to throw Gozu straight outside, tearing through. After reacting, Gozu quickly flipped and the smile on his face slowly faded. Gozu was quite surprised. What was that? Just now? Was that a combination tech? His doubts grew even larger. I already watched the video of his fight with Midori this afternoon. Didn't he only know how to madly use aura and swords? Minato stepped closer to Gozu and asserted. Clearly, you're stronger than that A-rank. Blue aura was radiating around his body. He approached Gozu gravely. Answer my question. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Minato asked again. What did you do to my... Minato's mother was currently unconscious on the floor. Purple, poisoned veins had appeared on her neck and were... Gozu bared his teeth and laughed mockingly. Hearing that tone, you already know. It's poison. She hindered me, so I put her to... Gozu grew more and more delighted. His voice was excited. If she's lucky, she might even suffer some after. Minato lowered his head and said faintly, I don't understand. The remark annoyed Gozu, who snapped. He tried to control himself and asked, why would you harm the family of your own comrade? Hearing this, Gozu was a bit surprised, and he stammered, repeating 2 words. Then he ran his hand through his hair, finding it utterly ridiculous, and laughed like a mad. Immediately after, he ran behind Minato, intending to attack. At the same time, he cursed. Minato jumped up, successfully dodging his opponent's. Gozu lunged and attacked, saying, You're not my You'll become a docile puppet, obeying me. Weaklings like you can only be controlled by kidnapping someone important. Minato, while dodging, suddenly noticed something. Gozu used foot to stomp on Minato's, preventing his movement. But immediately after, Minato managed to break. Gozu gave a faint smile. Minato, however, retreated, keeping his distance. Suddenly, he was grazed by him. Minato looked at Gozu with wary. What was that? His cheek felt hot. One side of his cheek clearly showed dark purple marks, seemingly poisoned. Seeing the poison slowly spread, Gozu looked at Minato and smirked. He raised the hand he had just used to attack Minato. The tips of his fingers were covered in poison needles. He parted his lips. Poison transfer. He triumphantly showed the vials of poison in his hand, saying, I can synthesize thousands of toxins in my body. It's called deadly. After the introduction, he yawned and sighed. This mission is truly annoying. If I wanted, I could release deadly gas within a 5 kilometers radius. But unfortunately, that's forbidden in the city. Gozu's voice was full of menace. That poison will kill you in 1 minute. If you join my guild, they'll give you the antidote. Otherwise, just... Minato froze. He stood there silently, thinking poison gas that can kill everything within a 5 kilometers radius? Is this S-rank power? No wonder they call them human-shaped natural disasters. Thinking this, he lowered his eyes and quietly called. Apothecary King Wallens, are you there? Hearing her name called, all the progenitors turned to look. Hearing her name called, she unexpectedly widened her eyes. He asked for her help. Can you give me the antidote formula later? His words made her respond awkwardly. Gozu saw Minato standing still, muttering strange things. Gozu quickly raised his claws and lunged, shooting purple poison rays. Minato calmly dodged the incoming attacks. He affirmed to himself. That combination technique just now was... He paused for a moment, then continued. Divine hand. Hearing him say that, The old man was stunned, his eyes. Kodo recalled Minato from back then and replied. Truly it copied my combination technique after seeing it just continued to mention. Myriad army cleave Hinoki Jai. Life eradicating wound Shima Kankis. Heavenly bow. Thank you watching for vid. Recalled the days when he was engrossed in reading books about them, saying, the progenitors I once admired. I read their biographies countless times. Now they are within. Hearing this, Gozu frowned in confusion, looking at Minato. What gibberish are you Minato stared at him, declaring. What I mean is, this alone isn't an. Minato's provocation successfully angered Gozu. He frowned, full of indignation. If you don't know fear, then what about? Saying this, Gozu darted towards Minato, extending his poisoned hand. A wide grin spread across his mouth. The next poison will make you beg for. As he spoke, he attacked relentlessly. Minato received attacks from all sides, but he dodged them, like a withered tree about to sprout new. Gozu continued to lunge and attack. He still said triumphantly, if you kneel and beg, they'll consider giving you the antidote, though I'm not sure if I can cure a brain that's been destroyed by pain. After saying that, he burst into laughter, as if mocking Minato. Just when Gozu thought Minato had been cornered and Minato calmly raised his concentrated fully, activated a seal and sacred spinning fist. Gozu was directly struck by Minato's. Gozu continuously coughed up. Gunhwa watched the situation from afar. Gozu was knocked far away, screaming in. Before Gozu could regain his bearings, he was punched in the face, deforming his feet. After that, he used his foot to kick Gozu far away. This technique was called light kick illit. She watched her technique perfectly replicated. Unable to hide her surprise, Gozu was forcefully pushed back. He lost his balance and had to cling to the ground. He groaned in pain. Minato paid him no mind. He quickly moved close. Gozu yelled, clasping hands together, desperately releasing a torrent of poison at Minato, swift as a flash, darted towards his opponent. His hands split apart. Gozu's clasped. Minato's technique shattered each of Gozu's fingers. His hand pierced directly into Gozu's body. This was bird's beak. He watched, frowning at the technique's Next, he used another move, Dragon Claw. He attacked Gozu, leaving his body covered in. Little Dinosaur watched with an open. Minato grabbed Gozu's body, gathering his strength towards his stomping foot. Gunhwa stood with his arms crossed, watching Minato fight, at a loss for words. He was equally astonished. Gozu was hurt. Thank you watching for vid. Exhausted, he thought in shock. What the hell is. Gozu couldn't believe his judgment was so wrong. He was confident that anyone poisoned would be afraid and lose their composure. Not to mention the toxins invading the nervous system, rendering the body unable to move. Yet, Minato activated his ultimate move, looking up. A bright golden aura emanated from his fingertips, creating an explosion. Truth Mage Malicious, bewildered. She was as if captivated, unable to tear her eyes. A powerful, dazzling beam of light shot out. All the progenitors' techniques converged on Gozu like the progenitors standing inside all looked up at Minato with admiring eyes, and Jaichiro pursed his lips, proudly saying, do you all? As he recalled that day's battle, he clicked his tongue and said, that day, when he eliminated Tet Na Me, he only borrowed our strength once, yet he was able to copy and use our martial arts and magic. I don't know if this is the power of the void screen. The more Jaichiro spoke, the more excited he became, yelling, but isn't everyone's heart beating fast? Finally, he looked up at Minato, who was embracing his mother, and suggested, let's train this kid together. If he's diligently taught by progenitors like Jaichiro then affirmed, Kaminaji Minato will become the strongest transcendent in him. Swift footsteps ran and flew across the rooftops. The black-clad figures rushed like the wind. One of them yelled. He turned his head and reminded, the person that guy just fought. A person running behind announced, 15 guilds have sent people to recruit Ichihara. Hearing this, that guy irritably yelled, we have to hurry too. Suddenly, a voice cut in from somewhere. Midori appeared behind him like a ghost. He whispered into his ear, making the guy turn pale with fear. That, the guy exclaimed in shock, while Midori immediately appeared in front of him. He gave a bright, refreshing smile. It's clearly 15. He held out his hand in front of the black-clad figure. He smiled like an angel, but his words were like a demon's. You are the last. The black-clad figure only managed to cry out in despair before Midori's power struck. Midori, not waiting for him to say another word. He was struck by a surge of power, flattened on the roof. Midori landed on the railing and made a call. Jean immediately understood him. She immediately reported back. Yes, we've arrived. Jean slowly flew lower to observe the situation. Luckily, I don't detect the aura of any other trance. She stopped on an electric pole, intently monitoring the situation inside the house. Jean suddenly changed her tone. But, seeing this, Midori wondered. Her face remained impassive. It seems we were a step too. Jean calmly reported the person's identity.
Hai Tani Goro.
An S-rank poison user hunter. She paused for a moment before continuing. She looked at the man splayed out on the shattered rooftop. Remnant lightning bolts still crackled around him. She continued. Near Minato's, Gozu was struck by lightning, his eyes rolled back. His tongue hung out to the side. He looked utterly pathetic. Midori was afraid he misheard. Scene changes to Minato's front gate. Midori couldn't stop smiling. He showered Minato with praise. Excellent. Amazing. Looking at Gozu, who was tied up, Midori clapped continuously, although I had somewhat anticipated it. I didn't expect you could defeat an S-rank hunter. Minato just silently looked at Midori, not saying a word. After rambling for a while, he finally remembered to ask, "Are you all right? Were you poisoned?" Minato scratched his bruised cheek and replied. He thought of his mother, sleeping on the sofa. Both Mom and I are. Her face was peaceful in sleep, completely unaware of the turmoil out. Ituryu stood in a corner somewhere. He crossed his arms and questioned Valentine. "What do you mean, fine? If it weren't for Wallenstein, you two would have met the King of Hell by now." She couldn't answer. Her face was pale purple, as if she were about to pass away. Valentine leaned against the wall, panting. Gasp. Ituryu, not getting an answer, temporarily dismissed it. Anyway, it was resolved cleanly within 5 seconds. Valentine shifted her gaze elsewhere, stammering. It's just that I took the antidote from the guy who poisoned." Images from earlier flashed in her mind. Valentine and Minato exchanged sly smiles. Fingers frantically poked Gozu's body. Here. Back to Midori and Minato. He forced a smile and explained. "Sorry for being late. I had to deal with some things with those other guilds because of this afternoon's." Images of their training in the video briefly flashed in his. Minato, hearing this, hesitated and repeated. "Several guilds?" Saying this, he pointed towards Gozu suspiciously. "Is that guy lying? He's not your comrade." Midori put his hands on his hips and confirmed. "That's right. There are quite a few imposters claiming to be." He suddenly asked Jean. "Jean, are you done?" Minato, hearing this, also looked back and saw her subtly appearing and disappearing on the wall. Done all. Looking at the newly fixed wall, Jean seriously finished repairing the fence, which made Minato feel a bit. Midori turned around, a halo radiating from him. His faint voice rang out. "Good. Shall we go inside and talk?" Minato's eyes widened in astonishment when he heard the next sentence about his. The sky was clear blue. Birds perched on the power. By the house gate, Minato and his mother stood facing each other. She meticulously instructed. "Are you ready? Did you forget anything? Where's your wallet? Where's your power bank?" Minato pulled his suitcase. He replied, "I've got Her slightly wrinkled eyes betrayed her undeniable. Back to yesterday, when everyone was having a serious conversation. Minato's mother seemed to want to confirm. "Our son. You mean Midori?" Placed his hand on the table. He gave a gentle smile. "Yes. He has great potential. I want to take him as my student and train him to become an excellent." Minato slammed the table and jumped up. His face showed an excitement he had never felt before. "Mom, brother Midori recruited." But Minato's mother's face was utterly dejected. Her eyes welled up. Seeing this, Minato said softly, "Back to the present." Minato's mother happily handed him a lunch bag. She didn't forget to instruct. "Take this lunchbox. You haven't had breakfast yet. I put it in a disposable container. Eat as much as you like." Minato was astonished by his mother's change in attitude. "Oh, thank you," but his eyes drooped. He was a little. Images from yesterday flooded his mind. Minato's mother was still hesitant then. She asked uncertainly, "This job is surely very dangerous." Space fell silent. A moment later, Midori softly spoke. Minato's mother lowered her head and recounted. Minato always admired the legendary progenitors and always yearned to become a. She remembered the times her son was beaten black and blue, and her heart ached as if cut. Being accepted as Midori's student is a great honor. But as parents we can't help but. Midori interlaced his fingers. His voice was serious. "It's true that this job harbors many dangers, though I cannot guarantee it. But rest assured." His eyes firmly met Minato's mother's gaze. "I promise to train him well so he becomes strong and resilient. As strong as a progenitor." Minato's mother's eyes shimmered with tears. "Mr. Mid." She bowed her head and pleaded, "Please take care of my." Scene change. Jean and Midori sat in the car, waiting for Minato. Jean turned to ask seriously, Are you sure about that promise? Are you truly sure? No matter what happened, Midori silently watched the mother and son talking through the rearview mirror. Minato's mother gave him all sorts of instructions. Don't roll up your shirt when you sleep anymore. Every time you catch a and when you do laundry, remember to separate colored clothes. Minato felt frustrated. Mom, you're talking about old times. Ah, but he still replied seriously. I know all. Midori's eyes were thoughtful. I will keep my promise. A moment later, Minato pulled his suitcase to the car door. He turned back to his mother. It's getting late. He smiled and bid farewell. Goodbye. Watching his mother's small figure slowly walk, Minato promised. He'll come back to visit. As he was about to close the car door, Minato's mother called out loudly. She smiled gently, but her eyes glistened with tears. Remember to visit Mom often. Hearing this, Minato also couldn't hold back his tears. After calming down, he spoke up. Sorry for making everyone. The car started rolling. Midori seemed to want to confirm once more. You've decided, right, Minato? Minato didn't hesitate. He bowed his head. He didn't dare look back. If I see Mom now, I'm afraid I won't be able to bear. Midori reclined his seat. Relax. So let's go. This journey will be long. Remember to eat and rest properly. Minato sadly looked at the lunch bag his mother had prepared. He slowly reached out to open it. In his mind, he recalled his mother's words. Take this lunchbox. You haven't had breakfast. He opened the lid with a bit of curiosity. Suddenly his eyes widened. His eyes were filled with tears. Turned out Minato's mother had written words of encouragement inside the lunchbox. Go my. Minato couldn't take his eyes off the words. They were deeply imprinted in his mind. Minato recalled images from when his father passed away, when he was still too young to understand. His mother painfully embraced Minato. And the time she excitedly tried on new shoes. When she gently smiled, Minato clasped his hands together to express his gratitude. With reverence, I will eat. He wolfed down each bite of rice, tears falling unnoticed. Minato couldn't help but exclaim. So delicious. The front, Jean remained focused on driving, while Midori still reclined leisurely. The car drove through the bustling, reaching a place of rolling. He looked outside. His mouth gaped in astonishment. Calmly spoke up. The large gate slowly opened. A national organization that only a very few transcendent individuals could. A colossal mansion appeared before his eyes. The Great Prophetic, also known as the Grand Oracle. Welcome to headquarters. Minato was still reeling in shock. His face blank, he repeated. Grand, or a white-haired young man stood on an upper floor, thoughtfully watching the car. He suddenly turned around and called out to everyone. Hey everyone. The white-haired young man announced. Everyone. We've got a new The sleeping girl's phone rang. Who is it? Kan mumbled in reply. A new Ko chuckled. Oh, a new breeze. How fun. Shinji clicked his tongue, showing his dislike. He walked to the window to observe. A comrade? Shouldn't we test him first? Shinji's face became gloomy. A cold voice emanated from him. We need to see if he is worthy of joining the Grand Oracle. Minato looked at the colossal mansion in front of him. He stammered, unable to. Minato innocently asked, what is this place? Isn't this brother Midori's? Hearing this, Jean suddenly remembered. Sorry, I forgot to. She seriously explained. Because this is a national secret, I couldn't say it in front of your mother. Minato, hearing this, gaped. Minato exclaimed in surprise. A national secret. Jean calmly replied. That's Midori, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. The details? They'll tell you. With that, everyone got out of the car. He turned to remind Minato. Now, you go put your things away in the dormitory first. Okay? She immediately approached, offering to help. Let me carry it for you. Minato still hadn't fully recovered from the shocking news. Oh, it's fine. I can carry it myself. Suddenly a shout rang out. Wait, 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 which made Minato almost pee his pants. He raised his head and saw Hiko yelling loudly from. Let me teach you some. He uttered the threat. Hiko charged down like a madman, kicking Minato. Just in time, Minato managed to block the kick. The immense pressure shattered the ground beneath Minato's. He chuckled, amused by Minato's action. Heh, you dare to confront me directly? Not. Minato gritted his teeth and held his ground. Ah, what? What's up with this? Hiko jumped up and lightly did a somersault, causing Minato to lose his balance and fall backward. He landed on the ground. He placed a hand on his chest and bowed solemnly. Allow me to introduce myself. Hiko made a V sign with 2 fingers. I am Hanada Hikataro. I'm your comrade and also your class. Minato felt exhausted. Who asked? Dory leaned against the car, instructing. Jean, make some tea. Jean skillfully poured water from a flask. The two calmly stood watching the action movie between Hiko and Minato gritted his teeth, trying to defend. Comrade? What the hell are you doing? He calmly replied as if nothing was wrong. Hiko chuckled lightly and kicked Minato forcefully. To let you know about the Grand Oracle, of course. By testing your Minato didn't expect this. He jumped up and spun his. Hiko kicked with all his might, aiming directly at Minato's chest. Minato was struggling to block with his crossed arm. He jumped up and struck a pose. He even winked. First, let me tell you about the origins of the great prophetic. Minato thought bitterly to himself. Is this guy really going to fight and explain at the same? Hiko smiled brightly and lunged. Oh, that's right. Before that, let me ask you. Minato was no pushover either. Minato charged forward, yelling, Kaminaji Minato. From another corner, he sipped his tea while watching the. Minato annoyedly recounted what he had gone. After participating in the hunter exam at the vocational. I even completed the supplementary test, so why? Then challenged by an S-rank hunter. Now it's my turn to be tested. Dori nonchalantly held his teacup, confiding in her. Do you think his life is a constant scramble of tests? Jean didn't answer immediately. After she watched Minato struggle to dodge the attacks. He is also the one Mr. Midori brought. He attacked, he asked a question. So the question. What is a hunter's? Minato recalled what he had learned and quickly eliminate monsters escaping from spatial. He jumped up and gave Minato 2 thumbs up. That's right. But he still didn't give up his intention to kick Minato down. Minato swiftly ducked, dodging the. Hiko landed. He turned around and briefly explained. In other words, it's like pest control. He continued with another question. What about other disasters? Minato's eyes widened blankly. Other disasters? Hiko smiled and further explained. In this world, there are even more terrifying disasters than spatial. Images of ferocious wolves appeared in his. They furiously tore at each other, blood and gore spreading everywhere. The monster riot 10 years. Then came the giant monster outbreak 5 years. Corpses risen from graves with glowing red. Minato was a bit surprised. He wondered, wasn't it a disaster caused by a large-scale spatial? A sudden surge of power shot toward. Turned out Hiko had launched an attack while Minato wasn't paying attention, giving him no time to defend. He still said faintly, that's. Minato was sent flying far away. He only heard Hiko's voice echoing. That's what they teach at vocational school. And what ordinary people. He approached Minato and changed his tone. Hiko jumped up and raised his leg high, much to Minato's shock. He used his strength to kick directly at where Minato was. Hiko yelled. Is completely dead. The tree vibrated violently, sending birds. Luckily, Minato had dodged. Only the tree suffered. It was split in. He glanced over. His voice turned cold. That is an act of invasion from another. Images of monsters surrounded by a sea of fire appeared in Hiko's, equal to the monster tower that appeared 300 years ago. A super disaster. Minato was bewildered, not understanding. Equal to the tower? Hiko seemed to understand Minato's. He calmly explained. Someone from the other world is always lurking to invade our world. Hiko continued speaking, as if his words were hands encircling Minato. He slowly stepped closer to Minato. Compared to the era of the tower, the power of transcendent individuals has greatly weakened, and the number of people possessing progenitor-like power can be counted on one's fingers. Minato immediately stepped back, alert. So what should we? Hiko chuckled softly and replied. That is why we exist. He placed one hand on his forehead and one hand on his chest, revealing the symbol of the prophetic force. Hiko struck a pose, standing on one. Those who possess the ability of prophecy and foresight will find omens of disaster, and the chosen ones will fight against. He kept his hand placed on his chest. Hiko's eyes gleamed. That is us. The Grand Oracle. He watched the entire process, a slight smile on his lips. Jean, by his side, remained emotionless as Minato was still bewildered, not fully understanding. Minato tried to grasp the core idea. Prophecy. Organization against disaster. Hiko approached and welcomed him. And from today, you are also a member of us. He didn't forget to comment. You are the first among our classmates who could block so many consecutive attacks. Hiko smiled brightly and extended his hand. Welcome, Minato. Welcome to the Grand Oracle. Minato also extended his hand to shake. He stammered in reply. Ah, it's very nice to meet everyone. The sound effect of clapping immediately rang out. Midori couldn't stop smiling. He clapped continuously. Jean, by his side, also clapped with a serious expression. He took Minato's hand and looked up, announcing to the others. Hey everyone, I acknowledge Minato. Pairs of feet stood above, watching the situation. Hiko looked up at his companions, seeking their opinion. What about you? Each face held a unique emotion. No one knew what they were. None of them said a word and left one by, which made Minato feel a bit awkward. Midori was 3 parts helpless, 7 parts exasperated. They really are something. Disappearing like ninjas. He spread his hands to the sides. He shook his head. Humph. They probably have to verify it themselves to be satisfied. Then Hiko turned to Midori, taking charge. Midori, let me take him. He chuckled as if a burden had been lifted. Oh, then I'll leave him. Hiko pulled Minato's suitcase, leading him to a large door. Follow me. He'll take you to the dormitory. Give that suitcase to me. Minato hesitated, thanking him. Thank you, Hiko Taro. Hiko gently reminded. Just call me. The moon was high in the... Minato sat alone in the dormitory room. Minato's room. A single room in the Grand Oracle's dormitory. He let out a sigh. Minato pondered the things Hiko had told him. A super disaster? An organization that fights according to The image of the tower disaster from 300 years ago reappeared in his mind. Minato still wondered. Is there any disaster comparable to the one that the progenitors defeated? If there's such a prophecy, can I truly? He thought for a while, then ruffled his hair anxiously. Too much to worry about. Suddenly, a pair of feet appeared. That person answered Minato's question. Then just get strong. Hearing this, he started and Ituryu was already standing in front of him with his arms crossed. Behind him were the other progenitors. And Jaichi stepped forward to speak. Because of this and that, I forgot to tell you. Minato was bewildered, not knowing what Ituryu wanted to say. We've already decided what to do with you from now on. Looked directly into Minato's eyes. We'll turn you into the strongest Ituryu seriously promised. Even that we all believe that. You have the potential to surpass all of us and become the strongest transcendent. Minato's eyes shone brightly. He listened intently to every word. Kaminaji Minato. Become the disciple of all of us Minato's eyes widened, and he repeated again. He looked up at everyone as if to confirm. All of you? Ituryu replied, arms crossed. Yes, the disciple of all of us Minato didn't understand what they were thinking. Why? Didn't you all originally want to take over my... Tilted his head, explaining the reason. Of course. But, looking at the dangerous-looking group behind him, Ituryu continued. We would have to fight each other to contend for this. Hearing this, Minato was alarmed. A progenitor version of a battle for survival? Minato quickly tried to stop them. Don't fight because of me. Seeing his bewildered expression, he spoke up. Actually, we thought so at first. But after observing you, we changed our mind. Ituryu looked at Minato with a strange gaze. Compared to using your... Everyone behind him also watched Minato he looked up at everyone, his eyes shining. Training you seems more interesting. He recalled yesterday's event. When you defeated that poison man. Ituryu recalled Gozu lunging. He compared the movements that Minato used techniques, then commented. You copied and used techniques that we once... Of course, compared to us, the and precision of the techniques are still inferior. But at least you achieved Thank you watching for Every word shone like light upon Minato. Do you know how astonishing that... He clenched his hands together, listening to every comment. I don't know if that's the effect of the void script. Ituryu gave a commendatory smile. But your talent is your absorption ability. And that ability surpasses any progenitor among... Minato's hands were clenched so tightly that his veins bulged. He raised his head. Tears were already falling. After he finished speaking, Minato's tears suddenly welled. The image of his teacher, resting his chin on his hand in frustration, appeared in his mind. The teacher gloomily confided in his colleague next to him. This kid has no talent. The colleague next to him, seeing Minato struggling so hard that sweat poured down. His face was flushed red, but he could only feel helpless. What can be done? No one has ever had expectations. Painful memories resurfaced one by one. Minato was trampled by his friends. Scornfully, know your place. He had his phone stolen. Then he was mocked. What the hell is this? This is the first time I've seen someone fail the hunter exam 3 times. They smirked, finding amusement. The reporters chatted. What was his name? Another replied disdainfully. Never mind. No need to know. Then suddenly Kaisei appeared from above, extending a hand down and asking. What was his name again? No one believed in his memories reappeared. Yesterday, when Midori wanted to take Minato as a student. However, now he continued to receive praise from Ituryu. You have great potential. You meet all the conditions. Minato hung his head. His hands clenched tightly. You have the potential to become the strongest transcendent. Each tear fell. He doubted himself. Is this all right? Do I deserve? His bright smile from the past, when he thought about his dreams. Such good things? The people he always admired. Minato hung his head, trembling before the progenitors. My dream to meet them. And now, they're putting their hopes in me. He smiled. Thank you watching for vid. Turyu put an arm around Minato's to comfort him. Why are you looking at everyone around them? He gently reminded. We are living inside a human body. After the progenitors smiled amiably, as if agreeing with Turyu. Especially when you sleep. We can freely control time and space more than in reality. Calmly announced. From now on, every day, we will train you for 100 real-time. The image of the confident, smiling prophecy guild appeared. During the day, you'll fight against Turyu created a vast space, bringing Minato inside. He and everyone struck incredible, cool poses. You'll sleep and train with. All of them simultaneously raised their hands and declared. From now on, you will never have a good night's sleep. Turyu smiled proudly. But surely you're prepared. Minato stood stunned for a moment. His tears streamed down incessantly. He replied with determination. Minato bowed low, pleading. Please, thank you watching for vid. The moon was high in the sky. A space immersed inside. Sun appeared once more, shining on the tree. Hiko hummed a tune while washing his. A pair of feet slowly approached. Hiko turned around, surprised. He yawned long and wide as he greeted. Good morning, Hiko. Minato's still groggy appearance made him chuckle. Good morning, Minato. Thank you watching for vid. I'm still not used to it. Hiko put his hands on his hips and burst into laughter. I get it. My first day. He glanced over and saw Minato rinsing his mouth. He saw Minato about to raise the cup of water to his. Hiko's eyes suddenly glowed. Hiko kicked Minato with all his might. But Minato dodged with ease. Minato, completely unconcerned, bent down and spit out the water. Then he turned and left, not forgetting to taunt him. Don't exert yourself so early in the morning before you're even fully awake. I'm going to the dining hall first. Then he left Hiko, who was frozen in. Took him a while to recover his senses. Hiko looked after Minato's still sleepy figure and wondered to himself. My kick speed was clearly faster than yesterday. The Oracle's dining hall. Everyone was eating and he trailed behind Minato, looking for a seat. Just in time, there was one empty. A fork was stuck into a piece of fresh, delicious. Hiko smirked and asked, Can I sit with you? Little Akan paid no attention and continued to focus on. Without waiting for her answer, he naturally sat down. He even pulled Minato along. Sit. Minato hesitated a bit. Then Minato realized. Is that the classmate Hiko mentioned yet?
Akan grimaced.
She grudgingly greeted. Welcome to the Grand Oracle. Minato looked at her disdainful face and felt awkward. It seems she doesn't welcome me, but Minato still smiled brightly and greeted back. Please take care of me. I am Kaminaji. She immediately put on an arrogant expression. I don't know. I didn't hear anything. I don't need to remember. Kan pointed her fork directly at Minato's face and declared. When you are acknowledged by me, only then will I call your. She put her hands on her hips and smiled confidently. It's training time. Later, we'll deal with the prophecy. You're coming with. White snow covered the surroundings. A last bit of sunlight pierced through somewhere. Inside a small house, the first prophecy book was discovered. In 1945 in Antarctica. Inside a 3,000-meter thick layer of. So was in there. He wore a super thick coat. He stared in astonishment, holding a book. What is? The book slowly revealed itself. The cover immediately showed words that terrified people. Book of Doom. Book of Annihilation. It seemed harmless, but it contained astonishing mysteries. The book, with such scrawled handwriting, was written by a child. In the next 80 years, it recorded the disasters that would engulf the world. And currently, it's still ongoing in this. Turning to daily present. In the small car speeding down the road. Why do they believe that? Minato turned over. He was shy in the 5-seater car. I didn't even know his name yet. The girl with 2 ponytails on the sides is Akan. Damn. Her name sounds almost like a chemical. Is that necessary? Answer my question. Minato looked bewildered. Was it because the prophecy had come? She turned to him, exasperated. So now Kan was furious. If even one prophecy in the Book of Doom had come true, this world would have been destroyed long. Oh my. Hearing the words doom twice, he gasped in fright. He turned to ask the blonde man sitting next to him. Hiko, how many prophecies are? He smiled brightly, even more brightly than his blonde head. He held up 2 fingers. About 200. Minato was even more shocked. Isn't this world too dangerous? Midori in the passenger seat also turned back. But the Great Seer has stopped about 180 prophecies already. The boy in the back gasped loudly. Minato turned to ask another question. So about what happened before. Why does the world believe in that book? What is the... Kan rested her chin on her hand, answering slowly. The explorer who discovered the Book of Doom was... Images of the explorer appeared as she spoke. Bernard Wasn't that the image we saw earlier of him holding the book? When he turned the cover page, the first page read. His eyes showed a trace of astonishment, unable to believe the truth of what it read. Hello, March 17, 1945, 1:35 a.m. A sunny day. Bonnet Russell the explorer discovering the book. The scene shifted to a residential street in Sumida, Tokyo, cordoned off with barriers. A medium-scale spatial rift had appeared and charged forward like a mighty hero. The bewildered security guards tried to stop them. Hey, kids, this is a restricted area. Hold on. Of course, they wouldn't wait for anyone. They all rushed in, ignoring the two screaming guards. Hey, stop. Minato must have been scared. Is it okay to do that? As if Hiko would answer yes to that question. Of course,
Akan pauset.
World War, a scene of a full moon above a giant tree. Honestly, it looked just like the story of the cowherd and the moon princess from my Dark Side of the Moon. Pathogen attacks. The giant tree. All of these were serious crises, but they were all resolved by outstanding transcendence worldwide. The scene showed Midori snoring. Most recently, the monster riot was handled by Midori. Scraps of paper fell everywhere, looking like an endless loop. In short, besides the Book of Doom, there are many other prophecy books in this. Her voice grew increasingly helpless. And to collect, analyze, and resolve all of them, the Great Prophecy Organization was founded and exists to the. She presented a chart for further explanation. In other words, like this, an arrow from dangerous up to super dangerous world annihilation is a certainty. The Book of Doom. Level 1. Global environmental change. Level 2. National or continental scale disaster. Level 3. Destruction of a region or multiple cities. There are some except. Minato's face was a bit blank. I see, he started. You mean we're going to solve this ourselves? Can turned sharply. As members of the Great Prophecy Organization, that's ob. Security guards saw them come out and immediately shouted, Kisaragi, someone's here. Kisaragi turned around. 3 of them slowly walked out. Regular people stay. He yelled loudly. It's dangerous here. Get out of here.
Akan aproachet.
Today's prophecy is a level 3. This country predicted it as a medium-scale beer. But, she said with a serious expression in the Yellow Psalter, a level 3 prophecy book, it's written. When the rift opened, and just as she spoke, as if her words had power, a rift really did. Everyone was startled. From that rift emerged wolves that looked as ugly as demons. They were truly terrifying, everyone. Rank monsters will pour. Kisaragi assumed a fighting stance. He rushed forward, delivering powerful punches that sent the monsters flying far. Monsters charged forward, slashing, stabbing, and trampling the humans. The humans could do nothing but scream in despair. Kisaragi fought the monsters with one hand. But he knew that with only B rank and C rank members, it would be very difficult to deal with these monsters. Moreover, the aura emanating from the monsters indicated that there was a boss inside control. Kisaragi was trying to deal with the monsters, but when he turned and saw Hiko and Minato, he was a bit stunned. At that moment, Kisaragi had thought they were just ordinary. Kan calmly raised her hand. Immediately after, she chanted an incantation. Chit Magist. Instantly, a strange current of water appeared at her. After creating the water current, Akan chanted the incantation Mercurius. Immediately, hundreds of sharp swords flew up from the water she had just created. They looked just like the pig-sticking spears used by those stylish, scrawny. At the same time, a lone beast wolf, fearless, attacked the man. He looked no different from a moving quail egg. Then he yelled loudly. It was at this moment that the pig-sticking spear Kan had summoned flew directly into the bodies of the beast, looking like a dog meat barb. As if receiving a signal, Hiko's shoes immediately emitted a magical and dazzling yellow light. I wish that was real. These very shoes helped Hiko continuously defeat many beasts. Hiko dodged past the beasts, then delivered a fatal kick to one's head, leaving them flattened on the. Kisaragi was utterly astonished, never expecting that the people he had just tried to stop could resolve the monsters that he himself struggled to defeat in an instant. That's a skill issue, Kisaragi. In Kisaragi's mind, he was extremely surprised. Who are these guys? They're stronger than me, an S-rank. Akan immediately told Kisaragi to get out of the way, adding a sentence that touched Kisaragi's doubts. To us, you're just an ordinary person. Akan spoke and then, noticing something strange, Kisaragi looked more closely. Kisaragi then gasped in alarm. You are government agents. Oh my, what skill is this? Who's just then, from within the spatial rift, an incredibly imposing set of claws emerged, accompanied by blood-red eyes and sharp fangs. It seemed the boss had appeared. From within the rift, a strange dark aura emanated, along with the sound of space shattering and red lightning bolts, intertwined with the boss growls. We really need a vaccine. At the same time, Both Hiko and Akan looked at the monster with It's a low-level mob, yet it's ranked S. According to the introduction, it was a Giglio Renal beastkin of S+ rank. With horns like creamy jade, and it's a beastkin. Plus, its name is so hard to pronounce it makes your tongue. As if seeing a dangling piece of dog meat, Hiko and Akan directly charged forward to teach it a lesson it wouldn't forget. Kisaragi immediately said, "Wait, don't attack recklessly." Kisaragi, did you hear the present? Ignoring Kisaragi's words, Hiko, Akan both lunged, striking it with hundreds of kicks and hundreds of knives. But at this moment, Hiko suddenly realized Akan's iron-hard kicks and rocket-like knives didn't hurt the beast at all. It turned out its armor had physical resistance. At its moment, as if the scent of a girl, it charged towards it. She merely uttered a sound and created a sphere of water. So cool. Akan, you're absolutely Before Akan could use her magic, Minato stood in front of her, blocking the attack. Then, the mark on his hand. Immediately after, Akan froze slightly and the incredibly cool protagonist blocked the monster's head with one hand. Truly, the protagonist. Before the monster could understand anything, the protagonist immediately unleashed his power. 2 rings of power appeared around his. Immediately afterward, the road surfaced and the monster's entire body exploded. Amazing, author. This is better than a Hollywood blockbuster. Flames burned fiercely, but the protagonist remained Akan froze in place at Minato's power, like a G97 expose. Then, shattered pieces of the road flew into the air from the fire Minato created, forming a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Akan looked like a pristine figure from the most beautiful romance novel. At this moment, Hiko was utterly stunned, his mind completely blown. What the hell? It's really— No wait, destroying an S-rank monster with just one blow? My uneasy feeling this morning wasn't an illusion after all. It really is the protagonist's. And he thought again. Minato, after just one night, he's become unbelievably. Akan immediately said, "Don't act on your own." Perhaps because she still couldn't accept that Minato could be so powerful. Minato paid little attention, thinking to deal with enemies with physical resistance. Focus your energy and attack from the technique I learned from the Exalted Fist. Last night, the most basic technique, penetrating. Never expected it to be so effective. Minato then turned to Hey, tell me your name. We're going inside and we'll have to cooperate. It's inconvenient if I don't know your—
Akan replied hesitantly. Akan.
My name is Sinomia Akan. Hiko charged forward. His legs seemed to emit electric sparks, instantly turning the beast into charred meat. One strike pierced through the frozen heart of the monster. Physical enhancement, penetration, then, and just like that, it was over. A strange liquid oozed from the chest of each monster, as if their bodies were— When he finished his move, she started hers. Akan unleashed her skills. Mercurius, counterattack. Hiko wore a triumphant expression, just as Minato. Akan also agreed. Her face was practically glowing. Attacking from the inside is so— Then, a voice from behind startled Minato. Turning around, he saw Hiko and Akan already waiting at the spatial rift.
Spatial Gotte.
Let's go. Kisaragi was traumatized just hearing them. Go inside? Inside that rift is another dimension. No matter what you say, that's too reckless. What are they thinking? As the saying goes, the deaf aren't afraid of guns. Perfectly describes these deaf. As if head struck gold, Minato rushed forward. Yeah, I'm coming. Kisaragi completely froze. Who knew this kid was so bold? And boom. One by one, they jumped in. You'd think they were professional swimmers. Not jump. Kisaragi was still reeling. He stood still like a standing before a pile of monster corpses. His mood grew even more chaotic. What's wrong with these? In contrast to his worried state, the other 3 were grinning from ear to as if it were harvest season. Could this be the secret organization I once heard of? Through that gate, they ran deeper inside. The place greeted them, further horde of monsters. Each one was instantly dispatched, jumping out to it. Nothing can stop me. Akan used her power to annihilate them. Inside was just like out. Then she gradually grew angry, yelling, how one by one pierced through the heart. It would be a miracle if they didn't. Minato grinned widely.
That's incredible. Akan.
Hiko also nodded in agreement. Her area of effect suppression ability is the best among our— The challenge wasn't that easy. A colossal bear monster stood her path. It was already 20 times her size. Both striking and stunned. The girl was already tired. Hiko, a deity, dashed forward and leaped up. Leave it. Giant bear's every movement became slow. But tiny Hiko was like a mosquito, darting around. With a quick leap, he landed on its leg. The signal for a direct hit to the face. What else? Hiko's leg seemed to shoot sparks. Boom. Straight to its chin. Amazing. Absolutely phenomenal. Minato watched, full of admiration. Praised, Hiko instantly puffed out his chest. Not wanting his friend to be alone, Minato also jumped up, making Hiko and of course he delivered a blow to the monster just as Hiko had. Poor monster. ITLL probably have a broken. He turned and chuckled. Is this how it's done? If he said no now, they'd surely continue fighting indefinitely. The three continued running, exploring the and thought to herself the number of enemies has decreased. So, before she could finish, everyone was surprised by this. She wondered, why is this place so... Suddenly, they all felt a jolt. They looked up. Something was falling from above. It was exactly as expected. Thump. A leg, thick as a pillar, was about to... Minato gasped. It's huge. It seemed no one was prepared for its appearance. Hiko was no exception. This monster, it had 2 horns, probably from an ex-girlfriend, and a chain on its nose. Unmistakable. Definitely a buffalo. The monster roared, saliva spraying but its eyes were blindfolded with black cloth. It also had 2 tusks jutting forward. More like a pig-buffalo hybrid monster. Minato's hawk eyes rated it S+++. Anne showed no fear. She approached. Finally, you've appeared. Are you the guardian of this? She raised her hand and used magic to deal with it. Holy Trinity Judgment. Chit Magist. A golden circle on the ground enveloped the entire monster. Was this a seal to restrain? From within that circle, dozens of different blades pierced up. They one by one stabbed directly into the monster. Golden encirclement. Elder. But that wasn't enough. Akan continued to strike relentlessly. Rule number 1. When facing a powerful enemy, unleash your strongest attack right from the start. Absolutely avoid gradually releasing your... Seemingly out of patience for anyone daring to stand in her way, she yelled, I will keep attacking you until my spiritual energy is depleted. Help me fin like a fish in water. Hiko's face was even brighter than when he met Grat. Ha ha ha. Akan's skills are magnificent.
Imzugialos.
Just leave it. Minato, standing behind, was also quite impressed. One side was a mass of purple fire, the other a mass of golden fire. What a powerful... Then he hesitated. But he said something that made the 2 above turn down in confusion. Hiko froze for 5 seconds like Big Daddy. Huh? Akan couldn't hide her curiosity either. Hey, rookie. Do you have an opinion on my strongest... Then suddenly the monster's hand slipped out. It was holding an axe. One swing and it would be game over. No one expected this. Everyone's mouths dropped open and they must have been utterly shocked because their strongest attack didn't faze the monster. Like a demon, it slammed its axe to the ground and let out a mighty... Terrifying, truly a monster. Just one slash shook heaven and earth. Flames erupted. Not only did the floor crack and sink, the ceiling wasn't much better. Walls and debris kept falling. Now the other 2 were in total shock. Oh my. Now the monster's full form was clear. Its body was covered in a dark brown, as if it had sunbathed for 300 years. Its face was indescribable, beyond grotesque. Its limbs were incredibly muscular. Such a physique would make anyone faint. Still alive. At this moment, Minato, Hiko, and Akan all stood stunned. What does this thing eat to live so? While in this critical situation, QE's image suddenly appeared from thin air. A remarkable Minato stood stunned in place, utterly surprised. And Minato gently turned his head. He only managed to utter QE, that child's alchemy, speed, precision, and meticulousness. It's hard to believe a young girl could possess such amazing skills. Then he continued to comment. Her method of dealing with the mysterious enemy is perfect. Normally, a creature of this level would have been easily destroyed. QE narrowed his eyes and said, It's truly... The girl didn't realize the monster's physical resistance. This one looks more muscular than described. Minato's hawk eyes, 100% physical resistance. After hearing QE's comments, Minato asked him, so, how do we defeat it? QE heard the question and immediately put on his CEO mode, gently pushing up his glasses. He answered with a typical domineering CEO chuckle. Image of the monster swinging its axe appeared, accompanied by the sound of the road surface cracking. QE calmly said that it was then that Hiko and Akan finally realized. Now QE revealed how to defeat the bull, Chit Magistus, roughly translated as Holy Trinity Judgment. After QE's words, the protagonist awakened his own power. His hair and eyes completely transformed into a beautiful... Akan turned around and let out a sound. At this moment, Minato began to summon a stream of shimmering mercury. Minato, lend me your body for a moment. Let me show that child how it's... Immediately, a stream of mercury swiftly surged into the bull monster's body.
Akan exclaimed.
Thank you watching for vid. How can you use a skill like mine? No. Wait, what are you doing? Physical attacks against that Minato merely turned with an expressionless face. Akan was startled for a moment, Then the protagonist continued, that's the result of being too focused on specialization. A true alchemist must know how to distinguish and utilize the three states of matter, depending on the situation. The bull was still quite relaxed. The bull is relaxing. Then Minato began to shout, Mercury. At that moment, the bull felt excruciating pain. Truly as stupid as a heat from the mercury made Hiko cry out. It's so. Then Akan thought, attacking with heat instead of physical force. An extreme heat at that. Controlling temperature so it was then that QE said, you're good too. But this child also has great potential. I want to take him as my disciple. Minato then replied hesitantly, that's under everyone's gaze. The bull was defeated by a single strike from Then both Hiko and Akan thought, this mission. Prevent the prophecy. Level 3. Recorded in the Yellow Psalm and thought, looked at Minato. He's so dashing. Thanks to Minato's hawk eyes, the boss was defeated. Mission accomplished. Thank you watching for vid. After witnessing Minato's cool performance, Akan questioned reality. From that angle, Akan looked incredibly cool. Her surprise led Akan to many questions. Superhumans can only specialize in one unique system, which is inscribed on their body. I thought he was a physical combat superhuman like Hiko, but he's better at alchemy than exactly. Just as these questions echoed in her mind, Minato extended his hand towards it. Immediately after, he introduced himself. My name is Cam in Minato. Remember that, Sinomia Akan. He was intimidating and so on hearing these words, Akan became furious. She looked like a monkey eating. Then she proactively shook his hand and said, alright, he'll remember. Hiko turned to look at Minato and Akan, thinking, Minato, it seems you've gained Akan's recognition. At this moment, to the dismay of Kizuraji and his team, they felt as if the spatial rift was shrinking. Look, the rift is continued to stare intently at the opening, asking, what's happening from within that spatial rift. Hiko jumped out, looking incredibly dead. Then Minato extended his hand, intending to help Akan. Immediately, Kizuraji's team members were surprised. They escaped the spatial rift safely. Minato is so the protagonist was rebuffed by Akan. She simply jumped down from the spatial rift onto Minato was utterly stunned. Then, to recover and save face, Minato asked, so, the mission's complete? Akan replied, yes, just need to report back to headquarters and we're done. Hiko immediately added, though it wasn't easy, it was an interesting mission. Then Kizuraji walked over and cleared his. He thanked Minato, Hiko, and Akan. First, please accept my thanks. Thank you for saving me and my team. Kizuraji hesitated, then asked, who are you all? And what happened inside? Could you tell? Akan cut him off. So you're in the know, she said coldly, and now just draw the symbol in your report, that will be. Kizuraji then replied, alright, if anything dangerous happens, I'll ask for your help. Perhaps it wasn't just her appearance that was ice cold, but her personality too. This time, Akan still replied with an arrogant tone, this situation is very rare, so rest. Ending the conversation, Akan immediately added, we want meet again. Return to your daily lives. Kizuraji just laughed and replied, haha. Does she mean we're just ordinary? On May 11th, in Ka province was engulfed in a blazing red, and the villagers were utterly terrified and at the great oracle headquarters, Hiko, Minato, and Akan had arrived. Akan yawned widely, now all that's left is to write the report. Just then, Hiko was surprised by an incoming, a call. Akan asked wearily, we just finished a mission who's, in meeting room number 3, Akan entered, her voice hesitant. Excuse, all three stood, the person in the room was none other than Makoto. As soon as he entered, he yelled, thank you watching for a level 3 mission, why did it take so long? Does this guy think it's easy or? Then Minato remembered, he's also from my class. Instead of letting herself be disadvantaged, Akan immediately retorted, Makoto, you act so smart, do you think you're the team leader? It's true that a country can change, but a person's nature is hard to alter. Realizing the situation was escalating, Hiko quickly intervened. Come on. Both of you. What's the matter that you've called us here, Director Kurihara? He replied simply, look at this. The image sent by the decryption. Kurihara then projected an image. Inside it was a red object, quite similar in shape. Charcoal. Immediately, Akan remarked, what is this? Kurihara immediately refuted, it's a book of but it was burned, found in a volcanic area, so decryption is very difficult. Minato thought, a burned book of prophecy? How can it be? Answer Minato's question, he said, this time we used the latest technology such as X-rays and AI to decrypt parts of the content. There's a lot of information, but among it is a prophecy related to At this moment, everyone in the meeting room stood. Ken added, and it's a completely new prophecy. Minato turned to Hiko and asked, is this situation very rare? Hiko replied, I've never heard. Kurihara added, the great oracle is very famous in research, so we've collected many prophecies from around the world. Except for this case, it's safe to say there are no new prophets. Makoto chimed in other words, the four of us will be in charge of the investigation. It was then that Minato remembered his conversation with the driver. So that's, I didn't see Midori when I returned to headquarters. Kurihara continued, therefore, I want the four of you who can mobilize immediately to undertake the preliminary investigation. Mission details will be sent via email. Depart immediately. Minato replied in surprise, you want us to take on the next mission, right? And didn't seem surprised at all. It's normal. Hiko also said, Minato, you'll get used to it soon. But in Minato's heart, he was still screaming. The fate of the world is at stake, so it's understandable. At this moment, Makoto slammed his hand on the table and declared, yes, we understand. He stood up and announced loud, SUOUSUUSING. And the other three have accepted the mission. But Akan still tried to argue, hey, who are the other since it's just been decrypted and the danger level is unclear, be careful. If you see signs that the prophecy is about to be fulfilled, wait for the official team to arrive. Sitting in the car, Minato thought, a special mission with an undetermined danger level. Even just an investigation feels intense. Makoto, still in the car, said, the three of you just completed a mission, so get some sleep. It'll be troublesome if something goes wrong when we arrive at the site. Akan stretched her neck to argue. Why are you always giving orders? I don't need to. That was all Minato and Hiko needed. They asked Akan for permission to. Made Akan extremely flustered. Akan still declared, thank you watching for that she wasn't sleeping, but a short while later dozed off and even leaned against Minato. After arriving, everyone left Akan asleep in the. When she woke up, she immediately ran out. With no time to. With Akan, everyone looking into a lake that emitting a strange red. Everyone was stunned. For this, a gigantic magic circle, and those red pillars of light were the final of the 23 villagers recorded in the Makoto could only exclaim, it's like the apartment fire in Wakayama Prefecture. That prophecy happened 30 years ago, almost opening a gate to another dimension. At this moment, Makoto ordered everyone to. Minato erupted with a corner blazing, said, shall we go? Incredibly cool. Akan and Hiko were surprised by power stronger than it had been that. Makoto, witnessing this, said, it seems he won't hinder us. Thank you watching for Immediately after, all four of them down an incredibly cool deep beneath the grave, Ituryu and Silentius felt a sense of familiarity, a scent they had often smelled when alive. This scent, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Yes, I smelled it many times when I was alive. Then Ituryu concluded with a dangerous expression. The scent of forbidden magic. The page read, the prophecy of the superheat book. After countless long days, through thousands upon thousands of moonrises and moonsets, when the crimson full moon melts and silently opens its eyes, darkness will shroud the sky with a black curtain. When the empty flame shines, drag him down. Bloody scene emerged. Human skeletons hung suspended from trees. Some heads lay on the ground. A person sat there. The surroundings were covered in fresh blood, looking utterly gruesome. Bando Shirjima, a superhuman and leader of the that person sat amidst the bloody scene, as if admiring their perverse artworks. So terrifying. Meeting someone like this would surely make you reincarnate instantly. After causing a horrific massacre during the Heian era, he was defeated by an Onmyoji who was also a super. The bloodbath couldn't end there, drifting to a certain village. The opening was already full of horrific death. A bloody silhouette appeared. He was even vomiting blood. Ugh, just looking at it you could almost smell the corpses lay scattered everywhere. From one corner to standing out amidst the pile was a young man wrapped entirely in bandages, holding a bucket and pouring more blood everywhere. He looked like some madman imagining it was raw food he was adding sauce to. My time is running out. Oh my god. His entire face was exposed. His eyes were bloodshot like those of drug addicts under a bridge. His head wrapped in flesh-like bandages as if head just escaped an asylum. And blood dripped from his mouth as if head just eaten human flesh. My goodness, he smirked, 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Then he burst into laughter. I shall become the Demon King, devour all life, and rule this world. That crazy bat. A talisman appeared, the forbidden magic Bando Shirjima left behind before his death. Resurrection in the current world by sacrificing the lives of all things within the painting I personally created as a fountain. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the page. This mission. Prevent the new prophecy recorded in the burned book of That face gradually appeared. Level. Undetermined. Isn't that Bando Shijima's silhouette? With all that flashy makeup and fancy hair. He's the boss? Oh my, what a surprise. Looked at his hand, opening and closing it. You dared to revive with just this much power? I need more sacrifice. Shirjima stepped onto the ground, walking around. 1,000 years have passed. This place is truly desolate, but it's... Boom, he went berserk. His eyes turning white, grinning from ear to ear. Triumphantly about Minato's group, it seems I found some fresh. With just a flick of his hand, Minato's group flying dozens of meters, and flames engulfed everything around. Minato clutched his arm, yelling, Hiko. Akiko and Akan on their side also spoke up to reassure their friend. Don't. Minato, regaining his senses, shouted louder to warn his two friends. They immediately looked right at their feet. The light of some dark magic appeared. There's another. From beneath that circle, a mass of fingers, like leeches, emerged, gripping Hiko and Akan tightly and pulling them down. That's the death snare. The two gritted their teeth, struggling to hold on. I can't move my body. He still has enough strength to use skills. Continue. The moonlight shone down. His already terrifying face now looked a billion times scarier. Too strong. This opponent is truly powerful. Startled, he immediately glanced to the arm struck. It was none other than Minato. Handsome hero, save us. Save. He moved swiftly, from one corner to another, which even earned him praise from Shirjima. You have talent, but you're still a mistake. He stepped directly into the magic. No need to wait long. In just a few short seconds, a 3-meter-high flame erupted, incinerating everything it. Oh, but life didn't seem so smooth after all. He looked up. Minato held a golden energy orb in his hand, crackling with lightning that was truly spectacular. His eyes filled with hope, seemingly preparing power for his attack. He plunged down at rocket speed, but Shirjima wasn't an easy opponent. With just a flick of his finger, a shield appeared above him. Minato was startled as praises rained down on him. Shirjima pointed directly at him, like a CEO in a drama. I choose you. This time not. Seizing the opportunity, Makoto rushed forward. Thank you watching for stabbing directly into him with his marigold. Thank you watching for It seemed victory was his. Humph. But no, if the villain died that easily, where would the suspense? Makoto was sent to. Ha ha ha. What a pity. What? Not giving up? Makoto still raised his sword high. From the beginning, I never thought you'd fall to this skill. Heavenly dance. Thank you watching for A hint of fear appeared on Shijima's face. Ha ha ha. Like rain. Your technique is to transform sword rays into though I'm not particularly fond of Makoto charged forward like a spirited. Shijima's hand blocked Makoto's. Marvelous, you are the strongest here. Damn. He blocked a deadly sword with just his bare hand. Absolutely amazing. Minato stood in the corner, dumbfounded. This guy, how strong? Recalling his time with Midori, this was completely different from previous opponents. Perhaps he's on par with the progenitors or Midori. What should I? Before he could continue, a voice shattered his thoughts. Hiko and Akan, using all their might, had escaped death's door. Oh, such happiness. Folks, a sight to behold. Akan, still in her furious state, flew, scolding Minato loudly. What are you just standing there? Hearing their voices from afar, Shirjima, standing in the air, couldn't take it anymore. He swung his hand. Stop him. Then it was over. Behind him appeared swirling vortexes. Green, red, and from within these vortexes emerged truly disgusting monsters. Exactly, Minotaur-like demons. They were the familiar spirits Misty Rain and Seabone. Already infuriated, now there were more obstruct. The hot-headed duo immediately unleashed their moves. Then, they themselves froze in shock. Each of those monsters was truly powerful, making them wary. Damn it, the power of each on par with Minato. Oh my god. Like that hybrid bull monster with horns like an ex-girlfriend gave it? That thing was crazy. Green monster seemed to like Minato. Standing in front of. He stepped back to gather momentum. God knows if it was to attack or to run for his. Minato grimaced, clearly annoyed. Oh, he was definitely in a fighting state. Shirjima stood nearby, smirking and gesturing continuously. Damn, this guy was so flashy, with his extravagant makeup and long fingernails and toenails, acting like this. Ha ha ha, truly pathetic, no one will come to help. Disgusting, you think you're mighty? Makoto scorned openly. Help? No need for words. He pierced through, giving Shirjima a love tap on the shoulder, scattering white fragments everywhere. After striking, he didn't smile or show excitement, gently placing his sword near his eye. I don't need. He suddenly recalled the past, when his hand froze because of the words, Makoto, don't come. It's fine to be a lone wolf, brother, he thought. Sword on my shoulder, I'm enough on my. Makoto couldn't maintain his composure, wanting only to spit in Shijima's face. The only thing I can trust in this world is my own. Shirjima was still laughing at this moment, laughing as if he were the victor. Ha ha ha. Well said. He lowered his head as if preparing for a lethal. He looked up. His gaudy face combined with the dim light made him look like someone who had botched cosmetic surgery. Ugly on the outside and even uglier on the inside. I don't need anyone else, so I will devour. Laughter echoed everywhere. Like a sheep, they continued to fight, and this time, Shinji began to worry, as his speed had increased. Fighting intensely, a piercing scream rang out. Who else could it be? That shout was from Minato. Was he running in to help His face showed no fear, looking instead full of youthful vitality. Shirjima was also surprised and had to turn his head to look back. Why is he here? The marine bone. Minato running here meant the demons on the other side had been defeated. Shirjima then glanced at the equally intense battle between Hiko and a blue monster had its upper body severed, leaving only its spinal column. It had been while he wasn't paying attention. A punch straight to his cheek distorted his face, perhaps even making fat fly. With just Minato's punch, Shirjima was sent flying. Oh my god. Justice has finally found its place. How? Shinji turned around in surprise, surely not expecting someone this strong. Like a cool heartthrob, Minato mused. When will fighting alone ever? Oh my god. What is this? Shirjima is sticking out his tongue. Ugh. What a horrifying sight. Does he think he's some Korean CEO or something? Minato clenched his fist. Let's combine our strength and defeat. Shirjima was pushed far away, leaving a long skid mark on the. Minato remained resolute. We can't let him fight. Shinji turned to look at Minato with a puzzled expression. Ugh. I know your heart's softening. How can you? Looking beside them, the scene was tear-inducing. Hiko and Akan. Hiko was still unleashing moves trying to defeat the monster. Akan was no less also unable to quickly destroy those monsters and come here. Then she turned to look at the person blocking her way, filled with existential doubt. Why would he? He's so tiny, but he's pushing forward so forcefully. Wow. Minato was also quite assertive. Let's combine our strength and defeat. As if he were the strongest person who would accept help. Combine forces? Unnecessary. Having said that, Shinji held his sword tightly, ready to stab again or something. My god. Upon hearing that, Minato froze up. What? Refusing help even when offered? How? Shinji's face was icy, his red hair and sharp eyes adding to his mysterious beauty. I don't need anyone's help in this battle. Damn. I always like redheads, but he's too cold. My heart hurts. I'll handle that guy myself. Oh, that's too reckless. Don't. Minato's face immediately showed panic. Shirjima couldn't wait long. A pervert like him couldn't let such plump prey escape. A magic orb appeared in his hand, his face filled with satisfaction. I want to play with each of you one by. And boom, power surged. Hey guys, his arm got severed. What the fuck? That's disgusting. Like a rocket's tail, a stream of power shot out. The Calamity Bolt skill. One stream from his torso, another from his severed hand. Oh my god. This guy is terrible. That severed hand flew straight up, like a plume of smoke high. Shijima's face looked lecherous as he launched his hand forward. Once again, Shinji's sword was blocked by Shijima's. Suddenly, on the other side, the severed tree fell to the ground. Wasn't that Minato at the base of that tree? He sat listlessly, leaning against. He looked forward with an indifferent expression. As he looked up, the scene changed. He couldn't help but be surprised. What is this? Oh, that was Ituryu and Silencious. Ituryu looked at Minato with a bit of pity. Fainting right on time. We've already called. Minato tried to say Vichiro, in a pained voice, but the injury on his hand made him. Seemed that the pain made him remember and refuse. Right? It's not the time to. Before he could finish, Ituryu interrupted. In silent space, his voice grew heavier. Now you must step. Hearing the command, he looked with wide eyes and hesitated. Back to the fierce battle of the three resilient individuals. Shijima's hand was still blocking Shinji's. He continuously unleashed moves, firing them at lightning speed like throwing darts. Do you also share the same thoughts? Bitter and resentful, Shinji grimaced, unable to accept the truth. My aura can't cut through him. The hand remained there, his silent face becoming even more sinister. Indeed, I don't need. Honestly, this guy's face looks demonic, always glowing red around his mouth. It's disgusting. He glared. Therefore, I will devour everything myself. That, he lunged, delivering a fatal stab to Shinji's arm, leaving him no time to. A little blood lightly wafted past his eye. The sword in his hand was slowly slipping. Shinji seemed to be exhausting all his strength to win this life or death. But in contrast, Shirjima showed no loss of strength. He seemed to grow strong. He burst out laughing like a madman. Excellent. Keep entertaining. Sweat poured down Shinji's face like rain. He had truly given 200% of his. From a distance, Minato and the other two were watching. Ituryu looked at Minato, his voice softening. Look, Shinji is stronger than Hiko and Akan, but he's still far inferior compared to that. Indeed, that was the truth. Everyone could see that Shinji seemed on the verge of collapse. Minato flinched when he heard Ituryu's hurtful words. With your current strength, you cannot defeat. Silencious, beside him, chimed in. adding salt to the wound. He is using a high-level forbidden resurrection art. If this were a populist, his face looks like a demon manifest. He has already become a demon. Her words made Minato cautious, halting his steps. If he devours your lives, he will become even stronger, and humanity will suffer heavy loss. An unidentified object, glowing red like a burning coal, appeared. Prophecy. Undetermined level. Our having to deal with this is an The two standing behind continued to try and persuade Minato. Ituryu slowly explained. Therefore, this time we will replace you in battle. Hand over your body to one of us. Without further ado, Minato firmly refused. That single sentence shocked everyone. Ituryu and Silencious were left wide, but perhaps this was Minato's true intention. Difficult to change. Sorry, but this isn't training. It's a real. He recalled meeting Gozu. Gozu was putting fried meat into his mouth. I am a rank 5 hunter here to pick you up. Then he lunged like those perverts. If you don't know fear, then what about pain? Remembering Gozu, Minato seemed even more agitated. In the future, difficulties and challenges will never lessen just because my strength is still. Then that smiling face looked up like the radiant sun. Silencious worried. Minato. But, as she spoke, Vachiro next to her interrupted with a laugh. Ouch, that's really embarrassing. How rude. My god. Haha. I was defeated spectacularly. She could only glare. Ituryu smiled with satisfaction. Indeed. Minato, you are the one who will surpass us. Just like the empowered version also said, I will surpass you. He placed a hand on Minato's shoulder. Give it under the full moon. Ituryu and Minato's profiles were beautiful like sculptures. Ituryu seemed very proud of Minato. Apply everything you've learned. Do your utmost. Oh, so handsome, damn. Both of them are so. Minato walked forward valiantly. After a few steps, he suddenly turned back to look at a radiant smile, brightening the entire space. Watch me. Having said that, he ran straight ahead to his. The two left behind didn't know whether to be happy or. Returning to the familiar scene of Shirjima and Shinji. Why haven't these two finished fighting yet? How tenacious. Shirjima still seemed to be winning. Oh dear. It looks like you've run out of tricks. Then Shirjima thrust into Shinji. Oh, his handsome face is now covered in blood. Full of wounds. Oh, husband. Shirjima swung his. Shinji was flung into. Shirjima used both hands to converge magic. A glowing red orb of power in his hands gradually grew larger. Let's end. Shinji was thrown up. His sword also flew away. Now, with no weapon and no shield, he became desperate. The sword spun in mid-air. He thought to himself, is this the end? Is it? Oh no, baby. The sword spun and then solidly fell into someone's familiar. Shinji had to open his eyes wide and it was Minato. He was leaping up, grabbing Shinji. Lend me your sword for a moment. After saying that, his wide, surprised eyes gradually narrowed in confusion. Shinji? Thank you watching for vid. He somersaulted, then landed grace. Thank you watching for vid. Shirjima was still converging power for his final. It was still the familiar technique, calamity. The magic ray flew towards Minato. He, being above, showed no fear. Like dancing in death. Hinoki, a jet of water shot out from the sword he held. Surging waves, two sides. One fire, one water, neither willing to yield. Let's see who will finally claim and not beyond our expectations. Minato completely overpowered. Once again, his arm was severed and flew off. What the hell? Why does this arm keep falling off? Granddad? Shijima's face was also greatly alarmed. Who would have thought I could be defeated by a brat like this? What? This technique? He shouted. Who are you? Damn. Too handsome. I can't take it. Minato smiled brightly. Kaminaji Minato. The one who will surpass the progenitor. So cool, you guys. Minato raised his sword and gave a supremely confident smile. Kaminaji Minato. The one who will surpass the progenitor. Ituryu was somewhat perplexed, so he asked Silencious. What do you think? Silencious didn't seem worried at all. Are you asking if Minato can defeat that sword? He maintained a cold expression. Well, we can only stand and. In fact, Ituryu was also not overly worried about this because he believed Minato wasn't a fool. Perhaps Minato had realized something while sleeping and training in the. Or perhaps he had some. Then Minato also made his. Shinji, currently injured, could only stand aside and watch the battle. That rookie. Thank you watching for vid. Launched an attack continuous. Thank you watching for vid. Initially caught Shirjima completely by surprise. That brat. Who is he? Suddenly, Shinji's memory of Minato's words from back then resurfaced. Minato had suggested joining forces. Let's combine our strength and defeat. But it seemed Shinji didn't want to cooperate. I don't need anyone's help in this. That stubbornness had cost Shinji a valuable. Now he could only stand aside, gritting his teeth and watching the battle. The battle continued. Thank you watching for vid. Shirjima decided to unleash a move to obstruct Minato. It was the forbidden lightning bullet skill. This magic. Thank you watching for vid. Minato struggle, as he somewhat realized, are you gonna keep pursuing me until I'm hit? Thank you watching for vid. Then he decided to retaliate. Stance preparing to strike. Guntek find it interesting. That stance was very similar to what he had taught Minato stomped his foot hard and unleashed a leg immediately after on the ground. Massive rock slab was erected to block the attack. Sight initially made Shirjima somewhat infuriated. That brat is controlling a rock, but just a second later, two more surprising things. One was the space-rending explosions created by the leg. Second was that Shijima's attack had been completely This utterly astonished Shirjima. But when he saw Minato still without a single scratch after that barrage of attacks, he was even more surprised. Suddenly, images of Minato and Ellison playing. Minato unleashed a move to close in on his. It was the light reflex foot, and the intention to approach was successful. Thank you watching for vid. Thank you watching for vid. When Minato swung his sword, Shirjima managed to dodge but that last strike made Shirjima wary. Who is the? Perhaps it was because he believed Minato couldn't get close to him. Then Shirjima unleashed a burst to push Minato away. A space-rending explosion rang, and just like Minato, Shirjima succeeded in his intent. But the very next second, Minato quickly calmed himself. Must not forget the base. Apply everything I've learned. Then he. Thank you watching for vid. Again made his. This time, Minato succeeded in injuring his opponent, though not significantly. Shirjima didn't seem to care much about his wound, as other thoughts filled his mind. That's it. That's exact swordplay.
Stance technique.
Magic. Footwork. Although each technique is perfect, still not enough to threaten me. But this, just how many techniques do you know? What was happening before them left Ituryu and Silencious astonished. Iturius' eyes were wide and his mouth agape. Oh. Silencious, on the other hand, showed her reaction not through words but through thought. If it were a monster, that would be one thing. But to be able to overpower such an intelligent sword, I can't believe he's improved so quickly. Thank you watching for vid. Initially, Shirjima was extremely excited by what had been and was happening here. Interesting. Then he squinted his eyes. Forbidden. This made everyone panic intent. Thank you watching for vid. Something enormous gradually emerged. The most panicked person was probably Cana. That what alarmed her was the scene before her eyes after Shirjima unleashed forbidden art. A skeleton with 3 heads. It was the wrathful demon. Shirjima stood atop that skull, sending Minato a provocative smile. Thank you for giving me an enjoyable. Then he cast his gaze downwards. But it's still not an. Shirjima raised that colossal skeletal hand, aiming it directly at Minato. This is where it goes around. Seeing the sight urged Minato.
Danger.
Run, but Minato just stood there, stunned. Not enough. You're right. Even if I pour out all my strength, I'm still far and think further. Higher. Surpass your This moment, he suddenly remembered Silencious' advice. My lesson is magic. Take one step at a time. This is the most basic magic. Zira, thank you watching for vid. Then he recalled Iturius' teaching. Hinoki Ituryu has 2 types of swords. Soft swords and hard swords. Ituryu held the hilt of his sword. Surging wave slice is a hard sword technique. Cuts down an opponent in a single string. He instructed Minato on the sword-holding stance. At the same time, he didn't forget to warn him. The moment you swing your sword down.
Don't hesitate.
Don't be afraid. And Iturius' eyes suddenly became extremely terrifying at that moment. His eyes had turned blood red. Look into the opponent's life. At this point, Minato's eyes suddenly became more determined than ever. The sword he held also blazed with his. Realizing Minato intended to attack Silencious, Ituryu screamed.
Impossible.
But Minato ignored their words. Get ready, Bando. Minato used a skill created by him, which would later be called Desolation. Direct attack caught his opponent by surprise. He couldn't defend in time and in contrast to Shijima's bewilderment, Minato remained incredibly. Minato focused his thoughts. Look into the life. He did this because Ituryu had once reminded him that the way one perceives it will differ for each person. Ituryu believed it looked like a delicate thread, and I will sever that taut thread in a single. Ituryu smiled. Now what do you? At this moment, the colossal skeletal hand was waiting for the opportune moment to strike Minato. Minato didn't flinch at all. His eyes sharpened, filled with determination. Saw that Bando Shijima's life. See a lamp, a murky, turbid, and ugly. I will sever it with this surging waves. No, even stronger. I will incinerate it with a colossal. Thinking this, he swung his sword straight. His opponent, Phantom Annihilation. The monster roared in pain after being. Bando Shirjima, split in 2, couldn't help but be astonished by this situation. Unbelievable. Ituryu and Silencious also widened their eyes in surprise. How can this? Combining my magic with Vachiro's sword tech. Amidst the raging flames created by Minato, another voice suddenly rang out. The sound grew louder, clearly showing the speaker's excitement. Interesting, truly very interesting. Both Silencious and Ituryu flinched. It was Killick. He had probably been standing there witnessing the event for a long time. Minato's special characteristic. Then he recalled the times he had personally seen Minato unleash it on opponents. The ability to flexibly switch between skills. Kit grew even more excited. I always thought so, but if he can use two skills at once, no, even with that, he left without saying anything to the other two. Ituryu probably looked at him with an extremely judgmental gaze then. What a peculiar person. But unlike Ituryu, Silencious pondered Killick's recent words very carefully. If what Killick, the alchemist, said is true, then we have underestimated Minato's. But perhaps these words made her wonder, are we even qualified to teach Minato? Completely unlike her, Ituryu felt extremely intrigued by Minato's abilities. Of course we are. Don't you want to witness? Then he directed his gaze towards Minato, who remained completely unfazed after the recent events. Where are his limbs? After unleashing that ultimate technique, Minato had probably lost some. Gasped for breath, panting heavily. Shirjima, though hit just now, recovered very quickly. From below, his blood transformed into body parts, helping him fully recover. However, the recent incident was enough to provoke him. That was really dangerous. Just if it had hit my head, I would have died. Though it was a bit surprising. Then he spread his hand, preparing to strike again. This is where it. But while he was distracted, he attacked by Shinji, Wild Camellia. Although Shinji had severed Shijima's head, it still wasn't enough. TSK, you're still. But Shinji didn't pay much attention to that contemptuous remark, as he still had to save Minato. Shirjima was surprised by Shinji's and Shinji tightly embraced the unconscious Minato in his arms. This scene reminded you watching for of the old days. He was holding a woman, trying to lull her to sleep amidst the biting cold of. Then she spoke in a very faint voice. It's so cold, Haru. Perhaps that was his old. He tried to comfort the woman, but his voice was also not less so. Try to bear it until morning, until tomorrow. Haru forced a smile, which made her feel more at ease. They'll bring back. The woman heard this but didn't feel any better. Her dull, lifeless eyes remained, but she still tried to call out his name. Her image made Haru's face. Suddenly, a rattling horse-drawn carriage passed by. Two of them. He took the blanket he had just used to cover the woman to keep himself warm. So, at this moment a procession, luxurious carriages passed. The sight infuriated him. Why must only we suffer like this? Returning to the present, he smiled. Being alone is comfortable but and so he slowly faded into nothing. Shinji had heard those words and believed that he was not Thank you watching for He gritted his teeth. Even if I'm immersed in thought, the of cracking from above made Shinji anxious. But, this is. Hikitaru and Akan rushed over breathlessly. Akan anxiously asked Shinji, Minato, are you alright? Are you alive? Shinji reassured the two newcomers. Hearing that, Akan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. Hikitaru couldn't feel as relieved as her, because he knew that while everyone was safe, it was still too early to rejoice. He looked up and realized that the cracks above were spreading more and more. He yelled out, the barrier. It seems to be collapsing from within. This barrier is large enough to cover the entire village. If the energy maintaining this colossal barrier explodes from. At this point, Shinji continued for Hikitaru. Hikitaru, it will lead to death. The only way is to unleash our strongest skill at the moment the barrier collapses, to neutralize the. He spoke boldly, but in reality he wasn't sure if he would succeed because. But with our current. No. Even at our strongest state, can we really. We can only. A few steps away from Shinji, Minato was now in an empowered state. He suddenly swung his sword. This action attracted Shinji's attention. As for Minato, even in his unconscious, he could still hear a voice. You fought very well, Minato. This moment, an old image of Minato suddenly appeared. Back then, he looked full of vitality with determined eyes. Watch me. Ituryu also raised his sword at this moment, wearing a proud smile. Immediately after, a colossal energy source erupted from Minato's position. Accompanying it were sounds that seemed to tear the very. A dazzling stream of light appeared there. Suddenly someone's voice rang out. Hinoki, another place not far. 3 people were rushing towards the source of that light. Captain, that is. The bear. Finally, the 3 of them arrived. 2 of them thought they had arrived too late because of what was right before their eyes. Damn it, are we too late? But the one called Captain didn't think so. He raised his sword high. A stream of dazzling light appeared. The captain of the SUOU squad of the Grand Oracle Force, also known as Suo Makoto, had witnessed the entire story from the beginning. That blue light must have somewhat attracted his attention. A beautiful light, pure and pristine. Perhaps he also wanted to know who created that light. Who, at this moment, Minato appeared in a different state. He closed his eyes, smiled brightly, and raised his sword high. Meanwhile, thank you watching for Midori was on an airplane, listening to someone's call. I heard those kids defeated an undetermined level prophecy. Oh, that's one. The other end of the line belonged to Makoto. He was currently in Japan, though it was ultimately ranked as level. He glanced up at the monster, but its potential is on par with level. Midori, sitting on the plane's roof, just smiled brightly upon hearing that. They're all very. He must have recognized something positive about their abilities to be smiling so brightly. Long time no see. It seems you've all improved. While he was enjoying himself, Makoto suddenly interrupted him. Among them, the one who contributed the most to the victory. Makoto continued, is Kaminaji Minato, who only joined 2 days ago. I heard you're the one who brought him here. What kind of person is? Hearing that question, Midori just, the one who will end all profit. His face at this moment seemed to be anticipating something. The existence we have long awaited. Perhaps it is Minato. Makoto seemed surprised by that remark. You place such high hopes. Midori casually chuckled in response. If you're curious, go see for yourself. Makoto still maintained his cold expression. Let's head back first. There's no opponent to fight. So person on the other end of the line could only give a wry laugh. Haha, my apologies, my apologies. While he was enjoying himself, a voice suddenly called out from somewhere. Jean spoke a warning. Peered right in front. At this moment, a colossal silhouette suddenly appeared directly in front of them. It was the Eclipse Superprop. Gradually, the features on its face became visible. It was Xtap, the self-destructive pathogen. The monster finally opened its eyes. A dazzling light appeared. Along with it, an earth-shattering explosion. But Midori didn't seem to care much about that. Wait a moment, Makoto. I'll deal with it quickly. Having said that, he unleashed a divine The same, Minato also woke up in the hospital. The nurse was the first person he saw. Oh, you're finally awake, Kaminaji. Minato, half awake and groggy, asked, where is this? The nurse immediately told him about the place. The medical room of the Grand Oracle. She also helped him realize that he had been unconscious since returning from the mission. I didn't know this. It seemed he still had some regret for not being able to do what he wanted. He couldn't even reach the progenitors. Nurse pulled him out of those thoughts. Anyway, I'm glad you're okay. If you need anything, just call me. She said this while pulling back the curtain, and to Minato's surprise, Shinji was also in the room. Minato exclaimed. Shinji's condition wasn't very good at the moment. Bandages were wrapped all over him. He even had to use crutches to walk. But he still stood with his arms crossed over his chest. His expression extremely. Although he didn't say a word, Minato still realized that Shinji had been there the whole time. You've been here with me all this. Since he only saw one person, he couldn't help but wonder. Where are Hiko and Akan? Shinji informed him that they had gone to train immediately after. Shinji thought they seemed very angry because they couldn't do anything in the last. Perhaps this was beyond both Shinji's and Minato's predictions. To that extent, Shinji offered words of for what Minato had. Your strength is truly astonishing. Then he suddenly stood up and interrogated Minato. Who exactly are you? In truth, given what Minato had done right in front of him, Shinji's questioning wasn't entirely incomprehensible. Joined less than 2 days ago, yet you've defeated 2 bosses consecutively. One level 3 and one with level 1. He continued, countless and even combined. Never seen or heard of anyone. Assaulted by a barrage of questions, Minato was caught off guard and could only stammer his opponent's name. The other showed no sign of stopping. Who are you, really? How did you? Perhaps he was envious of Minato's abilities. I can also be like. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by another person. They were surprised by the third person. Was Makoto. He didn't seem to notice the expressions on the 2 others' faces. Is that Kaminaji Minato over? Minato stammered in response. Ah yes. Confusion was clear on his face, as he didn't know who was asking. Who is? Shinji called out to him. But Makoto didn't bother with the call, simply walking past his younger. As for Minato, before he could finish one question, he was drawn into another. Suddenly, Makoto swung his sword towards Minato. This sudden action surprised Shinji, leaving him no time to react. However, unlike thank you watching for Minato reacted in time to dodge the Minato's face grew serious. May I ask, is this some kind of The attacker confirmed it was true. Indeed. But he also seemed very surprised. That last attack. An ordinary student could never glanced at Minato. And you Minato, at this moment, opened his eyes wide in surprise, unable to understand what his opponent meant. Past? Makoto then introduced himself. The Grand Oracle Force SUOU Squad. I am Suo Makoto. At this point, Minato understood why Shinji called Makoto brother. Suou. Ah, so that's why he calls him. Makoto continued, Kaminaji Minato. Considering your achievement of defeating a potential level 1 boss, I've decided to allow you to temporarily join the Suou squad. This astonished both Minato and Thank you watching for vid, especially Shinji, because the captain of the Suou squad, my own brother, came all the way here to recruit him. Even I've never been allowed to accompany. The older brother didn't care about his younger brother's feelings. He simply brushed past Shinji like a gentle breeze, then called Minato. Then well begin the briefing. Follow me. As for Minato, though he found himself in a very awkward situation, he could do nothing but follow Makoto. Ah, yes. Shinji was so angry that he clenched his fists tightly, even drawing. He'd only grit his teeth in anger. Kaminaji Minato. In the training room, both Hiko and Kan were training very diligently, but they could only helplessly exclaim, damn it. They realized, thank you watching for vid, no good. No matter how much we that truth, though harsh, they were forced to can't possibly catch up. Suddenly someone opened the training room door. Hello, the person smiled. Midori appeared, his face even more radiant than flowers. Imbek. Here, try some of this Peruvian fruit chocolate, kids. And this alpaca will rub. But the other two weren't very interested in those trinkets. Hiko and Akan rushed over to Midori. How long will you be in Japan this time, brother? He could only hesitate in reply. About a Akan urgently pleaded for his help. Please help us become strong, she asked, because I don't want to lose to Kaminaji Minato. Akan's words both surprised and amused Midori's kids. They have such fervent. Minato. Has he lit a fire in the hearts of these Midori agreed to help. That's a great idea. Then he suddenly mentioned someone who wasn't originally in this story. Shinji. What about Shinji stood by the door. He tore off his bandages, his eyes burning with determination. Please help me. This moment, Minato was following Makoto's. Thank you watching for vid. Shinji's hand clenched the first aid tape. Please help us. I can't let Kaminaji Minato get too far. Hiko and Akan must have been very surprised by his appearance. Shinji. But Shinji paid no mind to that. Kaminaji Minato has been recruited. Thank you watching for vid. My brother saw Makoto's Suou squad and become a temporary member. This new information astonished both Akan and Hiko. That guy. He's progressed that. Only Midori was not surprised by this, due to his words with Makoto on the plane. If you're curious, go see for yourself. He made a thoughtful gesture. Shinji probably felt a pang of sadness because of that incident. Is it all because I've been left so far behind? Back to Minato. He was still following Makoto and asked, what is this meeting about? Makoto simply replied, about the mission, of course. Well, depart tomorrow. Suddenly, he stopped. Kaminaji Minato. Makoto's question was a bit abrupt. Are you close with At this point, Minato reflected on the journeys he and Shinji had been through. Though we only met 2 days ago, but we defeated Bando Shirjima together and became close. Something like, he even lent me his sword and stayed by my side until I woke. Even though he still had some unresolved issues, he smiled and replied loudly. Makoto mused for a moment. Shinji was sad because he felt abandoned. My brother never cares about you watching for vid, but in reality it was the opposite. Makoto was always worried about his younger brother. I'm very worried about Shinji. But alas, Shinji was no god who could read Makoto's thoughts at this now. He only looked at me for a moment, like a stranger. The truth was completely different. Just now, his wounds made me unable to look him directly in. Shinji angrily yelled. For him to acknowledge me, the only way is to become stronger. But that wasn't what Makoto wanted. He doesn't need to be strong. As long as he's safe, that's it. Minato felt touched by this brotherly bond. These two brothers are truly close. Makoto replied as if it were obvious. Of course. On the other side, Shinji was burning with determination. I will surpass Minato and make him acknowledge. Makoto expressed his affection for his younger brother with an icy face. I dearly love my younger brother. Meanwhile, in the training room, Shinji was nurturing his dream. Someday, I will definitely defeat. Minato, of course, was unaware of Shinji's recent words, so he believed what harmonious. In the training room at this, Akan and Hiko were discussing Shinji's earlier remark. Akan had absolutely no idea why Shinji wanted to become stronger until now. Shinji usually never talks about himself. So I didn't know. The reason he wants to be stronger is because he cherishes his brother. Hiko wondered why she thought that. Is that so?
Akan siged.
Looking at his defiant attitude towards his brother, it's not strange to think that. When I asked him, do you hate your... Akan's question made Shinji retort indignantly. Who said I hate him? I respect him greatly. Akan once recounted Shinji's attitude to Hiko. That's what she screamed. She launched an attack. She definitely wants attack. Hiko smiled, but it seemed a bit mocking. Oh, I see. How hard? Of course, Shinji had heard their entire conversation, but he said nothing, instead just angrily unleashing a flurry of attacks. This attitude made Hiko retract his earlier statement. Heartwarming. Meanwhile, Minato was listening to someone introduce the SUOU team. First, the principles. The SUOU team has 3 ironclad rules. First, speed is paramount. Second, never stop attacking. Third, overcome adversity. After that came basic information about the team. The SUOU team is the official combat team, the strongest within the Grand Oracle Association, at least in terms of direct combat. They pursue elitism and have only 7 men. Person continued the introduction, and they only handle level 1 prophecies and above. The introduction concluded with the phrase, "That's what people usually." The person introducing Minato to the SUOU team was Koriyama Takaru. He told Minato a truth few knew, but the truth is 90% of the team's strength comes from our leader, Makoto. We're just supporting. Perhaps seeing Minato was a rookie, he reassured him with this, "Don't stress about being a temporary member or anything. Just leave everything to leader Makoto." It was then that he realized Minato had only half heard what he said because he'd been texting on his phone the whole time. "Put your phone down and focus." Minato flinched at the shout. He quickly explained, "I had to contact my." Takaru listened to the explanation, then gave him a sidelong glance. Seeing the other person's attitude soften, Minato breathed a sigh of relief. He continued to explain, "They keep nagging me for not contact." The blonde man found the explanation utterly bad. Minato's message had been sent to Hiko and Akan. Hiko gleefully opened his phone to read the message. It's Minato." Akan, however, was not as enthusiastic. He sent it to me too?" What Minato sent made Akan stare in astonishment. "What is this? Who is?" Hiko could only cover his mouth with his hand. Minato, but the most surprised person had to be Shinji. His face darkened. "What is this guy?" Seeing their reactions, Midori couldn't contain his gossipy nature. What's wrong? What happened?" Hiko held out his phone. Minato sent. It was titled Useful Advice for Becoming Stronger. Midori found the title intriguing and scrolled down to see the message content. Haha. Good. Reading all 3 messages, he opened his eyes wide in surprise. He wrote it in great detail, tailored to each person's element and personality. Moreover, this advice is even more advanced than what I've. Midori looked at the 3 of them. Absolutely wonderful, and he spread his arms, a sinister smile on his face. "What should we do? Should we talk?" The other 3, feeling offended, shouted back. "Talk? Of course we have to." Shinji was the least calm. Well, make him regret helping. The calmest of the group at that moment was Midori. "Enemy? He's a class." The warning from the 3 was transmitted to Minato via telepathy. "Get ready, Kaminaji Minato." Minato probably sensed something, as he hummed. Takaru didn't care about his demeanor at all. "Minato, you finally arrived." Minato wiped his glasses. He looked out of the helicopter. That before him was a frigid land covered in snow and that was the level 1 the global frost calamity. It was essentially a disaster that was freezing the ground and spreading. The freezing range was predicted to expand exponentially, and if not, the image of the Earth turning into a cold, icy sphere was what Minato could imagine. The Earth will be completely frozen. Suddenly, a young man with blue hair appeared. It was the SUOU team's vice leader, Kashimana. He warned, "Japan is lucky it's happening in the mountains. But the freezing speed is faster than expected. We can't delay any longer." Then another voice echoed. It was the SUOU team leader. "The helicopter can only go this." He looked out the window. "We will parachute directly to the site from the back." The door was now open. Makoto stood proudly in the center. Under no circumstances must this calamity spread to residential areas. He sternly ordered the 3 rules of the SUOU team. Immediately, the entire team shouted in unison. First, speed is paramount. Second, never give up. Third, overcome adversity. Minato stood below, thinking about his previous battles. In the battle with Bando Shird, I ultimately had to rely on Jikaro's. This temporary assignment is a great opportunity to learn directly from the official. Next time I will definitely complete them with my own strength. Jumped out of the helicopter with everyone. The first level 1 great mission. I will have to taste bitter disappointment. 10:17 a.m. The SUOU team arrived at the prophecy. Minato looked at his friend Takaru, who was breathing heavily behind. Takaru shivered. "So cold. Aren't transcendents supposed to be resistant to temperature?" Mana pulled up his sleeve to check the device on his wrist. -37 degrees. Lower than report. Before them was a vast snow mountain dotted with sharp ice formations piercing the sky. Makoto looked at the surroundings and ordered, "The search area is too wide. We might have to camp overnight." Minato asked curiously, "Hey Takaru, this prophecy, is the eternal ice age also recorded in the prophecy?" He explained, "No. This is a prophecy from a transcendent with a divination skill belonging to the Grand Oracle. Sometimes there are such prophecies. But this is the first time it's been classified as level. Takaru added, therefore, after reviewing the content, they decided to send our SUOU team here. Minato nodded and cleared his throat, appearing to understand. Mana saw this and asked with concern, "Are you nervous?" He looked at Minato and advised, "It's better to be careful, but don't be too." Takaru put his arms around Minato's shoulders, encouraging him. That's right. Relax. The Grand Oracle Japan branch has 8 official teams, and among them, our SUOU team has defeated the most level 1 prophet. Seeing Takaru misunderstand him, Mana startled and shouted, "Takaru, I meant don't be too relaxed." But suddenly Takaru raised his hand to the sky. "Sorry for interrupting." Minato saw the tip of Takaru's finger on his shoulder emitting brilliant golden light. Takaru announced, "But my radar has detected an..." Minato's eyes widened in surprise, finding it very mad. Takaru looked seriously at Mana and said, 2 o'clock. Distance 200. The two understood each other perfectly.
Mana nodded.
Immediately his figure was gone. Minato was stunned. He vanished unexpectedly. A second later, Minato saw Mana appear behind him. He stood beside Makoto. "Leader, report." At the position Takaru detected, "We found a group of monsters, estimated S2+ level. Approximately 30 of them. They are Gagoi Ice Clan monsters, estimated S+. Makoto coldly ordered, "Team, eliminate the target." Instantly, the SUOU team followed their leader's command and began attacking. The SUOU team members, dressed in, entered the battlefield, attacking the Gagoi monster. Minato stood outside, observing everything. He recalled a series of actions that had just occurred. Their ability to grasp the situation and coordinate attacks is much faster than... He remembered a series of actions that had just occurred. Their ability to grasp the situation and coordinate attacks is much faster than... Minato highly esteemed them in his heart. Even if they joke around, they are still top-tier official. His serious voice rang out, "Leader Makoto." Makoto knew what he wanted to say. Without letting him finish, he understood. S++ level is not a problem. Join the... With leader's permission, Minato eagerly replied. A foot stepped on the head of an Ice Clan monster. That foot belonged to Minato. With one stomp, he crushed them deep into the thick snow, creating a significant shockwave. Rocks and ice... The moment Minato touched the ground, a hand holding a sword appeared directly behind him, intent on it. Mana saw this and shouted in alarm. An Ice Clan monster wielding a sword like a human. Attack. Mana warned, there are strong individuals among them. Blazing, scorching flame was conjured. It was the indigo illusion. The monster had just barely noticed before being incinerated alive in the fiery. Takaru witnessed it all. He couldn't help but turn his head in astonishment. He saw Mana. "Thank you watching for vid." The sword in his hand blazed. Fire. Mana, conversely, seemed quite unsurprised, as if he had known this before. Red streaks like lasers crisscrossed like a spiderweb. It was an attack originating from Makoto's sword. With just one swing, he could slice through a large number of Ice Clan monsters. After he sheathed his sword, their bodies turned into white ice shards, falling like night fell. Inside an ice shelter made of white, golden rays of light. The group sat inside with a lamp in the center. Mana put his hands on his hips and asked, "Takaru, how's..." Takaru casually slurped his noodles and replied, Nothing. At least within a 10 kilometers radius, there's not a single..." Mana looked at him. "It looks like we'll have to sleep here." Minato was outside warming himself by a large fire, unaware that Mana was looking for him. "Where are Minato and the..." He closed his... Minato remembered past battles. "The battle with Bando Shirjima gave me clues on how to combine think 1, understand 10. He was trying and other skills, surely." Minato closed his eyes, trying to combine skills. Focus. His eyes opened wide, illuminating his whole face. "I definitely have to..." Suddenly, Makoto's voice came from behind him. Him jump out of his skin. In his hands, water and lightning elements glowed. "You're training hard." Makoto didn't know what he was doing. "Am I disturbing you?" Minato quickly explained, "No, not at all." The real reason in his heart was that he was startled by his sudden appearance. The two sat by the burning fire, chatting. "Is this your first time camping, Minato?" Makoto asked with concern. "Are you tired?" Minato showed no weakness, still full of vitality.
"I'm fine."
Makoto sighed. "Is that because he was different from Minato?" Makoto whispered, "I want to go home immediately." Minato was surprised. "Why?" The two spoke at the same time, their voices overlapping. "I want to smell it. When I'm away, I always miss the smell of home. The smell of..." Makoto buried his face in his... "I want to smell it." Right. Minato, conversely, was surprised by his expression. You're talking about that. He stammered, You have a cat? What breed is it? Makoto introduced this one. For a moment, when Minato smiled, Makoto was already sitting next. Minato was startled to find the red-haired man sitting next to him.
So fast.
But Makoto's expression remained calm. Minato looked at the chubby cat on the phone. So cute. What's its Manju? Minato was surprised by the name because it was similar to a traditional Japanese. He looked at the photos on the phone. Looking at its eyes in these photos, it doesn't seem to like you much. Makoto quickly retorted. Not, he recounted, no matter how many times I use a lint roller. My clothes are still covered in fur. It scratches everywhere. My walls and I are covered in wounds. It even throws up hairballs. And it hates being picked up. Every day is truly chaotic. Despite this, Makoto's face showed no dislike, only a hint of infatuation. He said, but the way it won't open up to me. Just like Shinji. Adorable, isn't it? Minato couldn't understand. Are all cat lovers like Makoto harbored a secret desire no one understood. He wondered, one day will I be able to be as close to Shinji as Minato sensed his troubled thoughts, but could only stammer. I'm an only child, so I would. He had witnessed the two siblings' discord before. Minato comforted him, just treat Shinji the same way you treat Oribe. Makoto listened. His face brightened as if enlightened. Finding a way out of a dead, he smiled faintly. Minato scrolled through his phone and found, there are videos too. He was surprised to hear an adorable voice coming from the video. So, the sweet, honeyed voice of a true cat owner echoed from the video. Good kitty. Want some cake? My hand, Minato asked in surprise, are you talking to a child? Because the voice in the video was Makoto's. A man who was usually serious and cold, yet had such an adorable side. Our Oribe Manju is an angel, you know. Meanwhile, Makoto was still contemplating Minato's recent words. So that's how his face was hidden in shadow. Makoto spoke each word clearly. Minato, can you be my training partner for a... Minato's face darkened, and he screamed internally in refusal. No, wait. Just then, Mana appeared behind. Leader, Minato, you're here too? Hurry up and go back to sleep. We have to wake up early to... Makoto agreed, But that only confused Mana, who could only call out. At night, while Minato and the other members were sleeping, human footprints appeared on the white. A mountaineer quickly shouted when he saw a man dressed lightly walking in the mountains at night. Hey you, going up the mountain like this, in those clothes, is Su. The mountaineer approached him. He shone his light, saw clearly, and happily asked, are you a transcendent? Are you here on a... Dark sorcerer held a book in his hand. Without turning to greet him, he coldly replied, yes, that's right. I'm here on a mission, to carry out the prophecy in this place. A very important... A transcendent had entered the mountain where Minato and his teammates were. Kaminaji Minato. Sleeping. Night training, the last exercise for today. Training. Focusing on archery. Minato was practicing archery with Majid. It had been over 25 hours. I wonder when the target will... He stood beside Minato, arms crossed, and asked, Minato, are you tired? This exercise only has meaning when you're exhausted. Meanwhile, Ituryu was shouting in the distance. Why is there no swordsmanship class? Silentius coldly reminded him. We already had it yesterday. Ituryu was furious and could only curse. But this did not affect Minato, who was drawing his bow. In his heart, Majid highly praised him. He's not affected by the surrounding noise at all. He complimented him, your concentration has improved greatly compared to the first. Majid looked at him as Minato spoke. Now, he recalled, teammates, because I'm on a mission with a very strong team. His pulled the bowstring taut. So I want to do... The arrow shot out with a whoosh, flew like the wind in a straight line, hitting the bull. Majid clearly saw the result and praised him. He instructed Minato, don't forget that feeling. Today's lesson ends. When he fired the last arrow, he collapsed onto the ground. Yes, finally done. Iturius' keen nose immediately caught the scent. Done already? Was brimming with fighting spirit as if about to go to war. He moved to draw his sword and approach Minato. Come on, Minato. It's time for swordsmanship. Just then, he woke up. Before him, the troop assembled in two groups stood on a circle of ice. Makoto asked again, all right, are you? Minato's face was very serious. Makoto coldly stated the purpose of this trip. Today, we must find and eliminate the root of this prophecy. Eternal Ice Age. Icarus radar was working at full capacity. He reported, distance 150. 20 enemies. Mana ordered, disperse and because this time, the monsters were Icy Bluebird Ice Clan. Estimated S3+. On the screen, their shadows were projected, mingled with size. Ellison, with legs crossed, painting her crimson nails, and remarked, this mission seems too easy. Lilac crossed her arms in agreement. Everyone here is very strong. I'm sure nothing dangerous like last time will happen. Valencias saw Divine Guardian Hyoma there. What's wrong, Master Guardian? His beard, looking very worried. I'm not sure. I have a bad at the scene. Mana reported, leader. All targets eliminated. Makoto nodded. Makoto asked Takaru, what's next? Looked at his radar and reported at a distance of 2,000, there's a very strong reaction. I think it's the wait. The sound grew louder and louder, making the icy ground tremble. It's coming toward, Takaru grimly announced, the enemy will arrive in 10. 9. Because the monster had already appeared right before them. Takaru finished speaking. It was a colossal boss monster, the ancient weapon Kamides. Level undetermined. Mana's eyes narrowed coldly as he looked at it. This aura. It's completely different from those other monsters. Makoto ordered, begin combat. Instantly, the team members were no longer visible. Golden light shot out, originating from a SUOU team member. Golden ropes tightly wrapped around the boss for sword-wielding arms, making it furious, veins bulging on its biceps. He began to count. 1. The second, Mana had already slipped underneath, slashing through its heel. Jumped high, opposite the boss, creating a round golden shield that shone directly at the monster as the third beat. Immediately after, fierce flames erupted from the round shield, directly burning the boss while it was held tightly by the golden. Mana was alarmed to see his sword blade chipped, having taken multiple consecutive attacks without any effect. When the flames dissipated, it still stood tall and suddenly someone leaped down from above. The leaping down was Minato. He recalled all the teachings of the gods. Don't hesitate, don't be afraid, just look at the opponents. Akan once said, when facing a strong enemy, unleash your strongest attack from the start. Absolutely avoid gradually deploying your. Minato poured all his strength into his fire sword, coldly looking at the monster. My strongest. From midair, he swung his sword, using the indigo illusion to cut a straight line down onto the. Minato's eyes widened in shock, because the move which he considered his strongest only scratched the monster's arm. Immediately after, the boss retaliated, swinging its sword to cut across. Its forearms continuously unleashed moves, shattering ice pillars, leaving only scattered. Takaru asked with concern, Minato, are you alright? Minato had collapsed onto the snow, luckily shielded by an ice pillar. He gasped so Cana also retreated a step to dodge, staring intently at the boss. It's because of this guy that this prophecy was classified as level. His eyebrows furrowed tightly as he called out. Called Makoto, sorry, but please. Makoto was ready to draw his sword for battle and replied. No. The most surprised person was Shinji. Her face darkened. What is this guy trying? The boss monster swung its both left arms simultaneously struck, creating a swirling blizzard of. Minato saw this and anxiously shouted, Leader. He thought Makoto was overwhelmed, but then heard his cold. As he stood there coldly, he arrogantly used the tip of his sword to block the recent blade attack. Even the boss ice blade was showing signs of cracking. Makoto said in a cold, matter-of-fact tone, truly wasn't injured in the slightest. He looked up at the monster. Minato, astonished. Takaru, conversely, seemed used to this, though it was still surprising. Seeing such a sight, Mana secretly complained. Now we'll have to hear again how only the leader of the SUU team is. Minato was stunned to see Mana completely miss the point of the conversation. Is that what the vice leader is worried? The boss decided to swing down another. Makoto calmly raised his sword vertically to the left. Block. Immediately after, he firmly gripped his sword and counterattacked, severing two of the boss. On the screen showing Makoto's image, Ituryu exclaimed in surprise. Not bad for a modern trans. His fighting spirit was reawakened. His voice dropped, ominously saying, I want to fight him. Hey Minato, lend me your. Minato immediately refused. No, I want. The boss monster had all four of its arms severed. Makoto looked at it. I want the team members to have a chance to gain experience by defeating bosses like you themselves. His eyes were sharp as knives. But never mind. They'll finish you off right. Team members, catching the rhythm of the attack, immediately deployed a barrier, creating a blue protective. Makoto used his skill, Blood Dragon. The roaring flames, like a fiery mountain, spread extremely wide. Without the barrier, everyone else would have been incinerated. Makoto used crimson lights. The scorching flames followed the sword's path, attacking the boss monster. It burned along a straight line with a very large area of. Minato watched everything with his mouth agape. Boss monster was sliced in half, its body slowly melting like. Minato exclaimed in surprise. Fire sword. But it's even stronger than my own skill. If not for this barrier, I would have been reduced to ashes. This is Leader Makoto's. Makoto uttered what. He slung his sword behind his back and declared grandly. Protecting this world is our. Mana cried out in alarm. Minato immediately understood. his face darkening as he realized. His brain has been completely taken over by Minato knew his place. His swordsmanship style is different from Jaikuro's. Just by watching his movements and breathing, I know I can't. Minato was not discouraged. Instead, his fighting spirit surged, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at Makoto. Amazing, he stared intently at Makoto, eager to learn more. Makoto unleashed one last move, slicing horizontally through the team members cheered joyfully. Suddenly, something flashed past Makoto. Makoto was startled, because he turned his head and saw a hole appeared in their sturdy barrier. The barrier was pierced, directly stabbing through Takeru's chest, causing blood to gush. The others were attacked similarly. If they didn't lose their heads, they lost a piece of flesh from their Minato witnessed everything, his eyes wide with disbelief. Seeing Takeru collapse, blood splattering, Minato rushed over in a panic. He shouted. Takeru glanced at him. He pushed Minato away, who stumbled and immediately after, Takeru sustained more injuries. A hole in his abdomen and his left arm. Minato was horrified, utterly terrified, his eyes and mouth agape, frozen for half a day. Makoto held his sword, standing motionless at the sight. Takeru blamed himself. Makoto was suspicious. He thought back. My radar didn't detect any attack. Takeru, with his last bit of strength, painfully reached out to his leader. Leader. He collapsed, lying motionless. Blood flowed like a stream from his wounds, seeping into the pristine white snow. I tried with my last bit of strength. But, surely leader, you realize now what our enemy is. His eyes, full of affection, smiled as he passed. Makoto was terrified, heavily shocked by the scene. His lips trembled. He clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes filled with pain and deep boom. A gunshot rang out. Another member was targeted. He cried out in pain.
Mana flinched.
His leader Makoto shouted. Everyone, take cover immediately. The other members fled in terror. Only one remained submerged in grief, kneeling rigidly like a statue. The leader's shout still echoed. The enemy is about to unleash another. Two unfortunate members were gone, lying motionless in pools of blood on the cold. Mana turned her head and urgently called for the other members to run away. Kuri, Ayama. Ayama collapsed onto the snow, cradling his injured arm. In pain. His arm. The scene shifts to Makoto. He knelt down, his left hand, still holding his sword, dropped to the ground. His right arm was half severed. Blood gushed onto the. He recalled. Just moments ago something streaked past. An attack that even a shield couldn't block. The nature of this skill was probably to destroy everything. His eyes blazed with indignation. He lunged forward.
Mana panicked.
Thank you watching for vid. Suddenly, the greenish monster rose. It gnashed its teeth. To be honest, this monster seemed to be an evolution of the blue. Gripping her sword, Mana was filled with spirit and determination. This boss monster can revive itself? If that's the case, then even if it's just us, we have to defeat it. Can you still move, Kamen? Receiving no answer, she glanced back.
Mana shouted.
Kaminaji was still kneeling, rigid. He was so rigid, even diamond would seem soft by comparison. A voice rang out. Wallenstein. At the loss of his comrades, he was distraught. Someone, please save them. Divine physician Valentine lowered his head, filled with sorrow.
Minato, I'm sorry.
But no matter how divine I may, looking at the tragic scene, she said painfully, I cannot resurrect your comrades from accepting the truth. Minato's heart was heavy. I understand. He softly recited a list of familiar names. Deichiro, Wintek, Elixon, Ituryu, holding his treasured sword, walked with a dignified. He remembered, during the battle with in the end, I still had to rely on Minato was determined. This time, for sure, I will complete the mission with my own back to reality. Facing the painful scene before him, he apologized. But please help. Ituryu furrowed his brow. I understood. He was still kneeling, his face bowed. His flowing hair seemed to be turning white like. Makoto moved through the air like a whirlwind. He pondered. The attack had surpassed Kuriyama's detection. His radar range was about 3 kilometers, which meant the attack came from more than 3 kilometers. Thinking back, the enemy needed only one strike to pierce both his arm and Kuriyama's. Makoto realized with a start. His strength was on par with his. Introducing Su Makoto. He usually restrained his power to allow his team a chance to develop. His ability he had in abundance. With his speed and sharp vision, he could easily pinpoint locations over 3 kilometers and also pierce through obstacles where the enemy thought of Kuriyama's bright, Izano's genius mind, Kawa's kind heart, and Muromi's thank you watching for Makoto raged. I will not let your deaths be in. Saying that, Makoto raised his sword. Crimson race, a dark orb appeared. A voice from somewhere sounded somewhat mocking. He looked down, puzzled. A crack, and something was slowly rising. The voice mocked. You found me and immediately attacked? Truly worthy of being the captain of the strongest. Makoto was stunned. Was his flame devout? Dark orbs flew around the dark sorcerer. He continued mockingly. If your left arm were still intact, I'd surely be. Approaching, he scoffed. Well, but that's just a hypothesis. His expression changed. His eyes turned pure white. Innumerable dark orbs hurtled towards Makoto. He screamed. Makoto swung his sword, sending white snow. Dark sorcerer, confused, as if watching a play. A crimson laser beam flashed across his neck. He faltered. Makoto looked at his sword with doubt. It was broken in half. There was also a wound on his side, causing blood to spurt. Turning his back and walking away, the dark sorcerer glanced back. He smirked disdainfully. So there. You'll think you've decapitated. Makoto collapsed, depleted of mana. The dark sorcerer continued. But, in reality, you're the one about to meet your... Indignation surged within him. Makoto gnashed his... He charged forward, slashing wildly. The other guy was startled. He lightly twisted his hip. He seemed to have studied martial arts since childhood. He delivered a painful kick to Makoto's wound. He looked surprised. It's useless. He shouted. Thank you watching for vid. He frowned, looking at Makoto with confusion. Boom. Seemed he was about to meet his end. But no. He continued to stand and he asked puzzled. Just now, why did you hold back again? After launching those attacks, you paused for a moment. He replied smugly. A skill that can destroy everything it touches. Even just describing it makes it sound too powerful. So it's difficult to use continue. He flipped, playing around. If I'm not mistaken, you also expend just as much magic power as standing properly. He conversed, but in reality he was being arrogant and disdainful. It seems you and I aren't quite on the same. Looking at Makoto's pathetic state, he continued. Because you're at a disadvantage. Makoto roared. Unacceptable. Disadvantage. He remembered the day the team was found. He gripped his broken sword tighter. 3 rules. Of team. His body was engulfed in a sea of flames he created himself. The 3rd rule. The sorcerer froze. He burned his wound to stop the... His arm was burned down to the flesh. He shouted. Over indignation in his eyes. Pain. Loud shouts. Blood dragon sorcery. Crimson. His voice mocked. Are you going to burn away your own life too? With a contemptible look, he continued. Fine. They'll play along with you. He thought of every... Makoto felt as if he had gained 1,000 strengths. Everyone. His eyes were sharp. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. He felt a bit disappointed. Standing before the green monster, he glanced around for his teammates. Seeing Minato, he shouted, Kaminaji. Then he realized something. This isn't... He thought about the brutal scene before him. His fighting will had completely vanished after witnessing the deaths of Koriyama and the others. But it's understandable. He's just a normal person. He only recently joined the Grand Oracle Association and became a... What? Mana was slightly... Minato, meanwhile, stood up, bracing him. He broke free from his grief, standing resilient against the snow-laden... Mana startled, his hat flying off. He called out, Kamina. Before he could finish, Minato charged forward. With a fierce boom, he kicked the monster to pieces. Minato's body at this moment was as if possessed by a powerful spirit. A heaven-shattering kick that the monster found hard to... Mana was completely shocked, watching Minato's retreating figure with sweat dripping down his... He walked through the snowy wind, his long coat fluttering. Countless shimmering golden particles flew out. The other 2 stood frozen, not understanding what had just... Behind that long coat, countless individuals were fighting alongside him with all their might. Minato, leave the rest. The scene shifted back to leader Makoto and the Dark Sorcerer. The 2 were still engaged in a fierce... Makoto went berserk, unleashing thousands upon thousands of crimson light slashes. The Dark Sorcerer barely dodged, breathless and exhausted. Tired. This is getting more intense. He repeatedly used his dark magic. But the flames that should have been extinguished were slowly rising again. Even if I control the darkness with my own power, there's still a limit. He frowned. Thank you watching for Whoosh. He unleashed billions of dark orbs towards Makoto. Waiting for this very moment, Makoto leaped up, charged towards him, and severed one of his arms. Makoto shouted, Our positions have reversed. He smirked disdainfully. Then, take this. He powerfully kicked Makoto's wound, making him scream in... Makoto spat blood, his eyes unfocused, in excruciating... Holding his severed arm, he remained arrogant. You've only cut off one of my arms. That changes nothing. You still have a hole in your stomach, don't you? Makoto collapsed in... His arm was engulfed in flames. He continued, after I unleash dark magic, you'll surely rush in to engage me in close. He thought back smugly. It's true you're strong. You always choose the best option and move without wasting time. But you're too easy to look down, his eyes contemptuous. That's why you're sure to lose. Makoto was exhausted, covered in blood, tormented. He couldn't live, couldn't. The dark sorcerer put his hand in his pocket, searching for something. Furthermore, I knew you would lose from this. He pulled out, his expression changing, becoming dangerous. Thanks to this, Makoto flinched, shouting in astonishment. A book? Don't tell me. The book that instilled fear in all who saw it. It was called the Book of Annihilation. He held up the book as if chanting in the same frame, two opposing factions. If there is an organization that opposes profit, then surely there must also be another organization that fulfills those profits. Makoto frowned, soaked in sweat, doubtful. An organization. He introduced himself, though no one asked. I am one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse, the 12th one, belonging to the darkness, and I will be the one to fulfill this prophecy. Makoto held his sword, confused, to carry out prophecies of destruction. For what purpose? Closing the book. He sighed. If I tell you, will you forget? Makoto charged with his sword. A spark of fire shot out, startling him. He slashed downwards from head to chest. One of the sorcerer's ears flew off. The dark sorcerer, blood splattered everywhere. Makoto didn't know where he drew the strength, but he still managed to stand up like that. He encouraged himself. I can still win this fight. His magic power is depleted, so he won't be able to use that skill again. His body is also nearing its. He swung his sword again. Flames surged. A life or death struggle like our final battle. Let's make it a fight to the death. Blood hearts. The sorcerer was about to be split in two. He remained arrogant. This will be your. He pulled a glass vial from his. He flipped open a blinding light made Makoto shut his eyes. Did that light come from? Before he could understand. Thud. The unexpected punch dislocated his. Makoto was sent flying by the punch. He was bewildered, shocked again and again. The dark sorcerer stood before him, body fully intact. More terrifying than seeing a ghost. Makoto blurted out, the right arm I cut off. He shouted towards Makoto. An artifact. Something very precious. So I didn't want to use it. But fighting you, I have no choice. I have to use it. Sususuma. Crimson slash. Makoto continued to unleash fire toward. The dark orbs also didn't. Boom boom. He charged forward like a madman, attacking relentlessly. If Makoto had a weak heart, he would have fainted from the countless shocks. No way. He's fully based on his knowledge. He posed a huge question mark. Artifacts, items strictly controlled by nations because they're too powerful. They were also items from the era of the ancient tower. What kind of organization could freely use such? Lost in thought, the madman landed a knockout punch. Thud. Even a professional boxer would call him to learn from him. Any opening and head unleash a kick. 7,749 liters of blood splattered Makoto lay sprawled on the snowy ground. The dark sorcerer stood before him. You finally. Makoto's red hair was probably for that reason. Died with. His arm struggled to reach for his sword. A weak voice. Not yet. I still have. At the threshold of meeting the king of the underworld. He thought of his parents. Thought of his comrades. Continuing in a weak voice. I still have. Something. Memories of a conversation with Minato surfaced. I'm an only child, so I may not fully understand your feelings. Why don't you try treating Shinji the way you treat. He smiled slightly. His hand gripped the sword tightly. A resolute voice. You're right. Kaminaji. That's Kaminaji with an angry face. Tears welled up in his eyes. Matt, are you the one who made our disciple? Makoto crumpled to his knees, his hands severed. His body was covered in blood. Kaminaji. A scorching blue energy emanated from Kaminaji's body. Makoto was stunned. It's not him. He looked at the dark sorcerer. Even the 12th apostle had noticed. The abnormality emanating from Kaminaji. The dark sorcerer thought. The boy before him was not like a rabbit he could hunt at any time, but an existence he could never be careless. Suddenly a dark energy orb shot forward. Minato thought to himself. The best choice for the 12th apostle is. The dark sorcerer yelled. Don't act The 12th apostle's face was resolute. One of his arms was severed. He shouted, if you move, it'll take this kid's life right. His face was filled with worry and a hint of anger. His arm was narrowed his eyes. Angry. I didn't take my eyes off. Kaminaji stood in the distance, sword in hand, as if he had just slashed someone. The dark sorcerer wondered, but he couldn't tell when his arm had been. Kaminaji stood in a stance as if he had just finished slashing. His sword was bent like a. In the silent space, he imagined his master standing behind him. This sword really is dull. Kui was silently sitting behind him in a wheelchair. To think it couldn't handle just one. He was terrifyingly calm. But never mind. He raised his hand to cast a Trinity Retribution. A whirlwind-like energy weapons flew up from behind. Kaminaji and the others raised their hands. Let us change your. His eyes were sharp. His voice filled with delight. Everyone, let him taste hell on. The dark sorcerer's arm seemed to reattach itself. He wore a surprised expression. Ituryu, his eyes filled with hatred. The arm I cut off. Is it regenerating? Silentius stood beside him, her gaze serious. That's reversal. How surprising. Can Transcendence nowadays still use that tech? A glass bottle with a ceramic angel figurine on top. It must be thanks to an artifact. It will continuously heal all wounds until its effect wears, so there must be a limit to how many times it can. An arrow pierced the 12th apostle's forehead. His eyes, this time it was Majid. He seemed to possess Kaminaji, drawing a bow and shooting an arrow right into the sorcerer's forehead. Your arrows continuously struck his. Wontek crossed his arms, turning his back to Silentius, looking into the distance, pondering. So how do we destroy him? Silentius was serious, her gaze sharp. Keep killing him, she continued. Even with many lives, they'll eventually run. The dark sorcerer summoned dark energies. He continued to shoot arrows. Arrow pierced through all the dark energy. Straight into his. Arrow after arrow pierced his heart, and from afar, Kui lowered his bow. His eyes glared defiantly. With so many openings, did you think you could escape my. The 12th apostle continued to regenerate himself. His face was filled with worry and confusion. He retaliated against Kaminaji with dark. Wontek used his energy to create duplicates of himself to protect Kaminaji. He used his incredible speed to restrain the sorcerers. Kaminaji kicked him directly in the jaw, sending him flying. Afterwards, the sorcerer still bounced. With an angry expression, Kaminaji grabbed his, then punched him directly in the face with his other. Wontek's face was serious. I understand. So this is a skill that destroys anything it touches. Not a bad move. Takes effect as soon as it's unleashed. Dark orbs surged in front of the 12th apostle. But their effectiveness would be reduced if they lost sight of their. Wontek grimaced. ID dodged that attack in an instant. Kaminaji grabbed one of the sorcerer's hands and slammed him down with great. He sent him flying a great distance. Wontek's expression was nonchalant. His voice playful. How many times has he died already? Aylar placed a hand on her chin, as if searching for something. Do we still need to? Dust and smoke billowed. Kaminaji walked towards Makoto, whose feet were covered in. Makoto's face was bloody. He panted, exhausted. He blurted out, Are you? Makoto knelt on one knee before Kaminaji. Blood covered his body and the Valentine, her face cold, as if possessing Kaminaji, said. Makoto's body was enveloped by a golden energy. Makoto's face was bewildered, as if being healed. Kaminaji stood there with a nonchalant expression. We are the progenitors. But we are currently in Kaminaji Minato's body. Like heroic spirit, Kaminaji dashed away, leaving Makoto with the golden energy to heal. We're busy. Well go. Makoto with a surprised expression. So those were the progenitor. 12th apostle knelt on one knee in the abyss, thinking. My darkness could be easily dodged. Is that so? He angrily furrowed his brows and yelled. You cursed monster. Think. An arrow pierced his. This time it was Kansi's. He seemed to possess Kaminaji. Holding an arrow, he thrust it directly into the sorcerer. The arrow pierced through him. Blood splattered everywhere. He gaped, unable to comprehend. Kansi's glanced with sharp eyes. If he stays still, will he die again? Silentius judged seriously. The dark sorcerer freed himself from the arrow in his chest. The arrow was stuck in a block of ice. Kansi's declared, I understand. Next was Aylar. She possessed Kaminaji, flying towards the sorcerer, radiating a fierce golden energy as if trampling him. What a he behind Kaminaji said, if we destroy his entire body, which part will regenerate? His body was reduced to just one. Then he regenerated as before. He yelled. Huh? Huh? He charged forward with an angry expression, but still looked sweating profusely. TSK. I can't let that kid get in my way. I have to kill Su Makoto and then stopped. His face turned cold. His brows furrowed, looking both worried and surprised. Makoto's face was down. Kaminaji sat with his sword before Makoto, his face downcast. You're too late. He smiled contemptuously. Thank you watching for vid. Dark sorcerer stepped back. Ituryu stood behind Kaminaji. Watch close. Two wielded a sword as the 12th apostle's body shattered into 100 pieces. His was sliced in half. He wore an expression of surprise. Bewildered, thought to himself. My life's purpose was to fulfill the prophecies. am not afraid of death. But, a gaping shark seemed ready to swallow him. This enormous anomaly shook my resolve. The fear I had discarded long ago. Turns out it was this close. I am ready to sacrifice this life to fulfill the prophet. He reached into his side pocket, intending to retrieve something. So I mustn't be He pulled out a golden glass vial. I must overcome this. Seeing him pull it from his pocket, Kaminaji immediately swung his arm was instantly severed from his body. Blood splattered everywhere. The golden artifact vial flew out. He was surprised, bewildered. A cage enveloped Kaminaji. It was a time cage. His hand was about to draw his sword. His face his blood splattered everywhere. The regeneration effect. It had worn off. His was drenched in sweat. His expression resolute. I did it. I really. Ituryu looked up at the cage. This is. Silentius looked in another direction. A cage created by that artifact. His gathered a mass of energy. So what do we do? Iturius' eyes sharply gazed at the 12th. He walked over to the arm that had just been severed from the sorcerer's body. Finally, his regeneration ability has. He clutched his severed arm, looking at Kaminaji. Relax. Not even my darkness can do anything to that cage. I can't kill you, and you can't kill me. Cold sweat drenched his body. But I can leave here. The outcome of this battle. Ituryu glared at him. Hey, did you see that? Makoto slowly stood up from behind, his face downcast. He said in a cold voice. His body was covered in blood, but his eyes glared sharply at the sword, holding a staff broken in half. Kui scratched his head. How strange. If it's just a sword, it can't be He smiled brightly, still gripping the staff in his hand. Could it be? He's also a genius like me? Shouldn't you find a master who followed Ichihara Midori's words? The strongest transcendent. I went searching for a master. I became a disciple of many people. But the first master, a burly figure covered in scars across his back and face, carrying a large wooden sword on his shoulder, he turned around. You've surpassed me. The second was an old master. You've become better than. He stood under a paper umbrella, then turned and walked away in the rain. Go find another man. Next was another master who looked like a common laborer. Once again, I realized how ordinary I was. Many different masters gave up training me within just one. The previous master then introduced him to a new master. From today, train under this person. The strongest swordswoman. This is my female disciple. A girl with her hair lightly tied back. Half her face was covered, and one eye was red. That was Hinoki. The scene was terrifying. Flames engulfed everything. Swords were haphazardly stuck in the cracked ground. The final master. I was taught by Hinoki Ichika for 3. Called out. Master. Makoto held up a book and asked. This technique. Hearing her student call, she turned her head. On the book was some kind of tech. Seeing what Makoto asked about, she explained. It's been lost. Even I can't. Illustrating the technique was a woman with one eye covered. Her right hand held a sword in a defensive stance.
Datinoki Eshiru unique technique.
He diligently studied the book while repeating his master's words. The founder's unique tech. All good things must come to an end. Ichika stood outside the battlefield. Facing Makoto, she bid farewell. I have nothing left to teach you. You have been fully imparted with the Hidori one sword. Once again faced with a farewell. He was flustered. Me? How can I become even stronger now? Faced with her former disciple's question, Ichika sighed. An image of a flower bud appeared before Ichika's answer. Your talent is excessively great. Even after all this training, you are still like a flower bud. You can learn other styles if you wish. Or you can dedicate yourself to. But for it to bloom while you are still alive, that will be very difficult. Seeing how he once was in the past. Then recalling his master's words. Returning to the present battlefield. As if awakened by the words. Perhaps you will meet a swordsman. Stronger than yourself who appears right before your. Makoto stared blankly at his comrades his thoughts still flowed as he watched Minato fight with all his might. You should not run from anything. For a destined encounter happens only once. The teachings from the past awakened his mind. Sending words of gratitude to her. Thank you. Although both his hands had been severed, he still raised his stumps. Now I understand. Now, disregarding his heavily wounded body, a surge of energy erupted. At this very moment, everyone began to notice. The red-haired woman said, Inoki, what exactly is he planning? Ituryu also gazed thought. Everyone stood on the speechless. Minato frantically called out, Captain. A red current of power erupted from Makoto, soaring high into the. Parallel to it was a blue stream of power emanating from the person trapped in the iron. Switching to the training ground at Taijo headquarters. Midori was channeling his. Everyone turned to see what was happening. What's that? This power. Shinji was also confused. The spot where Midori had just stood instantly exploded. Space seemed to tear, not understanding what was happening. Shinji winced at the explosion's immense shockwave. Debris flew past his face, leaving a few scraps. Everyone in the room was startled by what had just happened and screamed. What's that?
En explosion?
Shinji also hadn't registered what was going on. He stared blankly at the scene before. A massive hole appeared after the explosion. He called out, Ichihara, returning to the battle scene from earlier. In the distant sky prison, the dark sorcerer stood dumbfounded, looking at Makoto. His severed arm continued to bleed. Chaos was rising. Seeing Makoto still using his skill, he should have been unable to do anything as a swordsman, shouldn't he? He didn't know if it was due to the heat of the battlefield or fear, but he was sweating profusely. His heart pounded at the thought in his head. Why? Do I feel certain I'm about to be cut? Ituryu turned his head and called out. Minato. He was right beside him. Cherry blossom petals drifted gently in the wind. He spoke to Minato, but in a way that everyone could hear. If humans are like flowers, then the ability to truly bloom can only happen in a fleeting. Montek listened thoughtfully to Ituryu. Moments like the golden age of the Manga too, or when one has grasped a supreme tech. Silentius listened intently, or when one has realized the Kodo was in his own moment, waiting for his final explosion. But for the sorcerer, that moment was. Ituryu continued his words. Engrave the image before you deep into your. His eyes widened, his voice hesitant. Could it gathered all his strength, breathed a long, little by little. Memories, both happy and sad, surfaced from when he was a boy, until he reached adult. Till this moment, the flower bud of his life was ready to change. He raised his two severed arms high. His entire life spent searching for himself, bowing to masters and learning from teachers, all for this very moment. The flower of his life finally blew. Minato and the dark sorcerer intently observed Makoto's act. Blinding light emanated from between Makoto's two arms. His eyes were cold. All light converged on this final tech. That flower burst open magnificently, embracing the sun. The name of the technique Makoto uttered. Hinoki's one-handed sword art. Lost secret technique. Indomitable. A ray of light sliced the dark sorcerer in half. He had no time to using his last shred of consciousness. He thought, my darkness should have activated immediately. Shouldn't it? Space seemed to stand still after Makoto unleashed his technique. More precisely, he had sliced through his body without using any sword or blood began to gush from his nasal bridge. Right now, in this place, has my end truly. Makoto maintained his slashing stance. A long slash split the dark sorcerer's body. Turyu praised. Well done. Makoto still stood there with a resolute gaze. No one knew what he was. Suddenly he wavered. The sword that only existed in my mind has truly materialized. His mind. He looked up at the sky. Even though he stood beneath layers of dark cloud, at this very moment his body was whole. His hand still firmly gripped his sword. I can still see it far beyond the. He smiled contentedly. Light shone on his serene face. Finally, I have become a swordsman of that cat. Kodo closed his eyes, savoring them. I was blessed by heaven, with a family, his parents and Shinji, along with the cat. And Midori appeared, a friend, and my comrades, shoulder to shoulder, as well as my subordinates. Every past experience has made me strong. Makoto thought of Shinji, even if this is my. His little brother, with a sad face, held the cat in his arm. Light shone behind Shinji, while Makoto slowly faded into darkness.
I'm sorry.
Shinji, please forgive your older. I'm content. Gentle footsteps approached. The sky had brightened again. He turned around. Thank you watching for vid. It was Minato approaching. He smiled and extended his hand towards Makoto. Makoto was a little surprised, but quickly smiled back. That's right. He also extended his hand towards Minato. This death is not the end. Her hands clasped tightly. I can still leave my legacy for the next generation. In reality, the cage was gradually disappearing. Minato rushed forward. His face was both panicked and a little sorrowful. He ran to Makoto, who was collapsing in a pool of blood. He thought, right now, I can feel it, through the nihilistic scripture, that I am connected to Captain. Minato rushed, running and calling out, Captain. His panicked footsteps made him fall. In the sky some light. Mana noticed the blue battlefield still lay strewn with mangled corpses. Within that light, a person was flying in. It was Thank you watching for vid. Person who had just been pulled away from the Grand Oracle Order's training ground. He flew in, loudly shouting Makoto's name. His eyes and mouth were wide open. Sweating profusely, landed gently beside Makoto. He carefully helped him. Midori carefully checked on his friend. His face was distraught, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Makoto, even at the very end, maintained a smile on his lips. He passed away peacefully without a single regret. At the age of 23, beside his closest friend, he fell in battle against the 12th Apostle. Minato lay there helplessly, tears, a beautiful image of the two Sue brothers, playing with the cat Oribe. The scene was warm and full of light. The pool of blood stretched for a distance. Midori supported Makoto. He incessantly called his name in agony. Makoto. Damn it. He clenched his teeth tightly. His mouth cursed continuously. Legacy. He recalled an earlier. Makoto was focused on sword practice. Midori approached, calling out, Makoto, why did you decide to become cat? He stopped and wiped sweat from his face. Surprised by Midori's question, he threw a water bottle to Makoto. Midori smiled and said, in this grand oracle order, if you're second, only I can be. So if you fight with all your might, who else can be your? Reached out to catch the water bottle somewhat awkwardly. He listened intently to his friend. Don't you think fighting alone would be? Makoto commented without reacting. Your way hasn't changed. Midori chuckled. Do you mean I'm not suited for teamwork? Makoto going further than anyone else. Shining brighter than any brilliant star standing out against the cosmic background. That's what's important to you, isn't it? He slowly put on his and continued, but for me, how should I put it? Suddenly a high-pitched voice from outside the door. Captain. Both turned their heads to look. Were his comrades, one by one. Yakiru, smiling the brightest, raised two fingers and boasted. Kuzushiro passed the level 2 swordsmanship test. Task completed. Captain. Meanwhile, everyone else stood by, smiling. Mana even waved cheer. Just as radiant as Yakiru was Minato. His eyes sparkled. He grinned, showing off. Now I can assist you. So as soon as it was done, I had to report the good news to the captain first. Yakiru couldn't hide his excitement. Let's go grab a meal. The two still watching outside. Makoto had finished dressing and was rolling up his sleeves. He said, you're right. His face radiant like his comrades outside. Just thinking about it was enough to make him smile. He dearly cherished his comrades. Midori let his friend, confiding, even if I've covered in wounds, I still want to leave something for them. Like 6 people who were always happy to see him had brought about precious camaraderie. To have met these people. Returning to the Midori painfully spoke his last words to his dearest friend. Your comrades have seen everything. All your achievements and victories. Mana stood, her eyes downcast, her hands clenched. The other person couldn't bear it either and knelt, hands on the ground, before Makoto's pool of blood. Both wept in anguish, crying in grief for the captain's sacrifice, as well as the other comrades. 2 of them were still alive. Midori raised his hand to stroke Makoto's eyes. You have. His words broke. He didn't know when his eyes had become drenched with tears. You have completed the mission of lead out. Makoto could close his eyes in peace. A contented smile still lingered on his lips. Midori said through tears, that's something I couldn't. And then came the final praise. You've worked hard. Midori remained face down. All lay there, clenching his fists, tormenting him. In his world, everyone stood watching from behind. His back looked so. Miller looked around. Everything is getting darker. Majid spoke up. It's not surprised. Silentius thought sadly. That's right. He must be thinking this is due to his own weak. He still sat there, letting the darkness surround him. His hands clutching his. All the progenitors had also experienced the loss of comrades, friends, and that was the pain that Silentius, Kansis, Majid or Hyoma all experienced. They understood and suffered with him. Their bandaged hands, bound by chains, reaching out to those who were slowly walking away. Their hearts were broken after witnessing the backs of their comrades who had passed away. Almost, they couldn't overcome that pain. Ituryu also deeply understood his mood at this. He walked up behind him and called out. Men didn't wait for Ituryu to speak. His head still bowed to the ground, he replied. I don't want to fight any. Everyone was a little surprised. But by their expressions, it was clear they had somewhat anticipated his Minato clutched his chest, speaking hesitantly. My heart feels like it's being torn apart. He recalled what had happened. One by one they had taken turns fighting like Majid, Valentine, Kansas and the other progenitors. If I had allowed you progenitors to fight from the beginning, no one would have. Everyone followed Ituryu, standing behind him. Minato still tormented himself, wanting to become a source of strength for everyone. As a vessel, I only needed to train myself more. That after a moment of silence, Ituryu explained. Minato. That is, he cut him off. Emotions surged. He blamed himself even more. He remembered Captain Makoto extending his hand towards him. The hand that had once shaken Captain Suicide. That final handshake would be etched into his memory for the rest of his life. He held his hand out in front of him. His hand was now burning like He stood up, facing Ituryu, which surprised him a little. He entrusted me with. Minato cried out in pain. Tears streamed down one of his cheeks. And I don't want to waste his leg. Everyone listened to him speak. Each one moved from surprise to emotion. Finally, pride. Lilac and Rowan were a little surprised. Valentine cried until his nose was. Now Karel, Kansas, Majid, Haui, and everyone else smiled proudly. I'm not just thinking about surpassing the progenitors, and everyone cried, their noses red. I want to overcome everything I encounter. Ellison, Silentius, thank you watching for vid. Ituryu were all very proud. He looked up and saw a light appearing in the dark. That light was approaching, expanding further and further, illuminating an entire shone directly down on Minato and where everyone was standing. Everyone stopped and looked up in surprise as the darkness was pushed back on both. Montek and Silentius both looked at him in surprise. Ailer was still looking around. Only Ituryu was smiling towards him. His burning hand clenched with his eyes became resolute. He declared clearly, I will not let anyone else. When Midori arrived, everything had ended in 5 remaining people stood waving at the approaching rescue helicopter. Mana carried Minato, while Midori carried his friend's body on his back. His heart ached indescribably. He could do nothing but collect the bodies of his best friend and Makoto's Midori placed Makoto's body into a body bag and gently zipped. The rescue helicopter had arrived. On it were body bags and the survivors. It was preparing to take everyone away. A rescuer in an orange uniform reported to Midori. We have successfully rescued everyone. Let's depart. Mr. Ichihara. Midori was currently on his phone, preparing to call someone. He then told the man in the orange uniform. He'll return separately. Mana silently followed the conversation. The rescuer replied, then please be now phone in hand. His eyes looked up at the departing helicopter. He informed the other end of the line about what had just happened. Makoto has died. The other end, unsure if it was real or a joke, was still very surprised. So Midori continued. Our enemy is. In his hand he still held a notebook. That notebook was left by the enemy. The 12 apostles of the apocalypse. Aikido said something, but Midori brushed it aside. Forget the procedures for now. Hunt them down to the very end for me. Having said, his bright blue eyes shone with fierce determination. Behind those burning eyes was a vow of revenge, a pursuit that would not end until the enemy was utterly destroyed. And so, Ichihara Midori disappeared. Time flowed by swiftly. 1 month later, in some forest, far in the distance, a volcano was still active. Nagano Prefecture, Mount Maitake. In a clear stream, 2 people were exchanging techniques. Overcoming the pain of losing a loved one, Shinji and Minato still had to continue upgrading their strength. The 2 had transformed that pain into motivation to move forward on this thorny path, turning sadness into strength. Both Shinji and Minato furiously trained. Shinji made the first move, shouting loudly. Then, Minato, thank you watching for vid. And it was Minato's turn to make a move, yelling. But Shinji blocked. The force of the attack was quite strong, making him exhale by sparring with each other. Each of them was getting stronger, and it seemed they had to blend into nature to concentrate on their. Minato fought while analyzing his opponent. He diverted Shinji's hand moved towards him. Minato immediately reacted by reaching out to grab. The best defense is offense. He wrestled Shinji, surprised by his opponent's technique. Shinji was surprised but not outmatched. Kido. If my hands are locked, I still have my. He kicked Minato hard in the head with a. He knew all of Shinji's moves like the back of his hand. A triumphant smile. He held up his hand, ready to block Shinji's technique, making him break a light. This moment, Minato held the upper, leaped up, intending to end the fight with a sky-high kick. Shinji could only stand and someone's loud shout. Stop! The figure of a certain girl. Stops like that. Shinji and Minato immediately stopped and stood at it. That figure was none other than Ichika. She crossed her arms, looking sternly at the 2. Speaking of an earlier time, when Makoto's funeral took place along with his other comrades, the destruction of teams had left a deep wound within the Grand Oracle Order. Of course, those who remained were the most grief-stricken. Minato stood there all at the funeral of those who had for Makoto's younger brother. This was an immense loss, silently standing before the portrait. Shinji just stood still, not moving at all before Captain Suicide. Minato walked somewhere. He suddenly saw someone approaching. He recognized who it was and called out his name. It turned out Shinji was packing his brother's belongings. There wasn't much besides a collection of books and the brothers. His face was gaunt. Dark circles clearly visible under his eyes. Now, even smiling or talking was too much for him. He tiredly recognized the person who had just called. Suddenly the cat meowed. Minato only then realized the cat's that meow. Is that? The cat meowed again as if introducing itself. That's me. Shinji was very surprised to learn. You knew he had a cat? Then he immediately became sad and blamed himself. His nose was still. I knew nothing about him. Shinji had never tried to understand how his brother. Before coming to his brother's room, he observed every corner of his eyes stopped at the cat lying on the book. I never knew there was such a cute little cat here. I also didn't know what kind of books he read, or what kind of clothes he usually. Shinji moved to the refrigerator. What kind of food then to the desk where sticky notes were still attached, and what he thought about. Before seeing these things that belonged to him, I knew nothing. Minato suddenly saw something in Shinji's. Is that a 5 thick diaries lay neatly in Shinji's hand? He replied, yes. I intend to take. He always left a message because he feared he could lose his life at any time during. Shinji opened one and looked inside. All of Makoto's daily training sessions and missions were recorded. Every note was January 12th. Shinji slowly read each line of the diary. The temperature in the early morning and late night is gradually getting cold. Turning to the next page. I wonder if Shinji can endure this weather. He stood there, reading on to March 7th. Shinji passed the hunter qualification exam just like me. So 17th. It seems the Grand Oracle Order wants to recruit Shinji. July 19th. Katsi brought a very delicious watermelon. Memories of that day flooded over him, when he and the others were still very nice. Reading this line, he could no longer hold back his tears. I also wanted to share some with Despite this, he continued to read. October 1st. Shinji was dispatched to an unknown disaster on a reconnaissance mission. But I'm sure Hell returned safely. The cat noticed his emotional instability and ran over to come. Reading up to here, he couldn't bear it anymore. Every single word in the diary was always about. He hugged the diary to his chest, sobbing like a child whose toy had been taken away. His repressed sorrow had nowhere to. Minato stood there, not knowing what to do. So, Captain Makoto always talked to me about his younger. He remembered times in the past when the captain mentioned his younger brother. I truly love my younger brother very much. Whenever he brought it up, he always had a gentle. Shinji also couldn't suppress his emotions and started crying again. Remembering what his brother had done, his eyes became resolute. I want to be strong. Somewhere among the stars, Makoto and his comrades were looking down. So my brother no longer has to worry about me anymore. The two had gone searching for a place. It was the Mitek Mountain. Chika rested her sword on her shoulder, placing her other hand on her hip. Who are you two brats? Shinji replied, He informed Chika of the news. Su Makoto had fallen in battle. The moment she heard the news about her former student, she was surprised, but replied, I understand. The two said in unison, can you help us become stronger? And so, their journey to cultivate power back to the present. The female master commented, you two are both getting stronger. Even though a month ago, Minato was still dominating. Shinji, your rate of growth is truly praised, he replied clearly. Thank you very much. Minato chuckled wryly. Lady Ichika, what about me? She sighed and asked back, her voice tinged with displeasure. Is there anything left for you to learn from me? It would make more sense for you to teach. Then, Ichika kicked two staffs towards her two young students. All right, two immediately caught the wooden. No longer gentle, Ichika surged with fighting spirit. Raise your sword. Her eyes now seemed possessed, her voice ready to devour opponents alive. Come at me. Your chance to increase your combat power. The two replied in unison, yes, master. Plunged back into training and fighting. More power. I must become even strong. Minato thought, once I become the strongest transcendent in the world. Somewhere in London, United Kingdom. Night shrouded the city. Someone was approaching. This person turned and disappeared around a street. Then the footsteps stopped. A voice echoed, asking, you're one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. The clown also meant number 4. He wore pale white face makeup with heavily painted eyes and lips, like a horror. He remained silent for a moment before replying, you finally arrived. Turned fully to face someone. This person was none other than Ichihara Midori. He was still systematically hunting down the enemies who had killed his. Maintaining a cold expression and voice, Midori said, speak. Where are your accomplices and your base? If you play any foolish games, I'll kill you on the spot. Right before him, yet the clown showed no fear. Clearly, he hadn't seen the coffin to shed tears. He still joked, don't be so hasty. Play with me for a bit, won't you? Saying so, he pulled out an unusual weapon. shaped like a heart in. Midori found this person incredibly dull. He had given him a chance to live, but he didn't know how to keep it. The small alley, silent a second ago, suddenly flashed with blinding blue light, followed by a splatter of. Stepping out of the alley was Midori. He had dispatched the clown in mere seconds. Midori walked out to meet his face still had a bit of blood on it. I warned him I'd kill. Then he handed the notebook he had just picked up to Sai. Receiving the notebook, Saichi immediately reported, 7 more to go. Midori had killed 5 of the 12 enemies, corresponding to the 5 notebooks in his. Things were not over yet. Only when all 12 notebooks were gathered would everything. Inside the Grand Oracle, Chief Administrator Io was leisurely stirring green tea with meticulous and gentle movement. A humble house nestled within a vast garden covered with greenery, beneath a clear blue sky, with golden sunlight shining everywhere. That was the top-secret location the Evergaze. 5 notebooks lay on the ground, the yellow one stained with a splotch of. The head of the Grand Oracle, Executive Director Io, arranged the 5 notebooks in a straight line. So Midori sent these. Assistant Director Shinomiya Tengen held a teacup, his face weary. Yes, it seems these are prophetic books from the 12 apostles of the Apocalypse. Assistant Director Kitamori Shiki sat upright. These look more like parts of a single. Director Io flipped open the blue book and examined it intently. I see. Eliminating them and retrieving these books is not a problem for us. Then she closed the. She thought about Midori, how he had handled everything himself this time. It seemed Makoto's death had left a deep wound in Midori's. Shiki wondered, what should we do, ma'am? Meanwhile, Tengen also looked at her with curiosity. Director Io smiled brightly. Never mind. Even if we tell him, he won't listen. He'll have tea ready for Midori when he returns. Koi fish swam leisurely in the pond, looking very peaceful. Tengen began, Director, regarding the aftermath of Su Makoto's is a memorial photo of a red-haired young man, surrounded by white flower clusters. Tengen continued, the Su squad has been wiped out, so we must fill that. On a board with 8 names, Su's name was crossed out with a long streak of. Tengen and Shiki, their faces filled with determination, said in unison. Both, the 2 knelt, bowed their heads, and clasped their hands. We request to propose forming a new squad under our names. Director Io's expression seemed sore. Somewhere in Tokyo, a Tier 2 prophecy. The uprising, leader of the Dawn Unknown God Army. Hooded figures, those in front holding long spears, cheered beneath a fluttering purple. Man in a dark purple hoodie was struggling against a masked man from that faction. He gritted his teeth. Just one of them is already this strong. Can't you attack them from a distance? The girl wearing a similar hoodie was also trying to eliminate another masked figure with magic power. Their weaknesses aren't all the. Someone shouted to the girl with headphones. Captain Hibiki. The girl was very powerful. She used magic to burn the masked figure, turning him into dust. Captain Hibiki Setsuna, turned her head. These guys are truly. She turned to look behind her, asking the girl with twin pigtails, what do you think? Can you? Sigil on the girl's hand glowed. She bowed her head. Setsuna asked. Akan looked up, and immediately, a brilliant light enveloped her. She swung her hand, unleashing magic power. Triple holy punishment. She replied instantly. She summoned a molten metal mass. It looked quite large. Akan reminded the hooded figures who were trying to beat the masked groups to death. Seniors, please step. Akan swung her hand, and the metal mass immediately split into small fragments that flew towards the masked group. She continued to unleash magic power, making the sigil on her hand glow again. Immediately, the group began to be submerged in a sea of gas. They clutched their faces, coughing violently. Akan stood still. Liquefaction. They suddenly transformed back into metal, coating the masks of those people. They were bewildered, unable to react. Akan continued her magical attack. The masked figures were now engulfed in a sea of flames. The metal on their faces, exposed to the fire, began to solidify. They screamed in agony. She raised her hand into the air and shouted. Then she clenched her palm. Solidification. The faces of those people were sealed by solid metal, forming grotesque spiky metal. Then the spikes gradually lengthened, piercing through the faces of those people, causing them to stab each. The hooded squad members stared in astonished silence. Akan looked up at the result of her actions. A tangled, spiky mass of people impaled through each other. One of the hooded figures asked. She snapped her finger. Akan turned to look at them. The pile of masked figures was engulfed in flame. She clapped her hands, marveling. Oh! Setsuna slowly walked towards Akan, speaking as she went. Toxin, poison gas, high heat, physical attack. 4 types in just one blow? Akan, you're quite... Setsuna gently caressed Akan's chin, as if wanting to spoil her completely, her voice inviting. It's a shame I can only have you as a temporary member for now. Once your training is done, join my squad. Akan took Setsuna's hand, offering a sweet smile. Thank you. They'll consider. 2 other members of Setsuna's squad watched. The blue-haired man wondered. The captain is really trying to recruit her. The blonde man stared intently at Akan. She's strong, cute, and has a pleasant personality. I wonder if she'll agree to join this. Setsuna looked pleased. If she joins, we'll have an easier. The blue-haired man was exasperated. Captain. The blonde man was equally dismayed. So that's all you're thinking? Akan walked quickly down the road, making a phone call. Hello, Kamenaji? This is Shino. She paused, then announced, I've finished Lesson 7, Control over the 3 States of Alchemy. Send me the next lesson. During the recent volcanic eruption, black smoke billowed over the mountain. Minato answered the phone with one hand, immediately replying, all right. His other hand held a pastry, keeping the orange cat from reaching it. He was surprised.
So fast. Who?
Shinji, sitting nearby, chewing a sandwich and resting his hands on his thighs, said, Oh, it's Shino. The gray-haired man with glasses appeared in the air, grinning sinisterly. Hee, that girl finally passed the 7th. Minato looked up. Killick, can you prepare about 3 more lessons? Killick turned, taking several books from a shelf, flames igniting around him. Leave it. Minato spoke happily on the phone. They'll try to send it to you soon.
Akan reply it. Thanks.
It seems Hiko is already practicing lessons. In a barren land where no vegetation grew, only dirt and rocks. That was Saitama Prefecture. Tokorozawa, a monster made of clay, shaped like an Egyptian sphinx, from a Tier 2 prophecy. The earth-devouring divine beast. It was the boss monster Sphinx, the glutton, with blinding bright yellow eyes and a wide mouth full of sharp. Loud sound erupted, and the statue shattered into hundreds of pieces, debris flying from its body. Hiko panted, drenched in sweat, clenching his fists. Lesson 8, Light Kick, Mouth Force. Captain of the Todoroki squad, Todoroki Kichiro, praised him, clenching his fist. Well done, Hiko Rado. Join my... Hiko was ecstatic, being cheered by over 10 people. He leisurely said, Ahaha, let me think about it. Hiko pondered which squad should I join. At the same time, Akan said confidently over the phone, I definitely won't be left behind, and I'll win against all of you. The golden cat climbed onto Minato's back, playing with the green feather stick Shinji held. Minato listened to the phone. All right. Shinji's also getting stronger now. How can I just sit? Minato said cheerfully, I'm still very happy.
Akan blushed.
Thank you watching for vid. Shinji's attempts still couldn't attract the golden cat's attention. Kept staring intently at Minato. Shinji's eyes rolled back in frustration. He helplessly asked, Why, Oribe? Why do you keep clinging to Kamenaji like that? Minato explained, it's because you're doing things that scare the little one. Akan, overhearing on the phone, also asked curiously, what is it? Is there some disaster? Shinji angrily pulled the cat Oribe off Minato, as it kept digging its sharp claws into him. On the other end of the line, Akan asked, by the way, have you heard about the new squad? He was surprised. Akan explained, it seems a new squad is being formed to fill the void left by the Su. Chairs, symbolizing 8 squad captains, were arranged in a circle, but only 7 people were seated, leaving 1 chair empty. Akan spoke, it's rumored that the captain of the new squad will be chosen from the member with the highest achievement. Shinji moved away from Minato, swinging his staff continuously. Minato sat embracing the annoying golden cat, smiling cheerfully. So that's how it is. I wonder who it will. Ant's voice came through the phone. The problem isn't who will become the captain. Minato was surprised. Huh? Akan continued, I've already talked about this with. She smiled slightly. What do you think about a Kamenaji? Minato agreed, nodding repeatedly. Huh, a Kamenaji squad? The name sounds pretty good, doesn't it? At this point, Minato was suddenly startled as if struck by lightning. His head buzzed, threatening to explode, his mouth agape. Wait a minute, what did you just... He then calmed down and asked Akan, why me?
Akan didrip.
Silence was enough to make Minato anxious. He still held the phone tightly to his ear. Akan's voice rang out. The Grand Oracle always harbored an images like letters and documents were all devoured by flames, turning into smoke and ash. Akan patiently explained, there must be someone in this world capable of erasing all prophet. Minato wondered, all prophet. She continued and recalled the memory of herself kneeling before a castle, which was slowly being devoured by flames in despair. Akan pleaded, that is what I want. He became curious again. He wants it too? Akan rambled on, and to fulfill that, she persuaded him, secretly recalling Minato's past actions. Those were the times Minato fiercely protected the men. Everyone in the team wanted to find someone with a strong will to lead. Akan smiled, and I see that you have all the qualities to be a Minato was astonished. Akan gently said, When did Setsuna arrive next to Akan? She happily said, Akan, let's go back. Akan told Minato over the phone, I have to go now. You think about it. Well talk. Minato was surprised. Huh? Wait. He sighed. Thank you watching for vid. Minato sat on a rock. In front of him was his phone. He kept sighing, his face looking weary. His arms. Captain, huh? Always the Ichika appeared behind Shinji. She abruptly asked, Shinji, do you know what that guy is up to? Shinji turned to look at her. Master Ichika. The golden cat Oribe sat on a rock, looking down into the water for fish. Ichika's voice rang out. The captain of the newly formed team. Huh? She looked at Minato's figure sitting on a distant rock. He can do whatever he wants. Shinji replied, I also think Kaminaji would be suitable for that position. Minato looked like a wilting flower. He was utterly dejected. Ichika looked at him. Silencious looked up at Minato through the screen. Does anyone have any advice for him? Homa, Elixir, Kansis, and Ituryu replied in unison, nothing at all. Silencious was speechless. Elixir explained, I don't know what to say. Kansis added, everyone here has spent their lives as true masters. Wantek objected, but if we're talking about being a leader, Ituryu interjected, then who knows anything about it? Silencious was speechless. Indeed, a bunch of useless old masters. Ituryu angrily retorted, you're cussing yourself out. Ituryu turned. He then asked, hey, what about that pupil? Rian, the founder of military tactics, did not look up, calmly and slowly writing on a scroll. He replied, now is not the time for me to reveal myself. Ituryu was surprised. He looked up and intently at Ituryu. Furthermore, there's already someone, he continued, who can help. Ituryu was curious again. What? The sound of a wooden staff piercing deep into the rock where Minato was sitting. He looked up at the wooden staff, filled with curiosity. Ichika called out, hey, Minato walked on the water, gliding swiftly like the wind. Get back to training. Why are you wasting time like this? Minato stood up, holding the wooden staff. Ichika was full of vigor. Quickly perform the flash step. Minato replied, oh, jumped into the lake. Performed the flash step. Next, he performed the water. Now Minato stood firmly on the water surface. Ichika praised him. Very good. You used it without any hesitation at all? She across the water towards Minato. I'm starting to get curious about your true identity. Your current level. If you're just a transcendent who awakened less than 6 months ago, you definitely shouldn't be able to achieve. Minato recalled when Ituryu demonstrated standing on water and taught him how to do it, while he was still stumbling and falling into the water. I even had to train until I was breathless in my sleep. He gave a forced laugh. Suddenly, Minato was startled. Ichika unleashed her magic power. A bright purple aura immediately enveloped her. She swung the wooden Minato immediately became vigilant. As soon as the wooden staff was swung, the water behind Minato violently churned, sending white foam soaring high. He had to lower his stance to brace himself. Shinji bore the brunt of the turbulent water. The cat Oribe also Chika said gruffly, is your mind even here?
I don't care.
She said seriously, but I will force you to pay attention. Minato quickly stood up. Firmly gripping the wooden staff, he assumed a ready stance. Ituryu watched Ichika through a screen floating in the air. The one who can do that? He was curious. Is that? Silencious exclaimed in admiration. Compared to today's transcendent, she's quite strong. No wonder she's your guardian. Ituryu explained, not mine. She's my elder brother's. I don't have anything left. Silencious agreed. That's true. She also taught Ituryu kept looking up at the image in the air. Hinoki Ichika. Is this the success? Ichika leaped gracefully into the air. She swung her sword powerfully. Hinoki single-handed swords the next strike. Heavenly descent. Lightning flashed, coiling Minato quickly and skillfully done. Ituryu was surprised. What was that move just? Minato gradually ran out of strength. He could no longer dodge attacks quickly. But the lightning controlled by Ichika gradually intensified. He panicked. Is she going all? Ichika unleashed a move. Hellblade. An endless source of light around. Minato was startled. He couldn't react in time. He froze for a From the purple light source, she created a gigantic, brightly glowing sphere of lightning. Its destructive power was immense. Ituryu observed all the actions. He was proud. This is new to me. The girl has created a new move from what I passed down to the next generation. How interesting. Silencious turned to look at Ituryu rambling. Without showing any emotion, Chika rested her sword behind her back. She stood on a high rock, looking at Minato who was still standing on the water. You dodged that so well. You should be unfamiliar with it, shouldn't you? Your Hinoki single-handed sword style move. It's very similar to our progenitors. Minato widened his eyes in surprise. Chika continued. Let me try to guess your current thoughts. You're wondering, she was serious. Can I be as strong as Makoto? Minato's inferiority complex emerged. He worried. Remembering Suoyu's back, he wondered. Can I become a captain? Shinji was saddened. Kaminaji. So he's been worrying like this all along. Minato gripped the wooden staff tightly. That's right. Because I've seen it all with my own eyes. He remembered the guidance, the dedicated instruction, and all the times Suoyu protected his team members. He pondered. Makoto is an amazing captain. He pursed his lips, clenched his jaw. And me. Can I truly do as Ichika's voice rang out? You don't need to be like him. Minato looked up. Ichika said gruffly, Pay it. A waterspout suddenly appeared. It was so colossal that Minato's figure seemed tiny. Hinoki single-handed sword style. Enchanting. Ichika swung the wooden staff. The move I'm using. Minato squinted to dodge the attack, while trying to listen to Ichika's explanation. It was developed by masters of previous generations, from the very knowledge of our progenitor. She recalled the image of the progenitor who single-handedly defeated countless soldiers. They certainly won't be as strong as the progenitor. Both had a huge difference in power level. Ichika advised, but they always kept trying, slowly getting closer bit by bit. Then they received further instruction from dojos. Ituryu was still attentively listening to her. Minato felt his mind open, always trying, slowly getting close. The waterspout shrank and slowly vanished into the water. She advised, she continued, what kind of Captain Makoto is, but having said that, he is definitely an amazing captain. Shinji heard that. Minato looked very. Ichika lectured again. But if you don't stop honing your skills, you will surely reach that point someday. Minato kept looking. Ichika said loudly, Isn't that right, Kaminaji? She pointed the wooden staff at him. So what you need to think about is not how to become someone like Makoto. Ichika asked, but what is the responsibility on your shoulders? Minato was sore. Remembered Suoyu. He remembered the time Suoyu. Minato replied clearly, it's the Ichika was full of vigor. She picked up the wooden staff again. If so, then forge yourself for that future. Come on, Minato held the wooden staff. He looked at her confident. Training began. Minato and Ichika charged at each other, continuously exchanging blows. A large sphere filled with lightning appeared, looking very 2 weeks later. The sky that day was clear and blue. At the Grand Oracle headquarters, Kiichiro held a tablet in his hand, browsing information. The other hand was holding a phone to his ear. So this is the list of candidates for the new team. Shinomi? Setsuna, standing next to him, also curiously scrolled through the tablet in quiet. Tengen was smoking a cigarette. One hand held a phone, the other flipped through a notebook. That's right. This is the list personally nominated by the director. Tengen flipped to the page with Minato and Ichika. He announced, but it seems we have some rather unusual Kaminaji Minato, age 17. Affiliation, male.
1,69 mètres, 62 kg.
Trainee, active for 0 years, 2 months. Mission history, rank 3 Golden Road, rank 2 Fire Heart Scroll, rank 1 Ice Defense. Nominated by the Special Task Force. Hinoki. There was a mysterious person. A tall figure standing beneath the trees on the level below where Kiichiro and Setsuna were conversing. He also held a phone in his hand. Infiltration successful. The new team captain's test will take place in 3. The 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse. Eva said confidently, don't worry, boss. The captain of the new team at the Grand Oracle will be me. Eva. One of the 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse. Possessing the heavenly demon skill. This skill allows them to replace the existence of the person they previously killed. Their goal is to become the captain of the newly formed Grand Oracle team and sabotage the organization from. His aura enveloped his entire body. Ichihara Midori. He is currently on a rampage, hunting down the 12 apostles. The clock was stained with red blood. Midori was still in a state of wanting to destroy everything related to them. Eva remarked to himself, and more than half have fallen. I alone cannot defeat that monster. The only thing we can do, sabotage the Grand Oracle. Held his forehead. Everything, he told himself, to fulfill the prop. 3 days later, everyone was at the Grand Oracle's large training ground. Tengen ordered, everyone, line up. Immediately, they formed for straight line. Tengen announced, from now on, the selection exam for the new team captain will. Tengen read the rules. There are a total of 4 tests. Only 4 people will advance to the final round. This exam is based on score. First place receives 3 points. Second place receives 2 points. And third place receives 1 point. Finally, the candidate with the highest score will be chosen as the captain of the newly formed. Io and Siki listened attentively. During the exam, the director will be here to observe. He shouted, everyone, Please do your best in this. 15 contestants replied in unison. New captain. Huh? Further, chill ran down his spine, as if countless eyes were watching. It felt as if someone was staring intently at him. There are a total of 8 candidates. Agurima squad. Kohi Haruki. That kid. Is that the eccentric one Ichihara Midori brought? What do you Irazega squad. Akihina Saishiro scoffed dismissively. Joined just 2 months ago and wants to be captain? How ridiculous. Ayusama squad. Son of Kuromo smiled brightly. So that kid is still a student? That's great. Isn't it? Macabe squad. Hisaji grumbled. Stop talking nonsense. She wondered again, that guy just joined about 2 months ago and is already here? Who is that? Surazaki squad. Sahazaki Asuk adjusted his glasses. He used a computer to search for information. He is one of the 5 people to survive and return from a rank 1 prophecy. And he was personally nominated by Hinoki Ichika? How Todoroki squad. Shikami N grumbled, I heard he even taught his friends. Truly interesting. Ibiki squad. Iryu Kanam said worriedly, so that's Akana's teacher. He answers questions and isn't cute like me. Special nomination. Kaminaji Minato. He was sorrowful. Everyone has their team captain behind them. Yet Master Ichika isn't here. Furthermore, Ichika also messaged him. I overslept. If you fail before I arrive, get ready to sleep in a volcano. He recalled the scene of himself being tied with ropes and thrown down a high waterfall. The time Ichika threw him off a cliff. He feared. Master definitely means it when she says things like, it's hard to even focus, let alone enjoy. I don't even know what this test will be like. But at least I can't be eliminated before Master arrives. An announcement rang out. The official test begins. He was surprised. At the same time, Shinji was running at full speed through the Ichika stood on his back, carrying the cat. He asked Master Ichika, is this also real training? Ichika urged, faster. Shinji was thank you watching for vid. Ichika explained, if you don't hurry, it'll be over. Shinji continued running. Ichika happily said, let's go watch Minato. Tengen announced, magic power measurement. Saishiro and Kanam were also surprised. Minato's magic power flared up, causing the measuring device to be engulfed in magic. He flung his hand out. First place. Kaminaji Minato panicked. He stammered, I broke it again. Irazega squad. Akihina. Magic power rank 5. Surprised. The measuring device was destroyed. Surazaki squad. Sahazaki Isuk. Magic power rank 3. He adjusted his glasses with a dangerous look. An anomaly, huh? Ayusama squad. Son of Kuromo. Magic power rank 2. He turned to ask? Or is it? Isuk explained, this happens occasionally. When someone is a genius in using physical strength or magic power, they are probably specialized in He glanced. The same type as you. Shikami was squatting. Hearing Isuk mention his name, he turned his head to Shikami had a competitive look on his face. He gnashed his teeth. I understand. The scoreboard appeared. Rank 1, Kaminaji Minato.
3 points rank 2, Son of Kuromo.
Ayusama squad.
2 points rank 3, Sahazaki Izuk.
Surazaki squad. 1 point. Tengen's voice boomed. Round 2 Tengen explained the rules. Duel. Your opponents will be other contestants. To win, each person must score 2 points. The first contestant will. Before he finished announcing, Shikami N confidently raised his hand to volunteer. Minato, who was standing near him, also turned his head in surprise. He looked directly at Minato. His voice reeked of arrogance. Let's have a fight. Because Shikami N is probably the strongest regular member in hand-to-hand combat. And also an anomaly. At the age of 2, when Shikami was sitting in a baby stroller, his mother was pushing him across the street. Then suddenly, a pack of black lions with bizarre pink manes, completely different from ordinary lions, rushed towards the mother and child. He witnessed the appearance of monsters from another. Shikami's mother knelt down, trying to shield him from the claws of the approaching. Shikami opened his eyes. His innocent face stared intently at the monstrous beasts. An insignia emanating from his hand glowed brightly, emitting a blinding golden. Blood splattered everywhere. Deep. Shikami's mother sat down heavily on the ground. She was dazed, her eyes wide, looking at the scene that had just unfolded. Her body was covered in blood. Her entire outfit was stained red. In front of her was a large pool of blood. The wheels of the stroller were incredibly bloody. Blood dripped, drop by. Corpses of the monsters were piled high. A gruesome sight. Shikami was still sitting in the stroller, at the very top of the pile of corpses, completely at ease, without a hint of fear. And while still in the baby stroller, he had killed all the monsters to protect his mother, and became a Setsuna asked Kiichiro, Todoroki, Isn't it cheating to send Shikami-en to compete? Kiichiro angrily replied, "What's wrong with sending my strongest person to He almost started flailing, throwing off the robe he was wearing. He then explained he wasn't granted any magic talent. But his physical abilities are unlike any transcendence. I have trained him from the day he joined the team until Kiichiro clasped his hands together. No one can defeat him in a Setsuna helplessly said, "It's too hot. Stop posing like." She evaluated, well, Shikami-en's combat abilities are indeed superior to most people. Setsuna observed Minato standing opposite Shikami-en in the match. It seems this battle will end. Shikami-en asked Minato, "Let me tell you something. Are you really teaching?" He was confused. Minato remembered the other group. He explained, "I'm just a messenger, so I only gave him some
Shikami-en slowly approached Minato.
What? There's actually someone who claims to be a genius, gave some advice, but then said I trained." He remembered Hiko during training. "Hiko is also a super genius like me. Even without you, he can easily reach higher places on him." Minato replied, "You're right." Shikami-en asked again. He smiled brightly. "That's what I thought."
Shikami-en frowned.
What a strange guy. Shikami-en's fingernails suddenly elongated and transformed. He unleashed magic. Brutal shredding. Veins bulged all over his body. Flames erupted around him. Shikami-en activated his combat state. His ground-shattering kick to gain momentum also caused the ground beneath his feet to. Shikami-en charged at Minato with rocket-like speed, leaving a trail of burning flames behind him, along with swirling. Seeing Shikami-en's extended hand about to reach him, Minato assessed he's too. He ducked low, dodging Shikami-en's powerful. Ground behind him shook.
A loud explosion erupted.
Blinding light radiated, accompanied by shattered earth and rocks flying. Haruki squinted, covering his face, coughing. Kiichiro placed his muscular arms on his head. His face was excited. "Amazing. En is serious now. Go on." Praised by his master, Shikami-en became even more excited. He unleashed powerful magic again, preparing to unleash another attack on Shikami-en charged. Minato didn't actively attack. He merely dodged all the attacks that Shikami-en aimed. The blows rained down continually. He opened his eyes. Udo's defensive Minato precisely grabbed Shikami's. Next, he swung his arm in a circle. This single move brought Shikami crashing down to the ground. Shikami was stunned, unable to believe what was happening. Horrifying loud sound. Shikami's landing caused the ground to explode, forming a large crater. Rocks and debris shattered and flew everywhere, turning the area into a chaotic. Haruai and Cana, standing nearby, witnessed it all. They were stunned. Someone exclaimed in awe, "Whoa, he only redirected the attack, and it was that powerful." Meanwhile, Minato and Shikami remained in their fighting pose. Haruai and Cana watched them in sweat beaded on Minato's face. He complimented, "You're truly strong, Shikami." Shikami was still upside down on the ground. His face veined with anger. He gritted his teeth and cursed. "You bastard! Are you mock?" Against the backdrop of rocks of all sizes floating in the clear blue sky, Minato's eyes widened in surprise. Sweat dripped profusely as he gaped and praised. "You're really strong." Shikami-en, inexplicably in a handstand with his head pointed directly at the ground, received the compliment with a bitterly wry smile. His face was grotesquely veined with anger. He gritted his teeth and bellowed back, "Are you being sarcastic?" No sooner had he finished speaking than En violently flung Minato's hand away with a loud. En nimbly leaped down, landing neatly on the ground, utterly disregarding Minato, who was still in the air with the other rocks. A mysterious golden energy glowed directly before his. Haruai, in his baggy suit, squatted on a large rock, witnessing the scene, was so shocked he gaped and exclaimed. He recovered that quickly. Cana, his bowl-cut hair a sickly green like a mobile avocado, reacted identically. Haruai, as if copy-pasted, loudly exclaimed as if afraid no one would hear him. He attacked so hard the ground exploded, and he still wasn't. Isuk knelt on a rock, one leg propped up to support his tablet. His fingers clacked away on the keyboard, making his head ache, yet he still found time to eavesdrop. He smiled proudly, casually flexing. Of course, Shikami's physical abilities are beyond the. A moment later, En was seen with wide, bloodshot eyes, as if foaming at the mouth. His face was contorted in a grimace as he gritted his teeth and charged forward like a madman, power surging behind him. Isuk's bragging voice still drawled on. The toughness of his body is no longer like that of a normal person. Spread his legs and ran like a maniac, as if he had never run before, heading straight for Minato, who was hovering in. Seeing En rapidly approaching him, Minato tried to remain calm, pondering a plan. To defeat Shikami-kun, simply deflecting his force isn't enough. So how about, as soon as he thought it, he immediately put it into action. Minato's expression turned serious as he plunged downwards. For some reason, Ellison suddenly appeared out of nowhere right behind him. She also wore a delighted smile, accompanying Minato as he dove down. The enlightened touch skill was put into practice. Minato descended towards En with a massive blue surge of. He delivered a critical kick to En's chest, which seemed quite painful as En's eyes rolled back when hit. He clenched his teeth, unable to utter a. Then, Minato firmly braced one foot against the ground, causing the earth to crack. He then adopted a solemn stance, preparing for a new move. One hand clenched tightly, the other casually loose. At this moment, a mysterious magic circle appeared on his hand. Behind Minato, one person after another seemed to appear from nowhere. Now it was Wantek's turn to stand beside and accompany Minato. Minato braced one foot against the ground, which was sinking under the sheer power he channeled, gritting his teeth. He raised his other leg high, penetrating. Minato bestowed the radiant kick upon En. He kicked En once more in the exact same spot. But this time the force was overwhelming. Minato's two legs unleashed immense power, crackling like the entire ground around that spot cracked open from Minato's single. But Minato seemed intent on completely obliterating En, as he delivered nearly a dozen more. En was kicked from one side to the other, falling unconscious, unable to withstand a single blow. His eyes continued to emit blue surges of Minato's. The onlookers all shared the same wide-eyed and open-mouthed, sweat pouring down their Moments later, En fell straight from the sky like a bird dropping. Minato remained standing firmly in place, his legs still raised, not yet lowered, as if ready to unleash a few more powerful kicks. En's eyes rolled back like a ghost. He coughed up copious amounts of bright red blood. Not only that, his entire body was burned completely black and smoking, looking like a roasted. Someone's voice echoed, halting the match. Stop the duel. The winner, Kanagi Minato, gains 2 points. Minato heard the news of his victory but didn't seem surprised. He remained calm, maintaining his battle-ready stance. He let out a light breath of relief. Wantek and Ellison cheered happily, eyes twinkling, high-fiving with a. Zoa, rubbing her head, walked closer to Isuke after watching the match and smiled mischievously, provoking him. No matter how you look at it, his physical abilities completely overwhelm even Shikami. Sakazaki, didn't you say Kanagi's magic power was over? Isuke, at this moment, suddenly cared nothing for the world, focusing only on typing furiously. He muttered a thoughtful HM and spoke to himself. Kanagi Minato, he has such high combat capability. Isuke typed, clicking the keys as if wanting to smash the keyboard. His mind was still wandering. If I just leave him be, I think he'll be defeated. Suddenly, his face darkened, and he frowned, contemplating wicked schemes. But perhaps he might stand in. His eyes gradually opened, seeing only the blurry figure of a young man in a hoodie sitting with his back. He slowly regained consciousness now, thankfully not having died yet. His eyes opened slightly, looking dazed as if still reeling from the effects. For some reason, a radiant power enveloped everything, blinding his eyes. En lay flat on his back on the grass, his whole body surrounded by a gentle golden power. The moment he opened his eyes slightly, he screamed, "Thank," but he only managed one word before he winced in agony, his eyes rolling back. Now he could only scream, pain. Minato sat beside En, treating him. Seeing En immediately start shouting loudly made him dizzy, so Minato calmly advised, "It's better if you don't move immediately." Valentine stood behind Minato, wagging his tail like a puppy. Minato, placing his hand on En to heal him, stared calmly at En and stated the obvious. "I'm currently treated." Even while being treated, En still grimaced, his eyes half closed in suspicion as he whined to Minato. "Don't be ridiculous. Both magic power and physical abilities are over limit, and now you have healing abilities too. Truly top tier, the protagonist's halo must be this." Then, facing Minato's downcast, silent face, En asked again, "Can you do it?" Upon hearing that, Minato recalled Valentine bowing his head in apology. Then, the scene where he knelt on the ground, stunned, looking at the countless mangled, bloody corpses strewn about. Body parts were scattered everywhere, and a single thought echoed, no matter what kind of skill it is, resurrecting a body so severely injured. Thinking of that, Minato forced a bitter smile, 3 parts sorrow and 7 parts helplessness, and reluctantly replied, "I can't do it." After treating En, he looked clean and fair-skinned like a human, not a roasted pig anymore. Minato said, "I think you can stand now." En was still dazed, his face contorted in confusion, his eyes drifting sideways, his mouth still questioning, Before En could finish his sentence, before he could even stand up, a gigantic explosion occurred in front of him, startling him. Minato, however, didn't seem surprised at all. He just stood rooted to the spot, staring at the explosion and didn't understand what the hell was happening and, still sitting on the grass, asked with a grimace, "What was that?" Minato, standing beside him, calmly replied, one hand in his pocket, face devoid of emotion, "That's the final match of the duel." Hearing the words final match, En's attitude changed as quickly as flipping a rice paper. He was utterly shocked, screaming, "Final match? How long have I been asleep?" Minato, as if accustomed to En's annoying behavior, wasn't bothered. He coldly replied like an iceberg, "About 5 minutes. 5 minutes? But it felt like 5 hours. Minato's rambling voice suddenly rang out. After our match, the other pairs had almost the same amount of time. Irihu from Team Hibiki was choked by Koki from Team Iaguruma until his face was completely pale, sweat pouring like a river, foaming at the mouth, while Koki just grinned. Even Sonnet from Team Ayusama was knocked out cold by Asahina from Team Irazuya, left sitting in a puddle. Minato's face suddenly lost its usual composure. He became serious and continued recounting to En. Those two groups finished very quickly. But, to the match between Soa and Isuke, Soa was frowning and ready for battle. Minato's voice echoed. Those two fought for quite a long. Sakazaki from Team Tsurasaki fought with a blank, emotionless face, his hands clenched as if ready to smash Soa's. Saji Soa from Team Makabe, however, was the complete opposite. She fought back like a mad dog, her eyebrows furrowed tightly, yelling Sakazaki. Soa rushed forward, punching Isuke relentlessly. She kept punching, her mouth still working at full capacity like a machine, shouting like, "You surely think you're very strong, don't you? Because your abilities are always high and Then Soa delivered a punch that sent Isuke flying far away, her mouth still yelling. Soa's hands emitted waves of gentle golden power. She rushed toward Isuke, a provocative smile on her face. Soa kept nagging and lecturing endlessly. Ultimately, without an outstanding ability, you're just a replaceable person. A jack of all trades and master of none is not suitable to be a. Isuke was sent flying at least 3,000 meters. He was pushed back, having to dig his heels into the ground to maintain balance, grinding the earth. Isuke maintained his calm demeanor, let out a HM, and adjusted his glasses while calmly replying, "Unfortunately, it seems our team goal." Isuke, just like a precocious old man, lectured while fighting over-limit stats, members of the special team, unparalleled geniuses with superior talent. And when an ordinary person is placed under the command of such an individual, they won't be able to keep up, and what awaits them will only be. Minato had been standing rooted to the spot behind them, listening to Isuke's irritating lecture. A high-level ability, in other words, allows for quick reactions in all situations, increasing the entire team's survival rate, even if only by 1%. That is the kind of captain I want to be. The image of countless people dressed in black standing before ancestral altars in a somber, gut-wrenching scene. Isuke suddenly looked back with contempt and a mocking, sinister smile, openly provoking Minato. "Minato, I won't let the fate of my entire team end at the end of the battle like Team S." Hearing that, Minato was stunned, his eyes wide with For some reason, Minato was the one being provoked, but En seemed even more infuriated than him. His face scrunched up, teeth clenched, and raised his hands, cracking his knuckles as if ready to lunge and wring Isuke's neck. Furious, he screamed, "I heard everything. You four eyes. Do you like poking at old wounds? Don't listen to him. How disgusting." He looked stern but also sentimental. Minato still stood with his back to En, saying nothing, his back subtly conveying a lonely and pathetic suffering. Suddenly, Minato spoke up to thank En. "Thank you, Shikami." Suddenly, out of nowhere, Zoa appeared, descending from the sky with a massive surge of power, spinning like a whirlwind. Physical technique enveloped by the whirlwind of power, she plunged toward Isuke. Zoa attacked Isuke, using her radiant whirlwind technique, her face contorted while fighting intensely. Isuke, for some reason, pondered something. He blocked attacks effortlessly, streaks of power exploding like fireworks in front. Suddenly, the referee announced another loud. Moments later, Zoa sent Isuke flying backward, sprawling on the ground. Zoa remained standing with legs wide apart in a fighting. She then rushed toward Isuke like a speed demon, her face determined, as if saying, "If I don't win against you, I'm not human." She even let out a loud ugh as if gathering strength. Suddenly, Isuke raised his hand. "Coward, you can't even win against a girl." Isuke sat on the grass, head down, adjusting his glasses with one hand and raising the other in front of him, calmly saying, "Isuke." Referee's voice echoed, stopping the match. "Stop." The winner, Hisagi Zoa. Zoa, seeing that she hadn't even had enough of fighting and the guy had already given up, was extremely annoyed. Her veins popped out on her face in anger, and she loudly yelled, For some reason, Zoa was even angrier after winning than during the fight. She seemed driven mad with anger. Her eyes rolled back, growling and cursing. You bastard, Sakazaki. You deliberately jumped backward? Didn't you? She looked so furious that Kuromo had to run and hold Zoa back, fearing she'd turn into a beast and bite someone. Zoa-chan, calm down now. As for Isuk, he simply stood up gracefully, brushed off his backside, and then started lecturing in a whining tone. I dislike violent girls at all. Damn, sounds like an overbearing CEO. After adjusting his glasses, Isuk took them off to clean them thoroughly with a cloth. He kept his eyes closed while lecturing Zoa, determined to infuriate her. After seeing that the match would be long, I decided to conserve my stamina. The selection process is still very long. Zoa, of course, found his bullshit remarks unappealing. She stubbornly yelled, "Hey!" Isuk left hesitantly. Behind him, Minato still stood blank-faced like an idiot in his original spot. In his mind, Isuk calmly thought if I wanted to, I could defeat her right. Suddenly, mid-thought, Isuk sneakily glanced at Minato behind him with his creepy, blood-red eyes. As he looked, he thought, but I still don't want Kanagi to know the cards I hold. Damn, you act like you're so formidable but you're just hiding. Meanwhile, Minato stood behind him, looking blank-faced, staring intently at something, completely unaware of Isuk's treacherous. Part 2 of the competition, duels, concluded. The leader is Kanagi Minato with 3 magic power points and 2 combat points, totaling 5 points. Following are Son of Kuromo from Team Ayusama with 2 magic power points, Koki Haruki from Team Ayaguruma with 2 combat points, Asahina Saishuru from Team Irazuya with 2 combat points, Hisagi Soa from Team Macabe with 2 combat points. These 4 are all tied for second place with 2 total points. The 3 bottom positions are Sakazaki Isuk from Team Tsurasaki with 1 magic power point, totaling 0 points. Shikami En from Team Todoroki and Iryu Kanam from Team Hibiki are tied for last place with 0 total. Tengen suddenly announced, "Well done. After a 30-minute break, we will begin part 3 of the competition. Anyone outside the top 4 will be eliminated, so please do your..." Hearing that, Minato suddenly looked around anxiously like a frightened deer, searching for someone. As he searched, he thought, a break? Master and Shinji are taking a long... Shinji, for some reason, looked disgruntled, sweating profusely as if he had just run a marathon. He kept panting like an ox. At the same time, Minato's thoughts still echoed. Could they be... Shinji, standing behind Ichika, kept panting and saying, "We've arrived, master." Ichika saw her disciple almost out of breath but showed no concern. She simply smiled smugly and praised him. Oh, exhausted as he was, he still had questions. Shinji, finding something strange, glanced around. His face frowned as he asked, but the disciple walked behind his master on a deserted path, with no one around but trees, and kept asking questions. "We're not going to the competition venue, but to the headquarters garden." Ichika walked and slowly replied, "Rease," and she suddenly stopped in front of a giant tree. Ichika stared intently at the tree trunk and said something cryptic. "Someone died here." Shinji was startled by this, jumping. Holding Oribe Manju's cat carrier, he reflexively exclaimed. Suddenly, Ichika, with eyes 3 parts determined and 7 parts caring, glanced at the tree and mumbled, "Traces of..." Cleverly hidden, she stood rooted like a statue before the trees, slowly deducing. It looked both funny and... Suddenly, the entire scene turned dark. Countless glowing green, fluorescent-like traces were left on both tree trunks and the ground. Only those with special abilities could see. Ichika, who had been standing blank-faced before the 2 tree trunks, muttered, "A very powerful person was killed by a..." Shinji was even more shocked by this. 3 parts confused and 7 parts disbelieving, wide-eyed and open-mouthed, he argued back, "An intruder in Teju. But this place is perfectly hidden." Ichika's voice rang out, a remark like throwing a bucket of ice water in Shinji's face. "Not necessarily. That's just embarrassing. It's so rural it might not even be covered by 10 pairs of..." Recalling the dark sorcerer standing in the pit with his magic orbs surrounding him, Shinji babbled on, not understanding a thing. "Indeed, the strongest captain." "Soma conto," Ichika explained, "those who call themselves the 12 Apostles. It seems they know a lot about us, don't they? So it's not surprising if this place was discovered." Shinji listened, still blank-faced, not understanding anything. He nervously opened his mouth to ask again, "Why? What exactly is their purpose?" Seeing his disciple, who had been annoying him endlessly, only good at asking trivial questions, Ichika didn't let Shinji finish his last question. She turned her back and walked away, calling him, "Let's go, Shinji, to the competition venue." Shinji, ignored, still looked dumbfounded. not understanding what his master had been. Ichika walked, thinking to herself, the person killed must have been of the captain class. But I didn't receive any notification that someone had died. While thinking, Ichika suddenly spoke aloud. Things are getting interesting now. Ichika lost all her previous composure. She displayed a face that was both delighted and terrifyingly sinister. Her mouth again spouted words that made Shinji anxious and break out in a cold sweat. The one who's after Makoto. Ichihara isn't the only. Minato's serious face also suddenly appeared. The ground was blasted with a huge, hideous hole from the combat. The new captain selection contest. Lunch. Romo stood in a corner, bandaging Koa's facial wounds. Zoa, delighted by the attention, still frowned annoyed. Kuromo, however, wasn't bothered at all. On the contrary, she smiled happily, eyes twinkling. In another corner, Haruki, Saishiru, and Kanam were eating. As for that damned Isuke, he was isolated, sitting alone in a corner, noisily sipping water and clacking away on his computer, giving everyone. Suddenly, a strange noise came from afar, making Minato, who was eating, jump and look up with an ah. Meanwhile, continued gnawing on a chicken drumstick, completely oblivious to his surroundings. From far away, the figures of Ichika and Shinji were seen approaching Minato. Just seeing the vague figures of the two made Minato overjoyed, like a child seeing their mother return. His face lit up as he shouted, "Master Ichika!" And Shinji. Ichika appeared with her usual cheerful and calm demeanor. Seeing Minato still alive and smiling, she felt somewhat relieved and said, "I'm relieved now. It seems I won't have to throw my disciple into a volcano." For some reason, Shinji, walking behind her, looked furtively around as if he had just done something suspicious. Ichika appeared like an international supermodel. Everyone stared at her as if she were a strange creature. Haruki nervously glanced at Ichika, muttering, "How strange." Next to Saishiru, he grimaced as if afraid Ichika would tear him apart. His mouth, in turn, spoke after Haruki. That's one of the special team members, including Ichihara Midori from. What the hell was wrong with these guys? After those two babbled about Ichika's background, that pretentious Isuke then acted dangerously, pushing up his glasses and shouting, "Inoki!" Only Zoa was still clear-headed at this moment. Seeing the three guys acting dazed, she immediately put on a blank face and uttered a sentence that broke the dangerous atmosphere of those idiots, which was truly satisfying. "Why are you guys suddenly explaining her identity?" Shinji had been displaying a worried attitude until now. Now he was covered in a cold sweat. The atmosphere around Shinji darkened as if the apocalypse was nigh. Frowning cautiously, he spoke to Ichika, "Master, something is strange. Didn't you say someone from the captain class was killed?" Ichika listened coldly but didn't open her mouth to but turning he still saw Ichiroi, Setsuma, and Irazuya, along with three other captains. Right there, so Shinji, confused, continued, "But all 7 captains are currently." Hearing that, Ichika only scoffed and let out a HM as if saying, "I read you guys like." Then she stood still in that distant spot and shouted back to Minato, "Minato!" Minato, completely confused, suddenly paid attention. Seeing her disciple only looking and saying nothing, Ichika had to continue. "I have something to say." The three of them went to a secluded corner next to that huge pit. Minato, not knowing what the other two had told him, was suddenly so shocked, wide-eyed and open-mouthed. He shouted loudly as if afraid no one would hear him. "Wait, the 12 apostles are disguised as someone among those." Seeing this guy shouting loudly like a loudspeaker, Shinji was startled, frowning as he sternly scolded, "Are you an idiot? Why are you so?" Ichika, a true leader, remained calm, leaning against a large tree trunk. She looked into the distance and calmly replied, "It's highly probable, based on what's left in the garden." Minato sat on the ground, with Manju lying obediently in its cage beside him, wide-eyed and open-mouthed, staring intently at Ichika as she told her, recalling the moment he stood before the 2 tree trunks. The atmosphere around was pitch black. Countless glowing green, fluorescent-like traces were left on the tree trunks. There were also countless human footprints on the ground. Ichika confirmed with certainty, there's no mistaking it, the person killed was definitely from the captain. Then, she suddenly lowered her eyes as if contemplating something. Ichika unconsciously looked down and mumbled, "Even though one was killed, they are all still gathered." This means, with a little the image of Apostle Eva appeared with her mask gradually tearing, revealing a blinding, skin-burning smile that was quite frightening. Ichika's deductive voice then rang out, "We will know that the culprit has shape-shifting ability." Hearing that scared Minato speechless. Sweat poured down his cheeks, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, his eyes wide, but he still looked dumbfounded as he asked an obvious question. "So, doesn't that mean the situation is very—" "Of course, it is. You're great at fighting but your comprehension skills are 0. truly strong like an ox but dumb like a cow. Shinji, hearing Minato's idiotic question, almost hit him on the head. He frowned unhappily like a dry jujube and spouted a string of words like a machine gun. Of course it's critical. Right in the center of an organization preventing the prophecy of human extinction. There's someone who killed a captain and replaced a cluster of tall, spiraling George Ford towers, topped with large glittering gems, appeared against a blood-red sky. Thunder and lightning boomed in the background, looking quite majestic. Shinji continued to explain, if we don't handle this well, there might be more victims. Above all, there's a chance that the prophecy of human extinction will come true exactly as they. While explaining, Ichika suddenly opened her mouth to offer an opinion. Well, she only uttered that one terse word, but it startled her two disciples, who glanced at her, thinking Ichika was about to propose a cosmic level. But instead of proposing a clever move, Ichika displayed a terrifying, ghost-like face. Her face scrunched up like a monkey's, but, gritting her teeth, she gave a demonic smile, her body blazing with fighting spirit, one hand already on her sword, ready to castrate each one. Gritting her teeth, she coolly declared, "Wouldn't it be faster to just kill everyone here?" The two disciples were scared stiff. Frowning in confusion, they cried out in unison. No. Nato, still sitting on the grass, suddenly made a long face. He whined, making both Ichika and Shinji listen to him. This means, during this new captain selection mid-sentence, Minato unconsciously glanced sideways at something unknown, but his mouth still had to finish the sentence. We have to find the apostle who has infiltrated and eliminate them. Hearing that, Ichika smiled with satisfaction and happily replied, "That's right. The 12 apostles mean comrades of the one who killed Makoto." Shinji, standing beside them, had been constantly frowning unhappily, as if someone had flicked his bird, making his eye. Ichika then displayed her demonic face, ready to tear everyone apart. Her eyebrows furrowed tightly, her mouth curved into a smile, but she spoke words that angered everyone. "Are you ready?" Minato, upon hearing that, fell silent, saying, his mind. Minato was recalling the scene where Makoto pushed him away to shield him from an attack. Afterward, Makoto was just a mangled, bloody corpse with one arm missing, lying on the ground. Minato, later, could only kneel in one spot, helplessly watching his entire team lie dead on the grass. Unable to do it, he looked up, his face determined, and replied with a single word. Shinji, who had been silent until now, was also seething inside. His face was contorted in a grimace, his hands clenched, ready for but before he could be cool for even a minute, Minato was back on the ground, one hand on his chin, 3 parts contemplative, 7 parts confused, stammering and unable to form a coherent sentence. It's just, Minato's mind was wandering, thinking about something else entirely. Suddenly, for some reason, he furtively glanced sideways and thought to himself, "What do you think?" Ajuin, standing below, puffed on a cigarette, smoke swirling around, looking up at Minato's tense face on the screen, which looked like he was about to soil himself. Ajuin also pondered, letting out he kept puffing on his cigarette, his eyes still fixed on Minato on the screen, then spoke, "If possible, I would like to go to the crime scene first, but since the competition is ongoing, I can't, right?" Az, the ancestor of Minato thought so shallowly. Icho, the man was trying to politely decline, but he didn't understand. He just looked dumbfounded and calmly replied, "The lunch break still has some time left, so if we go." Ajuin could only close his eyes. He raised his cigarette for another puff. He calmly explained, that would make the culprit suspicious. He recalled the face of the dark sorcerer and his magic orbs, with Makoto's severed arm, looking toward Minato and Yakaru behind the magic. The calm face of the dark sorcerer and his contemptuous smile were truly irritating. Ajuin continued to ramble, explaining, "Suppose the culprit is as strong as the apostle we met on Cloud Mountain. If they wanted to, they could kill everyone there. We should stay here to maintain our role as a deterrent in case of an emergency." Minato sat in one spot, acting like a precocious old man. He closed his eyes, one hand on his chin, nodding off, muttering incoherent sounds that made Shinji stare at him, blank-faced, wondering what the hell was wrong with this guy. But Shinji didn't know that Minato was pondering important matters. So that's how it is. Anyway, it's the final round soon. I can go. Minato closed his eyes again and continued to speak telepathically. But a battle fierce enough to kill a captain right in Teju headquarters. And the ancestors didn't notice any traces. The founder of the Hinoki Ituryu school didn't seem surprised by the question. He simply replied, "Possibly. After all, we've been on the mountain with the person for a month. Is that even calling the gray mountain constantly spewing huge plumes of smoke, feeling as if it could pollute the entire earth?" Ituryu remained calm and confident, unbothered, continuing his lengthy discourse. And that place is also a sacred. There's also a power that disrupts the flow of energy. That's where the Hinoki single sword style was founded. Just being there is training. Minato was startled by this jumping. His eyes widened, his mouth agape. He silently screamed in his heart. Is that Silencia, for some reason, appeared beside Ajuin. She looked up and stared intently at something, then continued Ituria's explanatory discourse. And their concealment ability is so good that you have to get close to feel their traces. That's enough to prove the enemy is from the 12 apostles. Ajuin, with a daughter, still smoked like a portable incense burner, puffing smoke everywhere. Men so unrefined. Everyone else had been talking without issue, but as soon as Silencia spoke a few sentences, Ajuin made a grim face, sighed, and complained, Hey, are you guys going to explain everything?
Don style à détective Job.
Seeing Ajuin, who hadn't done a damn thing until now, suddenly complaining, Ituryu, extremely annoyed, snapped back, Shut up, figure out the culprit. Ajuin later took another puff of his cigarette. He pondered, let out a HM, then turned and spoke to Minato, sitting, heard Ajin's pleading tone in his mind. Then Minato-kun, please ask Mr. Hinoki this question for me. Minato, always ready to help, immediately opened his mouth and called out, Master. Ichika, leaning against a nearby rock, was startled and turned to Minato suddenly put on a serious, almost dangerous expression. He frowned, his red aura flaring as he stared intently at Ichika and asked, Not a captain. Is there a possibility that the enemy has infiltrated among the candidates? Minato's statement startled both Ichika and Shinji, their eyes wide in disbelief at this unexpected. As if remembering something, a light suddenly flashed in Ichika's eyes. She mumbled to herself, that's right, if it's the successors of the next generation of captains. While speaking, Ichika suddenly recalled the matches between Isuke and Soa, and Haruki, and seeing both Saishiru and Kuromo, and Soa caught in a whirlwind of power attacking Isuke frantically, Ichika mumbled, then that's also a possibility. Ichika stared intently at Minato and continued her non-stop lecture. But those not of captain rank cannot be excluded from suspicion either. Minato found that reasonable. Perhaps his butt was numb from sitting so long. Only now did he slowly get up, supporting himself with his knees. As he stood, he whined, that's right. If the next round is still a combat ability test. Mid-sentence, Minato broke into a sky-high confident smile. He looked determinedly at Ichika and confidently replied, they'll try to stir things up. A scene of blue skies, white clouds, and golden sun. The weather was perfect. Trees covered everywhere. Grass grew lush green. The referee's voice announced, break over. Third, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. It seems Minato hadn't listened, because the next round was a theory test. He guessed completely wrong, so embarrassed he couldn't hide it. Minato sat at his desk, holding a pen, doing the test, his face grim. Sweat poured down in streams as if he was holding back a bowel movement and about to. Contestants sat doing the test. Each sat in a separate booth, 100% anti-cheating. Tengen, frowning, yelled no talking and all phones confiscated while in the booths. Some diligently did the test. Some were taking a good nap. Only that Isuke guy wrote continuously like a machine. In the booth next to Minato he was doing the test, scratching his head and muttering to himself, this is hopeless. This isn't something I can get started on. And it's all questions related to Teju's regulations. I don't know any of them. Minato, sweat pouring, rubbed his head and read the ridiculously difficult test questions, utterly helpless. Such as? Answer all questions about the superscale outbreak of Kyushu's special phenomenon. Regarding the disappearance of the Wakayama villa, fill in the blanks with the appropriate words. And, if a Class 3 special phenomenon occurs in a city of over 1 million people, list all public agencies that need to be notified. Even what documents are required to use Teju headquarters training room. But reading these questions, Minato could only sigh deeply, secretly admitting, well, it is a captain selection after. But instead of giving up, Minato chose to activate his inner power. He opened his eyes wide and silently braced himself. No, think until the... Meanwhile, Manju had been lying quietly in its cage. The referee's voice echoed again, announcing the rankings had changed slightly. Kanagi Minato still held first place with the same score. But in second place was Sakazaki Isuke with 4 total points. Following him was Son of Kuromo, tied with Isuke. Asahina Saishiru with 3 total points. The 4 last places were Koki Haruki and Hisaji Soa, both with 2 total points. Shikami En and Iryu Kanam both scored a perfect. Kanagi Minato, last place in the theory test with 0 points. He sat slumped in a corner, gut-wrenchingly disappointed, thinking, completely. Suddenly, En slowly approached Minato from behind. As he walked, he spoke, not knowing who was listening. Only 4 people are taken, so I'll stop here. Huh? Hearing someone approaching, Minato, who was feeling down, startled slightly and glanced. Minato saw En and then made a grimace before greeting him. Shikami-kun. En, who was last on the leaderboard, still looked cheerful, showing no signs of sadness or disappointment. He looked at Minato and smiled. His mouth even praised hard work. How did you change your personality so quickly in just a few? Suddenly remembering something, Minato sadly closed his eyes and helplessly said, "It seems only the 2 of us got 0 points. Suddenly, an image of Sakazaki from Team Tsurasaki, first in theory with a perfect score, appeared, displaying a scornful smile that made En frown unhappily. He sighed, cursing under his breath. That guy with glasses got a perfect score. So after gossiping to his heart's content, En bowed his head, scuffing his foot on the grass, pretending to be pathetic and sulking, whining and complaining to Minato. But you still got first place overall. That's impressive. I thought I could make it with 2 combat points and 1 magic point, but no." Minato saw that crazy guy suddenly drag himself over and start rambling about God knows what, leaving him blank-faced and unsure how to react. He remained silent, glancing at En and listening as he continued his sad life story. He'll also be cheering in the second half of the competition. Regardless of who becomes captain, one still needs to decide whether to serve under that person. En was murmuring to himself, when suddenly, an image of Makoto leading, with a large sword on his back, appeared. Behind him stood 6 people in 2 neat rows, looking imposing. But En's mouth didn't stop. It rattled on like a machine gun. For a team to be recognized, it needs at least 7 people. That means at least 6 more people need to be gathered. When you become captain, remember to consider recruiting some of the candidates. Suddenly, while speaking so gently and politely, En had an outburst, abruptly slapped Minato's shoulder with a loud smack, and yelled, "Bye!" En was back to his cheerful self. He turned to Minato, grinning broadly. He pointed at himself and then rambled on, "If you want to recruit someone for the strong physical techniques position in Team Anigi, I'd like to suggest myself as the first." After finishing his main points, En brushed off his rear and left immediately. He walked away but didn't forget to look back and wave to Minato. "I kindly encouraged you, so do your best, Minato." Minato had listened to that crazy guy's talk without saying a word. Even when En left, he still stood blank-faced there. But thankfully, he still managed to thank him. "Thank you, Shikami." Suddenly, Ajin's voice rang out. "All right." Ajuin, holding a lit cigarette, appeared faintly, vaguely like a ghost, right behind Minato. Holding the cigarette, he calmly ordered Minato, "Then, let's go to the garden." Minato was a little confused by this. He looked dumbfounded, glancing up at Ajuin and asking, "Wait, haven't you already figured out who the culprit?" Hearing the earth-shattering hot news, Wantek, Ellison, Ituryu, and Silentia all simultaneously shouted in surprise. Really? Ituryu, in particular, seemed to like this news the most. He smiled smugly and exclaimed, "Just kill them. Oh my, violence in moderation." Ajuin calmly smiled, 3 parts dangerous, 7 parts mysterious, and replied with an arrogant, condescending tone, "Honestly, Minato-kun, I'm a detective. To judge, there needs to be evidence." Suddenly, Ajuin had a protagonist's halo. Blinding stage lights shone directly on him. 7 familiar faces appeared around him. Haruki, Saishuru, Kuromo, Soa, Isuk, En, Kanam. Ajuin stood under the blinding stage lights, as if a car headlight was shining directly on his face. He smiled smugly. He raised his cigarette for a puff, looking dangerous. With sky-high confidence, he declared, "Now it's time to hunt you down, Apostle. Game on, baby." Minato shouted in shock while on the phone, his face looking as if he had been struck by lightning. "This means I'll become captain." A captain selection process began after the disbandment of Team SUU. Minato also participated after being encouraged by everyone and nominated by Hinoki. Among those present at the competition, he was informed that someone had been killed by the 12 apostles and infiltrated by The images of the 12 apostles appeared in full, one after another. All of them were exceptional talents. One of the ancestral spirits residing within Minato, a man in a purple-plaid suit, holding a pipe, with mysterious eyes shadowed by a peaked cap. He looked quite dangerous. That was Silentia's here was gesticulating wildly, saying something. What was the ancestral detective Aizen's deduction? She chattered on for a while, but Ituryu still couldn't understand what she was saying. With a blank expression, he asked again, "What have you been talking about this whole time?" Silentia's explained, "I'm narrating to heighten the atmosphere." Minato's silhouette appeared before a lit building. He knelt on one knee, seemingly having just landed from somewhere high up. It was already dark. The surroundings were covered by foliage, making the area even more mysterious. This was the murder. A grasshopper was spreading its wings, preparing to fly away from the foliage. Hand gently reached down close to the ground to examine the footprints that were emitting a strange green. Minato asked inquisitively, "What's up?" Asen appeared. Although his appearance was still Minato's, the subsequent actions were all performed by Asen. He raised his left hand to his mouth, pondering, "It's quite similar to my dad." Under the brim of his cap, Asen's eyes suddenly became resolute and serious. "I'm certain of the victim and the cult." Minato looked down sadly, not saying anything. Behind him was Ituryu, who was deducing about the 12 Apostles case. So, the opponent must be the 12 Apostles, right? Just like the book that guy on Cloud Mountain was. A mysterious book appeared in his thoughts, followed by a worried look. "I can clearly feel the aura of that prophetic." Minato was still at the crime scene when Silentius' voice rang out. "So, what's the plan now?" He hesitated, unable to finish his sentence. Suddenly, the surrounding trees rustled, creating strange sounds. Minato's eyes seemed to recognize something. Leaves fell from the high branches and flew past his. Minato's hair suddenly changed from white back to brown, and his expression seemed quite surprised. He exclaimed, "Ha," as if in another dimension, a place of enchanting multicolored clouds like a fairyland paradise. A pair of female feet floated closer on those clouds. Minato noticed her appearance and turned to look. The golden glow of the new dimension shone upon him, brightly illuminating part of his back, and his hair also turned. Suddenly his eyes widened, reflecting the image of that strange woman. Minato seemed very surprised by her appearance. At this moment, he himself was suspended among the clouds, iridescent light enveloping the space as if in a. For him was the figure of an old woman in a pink dress. A dazzling aura radiated around her, illuminating the entire area, like a walking sun. Her light was pure and pristine, like that of the high celestials in the heavens. She clasped her hands in front of her stomach and gently spoke. "Young man, what exactly are you investigating?" The old woman's face was clearly visible, bearing a kind and virtuous expression, with Buddha-like ears and a mole under her eye. She benevolently smiled towards Minato. On this side, Minato was utterly dumbfounded, unsure of where he was or who the elderly woman in front of him was. He stammered hesitantly. He and the old woman still stood facing each other, but the distance between them remained quite far. Minato's garment hem fluttered in the wind. He stood straight before the old. She also understood that he was quite unfamiliar with his current state. But she did not rush to reveal her true identity, only reiterating the question she had asked him earlier. "Oh, I am merely an old woman, just as I appear. May I get an answer to my question?" Minato began to look around, then gently recounted. "It seems someone was killed here." The old woman stood there, watching him turn to explore the surrounding space and listening to him speak. When he finished, the old woman no longer smiled as before. She seemed quite surprised. The image of Minato's powerful kick appeared, his hand glowing with a blue seal. The kick emitted a blue light, indicating the terrible damage it carried. The old woman deduced from Minato's actions. "You realized it based on these traces? You seem to be one of the participants in the team captain examination. A talented young man." The old woman still stood there, that dazzling aura still behind her. "So we have to find the culprit, don't we?" Minato, standing before her, also spoke up. I already know who it is, though it wasn't." Minato's face took on a serious expression. "But because of that, we shouldn't rush to apprehend the culprit." The old woman opened her eyes in confusion, looking at him. She wondered, "I don't understand what you're saying. Isn't it better to catch him as soon as possible?" The glowing footprints made Minato suspicious. That enemy is incredibly powerful, and perhaps. Two mysterious figures stood back to back, surrounded by a blinding green light, burning intensely like a raging fire. "There are two," the old woman asked skeptically. "Two people?" Minato's hand still bore the same seal imprint as when he battled En. Minato continued, "So, it's best to catch them together. Tomorrow I'll take care of it." Minato's gaze became resolute. He looked directly at the old woman in front. "So, could you observe without interfering?" The old woman looked at him thoughtfully. Suddenly, a mysterious smile appeared on the old woman's lips. "Whether I interfere or—" The old woman turned and walked away. The dazzling aura retracted, making way for a gust of wind and clouds that was about to envelop her. Minato stood behind, still watching intently as the old woman stood amidst the gust of wind. The old woman continued, "Well, that is also something an old woman like me can do. I hope your plan succeeds, young." The old woman's silhouette stood before Minato. He looked resolutely at the old woman who was preparing to leave. "My name is Kanagi Minato." The old woman turned back to look with gentle eyes. "I will remember it, Minato." As soon as she finished speaking, Minato was pushed backward by a powerful gust of air. His body flew rapidly backward, so fast that his face tightened, and he brought both hands up to his chest to block the grasshopper was still there, its wings still raised in the exact same state as before. It seemed that in the real world only a mere instant had passed, or perhaps time hadn't passed at all. Meanwhile, in that other dimension, he and the old woman had chatted about 1001 stories regarding the case Minato was Minato suddenly returned to reality, wearing a bewildered expression with wide eyes and an open mouth, as if he couldn't believe what had just happened, looking at the familiar scene before him. The blue seal was still on the back of his. He stood with his back to the building that had been lit earlier, wide-spreading trees obscuring the gloom of back at a simple, yet not dilapidated house. Above was a clear high sky, and below, a green lawn flanked the small path leading to the house. It seemed this was the old woman's home. She was walking with a platinum-haired girl, talking about nothing in particular. Siki stood by, watching the old woman gently speak about Minato. Perhaps that young man is the one closest to the truth right now. It seems he even has a plan. I'm eager to see how he will Tengen was enjoying a cup of something, unsure if it was coffee, while watching shooting stars in the night sky. Suddenly, a thought flashed across his mind, coinciding with a shooting star streaking across the sky. He suddenly felt a troublesome At home, the old woman instructed Siki, "Tell Tengen to support that young man if anything goes wrong." Siki replied, "Yes." Siki suddenly froze when she heard the old woman say, "I felt some unusual signs, and when I looked into it again, I didn't expect such a rich harvest." Seemingly sensing her unusual behavior, the old woman turned and asked, "What's wrong?" Siki seriously replied. The old woman listened as Siki explained, "It's just that I find it quite rare for you to have such high expectations for the younger generation." She suddenly recalled Minato's resolute gaze that her eyes lowered. It was because of that. Next morning, Minato was strolling along a path in a forest. Above was an azure sky, and in the distance were endless mountain ranges. As he walked leisurely, and suddenly ran up cheerfully from behind and put an arm around his shoulder. "OSU. Minato, coming along?" Minato was slightly startled but replied, "Shikami." The blue of the sky and the green of the trees blended together, making everything brim with vitality as their chatter continued. Today's match seems to be an examination for captaincy rather than individuals. As soon as he asked Minato if he was coming along, and cheerfully chatted, his hands clasped behind his head, his face beaming with joy, contrasting with Minato's darkened face behind him. "Sakazaki will probably say something about needing to formulate group combat strategies, but he'll still support you wholeheartedly." That fellow's face, which had just been grim, was now cheerfully feigning friendliness. "Thanks." He continued to walk ahead cheerfully with his hands clasped behind his head, while Minato pressed him from behind. "Why did you intentionally fail the—" Suddenly, and froze, and killing intent began to emanate from him, making him seem extremely dangerous. "The guy's insane, folks. Such killing intent." Yet he turned around with a completely calm face, and slowly lowered his hand, beaming brightly. About that, the plan changed, and turned back, smiling brightly as he replied to Minato, "And now I know that fellow's face was so dark because the artist was too lazy to draw it. Instead of becoming a captain, I figured if I worked under the new captain, I could do whatever I." Minato asked suspiciously, "So you can kill all promising members at the same time?" A swordsman stood behind a large tree, secretly listening to their entire conversation. In the distance, En and Minato were unaware of the third person's presence and casually continued, and began to get excited when he heard Minato speak, interlacing his hands, his face showing a look of delight and anticipation. Something like that. "If necessary, he'll just kill someone and take their—" An image of the examination appeared as En spoke. "Oh, and that theory test yesterday. It was indescribably difficult. My skill only allows me to copy information from the host's brain, so even the original me probably wouldn't have scored any." The two guys arrived at a lush green field, with the vast blue sky still above them. Minato asserted, "So, the plan failed," and scratched his head and replied, "I really am an idiot. If I'd known, I would have just killed Sakazaki and taken his—" Inside, his steps suddenly stopping. Around him and Minato at that moment were four incredibly powerful individuals, surrounding them, each exuding power in their unique— There was also an orange-haired man, bound by dozens of enormous, sprawling chains, kneeling behind two of the four. Captain Todoroki Quiakira's face was bowed low, his mouth gagged by a cloth, and his lifeless eyes stared. Captain Setsuna stood at the front, speaking with folded arms, while Kiichiro behind him still wore a grim, enduring expression. "Greetings, 12 apostles. Could you introduce yourselves?" En flashed the friendliest, still with that cheerful, beaming face and smile, and introduced himself. My name is Eva number 9. As for my skill, as you can impersonate those I've killed and take over all remaining information in their... The other apostles looked at him with worried, suspicious, and cautious expressions. They were Kuromo and Setsuru, and earlier, Irazuya with an expressionless face. They were listening to En, also known as Eva, introduce his abilities. Among the other candidates apart from Kanagi Minato, this body was the strongest, so I killed and possessed. The current situation involved not just Minato, En, and 5 others but many more. Captain Todoroki was helplessly bound by 10 stakes with chains wrapped around his... Setsuna asked suspiciously, so your purpose was to sabotage us, Teo, from within? En, or rather Eva, casually replied somewhat mockingly, that's right. But since I've already failed, would you all just die? And looked at Setsuna, who was gravely questioning him. But before that, I want to ask one thing. Who was it that realized I was the... Setsuna's face was contemptuous. His eyes filled with weariness. It's the person who has been standing next to you all this... Minato's face darkened again as he stood behind En. En glanced back at him, his expression still unchanged. As Kanagi Minato
gradually realized everything.
He's also the one who set up these situations. En then flashed a sinister smile as a stream of green light began to flare up from below. That was Eva's magic. He was unleashing some incredibly mysterious tech and stood before Minato, releasing an enormous surge of power. The green glow of the magic enveloped every corner of the space, looking incredibly powerful. One could say it was quite worrying for Minato at that. With that same ghastly smile, En's eyes became fiercer. Grinning and gnashing his teeth, he asked, "Who are you?" Minato gave a cold stare towards En, who stood just before Shikami's body was possessed by Eva. He was excitedly yelling in front of Captain Todoroki, upon learning that the captain had nominated him for a new position. You plan to nominate me as a new captain can... Joy was clearly visible in En's crinkling eyes. He looked extremely elated. Really, Captain Todoroki? Perhaps because they had the same hair color, their vibes were remarkably similar. The captain, with a cheerful and confident face, raised his hand and clenched his fist, revealing his muscular biceps. He spoke firmly while laughing heartily. It's true. This information will be announced tomorrow morning, so keep it a secret for now. After that, the 2 brothers just continued, comfortably settled in a corner. En happily declared, I understand. That's why you called me here, right? But you're too obvious. Be careful not to reveal it. The captain replied, Ah, that's right. Then the 2 guys laughed loudly again. At this moment, En and Koichiro stood facing each other at the crime scene, still in the silent night. The building behind the large trees was still lit. Koichiro stood with folded arms, acknowledging his junior's talent. And from what I've observed, apart from the current captains, you are the next strong. Koichiro's face brimmed with confidence in his choice. He extended his fist forward, expressing his trust in his junior, En. A bright smile remained on his face. You will definitely be a good captain. I'm really looking forward. En was extremely moved by the captain's deeply touching words. His eyebrows almost met, and his mouth quivered. Cap also raised his fist to meet his seniors, a gesture meant to convey absolute trust in himself. The scene, though in the dark night, glowed with their willpower and determination. En's bright, sun-like smile still radiated on his... Before he could finish his sentence, En was suddenly sliced into 3 parts by slashes from nowhere. Blood spurted from the wounds like a fountain. Everything that had just happened before Koichiro's eyes was horrifying. Too fast, too brutal. Worse still, En's pitiable face still hadn't dropped that heartbreakingly bright smile. His words, try your best, still Everything happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that when En's blood touched the captain's skin, he hadn't even had time to process what had just happened. His arms were still crossed over his chest, his mouth still smiling, but his eyes were already filled with something horrible. When he comprehended the situation, Koichiro's face darkened, and he shouted in panic. En's head fell to the ground, but more painfully. The smile filled with boundless joy and innocence was still there, and it seemed it would remain there forever. A mysterious voice rang out contemptuously. Koichiro was startled when he heard a pair of feet stepped out from the shadows, stopping before the still warm puddle of En's blood. The voice continued to speak, as if to provoke Koichiro. Is this truly the strength of a captain candidate in the Great Prophecy? No, it's because we have become too... A mysterious hand reached out from thin air, surrounded by a strange and eerie green light. The voice had not yet finished. It's all thanks to the artifact and the leader who bestowed... It was Eva impersonating En, his villainous face utterly despicable to behold. His wicked smile seemed to tear apart every bright moment the master and disciple had just shared. He raised a hand, unleashing some strange magic, and a powerful green light began to emanate, enveloping him and the surrounding space. My name is Eva, one of the 12 apostles you are hunting. I look forward to our coming. Eva stood before En's corpse, his hand outstretched, and recited a chant aloud, seemingly intending to perform it on the corpse before him and seize it. Skill. Demonic heavenly. Suddenly, something fiery rushed at him from behind, aiming to harm. It was Captain Todoroki's muscular arm, or rather, an arm greatly enhanced with muscles that seemed to tear through the outer. It looked as hard as diamond, radiating a deep crimson light like sacred fire. He shouted, "Skill." Koichiro charged forward to smash the green-haired brat who had cruelly taken En's life. The punch unleashed terrifying power, and the space glowed red as the fist connected with the enemy. Koichiro's body was hard as diamond, blazing red power still surrounding him. The captain's face at this moment seemed to hold all the anger in the world. He clenched his jaw, perhaps heartbroken by such a great loss. 2 lines of tears streamed down his cheeks. He roared, "You bastard! How dare—" A familiar voice rang out. "Excellent." Koichiro froze in shock, tears still flowing. Behind him was an unharmed En, smiling brightly and applauding in praise. "To crush one of the 12 apostles in just one punch, you really are different, my man." Koichiro recognized it was En and turned back in astonishment. His gaze suddenly settled on the young man in front of him. "You're still a—" Suddenly, En swung his Eva, who was possessing and controlling En's body, swung his arm. Koichiro's muscular body was sliced in half, and blood gushed out horrifying. The damned Eva was mocking amidst the rain of blood before him. "You're mistaken, master. I am Eva, the one who has taken possession of this boy's—" In Eva's hand at this moment was a vial with a skull-shaped cap. The pills inside the vial were green, just like the light from his power. It seemed he had other plans for this artifact, Dance of Souls. He sprinkled crushed pill fragments onto Koichiro. The captain's body was suddenly reattached with 2 perfectly even rows of stitches. His eyes were still wide open, staring blankly upwards. Beneath his back, the puddle of blood had not yet. Suddenly, the motionless corpse stood upright before Eva, who, in En's form, stood gloatingly, admiring his monstrous creation. Eva placed his hand on Koichiro's chest as if by habit. "Now you will be my undead slave, master. If you understand, then answer." Koichiro at this moment was as obedient as a commanded dog. "Yes, leave it to me." Brat Eva playfully hit the fake Koichiro, making his neck twist like an owl's. His cheek distorted, but his eyes showed no pain, utterly lifeless. Eva still smiled brightly as he reminded him, "My goodness, Matt." Eva pointed to himself, as if programming default information about himself into Koichiro's eyes. "My name is Sakami Enma, not Eva." Koichiro instantly whipped around, his nose still bleeding but his demeanor extremely obedient. "Oh, that's right." The 2 of them laughed loudly just like the real En and Koichiro used to, but it was incredibly sinister.
Gabon.
The screen displayed the pause button for the video. The video's progress bar had voice rang out, the only thing that can be replayed. Minato had observed the entire story unfolding before him through a screen. The image of the 2 fake master and disciple, En, was still clear before. Azen spoke mysteriously, his hand still holding a puffing pipe. "Can only go this far. Skill, detective stage, a skill that allows replaying a scene that occurred at the crime. The activation conditions are: Azen must possess evidence and have identified the culprit. Not only can it look into the past, but as long as Azen deduces the case, he can also predict crimes that will happen in the future. However, it has a fatal weakness. The skill will disappear if the deduction or conclusion is..." Captains were standing behind Minato, which means, throughout his entire life, Azen has never made a single error in his conclusion. Silencious with sorrowful softly said, "A skill that allows him to replace the people he has killed, and an artifact to control the..." Ituryu, standing nearby, also spoke. Before him, Minato was radiating a mysterious blue light. No wonder there are as many as 2 culprits. No matter how you think about it, this is still too disgusting. Suddenly, Minato released a powerful surge of blue light that flared up like a giant flame before the surprised eyes of everyone. Silencious called his name in shock. As if feeling his rage surging to its peak, Minato's eyes hardened with determination for revenge. "I will not forget." The seal mark on his hand began to... Minato's hand at that moment made Eva's expression change. He to have realized something. Light reflecting, Minato, lightning fast, launched a super-fast punch towards Eva, who was standing right next to him. A terrifying surge of blue light power enveloped his body at that. Minato's feet planted firmly on the ground, making the earth crack due to the immense pressure. Piercing combination. Because he couldn't prepare in time, Eva received Minato's heaven-shaking punch squarely in the face in astonishment. Grand radiant, the punch was so powerful that Eva was sent flying a great distance. The surge of Minato's power created a terrifying pushing. Eva's feet had now touched the ground, and he was trying to dig in to stop him. From a different angle, the punch's power was 10,000 times more terrifying. The ground beneath Eva's trajectory was plowed up like a field, and a powerful surge of blue light directly struck. The impact created an earth-shattering explosion.
Suddenly, a wikalaw rang out.
Minato looked up in surprise. From the hazy smoke of the explosion just now, Eva had managed to stop. He crazily spoke in a mocking tone. Hey, I've been too patient. Power from that punch was still strongly affecting his current body, but he casually put his hands in his pockets. His body arched backward until his back was parallel to the ground. He spoke loudly, didn't we just fight, and now we're friends? Is that how you treat your Minato's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, just as I thought, with my current strength, it's still not. Eva began to counterattack. He unleashed a green light to block the powerful force of the previous punch. He gloatingly sneered, that won't work on me, Minato, if you're just playing around. He stood up straight, his face utterly dark, but a powerful green light still radiated behind him, making him both mysterious and dangerous. Eva's face was no longer handsome, his entire face bruised purple. Through the hazy smoke, he still gloatingly provoked Minato. This kind of attack won't work on the real. Minato, still in the posture of having just launched his attack, calmly replied, that's right, it's a pity, but his hair was gradually turning white, a sign of his surging power. He continued, the one who will defeat you is not. A flash of lightning appeared along with someone's voice. Well done, Minato. You've stalled enough for me to take over your body. Hand over your rage and regret. Silences appeared simultaneously with white-haired Minato, their faces cold and resolute as they looked forward. Leave the rest to me. Truth mage. Moonlight. From a distance, Minato was once again enveloped by a powerful blue light. Seeing this, Eva seemed to realize something. So, this is what was reported by the satellite. Eva looked up at the sky in a daze as he transformed into a completely different. This guy's so delighted he lost his mind. Eva spread his arms wide, threw his head back, opened his mouth, and laughed as if possessed. Excellent, Kanagi Minato. Suddenly, the azure sky was covered by dark, eerie green clouds. Above, a huge green lightning bolt gathered at one point and struck down where Eva stood with his arms spread. Everyone around was extremely astonished by the phenomenon before them. It seemed Eva had just received another source of power, and the space from the sky, a void, or rather, a gateway leading from another dimension, opened, revealing innumerable corpses wrapped tightly in white bands. Like Egyptian mummies, they appeared in droves, covering the sky. Eva threw his head back and chattered on endlessly, seeming very pleased with himself and exhilarated. Floods of green light enveloped his body, making him look more dangerous than ever. Life is suffering. To overcome suffering is to pass. How creepy. As he uttered a super nonsensical Joker-esque line, his face returned to its original state. The bruises had completely vanished. He was now like a bloodthirsty mad beast. Let's have some. Valencia's looked at him thoughtfully and calculatingly. She showed no fear towards the demon before her, not even a. In the sky at this moment were innumerable corpses controlled by Eva, emerging from a gigantic spatial gate in the sky. The enveloping green light made the space incredibly eerie and monstrous. Eva was gloatingly throwing his head back and spouting philosophical remarks. Life is suffering. To overcome suffering is to pass away. Let's have some. Silencia's face was utterly solemn. Even with tens of thousands of troops from the realm of the dead and a howling lunatic before her, her expression remained unchanged. Through the screen, the events where Minato stood were entirely observed, corpses covering the sky. Someone's voice rang out, what is. Azan still held a puffing pipe, calmly saying, the silhouette of another person also observing the situation with him. It seems Eva is merely an empty shell. Thanks to the artifact's help, he controls all the bodies he has possessed. Eva shouted excitedly, the provocative expression on the face of a boy who was once carefree and energetic becoming terrifying. Those corpses have physical strength equivalent to this body. So, let the game. Setsuna scanned the area and calmly said, roughly counting, there are about 100 bodies with strength comparable to Shikami's. Cana, behind him, was in utter panic upon hearing that massive number. What should we do, Captain Hai? Our protagonist began his moral discourse. Minato looked up angrily and cursed at Eva's face. Not only did you kill people, but you also trampled on their dignity. Is this guy's true nature truly that disgusting? A voice rang out, Minato. Silencia said softly with a satisfied expression, as Minato, whose face was still turned up, glanced down at her. Suddenly, he looked foolishly confused and asked back. Me. She continued, her expression still slightly sad. Perhaps our ancestral spirits. White-haired Minato, still in his enemy-fueled rage, suddenly spoke up. Space at this moment was eerily vast, the sky pitch black with dark clouds, and in the middle, thick with ghost soldiers recruited by Minato, standing a considerable distance from him, continued, "You've underestimated me too." Suddenly, a flash of golden lightning, the corpses hovering sky were suddenly and simultaneously struck by the golden light from the lightning bolts illuminated the space, earth-shattering explosions directly above Minato and Eva, blinding an entire Eva, as if he couldn't believe his eyes, paused to assess the situation, his face clearly showing what the hell is going on. It was Silence's, cool and fierce, with sharp, cold eyes, lightning bolts crackling around her body. She was the one who had just struck all the skyborn zombies with lightning. Silences said contemptuously, "You summoned them just for them to free fall before my eyes? Then all I have to do is slice them before they hit the burnt corpses slowly fell like." Eva's eyes suddenly turned furious. This bad. He looked up at the sky, seeing his myriad soldiers slowly falling as ashes. What did she? Eva thought to himself, it's true that some people train tirelessly to achieve divinely accurate shooting skills. Corpses were continuously struck by lightning, creating sky-splitting explosions. White-haired Minato's face was completely unchanged. Above him, enemy corpses still fell everywhere, lightning striking repeatedly. The CEO is still just as... Eva's mind still couldn't comprehend how she could unleash such a perfect technique. In the blink of an eye, she had launched lightning strikes with perfect accuracy. Not a single strike missed its... On this side, Silences, in her mysterious robe, gently said to Minato, "Minato, stand by me, and observe carefully how I..." He rushed from beside Aturyu to where she was standing. Yes. He was momentarily stunned. Amazing. She's using my body so she hasn't fully unleashed its potential. Screen before them still showed the corpses being roasted by Silencious lightning. Minato marveled to himself. And yet, she can still unleash them. All these techniques are very effective. Silencious spoke softly, making him look at her. An image of Minato before he launched his attack appeared, opening his mouth wide and shouting, "Give me all of your power." Silencious calmly analyzed, "You only wanted to seek power for yourself." Meanwhile, everyone eagerly took every opportunity to use power with your... An image of Aturyu yelling appeared. "Come on, everyone." Even those powerful individuals who wanted to borrow Minato's body also appeared. Everyone's eyes lit up with excitement, as if they had struck. Minato was a little confused. Afterwards, images of Minato fighting appeared. Then, you became infatuated with that power, feeling closer to your... You considered your desire to become stronger as and we, too, were infatuated with your unrivaled... Memories returned to when Minato lost the most important person to him. Captain Then you experienced the greatest tragedy of your life, losing someone you deeply respected, and to whom you entrusted your... Images of the deaths of En and Captain Koichiru appeared through Silencious narration. She stood speaking, her face grim with an unreadable, cold expression. Minato still stood foolishly by, listening. "Presently, I see that you have done your utmost for those who died and were exploited by him, to the point of going mad because..." The senior spirits were all standing there, smiling at Minato. Silencious continued. Minato's face seemed to suddenly wake up and understand. Silencious was no longer cold as before. She gave him a benevolent smile. "We truly like the person you are." Suddenly, a voice rang out. Eva's hanging hand suddenly became enveloped by a surge of green light power. It seemed he was about to attack. "Hey you, what nonsense are you?" He furiously charged forward, his face completely distorted like a demon's. His speed was incredibly fast. The green light behind him flared brightly across the area, matching his speed. He shrieked, "The weak will simply be toyed with and devoured by the strong." That's just how... Suddenly, Eva froze, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at something. A gigantic lightning bolt struck down between him and Minato, who stood perfectly calm. The lightning was so powerful it blinded a portion of the sky, shattering earth and rocks, creating a tremendous Eva suddenly noticed something beside. For him was Minato. He calmly spoke, "Many people think that way. I also have..." We also remember. The old man's memories resurfaced. It's unclear what it is, but it looks like giant nails falling from the sky. Just a guess. Seen in the past then was truly devastating. Silencious stood before a sea of flames, the surroundings having long been in ruins. Minato continued, "Those who sought to destroy the tower, once toyed with and devoured by the strong from another giant nails kept falling into the bloody sea of flames. No, at that size they were more like giant... On the ground, corpses lay scattered, blood covering the area in red. Our hearts have burned for the... Standing before that scene, Silentia's face slightly tightened. Though not obvious, her expressive eyes clearly revealed how much pain and resentment she... Minato walked forward. The sky in the scene was now covered by extremely powerful lightning pillars. They struck Eva, sending him flying backward, creating sky-shaking explosion. Minato still casually walked forward. Silentia's words still echoed. You are lacking that power. I know you are very disappointed. Images of Minato and Shinji training together appeared. He smiled with great ease and innocence then. When training on the mountain on the surface he was always smiling, but inside he was like a thin string stretched. Silentia still stood beside him, encouraging him, with the senior spirits behind her. But never forget, we are always here and thinking. Hearing this, Minato lightly pursed his lips, seemingly moved. You will surely reach the same pinnacle as... Minato's arm slowly rose. Above it, Silentia's arm also rose with his. She continued, whenever you encounter difficulty, we will always help you. Her hand pointed towards Eva, who was furiously charging forward, surrounded by powerful lightning bolts. If you are angry or sad because of an injustice, direct your anger towards the one who caused you suffering. And Minato now looked exactly like Silentia's, both of their eyes coldly fixing their gaze on the opponent. Lightning bolts gradually formed, surrounding his arm. Silentia's had not yet finished speaking. Let's end all prophecies. Together with... For lightning bolts, like arms, rushed to seize Eva's limbs. No, they severed his limbs. As fast as he had killed the master and disciple, Kiichiro and En. Before, his face showed utter disbelief, shock, and panic in his eyes at that. Light in the sky began to pierce through the dark clouds, shining down on the ground. Eva's fake body was split into 5 pieces by Minato's lightning and fell to the ground. He still stood upright in the posture of having just completed an incredibly powerful Tengen and Cana, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. The boy with the coconut-cut hair blurted out in shock. Ah, is that really Kaminaji? Tengen's eyes suddenly became thoughtful. He looks a lot like Midori when she was... Minato slowly approached Eva's possessed body. The sky had returned to its original clear blue. Eva exclaimed, His face was still utterly stunned despite lying on the ground. He thought to himself, he destroyed over 100 puppets in... Minato approached, gently prodding the dismembered corpse on the ground. Now, you know how vast the difference in our strength is, don't you? I have many questions for you. Don't worry, we have a lot of people who are very good at interrogation. Minato's emotionless gaze swept down. You'll spill everything eventually. En's corpse lay motionless on the green. Suddenly, a part of Eva's memory resurfaced. Man with platinum blonde hair, known as the 12th, was split in half vertically. The 12th was... Eva still pretended, I can't possibly defeat you right now. The pile of flesh in front of Minato hadn't stopped moving. But Eva continued, luckily, I listened to what Big Brother told me. Minato suddenly felt suspicious. Suddenly, Eva smiled once more, and a green light flared again. He said triumphantly, this is my trump. Beneath the ground, a gigantic coffin emerged, surrounded by an eerie light from Eva's power. The sky once again turned pitch. Minato looked up in wonder. A coffin? Eva continued, do you know? The coffin lid gently cracked open. Hundreds of years ago, the one who destroyed the... Minato was stunned to hear Eva speak of the truth from that year. Is one of the progenitors. Eva continued, 1 against 10,000 souls. The coffin burst open, revealing a swordsman with long red hair neatly tied back. Hinoki Ituryu and the other progenitors recoiled in astonishment at the sight. What? That's my... Suddenly, a pillar of lightning struck directly down onto the blazing coffin. Minato had once again unleashed his magic, heavenly thunder. Ituryu frantically tried to stop him. Silentia's mused thoughtfully, it seems to be the real deal. Ituryu, behind him, seemed a little surprised to hear that. The Ituryu in the battle stood firm after the terrifying lightning strike. His sword still bore traces of the electricity. Silentia's realized he blocked my lightning. Green light flared up powerfully once more, surrounding Ituryu in the... Eva had taken possession of that powerful and potential-filled corpse. Ituryu's eyes were like a demon's, an evil, sinister smile spreading across his face. This is getting interesting. Absolutely amazing. Minato also seemed to sense that immense source of power. His eyes widened with worry and shock. He thought to himself, it's the same kind of aura as I felt from Ichihara during training. No, this time it's even stronger. On the other side, Eva, in Ituryu's body, triumphantly snapped his fingers in provocation. Bringing from the ground countless arms. Various corpses emerged, horrified. Once again, tens of thousands of living corpses emerged. Instead of appearing from the sky, this time they rose from the ground. Minato seemed quite worried, his face twisted in extreme fear. Silentia stood before him, reassuring him. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted behind Eva. He himself was surprised. Eva turned his head to look. In the distance, Minato was bowing his head, seemingly for no. Minato froze. Silentius' voice still echoed, "Minato, don't." His talented friends gradually revealed themselves. There was Hika. Thank you watching for Kan, Ichika and Shinji. Thank you watching for were all present. The battle looking incredibly cool. You're not. Thank you watching for Hikaru struck a mid-air kicking pose, looking truly. Kan and Ichika appeared, standing as a barrier against the hordes of Shinji stood opposite Ituryu, pointing his sword at him. Around everyone, the sky was pitch black, with unusual green clouds, casting an indescribably gloomy. Ituryu slung his sword over his shoulder and snarled irritably, "Humph! What the hell is this? Are those your Minato looked very surprised. He thought to himself, that voice is so similar to Hinoki Raikairis. Even the way he just flew everywhere behind Minato. Minato faced Ituryu, who said scornfully, "I feel sorry." He frowned, "Because my puppets are quite." As soon as Ituryu finished speaking, a gigantic undead attacked Hikaru. He used his fire magic but he seemed to have failed. It was not only unharmed but also swung an attack toward. Hikaru jumped up, dodging the attack, punched the ground hard, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Hikaru gritted his teeth, his hand bleeding. He thought to himself, physical enhancement skill? I unleashed the Crimson Blade Law with full power, and they're still unharmed? Don't tell me these puppets. Undead marched like a legion, each one emanating a dark magical light. Hikaru wondered, individual skills? Does each one really have? Saishuru was surrounded by about a dozen undead. They advanced and attacked him. Saishuru seemed to be at a disadvantage, his body covered in mud and dirt. He swung his sword, cutting down a puppet. He thought to himself, they're too. Cana sped up, kicking up dust, nearly in tears. Behind him, a legion of undead was relentlessly pursuing him. His face pale with fear, he screamed, "Why are there so?" Setsuna stood in the distance, seeing Cana being pursued by the undead, and began to unleash her. She touched her earpiece, thinking to herself, sound visualization, materialization. Then, she combined it with Phoenix, and instantly, a vibrant, fiery bird appeared behind. The phantom bird flapped its wings and flew off. Immediately, the puppets were flung away, unable to pursue Cana any. Once they were gone, Cana, touched, said. Setsuna calmly asked, The situation isn't looking great, is it? She calculated to herself, they're just corpses, but they can still use skills from when they were. The gigantic chain that Setsuna had passed over cracked, and then snapped in. Cana, running towards her, was also surprised to see it. Muscular Ituryu jumped into the air, shattering the chains. He shouted loudly, "Fire field skill." Cana looked. Ituryu gnashed his teeth, his face furious, and his fist slammed into the ground. A fiery blast ravaged the land, bright red hues spreading everywhere. Setsuna thought, the situation isn't looking great. Cana knelt on the ground, crying silently. He was clinging to the earth to keep himself from falling into the deep chasm. Setsuna jumped down from above. Ituryu laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Full of care. He looked at Minato, who was despairing and bowing his head to the ground. He said, in this situation only the captain can survive. Minato turned to look at Kue, Ellison and One Tech. That's what he asked. What do you all? The three simultaneously sighed. Minato thank you watching for vid. He turned to look at Silentius and said, Silentius, let me try for a bit. Silentius was surprised. Minato asked Ituryu, you said no one would survive. Ituryu was surprised. Minato stared at him, then smiled. Don't underestimate my friends, you 12 apostles. Hikaru was once again surrounded by puppets. In front of him was a legion of undead, and behind him, another legion stood amidst thick fog and Hikaru looked at the puppets and said, one against a horde just like lesson number. A message popped up on his phone. Advice to become stronger for Hanada Hikaru. He unleashed his magic, and a golden dragon appeared, coiling around. Hikaru opened his bright golden eyes, stared directly at the undead, and unleashed his palm technique. The dragon flew towards them, coiling around many of the undead. Hikaru jumped onto the dragons, unleashing kicks that sent the puppets flying one by. He somersaulted, performing the rising dragon attack, then attacked the puppet. One Tech saw Hikaru and stood watching with his arms crossed. He offered his assessment. Hikaru has quite an interesting physique. He commented, his body is full of muscles. In the training room, as Hikaru was contorting his body, Akan was speechless, remarking, that's disgusting. One Tech continued, but he's very agile. His usual tactic, Ellison interjected to quickly launch a focused attack on a single point. She assessed, it's not bad but it's not optimal. if he wants to maximize his talent. She continued to explain the strategy as Hikataru was unleashing his dragon to coil around a puppet. It needs to be an unstoppable blow, a genuine. Hikataru used the bird's embrace move, clamping the undead. Ellison suggested, sweep, then overwhelm everything in his. Hikataru unleashed a kick, sending the puppet to the ground. That was the divine dragon tech. He smiled with satisfaction. Good. A can suddenly appeared from nowhere, landing in the misty, foggy area. The undead told herself, I can't lose to Hikataru. At the same time, the hordes of puppets identified their target and wildly charged. A message popped up on her phone. Advice to become stronger for Sinomia, transforming the unfinished into He remarked she got caught up in the fighting, creating cheap and low-quality weapons, but those are trivial matters in A can held out the sigil in her hand. It glowed purple as she unleashed the Triple Saints Instantly, her arm grew gigantic, and the puppets rushed towards the hand. Kyohei said, alchemists are beings who grasp and overcome. True Ivan Menes was summoned by her. Stood on its shoulder, looking at the horde of puppets. Anne looked down scornfully. That's the result of lesson number 8. This should be The true one obeyed the command, stepping forward and trampling the puppets. She said confidently, let me destroy even the hardened physiques of your awakened puppets. Minato turned to look at Ituryu, calling out, Ituryu. He responded. Then he announced, no need to worry about Suu. Shinji was using all his strength to slash at the puppets, but they kept trying to get Shinji flew into the air, and with 2 strikes, severed the necks of 2 puppets. Ituryu, the progenitor, chattered, I'm not as brilliant as him, but I have my own talent. Shinji used the Hinoki sword art, Heavenly Descent, slashing at the puppets with all his. Instantly, a stream of red light burst forth, and over a dozen puppets became His eyes widened, combining it with the golden flower blade skill. Countless more puppets. Thank you watching for had their heads severed from their bodies. Chika, watching from a distance, exclaimed, ha! Quite a combination. She sat on the pile of puppet corpses, thinking to herself, combining techniques and skills, swordsmanship has its limits. But the miracle Minato created can also be applied to Shinji, though Minato's combinations yield far superior. Fierce burst of light made Ichika look up to blazing red flames, as if wanting to burn everything, erupted terrifyingly, threatening to engulf. Ichika swung her sword, cutting a puppet in half as it raised its hand behind her, attempting a sneak attack. She thought to herself, it's begun, the battle between Minato and the 12 apostles. She stood up and looked. Ituryu was holding his sword as if to impale Minato, his face full of malice. She was surprised. She remembered, the founder of our sword style, Hinoki. Her eyes wide, she shouted, what the hell is going on? Ituryu was staring intently at Silencious, his face. She was no less, looking up, eyes wide, uncomfortably faced. Ituryu swung his sword, and blue light emanated around him, accompanied by his angry face. Everything looked incredibly mysterious. He brought his sword down, releasing a powerful stream of light, accompanied by a deafening explosion and a flash of. Minato quickly dodged to the side, as dirt and rocks flew wildly. Minato's jaw dropped open, his face full of surprise. He thought to himself. Silencious stood next to Minato, both their faces looking serious, as they watched the light in front of them flash continuously with each of Ituryu's swords. Silencious was visibly annoyed, lightning flashes flickering around her. She thought to herself, just as I thought, the output isn't. A luminous net appeared, blocking Ituryu. He kept swinging his sword continuously, his face twisted in a demonic grin, as he unleashed his sword technique, fragments. Instantly, after that sword swing, the surrounding ground shook, and massive chunks of earth appeared, flying wildly and chaotic. Thought, I know this skill because I've used it. But he straightened up, staring intently. He recalled what had happened about Ituryu Hikataru, and then deeply exclaimed, this is a real. Looked up, but I saw a chaotic mess before him. Haruki was clinging to the intact ground in front of him to avoid falling into the deep. Saishiro was trying to hold Sora tightly. Sora panicked, screaming loudly. Sword technique sliced across Saishiro's arm as he tried to hold Sora. Neither of them had time to defend themselves. Saishiro screamed in agony, sweat pouring down like. Sora was terrified, her hand still clutching Saishiro's severed arm. She couldn't believe her eyes. She was truly about to face. Minato glanced, and a golden aura immediately appeared around his. Immediately, everyone who had been panicking was enveloped by golden bubbles, lifting them. Everyone was surprised, astonished, and Minato used his magic, moving across the chunks of earth like light, leaving everyone surprised by the situation behind. Silencious saw this and annoyedly asked, Ituryu, what do we do now? Ituryu Think you watching for vid. He strode quickly, sweeping past Minato and Selene. Reaching a good distance from the two, he lay down with a nonchalant air, suggesting to Valentine, "It's all up to you. Do whatever you want." Valentine stood with hands clasped, looking sore. Minato's face darkened. He stood on a chunk of earth, looking down at Ituryu, who was pointing his sword toward. He was using the one-handed sword art of the Hinoki. As the flowing cloud technique was executed, a blue light flared up intensely, accompanied by a terrifyingly large explosion. Cana covered his head, sobbing, terrified by the seismic explosion. Setsuna, with an expressionless face, waved her hand, feigning an exclamation. How Ituryu pointed his sword towards Minato, who stood opposite him. He laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Absolutely marvelous. The ground was chaotic, chunks of earth suddenly falling. The long-haired man quickly dodged, but the brown-haired girl wearing glasses didn't seem so lucky. A magical square appeared around her, causing the ground she stood on to collapse. The girl was bewildered. Ituryu laughed with delight. Is this the body of a progenitor? A magnificent vessel for He swung his sword again, releasing a blue aura. Ituryu commanded, "Stronger still. I need a stronger skill." Minato watched intently. Ituryu unleashed the one-handed sword art of the Hinoki school, secret art. Then he brought that sword down on Minato's head. Minato quickly used his hand to block. Ituryu's eyes widened in surprise. The other Ituryu, lying with his arm under his head, said, "Ha! How!" Silencious exclaimed, "You're right, even though he's using your..." Minato waved his hand. He still pathetically. Ituryu retreated, fearful. He snarled, "What the hell are you saying? How can this body be weak? This is the legendary progenitor's." He gritted his teeth, muttering, "I need a stronger skill. I must extract it from that consciousness following the black blood mixing with the transferred to the..." Ituryu cried, red tears flowing from his eyes. He was bewildered. The reason for Eva's in a dark space, Eva clutched his head. It was because Hinoki Raikairos memories from when he was alive were still deeply etched into his... By looking into those memories, madness was immediately waiting to invade. Ituryu was using all his strength to swing his sword, severing tens of thousands of tentacles that were coiling around him, while eyes kept staring at him. The scene looked very big. The tower was split in two with a single sword stroke. After achieving such great feats, also gradually became colder and more... Eva resided in the dark space. In pain, he thought to himself, "Hell is this body? It's too strong. Can a human truly reach this?" Inside Hinoki's memories were filled with dark recollections. Slicing humans, monsters, slicing the seas, slicing entire planets. Overwhelming memories surged in his mind, and physiological tears collapsed to his vomiting a large amount. The question kept surfacing in his mind. Where do I go to become stronger? Panicked, terrified, horrified, and screamed, tears pouring down like rain, sweat dripping. "No, I can't use this. My soul will..." Ituryu lay relaxed, calmly saying, "Echem." Then just let it inside and quickly asked Ituryu, "Hey, if his soul shatters and he loses control, everyone here will..." A tragic scream echoed. "Ah!" Minato curiously looked, surprised. Ituryu, whose body was possessed by Eva, was suddenly propelled high up by a force. A murderous aura surged overwhelmingly around. Elson's jaw dropped, and she shouted loudly, "Hey, his soul really did shatter. Everyone's going to..." Ituryu held his sword, screaming loudly, "Ah!" to release the surging power within his soul.
A mur de roue aura continuously emanated, horrifyingly repulsé.
Nagasaki City, Gunma Prefecture. Everyone was panicked. A subordinate asked, "Kurosagi, what's going on?" Kurosagi irritably replied, "Evacuate the residence." He looked at his phone, worried. What is this immense aura? It's coming from Nagano Prefecture? But this place is 100 kilometers from the epicenter. What's happened? Kurosagi was both angry and surprised. Are there still monsters in this? Ituryu was in boundless pain. He kept screaming, his hair messy, completely different from his earlier arrogant demeanor. The pup that received the dark aura from Ituryu immediately felt. Akan and Hikataru were surprised before they could even rest. What? Shinji stabbed his sword into the ground, trying to stand up. He growled, "The aura is too..." Kuromo fell to the ground, the invading dark aura draining all her strength. Sora collapsed in pain, gritting her teeth, enduring the... Minato screamed in alarm. He maintained his sideways lying posture, calmly replying. Minato turned to look. He continued, "I already said, the rest is up to Selene." Silencious calmly raised her hand to hold her robes, replying, "Under..." Ituryu, whose body was usurped by Eva, flew upward, sword in hand. Around him, a source of dark, purple-black aura emanated, overwhelming. Minato looked up. He said, with my current, Lenches rotated her wrist, and 3 red bracelets emitted red magical. As she pushed her robe up higher, the coiled bracelets lengthened. Seal of truth, she said. Just one strike is in. The aura emanating from Ituryu seemed to want to swallow everything. Minato was handed the long coiled bracelet by Silenches, and his current magic emitted a blue light, countering Iturius' dark purple-black. Kan observed She was bewildered, thinking to herself, could that be? Kyohai, sitting on a chair, called out to him, Minato. He turned back. Kyohai said, no, she can't hear me, but you and Sinomiya Akan must observe this scene. He watched intently as Kyohai explained, whether it's magic or alchemy, it's because we are those who pursue the truth of the. Seeing Minato's arm wrapped in red rings, Kyohai continued, this is where you will attain one of those. Kyohai looked at Ituryu, writhing in agony, face twisted. Then can the ultimate. He then looked at Minato and Silenches, who were unleashing their power. Endure a fragment of. The black aura swallowed Ituryu. His eyes changed, and he snarled, die. Eva's soul had been torn to shreds. The thing moving Hinoki Raikira's body now was Eva's. A force acted upon the sword on the ground, but Ituryu ran off. That body still moved, driven by the instinct of a wild beast, seeking destruction. Young Hinoki had abandoned this body long ago, and as a reminder to himself, he had used a. Ituryu opened his wide red eyes, his forehead veined with green, his face twisted, and uttered, truth of He flew away into a gloomy. Minato stood on the ground. Lenches appeared behind. She opened her bright, sparkling eyes wide, looking at it. Ituryu was enveloped by a dark vortex, and the surrounding ground began to shake, dirt and rocks flying chaos. He spun wildly, and the vortex grew more intense. His memories, after the enraged aura consumed everything, were scenes of Minato beheaded, blood flowing from his torso, arms, and Shinji had his sword broken, his limbs and head also severed. Hikataru was in agony from having his neck. Everything now revolved around death and blood. Haruki, Kanam were all sliced and even the puppets were cut. Images of volcanic eruption. Kurosagi and his subordinates spewing blood. Seriously, Minato's mother also broke her chopsticks while cooking rice. The ancient city was also severely affected when the dark aura passed. His screams echoed throughout Japan, and the enraged vortex showed no signs of a. Turius' body, now only wearing pants, dragged its repulsive form, walking. Suddenly, he erupted in boundless rage, looking up at the sky and roaring like a wild beast. Ah! Instantly, the aura surged overwhelmingly again, as if to dye everything around black, and the world became. Minato suddenly realized something. I see, so that's how it is. His eyes were still intently watching Iturius' terrifying transformation. Then he looked at Silenches, who was observing Ituryu, and recalled information related to her, the Truth Mage. Silenches' skill is the seal of truth, Megaha Emmet. It was sealed because the world could not withstand its power. One of the effects of that ability, he swung his hand, unleashing magic inherited from Silenches. A brilliant red glow suddenly appeared, enveloping his. He applied it to the target skill, then grabbed the wrist of the charging. Ituryu froze. After Minato managed to hold Iturius' hand, the sigil on Minato's hand glowed, and the demonic energy from Ituryu. Minato looked at him, saying gravely, see? This is the. Ituryu groaned. Then slowly fell backward, looking as if all his strength had been. Minato continued to hold his hand, the sigil on his hand emitting. Silenches, with an expressionless face, silently chanted, Elenus, Melum heavenly ray. Ituryu continued, eyes wide, mouth agape, screaming in pain. Around him, the dark aura was enveloped by holy. Where Ituryu and Minato stood, a huge aurora emanated, light covering everywhere, casting the shadows of the two figures onto the. Minato remained standing there, but Iturius' body gradually vanished into dust. The sky regained its original. Iturius' corpse blackened, its features disappeared. Minato still held tightly to the corpse's hand. The corpse suddenly crumbled, then slowly broke apart. He whispered his last words to the corpse. Silenches held out her hand. The body of my dear friend. See you again at the end of this. The sun was high, and the dark energy vanished into nothingness. Thank you watching for vid. Ellison all looked up, watching the unfolding of the. Sad expressions appeared on all their faces. Ituryu sat up irritably. No, I'm still. Silenches explained. Body and soul are completely. Minato stood behind her very surprised. She asked. Silenches turned around, pointed a finger up, and smiled. Did that help you at all in your Some magic transported Minato to a completely different space. The blue of the sky and the lush green of the grasslands below formed a very peaceful. Someone shouted. Umi has defeated that monster. Everyone cheered enthusiastically. Minato stood there frozen. The sigil on his hand still. Ichika was disappointed. She was both happy and dissatisfied. At least use your sword, Minato. Otherwise, what was the point of your training with me if you just won like... Hikataru was surprised. I thought I was a goner. Minato, just how strong is he? Shinji frowned, holding his sword behind his back. Truly amazing. Such a strong enemy. Yet he was burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Kan retorted, wrong. The truly scary one is the person standing. Kan recalled the battle. She thought to herself, perhaps he completely understood the opponent's skill and rendered it useless. Clenched her hand so tightly it trembled. Can a human truly reach that? She smiled with determination. I definitely will. Tengen held a cigarette, smoke rising from his hand. He sighed. He looked at the chaotic scene after the battle. Around him were large square blocks of earth arranged haphazardly. In front of him was a gigantic deep hole. He wondered, what should I do with this big hole? It was originally just a test to select a new captain. But it's turned into a battle. Tengen thought again. Todoroki was even killed. Should we organize another test for the new captain? He then brought the cigarette to his mouth, grumbling, what a hassle. Someone's voice echoed. Well, Kuromo looked up in surprise. Kanam also felt a strange sensation, exclaiming, what was that? Kuromo had seen something, saying. Kuromo also looked up in the direction she was looking. A gigantic blue circle appeared like a gateway. Kuromo said, there must be someone on the other side. He screamed in fear, startled. Are there still Tengen was startled. He crushed his cigarette, his eyes wide. Hey, what's going? Madame Io's silhouette gradually appeared behind the mystical gate. The gateway slowly faded away behind them. Madame Io stood respectfully with Siki. Tengen, startled, exclaimed loudly. Why is the direct? Minato searched his memory. That day he had met her. Madame Io stood opposite him, explaining, I am just an old lady who happened to be passing by. He was surprised. That's the person I met yesterday. Madame Io walked slowly. Siki only managed to watch her walk away. Her heart filled with. Madame Io walked to where Minato stood. In the distance, Tengen wondered, Director, why have you come? Tengen was utterly dumbfounded, his mouth wide enough to catch flies. Siki's expression was not much different. Her eyes were wide. Both of them were surprised. Madame Io knelt on the ground opposite Minato and spoke in a respectful tone. So you are here. She head respectfully. I have awaited your Then she looked up, her voice still even. Hundreds of years. My dear progenitor. Minato stood still, unmoving, bewildered and not understanding what was happening. Those who appeared behind him were the same. Everyone wore bewildered expressions, observing the situation. Vast land was ravaged. A crater appeared, surrounded by square chunks of earth lying scattered. Everyone standing around seemed astonished by this. Shinji stammered, Master Ichika. Both he, Hikataru, and Akan were surprised. She shouted, the director. Ichika turned to continue. What? You kids should already know, right? Well, I guess you must have just met her for the first time. That she is one of the founders of the Grand Prophecy. She holds the highest rank in this Japanese. Grew angry. We already know that. But that's not the problem. Kan showed the same expression. She raised her voice. Why is the director kneeling before Kamina? Faced with the sight of Madame Io kneeling, prostrating herself before Minato, Ichika could only reply, how should I? At this moment, Minato was full of panic. He thought to himself, this is the person I met in the backyard. Why is she kneeling? Then he hesitantly spoke, Minato sent a signal to the progenitors accompanying him. She seems to know you. Do you all know each? 6 of them feigned deep thought, hands on their chins, contemplative expressions on their face. After a period of silence, they jointly reached a final conclusion. Who knows? And that made Minato even more flustered. He could only say, huh? Then Ituryu spoke up. But this person's aura. I think I know. Madame Io, with a gentle expression, smiled. She spoke. Don't you remember me? Haha. Well, that's natural. I've become an old woman. Then she brought her hands to her face. Her body moved. How about her 2 hands clasped together, raised to eyebrow level? Minato was momentarily. Madame Io suddenly raised her hand, swaying from side to side. She laughed brightly. Look at me, Hinoki. Is the hip swaying. They stood motionless, staring. Image of the old woman dancing reminded them of a black-haired girl. Always smiling. Thank you watching for vid. Joy searched. They realized. It's Io. Silencious was surprised. Thank you watching for vid. She spoke. Is that? Turyu excitedly spoke. Minato, Switch with me. Minato, not fully understanding what was happening, said. Huh? Wait a... Instantly, Minato changed into his blue-haired form. He excitedly put his hand on Madame Io's shoulder and patted it a few times. Oh, long time no see. This action made Shinji, Hikitaru, and Akan even more surprised. Tengen roared, "Hey Kaminaji!" And Siki, standing behind Tengen, ready to pounce at any moment, added, "How dare you speak such disrespectful words to the executive director?" Meanwhile, Madame Io and Kaminaji were happily dancing the hip-swaying dance together. He warned, "You're dead for sure." Both he and Siki were furious to the point of exploding. Tengen gritted his teeth and said, "Let's reorganize the new captain selection test. This top-ranked one will feel my wrath." Siki was no less. "We should hit him so hard he flies straight into..." Madame Io spoke up, stopping the two figures who were furiously approaching. "Come on now. It's all..." Then, Ituryu, in Minato's form, patted her head a few times, chatting intimately. "It really has been a long time, hasn't it? You've become a white-haired old lady now." Madame Io looked very happy about it, smiling. She recalled a memory. That way of speaking. It's still exactly like from back when they all journeyed to. The others didn't seem to care much. They merely sighed in relief after the competition. Two of them were lifting entire chunks of earth with both hands, as if to arrange and clean up this place. Their strength made Kanam's eyes widen. Mouth agape, he stared into. Hikitaru was calming Shinji after having provoked him, while Akan was stroking and doting on him. At the secret location of the Grand Prophecy, the Sanctuary of Eternal Destiny, Tengen and Siki stood there, in Tengen's head still the image of Madame Io dancing the hip-swaying dance. Gazing at the scenery here, Minato looked surprised. "So the headquarters actually has a garden like this? Is it real?" Madame Io smiled as she replied, "Unfortunately, I cannot show myself often, so I mostly stay around here. And this place already has a bear." Then he expressed his doubt. It seems you know about the progenitor." She began to tell her story. "I was an orphan. I lost all my family during the era of the tower. Then I was saved and raised by the progenitor. In the past, she was a young girl lucky enough to escape from a sea of fire. She could only walk, wiping away endless tears, for there was nothing." He nodded. "So that's it. As if he had discovered something earth-shattering, Minato shouted, "You were born during the era of the tower." Madame Io still considered this normal. She stroked her chin in thought. "Around 300 years ago, this information stunned him. So she's over 300 years." She explained, "I used an artifact to stop the flow of time. As long as I remain in this headquarters, aging cannot affect me." Familiar name, artifact, he recalled the items he had seen that were also called that. A potion bottle with a lid featuring an angel, a jar containing green particles with a skull symbol, or a golden cage that could imprison people. He thought about it, then exclaimed. In another space, Ituryu heard that and associated it with the ability of the person next to him. He turned and spoke, "It's quite similar to your maintenance skill, Valentine." She replied, "That's right. If I were at my peak, I could also do something of that magnitude." Then she said, "But for Io to have such a powerful artifact, where did she..." On this side, Madame Io continued her story. "Within the Grand Prophecy, we assign missions to collect artifacts. No one knows about the existence of these individuals, and no nation can buy. But recently, the place where artifacts are stored was attacked, and a large number of them were lost. That place is separate from the outside world, a base in a cold, snowy mountain." Minato felt like he was going from one surprise to another. She continued, "Starting with Midori, a special force was formed to reclaim those artifacts. They are assigned the task of recovering the stolen artifact." Hearing that information, Rian spoke up, "Understood. It must be those 12 apostles who are the culprits of this attack." Azan also presented his conclusion. "Then everything is clear. Among the 12 apostles, there could very well be the strongest superhumans of this modern." The two men's deduction made Minato admire them. "You two just spoke a few words, and you already deduced all that?" Azan, hearing his thoughts, replied, "You already witnessed the crime scene through my skill." Eva said, "Because we have become too strong. It's all thanks to the artifacts and the leader who provide." Rian believed, instead of recruiting 12 superhumans stronger than Suou Makoto, using artifacts to enhance the power of ordinary superhumans would be faster and more convenient. Turyu huffed a breath, agreeing with what Rian had just said. "The two enemies we just met recently aren't nearly as strong as Madame Io also agreed. "We thought so too. Before the artifact theft occurred, no one knew anything about these 12 apostles. They possess power equivalent to the head of the Grand Prophecy, an organization that seeks to turn prophecies into reality. We cannot allow such dangerous individuals to act unchecked. They work discreetly. There is little information about who they truly..." She voiced her thoughts. We have poured all our strength and resources into finding their leader. But Midori will reach him fast. Minato felt utterly in Detroit, Michigan, USA, a place in a state of decay. Many buildings had collapsed into piles of. On the other side, buildings remained intact. The streets were deserted and quiet. Suddenly, at the end of the road, a blue light appeared, illuminating the entire area. A scream from Midori, full of distortion, was that blue light struck straight down from the sky, sending fragments flying. Thank you watching for vid. In the midst of that chaos, a figure emerged, Ichihara. He discovered that though they were called the 12 Apostles, there were actually 13 individuals. Thank you watching for vid. Looking up, a blond man in a suit sat on a leather chair, legs crossed, holding a glass of tea. Along with his chair and the table next to him was suspended in midair. He praised, "You arrived here faster than I expected." His expression turned sinister. "What do you desire now? Coffee or light?" Midori's face also flared with killing intent, unreservedly shouting, "Die, Apostles!" Midori's face was full of hatred. He roared, "Die, Apostles!" That person remained suspended in the air, looking down at where Midori. Suddenly, a fierce magical vortex appeared, glowing with a brilliant blue light, destroying nearby buildings. Thank you watching for vid. Two people were witnessing this. One of them spoke, "It's starting." He was Nishina Kyu, a member of the special task. The other person added, "This city is abandoned, so it should be." This person was also a member of the special task force, Makoto Saichi. Then he loudly declared, "Is that idiot trying to dig a tunnel to the other side of the..." Suddenly, both of them felt danger. Thank you watching for vid. They leapt to either side as a cutting beam appeared in the middle of the building where they stood, splitting it in. Countless more cutting beams appeared, and the initial building quickly turned into. Thanks to their abilities, Kyu and Saichi managed to dodge them and land on the. Saichi calmly said, "Leave that side to me." Then, cracking his knuckles, he looked at the opponent who had been attacking them. "Well handled." This handsome white-haired man, carrying a sword with an elaborately patterned scabbard. This person was Kamaraji Hajime, a member of the 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse. Ichihara Midori number. Vortex Midori had created stopped. He stood in the center, deep in thought. This was the strongest blow of the wind blade, and Apostle Zero still calmly enjoyed his cup of coffee. Towards Midori without a single scream. Midori wondered silently, is it the effect of some skill? Or an artifact? Person put down his, stood up and out of the purple circle he had created. He smirked and asked, "What's wrong? Are you?" Midori raised his hand towards him, continuing to unleash attack. Magical orbs flew towards him, colliding to create an explosion. This was the Jade Wall Cutter tech. Midori's face remained stern, without a hint of. Just as Midori thought he had attacked that person, the latter spoke again. "Have you ever been to an aquarium? They're humans, invincible against a giant predator, even though they're both in the water, and you can observe fish safely. Thanks to psychic barriers, visitors can easily admire schools of fish swimming freely underwater, whether small or large." Then he raised his voice, full of arrogance. "Right now, you and I are just like." Midori squinted slightly, calculating in his mind. "So, he has another card up his sleeve for Apostle Zero continued, "This is too obvious. Normally, so powerful and terrifying that you wouldn't even consider me an enemy. You are grieving the death of your friend, Miss Sue, who sacrificed herself in your..." His voice mixed with a hint of mockery. "What a pathetic..." Midori's expression deepened. That person smirked, mocking. "From the moment you were born, you were a monster meant only for battle. A being that exists solely for the purpose of fighting, yet you couldn't even protect your precious..." Midori pressed his lips together, looking directly at him. He admitted to himself that 23 years ago, in a chasm between inverted mountains, a stream of light emanated, seemingly someone's. The aura astonished the witness. He exclaimed, "That was Synonymy Tengen," then a member of the special task. The brilliant blue magical aura continued to flash, but its rays converged at one. Mr. Tengen stood on the stairs, shouting in surprise. "This is all that's left of the Ichihara family." Accompanying him was the CEO of the Grand Oracle Organization. He gritted his teeth, discovering something. There's something at the center. At the center where the aura converged, baby lay crying softly, still attached by its umbilical. He continued to ponder. Such a massive aura appeared. Just because this baby was. He widened his eyes, even more astonished. The next moment, Mrs. Io jumped down into the aura. Mr. Tengen tried to stop her. "CEO, it's very dangerous. Please step back." She continued to walk towards it. The closer she got, the more the seemed to carry blades, bleeding slashes on her. She reached out her hand towards the. Then she picked it up, gently soothing it. "It's all right. It was scary, wasn't it? Now everything's fine." The baby, who had been crying loudly, gradually had only a few tears lingering in the corners of its eyes. When the baby stopped crying, the wind calmed, and the terrifying aura from before vanished. Looking around, Mr. Tengen said, "The wind has..." Mrs. Io continued to soothe the baby, calling out, "Tengen, this child will be raised by our grand oracle organization." The baby reached out its tiny hand and grasped Mrs. Io's finger, which was still bleeding from the slashes. Afterward, the baby was named 9 years later in a hall. Midori appeared with 2 other. An old man spoke, "So you're that cursed child, aren't you?" He was Hinobi Kijiru, a member of the Special Task Force, and Inoki Ichika, a 12-year-old girl, stood beside. Midori coldly glanced their way but did not Then he continued to warn Midori, "Don't you dare cause us trouble. If you lose control, we, the Grand Oracle Organization, will hunt you." Face darkened. Then he said, with a huff. Mr. Kijiru turned to. Suddenly, from behind him, Midori added, "Because that's why I let you." Mr. Kijiru looked at him. Beside him, Ichika let out a. Then she laughed out loud. He said, "Something that funny. Ichika?" They left, leaving Midori alone. His back looked lonely. He whispered to himself. The scene shifted. During a training session, 2 young boys were emanating their auras. An announcement sounded, "Aura training." Midori stood in the center, amidst a large void. The others stood scattered around him. He thought, everyone has fallen. If I exert any more force, they will simply be weak creatures. Everyone seemed fearful, not daring to approach him. Suddenly, behind Midori, "Thank you watching for vid." Voice called out. Then a sword was thrown to him. His aura immediately flared, destroying the sword in. "Thank you watching for vid." Midori coldly asked, "What are you?" Red-haired boy smiled and replied, "Wrong. That's." Afterward, the boy handed him another sword. "With this sword, be my sparring partner. Okay?" The words left Midori surprised. He slowly repeated. The boy smiled brightly and asked again. "All right?" That was Su Makoto, 9 years. A voice seemed to be telling itself, "Don't lose any more loved ones." In the mansion, a loud shout rang out. Hearing his name called, Makoto, drenched in sweat from lifting weights, turned in surprise towards the sound. He asked, "What is it?" Midori stood behind him, his face filled with killing intent and anger, holding 2 large. He declared loudly, as if reaffirming, "I'll say it again. I want lose." Seemingly at a loss, Makoto sighed in frustration. "Haven't you learned anything yet?" 2 wooden swords in Ichihara's hands broke into many pieces, flying into. He gritted his teeth, seething with frustration. Midori sat on the ground, leaning against the wall, kicking his legs wildly and wailing in frustration. "Why? Why can't I?" Faint voices echoed, You're too strong." It wasn't from either of them, but a third person who had suddenly appeared, sitting next to Midori with long hair covering their face and 2 bags of eggs in front of them. Midori glanced. Makoto suddenly panicked. Still holding the weights, he hastily interrupted. Don't tell him." The long-haired boy was Nishina Kyu, currently 9 years. Midori repeated Kyu's words, then denied them himself. "Too strong." "Huh? No way, I always lose." Another figure, doorway, chimed in. "Actually, that's a It was Makoto Saichi, currently 14 years old. He continued to "Your aura is very strong, but your wooden sword is too weak. Even if you have the ability to defeat Makoto, if the wooden sword breaks, the result will still be the same." On the floor, there were still broken fragments from Midori's wooden. Kyu added, "It's like these eggs. When your power is at its peak, just holding them will make them break instantly. It's the same during a." Midori didn't understand. He was full of questions. Saichi chuckled, then reached out and took an egg from Kyu's. He held it up. A brilliant blue light glowed around his hand, and decisively threw the egg. The egg, carrying that light, flew straight, hit the wall, and bounced. To Midori's surprise, it created a hole in the wall, then landed on the ground without a single crack. He wondered, the eggshell. Didn't. Saichi bent down to pick it up. Strange. He juggled the egg in his hand and slowly said, "An aura for attacking and protecting the shell. You just need to balance them. And hey, this isn't some special skill. Controlling your own aura is the basic secret of an anicaps." As if to prove his point, Kyu simultaneously waved his hands back and forth, throwing all the eggs hit the wall but were completely unharmed. Midori stared wide-eyed. Not a single eggshell broke? Saichi placed an egg in Midori's hand. "If you want to surpass Makoto in swordsmanship, you need to meticulously adjust your..." After a pause, he smirked and continued, "Once you can do that, no matter how overwhelming your aura is, you won't harm anyone around." He stared intently at the egg in his hand as if contemplating something. After finishing words, he turned and left, announcing to everyone, "I'm off." Shinji replied, "Mr. Mc..." Suddenly, from behind him, a shout rang out. Splat. An egg bottle landed squarely on Seichi's forehead. Unfortunately, it was a raw egg. Yolk and albumin clung to his hair like lifelines, sliming his entire face. Makoto froze, exclaiming. Then Midori's excuse was heard. That wasn't on purpose. Let's train to adjust our aura together. Then I'll defeat you in swords. Before he finished speaking, Makoto retaliated. He immediately flung an egg at Midori's nose, leaving a red mark. Then he calmly said, "Excuse me, I'll go." After that, he used the tip of his foot to touch the eggs on the ground. Without hesitation, he decisively swung his leg, sending the eggs scattering into. Then, using his power, he kept them suspended in the air. He grinned. Let's start the Midori also unleashed his aura. His expression was utterly serious. First attempt. His aura was too strong, causing the egg to break just by holding. No one knew how many times he had tried. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, as countless eggs lay piled up. Makoto continuously bought more eggs to support. Then, one time, Midori threw an egg against the wall, creating a large hole, witnessed by Q and Sai. This time, his aura successfully protected the egg, even though it made a large impact. Makoto gave him a thumbs up. Midori was panting, but still wore a satisfied smile, his efforts having borne. Clang. Two sword tips clashed, forming an X. Makoto's and Midori's auras radiated, enveloping their respective. The onlookers exclaimed, "Whoa, those two have been sparring for half a day." Techniques were unleashed, graceful movements, colorful auras. This scene was truly worthwhile. Perhaps they themselves felt delighted and excited, judging by their refreshing smile. Q and Saichi sat in a nearby corner, also not hiding their smiles. They shouted, "Midori, next time, spar." In a flash, 4 years had passed. Again his name was called. Midori, now a 13-year-old blonde youth. Ichihara Midori was a member of the Special Task Force. He turned back and smiled, replying, Su Makoto, also 13 years old, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, smiled as he looked at Midori. "Thank you watching for vid." Asked, "Are you going to join the Grand Oracle Organization?" Midori replied, "That's right. We'll be supporting the European branch. I heard it's a special grade prophecy. It's called Primordial Cave." He imagined a scene of a pristine white castle stained with blood. And the culprits? Perhaps white. Midori asked, "You're still looking for a swordsmanship master to learn from, right?" Makoto answered, "Yes. You told me to do that." Remembered. Back then, Midori himself had told him, "Then it's better if you find a teacher for your." Saying this, Makoto clenched his fist and held it out towards Midori. "If I truly have that talent, I really want to stand by your." Midori's eyes widened as he looked at Makoto. Then he grinned, also clenching his fist and holding it out towards him. "Okay. I'll wait for you." The two bumped fists, their eyes filled with resolve and determination. Midori vowed to himself, "I will not lose any more loved ones, so we can fight side by side. As long as they're alive, this world is worth protecting." Memories of the training set with Makoto with slimy on his face, the help from Q and Saichi's back. The scene of the 4 youths laughing together reappeared. He affirmed, "I only need those, so you'll destroy everything I yearn for." Midori unleashed a dense aura, staring intently at the person standing. That person smirked back at him. Midori remained firm, repeating as if screaming in his mind, "I will kill you. I will kill you. I will kill." Suddenly, in his hand, an object appeared, glowing with a golden light. Its shape resembled an egg. "Thank you watching for vid." Then, without hesitation, he crushed it. Artifact. Life Frenzy. Embryonic Del. A golden light flashed, covering the entire sky. Those around looked towards that light, exclaiming with questions. "What's Saichi thought to himself, "Don't tell me it's Midori." Q shouted, "Thank you watching for vid." Within the golden light, a blue light appeared, even brighter than before. Makoto frowned. A person with a faint blue aura gently landed them. Saichi rejoiced, calling out, "Midori, did you defeat?" They felt confused when he didn't reply. Shinji called, and his jade-green aura suddenly gradually shifted to a glow. He asked in their astonishment, "Who are?" As if discovering something, Q shouted, "Makoto." Before he could act, Midori's hand moved towards Saichi's forehead. The mark on his hand also turned a color. He smirked maliciously. From his hand, a swirling purple light emerged. Disturbance. On a November day, United States, Detroit City. 3 members of the Special Task Force, Japanese branch of the Anti-Oracle Organization, had gone missing. 2 men were walking together. The sound of their footsteps, knock, knock. One of them was Marquis Warren, from the U.S. branch of the Anti-Oracle Organization's Special Task Force. He held a leftover apple core in his hand and asked, "Aston." The person, whose full name was Aston Taylor, also from the U.S. branch of the Anti-Oracle Organization's Special Task Force. He grunted. Kneeling on one knee, he meticulously observed. Then he slowly said, as you can see, the residual energy here is very high. It seems this is the epicenter of that explosion. The place where the two stood looked cliff edge. Below the chasm was an town. Warren juggled the apple core in his hand. That Ichihara Midori guy is really strong. Huh? So he's the strongest person in the world? Then he let go, dropping the apple core. He glanced at the person next to him, who was still observing. He asked, how is it, hon? Why would the strongest person in the world suddenly disappear with his... Taylor's face hardened. He looked helpless. Oh, either. News of Ichihara Midori's disappearance had reached the Japanese branch, causing no small amount of chaos. At the Eternal Vision Hut within the Japanese branch of the Anti-Oracle Organization. It was a place that seemed peaceful and picturesque, surrounded by green trees. A loud shout was
Impossible.
A man with a pale face punched the floor. Even though I heard them say it themselves, I still can't. That report. Mrs. Io also spoke up, asking Han, do we really not know where Midori? Jean. Ichihara Midori's assistant, Special Task Force member Kitamori Jean. She was kneeling, hands clasped on her thighs. Her face was bowed. Sorrow. Then she touched the necklace she wore, saying, the artifact connecting me to Ichihara-san has been destroyed. Find him anymore. Hearing her words, Mrs. Io could only sigh. This is truly bad. Suddenly, Shiki interrupted, Director. He's here. Through the wide-open crack in the door, the silhouette of he appeared. Mrs. Io looked at him, smiling. It suits you well, Kanagi Minato. What she was referring to was likely a lapel pin on rope. He entered the room with confident air. Then he raised a hand to rub his reddened nose, smiling as he replied, I'm a little embarrassed. I don't know if I'm cut out to be a cat. Hearing this, Mr. Tengen spoke up. I know the test encountered some troubles midway, but all the other captains and the director have nominated you. He recounted in his mind Minato's powerful and glorious battles. He continued, you even fought against Eva from the 12 Apostles. And you are the only one capable enough to fill the void left. Su Makoto. Minato knelt deeply upon what Mr. Tengen had just said. In his heart, he recalled saying seriously, I want to surpass the progenitors as soon as possible. I don't want anyone 2D. Thinking this, he replied, thank you, everyone. I will do my best not to disappoint anyone. Mr. Tengen probably hadn't fully processed his words. Looking puzzled, Mrs. Io smiled and said, even without relying on their strength, I still think you are the most suitable for this captain position. After that, her face turned stern. Her voice became serious. Now, frankly speaking, your opinion. In another mansion, a shout echoed throughout the Iryu-kun. The person called was breathing for his life. His breathing was ragged. Kanam's face was drenched in. His expression was full of fear. Behind him, Minato was in hot pursuit, laughing and shouting at Kanam. Wait for me. Hey, Kanagi Minato. In contrast, Kanam tried his utmost to escape, running to the point of tears. Minato still laughed and said, sign a contract with me, and join Team Alright? Rewinding time. After hearing Mrs. Io's words, he repeated with curiosity and confusion. Suddenly, behind her, a door with the image of a majestic roaring tiger appeared. It glowed, brilliant golden light. This astonished him. A door appeared. Just as he thought that, the door Thank you watching for Minato's eyes widened in surprise. Mrs. Io said, you must know that Midori is missing, right? Nishina Q and Makoto Saichi both went with Midori, members of the Special Task Force. Behind that door were their figures, wrapped in many layers of bandages like mummies. Yet, the bloodstains seeping through the fabric couldn't be hidden. Many nutrition tubes were attached to their bodies. They looked utterly ravaged. Saichi spoke up. Midori's body has been controlled by the leader of the 12 Apostles. This information. Thank you watching for astonished Minato. In a corner of the room, Jean averted her gaze, unable to hide the sadness on her face. Minato shouted in disbelief. What? Saichi continued to explain, it's similar to the skill of the one who attacked the Anti-Oracle Organization before. At that time he had laughed and said, my skill is also like what you've seen. I can replace the person I've. Thank you watching for Saichi spoke again. This time, the possession is highly likely caused by an artifact. But that's not important now. Ichihara Midori has now become an enemy of all humanity. Because his body is possessed, Midori, now with the soul of the 12 Apostles leader, can do anything people wouldn't expect. Then he hardened his face again. This is the reality we must. Q, next to him, also had an equally grave expression. Minato seemed to be holding back. He choked. Ichihara-san. Saichi thought about Ichihara's and Makoto's battle. He silently fought that kid. Saichi called Kanagi Minato. Midori resisted until the very last moment so we could escape. Last words were, at that moment, he swung his hand to attack Saichi. Midori gritted teeth.
I'm sorry.
Then he used his other hand, trying to restrain himself. Minato-kun, please. Defeat Apostle Zero. Those were like his last words before completely losing control. Minato tried to keep his eyes wide open, as if trying to process this information. Enjen placed a hand on his shoulder. Now I understand why Midori had such high expectations of you. But even so, you haven't yet fulfilled the smallest requirement of a captain. That is, you must have 7 members. He continued, to Hanada, you need to find 3 more people. Gather those whom you believe can confront Ichihara Midori. This is the mission for Team Kanagi. The 3 people he mentioned were Minato's team. Therefore, Minato was currently chasing Kanem. Stop running. He shouted back, I'll stay with Ibiki until I die. He turned a corner, then continued, there's no way let me leave. Suddenly, someone appeared, holding a piece of paper, blocking his path. It was a Can. She spoke. I've already received Captain Hibiki's permission. Kanem skidded to a halt, leaving a trail of sparks on the He shouted, Akan-chan, then stammered, no way. Why would the captain? The paper Akan held was a letter from his captain, containing a message asking her to take care of Kanem, along with the captain's own that made Kanem stare wide-eyed. So, 2 people were cornering one. Minato grinned broadly, while Akan gave a sinister smile, telling Kanem, give up. You belong to us. Everything is decided. Kanem could only shout in protest, Kagi plays dirty. Outside in the yard, Izuku pushed up his glasses and began. As far as I know, Kanagi was also treated like this when he first joined the anti-oracle organization, right? But do you always have to use your feet to greet Hanada Hikataru? The blonde young man landed. The tip of his foot created a splash of water on the ground tiles. He turned and replied with a smile. Looks like I don't need to introduce myself. Good afternoon, Sakazaki Izuku-kun. Then he continued, this is an order from my captain. He wants you on his team. Without hesitation, Izuku immediately replied, I refuse. He explained, there's still an open position because Captain Todoroki has died. I will participate in the next captain selection. I don't want under Kanagi. Having said that, Hanada sighed loudly, and he swung his leg towards Izuku. As he kicked, he proclaimed, don't say that. The force from his kick broke several trees by the road, but it had absolutely no effect. Izuku. When Hanada put his foot down, Izuku was already sitting on legs crossed, typing on a keyboard. Hanada looked at Izuku, thinking to himself, I can't hit him. So this is skill? Click. Izuku paused his typing. He offered Hanada a proposition. Alright, since you're quite keen on having me on your team and that's bad, so how about this? The time limit is 60 seconds. The location is the garden. If you can touch me within that time, I will offer. Hanada smirked. So you mean I can use any means necessary, right? Instantly he got into a ready stance. Behind him, the form of a mighty dragon faintly appeared and disappeared. Hanada was full of confidence. Not bad. Because we really want you. It'll make you abandon your plan to participate in the next captain selection. Izuku turned his computer screen towards him. The clock had already been counting down. 59 seconds. In a dark, unfamiliar cave. Izuku spoke, so you're Captain Tsurasaki. The scene inside the anti-oracle organization's limestone cave. The 17th subspatial. In the middle was a strange purple glowing. Someone was fishing here. The person called Captain Tsurasaki replied, sometimes I fish here. Then he continued conversing. Izuku, it seems you've registered for the test to fill the vacant spot on Todoroki, haven't you? Izuku replied, I've always wanted to become a captain who'd let anyone die. As if cautioning and reminding him, Tsurasaki said, ambition is good. But do you think that goal can still be achieved even if you become a captain? His words, Izuku stared wide-eyed. Tsurusaki's fishing rod twitched as if a fish had bitten. Izuku asked, are you saying I'm not suitable to be a captain? As he reeled in, Tsurasaki replied, I didn't say that. It's just... Then Tsurasaki decisively reeled in a massive hammerhead. Thank you watching for vid. It shook the entire surface of the pond. With a calm expression, he explained, you are still... It's just my thought. Hearing this, Izuku didn't ask again. His face, as if deep in thought, returning to the school grounds. At this moment, Hanada was moving at top speed. One step, trying to approach Izuku. As he ran, he raised his leg to unleash a kick. He thought to himself, Team Tsurasaki, Sakazaki Izuku. Though he moved swiftly, Izuku was still able to nimbly dodge. While in his he still held his laptop. Just as the tip of Hanada's foot was only a tiny bit away from Izuku's chest, Hanada excitedly got you, extended his leg to touch Izuku. Instantly, no one was in front of him because Izuku had teleported behind an unexpected distance away. Izuku chuckled, pushing up his glasses, revealing an armband on his arm. His face, sinister yet serious. The reason he could easily evade Hanada's kick was because Sakazaki Izuku's Omnifall skill allowed him to teleport to a designated location within a 100-meter radius. Not far from there, a pen was stuck into the ground. Its body had black and yellow stripe patterns, identical to those on Izuku's armband. However, there was a limitation. Although he had to arrive at that location before he could use it, once it was designated, he could teleport extremely quick, almost absolute precision. That was also why Hanada's kicks and glorious techniques like the power of a dragon unleashed were all dodged by Izuku. Whoosh! He continued to teleport elsewhere, making it difficult for Hanada to touch him. Hanada thought to himself, even though I've tried my best to catch him, I still haven't managed to, even once. All this time, Izuku had calmly held his laptop, typing as if this were a simple game. Around
Purple aura émanated.
Hanada smirked. He silently praised him, excellent. If I really have to fight Ichihara-san, I need to overcome this. Izuku, not knowing what he was thinking, frowned. Then he teleported behind Hanada. Spoke, I have a question. Hanada, turning to kick where Izuku appeared simultaneously, replied, what is it? Izuku teleported back a few steps. Seems you're now Kanagi's command. Hanada paused for a moment, then continued his actions. I don't know. That made Izuku puzzled. Huh? Hanada began to explain, I know what an ideal role model looks like. Your eyes. Previously, when facing Minato, Izuku had said, I will use everything I have to become a captain who can increase the survival by at least 1%. Hanada continued, that alone would be a miracle. Although nothing is more important than survival, I wouldn't trust my life to a captain who only prioritized the chance of survival. Izuku prized. He didn't understand Hanada and spoke, questioned him, why? Hanada replied, if you're always thinking only of yourself, when will you achieve your goal? Hanada remembered the past when he witnessed around him being brutally slaughtered, lying scattered everywhere. The scene was stained with, and he spoke like a promise. Even when I'm at my lowest, I still have to stop all those prophecies. That, I understood. If it's Minato, he will definitely do it. His voice showed acted decisively, shouting loudly, that's why I decided to become a subordinate of Kanagi Minato. Izuku seemed to realize some truth. I understand. What I'm lacking is the trust to rely on others. While continuing to teleport, he said, I see. But it seems I've won. They'll take your word into consideration later. Hanada looked displeased. Holding his phone, he spoke, only 5 seconds left. Looks like appeared just in time. That surprised Izuku. Whom? In midair, young man with a sword appeared. The red-haired youth unleashed his tech. Thank you watching for packing the yard where they stood. There were no more trees, no stones, only barren ground. Izuku jumped to escape the aftershocks of the technique. He was surprised. What? He thought to himself, Shinji? From above, he saw the entire yard. I have nowhere left to run. From the side, Hanada, who climbed onto the railing at some point, used the wall as a spring. He launched himself towards where Izuku stood. That leap seemed to carry all of his determination. Hanada delivered towards Izuku. The teleportation skill no longer worked as the yard was destroyed, and just as the timer hit 0, Hanada managed to grab armband from Izuku's arm. Then, looking at him, he smiled and said, just touching your clothes, enough, right? He landed where Shinji was standing side by side, chatting with him. Hiko, you said I could destroy the entire garden in under a minute. Is that okay? Hanada just smiled and replied, fine. Shinji is something else, indeed. Behind them, Izuku also landed, his laptop never leaving his hand. He felt exasperated, as if had been, this doesn't count. Shinji innocently asked, so, I shouldn't have helped you? Hanada chuckled, replying, I don't know about that. Izuku typed while speaking, it's true I said I didn't care what methods you, whatever. Fine. Finally, he closed his laptop. His voice was resigned. I'll join Team Kanagi. With that, Hanada and Shinji high-fived in celebration. One had a bright smile. The other, not to care much. Behind him, a voice suddenly, done here too. Turning around, he saw Can gleefully holding a chain connected to a steel collar on Canam's neck. Minato, standing behind her, looked a bit sheepish. She boasted, we've caught Iryu Canam. Canam, the wretched young man, wore both a chain on his neck and handcuffs, as if being escorted. He thought to himself, so Akanchan took care of everything during her time with Team High, should be fine. Looking around, Minato exclaimed, why has the garden turned into flat ground? Who's responsible for this? Shinji casually replied, look, apology letter. Minato could only lament, My first mission is to write an apology. Nada chuckled, offering a solution. It's all right. Jin-san, store it to its original state. Akan still held the chain. She raised her question. We still need one more person. But I don't know any other candidates besides the. Have found anyone? Minato calmly pointed in one direction. I've already accepted them. More importantly, it's not just one but three. The three people he referred to were Saichi, Q, and Ichika. Although two of them were still injured, their appearance surprised the other five. Saichi peeled off a bandage from his face and boldly introduced him. Makoto Saichi from Team Kanagi. Next was Q. He also concisely, Nishina Kyu. Ichika carried her sword on her shoulder, then smirked and said, Hinoki Ichika. Starting today we will be temporary subordinates. Time of Kanagi Minato. Their words shocked everyone else, rattling them to their core, except Minato, who already knew. Exclaimed in unison. Hey! Scene change. The sky was dark, tinted. The clock tower stood silently. In the center of the clock, there were no hands running, but with chairs arranged around it. The person sitting in the middle was the one everyone was searching for. Midori. Perfect disguise. He asked, is this all? All the apostles? Only 5 people left? We've lost a few members. A white-haired man holding a hairy figure with bandages wrapped around his. A petite woman with heart-shaped hair, alongside a white hair, with shoulder-length hair, crying with pursed lips. Those were all the apostles, not counting the one controlling Midori's body. He continued, but it's fine. Because now I possess Ichihara Midori's body. So we've taken another step closer, eradicating the anti-prophecy organization. His hair swayed in the wind. His earring glinted faintly purple. The figure, now then, let's go. The apostles' faces grew more sinister than ever. All of this was due to the emergent prophecy in this world. Inside the anti-prophecy organization's prophecy research lab, Ten asked, have you found them yet? Kurihara replied, yes, sir. As you know, the prophecy books held by the 12 apostles were one book, based on the 8 volumes Miss Ichihara brought back. After analyzing the missing parts, this incident has identified as part of a prophecy, a special category prophecy, the Supreme Hymn. These books, at first glance, identical, differing only in color. Kurihara stood on a podium, hands braced, continuing his explanation. To destroy the world, Ichihara Midori's power is that alone should be enough. Tengen rested his chin on his hand, his expression very serious. He had just said, in the vast ocean where only one yacht was docked, 2 figures were their aura to float in the air. Apostle Zero, in Midori's form, smiled and said, Hajime, have you ever heard of the Supreme Hymn? He replied indifferently, no. Midori smiled and elaborated, it's one of the classical works of Hinduism. It says that humans should fulfill their duties and responsibilities with a selfless heart. Hajime listened intently as he continued, to name a prophecy that could end the world like this. It seems the person who wrote this prophecy truly despised humanity. In the United States, Times Square in New York, a boy pointed to the sky and loudly, look, amazing. His father wondered, amazing? What's so special about a transcendent flying? At this, the boy became even more excited. No, Dad, I know that person. He's Ichihara Midori, the strongest transcendent world. He's so cool. Midori was now hovering in the air, looking down at the center where everyone was standing, pursed his lips and smiled. Everyone below expressed excitement when they saw him, took out their phones to record this moment. It's really him. Ichihara is here. The crowd grew even more agitated. There's also a samurai. Why are they? He's looking at me. Suddenly he spoke, then let's begin. With that, he waved his, as if planning something. The boy from earlier turned to his father. Dad, take a picture of me with Ichihara. His father knelt, raised his phone, okay son. In the frame, the boy stood below, raising his hands to the sky, smiling joyfully. In the space above the boy was Ichihara Midori. Suddenly, where Midori was hovering, a purple vortex slowly began to expand. When the vortex covered the entire sky, the boy also realized something strange, his face gradually showing confusion. When he turned to look, the wind from the vortex had away his baseball cap. Midori's deep purple eyes had a flash of light. Center. Inside, the real Midori was being imprisoned by the purple magic streams of Apostle Zero. Midori's blue emanated as if trying to resist. Realizing what was about to happen, he could only helplessly stop. Outside, the figure gave a sinister and cunning smile. Spoke transmutation. In the anti-prophecy organization's cafe, a loud shout rang out. Kanagi, the one called, stopped eating and turned to ask what's wrong. Shinji? Shinji panted, handing his phone to him. Read the news quickly. Kanagi's face grew serious, with no hint of joy. The situation seems bad. On the phone was a news headline. Ichihara, a transcendent, attacked New York City, causing severe damage. Along with it was an image of the city engulfed in a sea of flames. Back at the shack from before, a shout echoed through the area. What the you doing, Io? Through a computer screen, Richard Weiss, the CEO of the Anti-Prophecy Organization's U.S. branch, questioned angrily, Ichihara Midori has read New York City. Io simply replied, calm down, Richard. He continued to yell, how can I be calm? Countless lives and the heart of the world economy have instantly wiped out. Helicopters went to the area for rescue but could only raging flames and thick black smoke. She explained that's not Midori. Inside that body is the of the 12 apostles, Zero. Io continued, we identified his true identity. His name is Warren Hastings. It's highly likely he's cooperating with invaders from the otherworld. The otherworld, a force not from this earth, unknown mysterious power they still didn't fully understand. They were like an invisible, shifting force trying to reach to take over this world. Richard was stunned by the information he received. What did you just say? She continued to explain, the artifact they are using has been identified as under the Anti-Prophecy Organization's control. It's the glass vial with a skull-shaped cap, containing green spherical beads. The battle where Midori went missing. Finally, she concluded, something must have helped them. He paused for a moment then said, this isn't your side's responsibility? Even if someone else is inside that body, the one who destroyed New York and Detroit is still him. Can't cover for him anymore. Richard's face grew more serious. The White House is considering using nuclear weapons on Ichihara Midori. Io replied with an obvious tone, do you people think easily defeated by just nuclear weapons? Richard slammed his hand on the table angrily. We know that. So what are you going to do about it? At Minato's place, after finishing placed the empty bowl on the table. Then, he spoke seriously, Shinji, you and the other 3 have completed your lessons. Shinji replied, of course. Minato closed his eyes as if thinking, then opened them and said, You. Shinji, as vice captain of the Kanagi squad. Shinji felt this was an unexpected matter that couldn't believe. Minato continued, I want everyone to keep studying no matter what happens until we receive orders to go to battle. This is considered an advanced version of simple advice to make you strong. He continued, Iryu and Sakazaki need to train their teamwork skills to achieve perfection. At this moment, the 2 of them were continuously training, sweat dripping down their faces. Shinji turned to ask, what will you be doing in the meantime? Minato replied nonchalantly, I'm going to. He clenched his on the table, giving instructions, during this time I want to sleep deeply. Don't anyone wake me up. Shinji didn't understand, slowly repeating, sleep deeply, you say? Then he turned to leave. Before departing, he left a remark, since you said so, there must some profound meaning behind it. Finally, he entrusted to Minato, then, obey orders, Captain. Counting on you, Minato. The words, Minato smiled faintly. On the other side, Io replied, how am I going to handle this? Of course, by confronting them directly with our most elite squad, the Kanagi. Minato walked to his room and locked the door. Outside, a note was hung on the doorknob, reading, no matter what happens, wake me up. Signed, Kanagi Minato. After closed, the hallway outside became silent. Then suddenly a bright blue illuminated the room. As he fell asleep, Minato seemed to enter another space or fell into his own subconscious. After lifting his and turning around, facing him was a group of people. Standing at the front was Ituryu, his sword, ready to fight. Minato also drew his sword from its surge of aura emanating from him. In an instant, Minato's body cut into many pieces by sword slashes, blood splattering everywhere, while he hadn't even had time to react. Ituryu remained unscathed, perfectly intact, without a single. Meanwhile, Minato's limbs had been severed without him realizing. Then, Ituryu sliced him, dark red blood splattering. Ituryu then spoke, you just lost focus. Didn't you? You were the who asked us to go all out when trained. His words seemed to awaken Minato himself. Ituryu grew even more enraged. His face contorted. Tear you apart, you brat. The power in his voice made Minato realize what he was. It also made those nearby fearful. Ailer, seeing the tense situation, spoke up and ran toward. Hey, Hinoki, that's a bit too much. Her attempt to stopped by Guantek and Silentius. She was annoyed. Are you telling me not to stop him? 2 of them just looked grim and didn't answer. Majid also, to the 2 beside him, probing. Ryan, while I know that high-intensity training is necessary in such a short, but Kansi's added he's screaming too much. If this cycle of life and continues, Minato's soul vanish. Ryan replied, we have no choice. Ichihara Midori is the strongest transcendent of the modern era. The current Minato has no chance against him. He continued to explain, although it's not guaranteed to succeed, this is the only way to increase his chances of winning. Ailer interrupted, so we should still have limits. Asen spoke up, don't worry, Hinoki might not be the most tactful. Kansi's then interject, but at that level it's fine. Once again Minato failed, his fragmented by Ituria's sword strikes. Silentius, full of confidence, reassured Minato will get through this. Refusing to be defeated, he resolutely picked up his sword again. His body having just recovered.
Spoke, Imsari, Raihiru.
He thought to himself, even if I stood before him and bore this tremendous pressure, it's too cold, like thrown into a blizzard mountain. Nevertheless, seeing Ituryu still calm, not a trace of in stark contrast to Minato, who was drenched in sweat and panting, thinking he made a decision once more, please. In a flash, who was still in his, with a whoosh, successfully swung his sword and cut him into 3 pieces. The two passed each other, Ituryu still standing firmly on the, while Minato's head, torso, and legs were separated. What Ituryu was thinking at that moment, no one knew. He turned his head, looking towards Minato. Power of the space once again regenerated Minato's body. In his heart he always thought, it's still not enough. Couldn't even touch a single strand of his hair. On his, a smile revealing 2 cunning fangs. Minato continued to encourage himself. Even though I've been killed countless times, I must become stronger and return to everyone. After his body returned to normal, he resolutely took a ready stance, holding his hand and declared, all right, once more. In Mumbai, India, gateway of India, Bandwaji stood on the highest point of the gateway, waving and greeting, long time no see, Midori. He belonged to the anti-prophecy organization, Indian branch, Aradip Bandwaji Special Squad. He tried to remind Midori of their shared memory. We once dealt with a special category prophecy together, remember? It was special category prophecy. Blazing fire boss, great god Agni. We once fought that fire elemental together. Bandwaji continued, with your help last time Mumbai would have been burnt to ashes. Without caring if the other heard him, the smile on his face as he recounted the story didn't fade. Even though we once protected this together, today you plan to destroy it? Apostle Zero in Midori's still hovered in the air, staring at him. He spoke, a sinister and cruel smile on his face. Stop this charade. No matter how rotten the anti-prophecy organism is, as a protector of humanity you must realize that I am inside him, right? Then he waved his hand as if it were obvious. No matter how many times you try to call out to his subconscious, do you think hell regained control of this? Bandwaji pursed his lips when the Apostle Zero discovered his plot. Midori pointed to his let me transfer what's in my head. Okay? I'm sorry, please run. Hearing that, Bandwaji replied, of course I can't run away, Midori. This is the city where I was born and grew up. Then he unleashed his aura to confront the Apostle Zero's. Back at the shack, a voice spoke, the war between humanity and creatures from other dimensions has been ongoing for hundreds of years. Recounting the true story of the world to Tengen and Siki. In the era of the progenitors it was the tower, then later the prophecy. Her expression was somewhat somber. Throughout the long history of that war, there were humans collaborated with those creatures to destroy this world. The scene of a village being engulfed in a aura, everything controlled by another force. Tengen clenched his jaw. It seems India has. Our enemy is now advancing towards Europe. Io, as if she already knew, just as I predicted. If only they had gone straight to Japan, it would have been so much better. Siki didn't understand. Why? She slowly explained, he has only just taken over Midori's body. He can't fully control it yet. On the other hand, the opportunities he has to fight, the stronger he will become. At this very moment, that figure was flying over the sea, looking at his head, feeling pleased with having taken over Midori's body. Suddenly, Io, out, Siki. She replied with a, then Io ordered, gather all the captains immediately. She then turned to Tengen, I will also send you to this battle. He sighed, helplessly replying, you always treat me this way, whether in peace or war. I should complain about this to the Department of. She just smiled, ha, don't say that. Then her expression turned serious, this time he will also participate in the battle. That information astonished Tengen and Siki. Their eyes widened in disbelief. In another corner, Io announced, Kanagi squad is now in the final stages of preparation. They are our only chance against Ichihara Midori. Until they complete their preparation, I want everyone to hold Ichihara Midori back. Standing before her were 6 squad captains. A blond young man spoke up, you speak as if that will be easy, madam. The woman next to him also showed support, but how much longer until they're ready? Replied, Captain Kanagi said he needs 2 days. None of them knew that Minato continuously emitting aura in his room, training frantically. A vortex appeared as she spoke. Our destination will be the Pacific Ocean. We will gather the full power of the anti-pro organization's Japan branch to attack him there. With a whoosh, a purple light continuously moved across the sky. Midori appeared in the Pacific. He suddenly saw something waiting there. It was a sphere enveloped by wind. The sphere gradually dissipated, revealing the thank you watching for vid of the anti-prophecy organization Japan branch inside. He smirked and then swung his hand, unleashing the transmutation. A stream of purple light shot straight towards them. However, immediately after, it was blocked by the skill eightfold mirror barrier. A blue aura confronted it simultaneously. As the captains departed, the younger members of the squad ran towards them, yelling anxiously. Captain Mac, hearing his name called, Macabe turned to look, wondering, Ichem? Hisagi, what are you all doing? The others began to ask, Mr. Ichihara. We heard you're going to fight the leader of the 12 apostles. Let's come with you. Without much thought, Captain Macabe put his hands in his pockets and replied, dismissing them, you kids can't. Hisagi yelled at him, because we'll just get in. Hisagi, with tears in her eyes, continued, it's okay if you don't let us fight, but at least we can act as a shield to protect you. Macabe turned around and saw her like that. He glanced at Hisagi and asked, thank you watching for vid. Why we decided to participate in this meaningless. Hearing his words, Hisagi stopped crying and looked at him. She heard him continue, realistic. Everyone here might be defeated in this because the power difference between the two sides is too great. But even if we don't return after this battle, you kids will still survive. As he spoke, he gently stroked Hisagi, smiled gently at her. Carry on our efforts. Take on the responsibility. And continue to protect this world. Hisagi listened to her captain, tears streaming down her face. She wanted to try and hold him back. Everyone watched their leaders receding back. The people could only stand there helplessly. Speech. At that moment, Akihisa also turned his back and told them, they've entrusted us. So we also have a job to do. We must protect the Kanagi squad at all till their preparations are complete. There's no time to be sentimental anymore, is there, Hisagi? As he tried to hold back his own tears. Hearing the encouragement, Hisagi also wiped her tears and agreed. That's right. In her heart she thought, Captain, please take. Scene change to the present. In the Pacific Ocean, Io was clashing with Apostle Zero. After unleashing a skill, she declared, don't underestimate us. At this moment, the captains were also surprised by Io's hidden ability. She even blocked Ichihara's disturb. Apostle Zero also had his own thoughts. A new skill, Io? General Manager of the Great Prophecy in Japan. According to Ichihara, Midori's is like his mother, and she has a skill she has to keep secret? As if answering his question, she sighed, this is the first time I've used this skill in battle again in 100 years. Ever heard? It was startled. 100 years. I've only seen it for the first time too. The skill she used, Eightfold Mirror of Ada. The system now introduced. Io's skill, Eightfold Mirror of Ada. Its effect can be divided into two stages. In the first stage, simply understanding the opponent's technique allows for a 100% counter of the attack's force. The nature. This technique is the opposite of Cat's perfect analysis. Apostle Zero immediately returned to combat readiness. He used skill, Glorious Disturbance, continuing to attack Io's group. Around gossiped, that's the skill that burned India. This is bad. While everyone was panicking, Io remained very calm.
Don't worry.
I know this technique. She seemed to embody and copy the exact same skill. On the other side, seeing a skill identical to his own, he was shocked, dumbfounded, and bewildered. Continued to introduce the second stage of Eightfold Mirror of Ada. It allowed the user to perfectly copy any technique previously reflected in the mirror. Seeing the scene before him, he realized his own technique had been destroyed by an identical one. Immediately regained his composure. So that's it. This is your scheme, isn't it? You wretched Even though he knew Macabe was behind him preparing to punch, he didn't bother to evade Makabe's rapid succession of punches. Taking the infinite fist, he also realized this was no ordinary. Each time Macabe hit him, his body froze for him. The two were clashing, his mind was still carefree and he commented, this move is... Macabe, seeing him so at ease, was helpless. He took his blow and was still fine. Still nonchalant. She scoffed, you look like you're enjoying yourself too. While Apostle Zero was off guard, he rushed forward, grappling him, then yelled, I've suppressed him. Hurry. The captains also began to unleash their skills. They simultaneously used all their powers on Apostle Zero. All sorts of brilliant colors, as if in a beauty pageant for... Ibiki used the sound manifestation. Phoenix spreads wings skill, creating a phoenix of various colors. The also unleashed their techniques one after another, Mystic Sword Pierce, Heavenly Blossom, Golden Staff of Violet Rain. All thank you watching for charged, concentrating their attacks on the deliver the finishing blow, MacAbe declared victoriously. He smiled faintly and said, "Go to hell." The reported with an infuriating smile and haunting words. "You are the ones who should go." Just as they were entangled with Apostle Zero, he unexpectedly used his power to encircle them.
Final moments, Macaba Ramam.
The tears of farewell. MacAbe could only curse, "You bad." Cloud of purple smoke erupted, ending the lives of the captains. Barrier. Apostle Zero concealed himself in the thick smoke. He slowly appeared, speaking, "As long as I can unleash my skill. Did you think bringing a crowd would defeat me?" With Apostle Zero turned to taunt Io. "This is a battle between monsters like us. Yet you brought along these weaklings? How many did you bring? Anyway?" Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt an indescribable surge of power. Apostle looked at the colossal fire orb above him with Mr. Tenjin's disdainful, "Thanks for buying me more time." Preparing to unleash his skill, he stared blankly at the fire orb, thinking, "Too big. The more power I put into it, the stronger it gets." Just as concentrating his power, Apostle Zero was tightly by the chains of Io's disciple. Enslavement artifact. She stepped onto the with a cool expression ordering, "Stand still, you beast." At this moment, Apostle Zero felt a fleeting panic in his thoughts. A transcendent can teleport? I can't use any skills. Because of these chains? He's wondering. Tengen also unleashed his skill, Divine Descent. Zero, seeing this, still didn't understand. How strange. Is this your scheme? Apostle Zero struggled with all his might. I might not be able to dodge. But if I just unleash my ultimate technique at maximum power. But after behind him, Apostle Zero was surely terrified stiff. Io suddenly, she used her eightfold mirror of Ada ability to add another divine descent from below. Apostle Zero was now facing enemies from two sides and constrained by an artifact. He didn't know if he would survive. The second stage of eightfold mirror of Ada allows the user to perfectly copy any technique previously reflected in the mirror. Apostle Zero also cursed, "Damn it," and Ios remained calm as she attacked. For the future, the two divine descents collided, creating
Colossale explosion.
but Apostle Zero must still be breathing. Thus, the two colossal fire orbs collided head-on, creating an explosion no different from an atomic bomb. At the same time, not far away, a fleet of warships was observing the battle. Someone in the ship's cabin began reporting to his superior. "A direct hit. Target acquired. Excellent. Look, thank you watching for that white fire orb must be at least several thousand degrees Celsius. No one could survive that, not even our allies, right, Mr. Richard?" The soul smiled as he turned to look at his superior. However, Richard's face showed no sign of joy at all. "It's over." He clearly realized that Apostle Zero, who had taken over Midori's body, would not so easily destroyed. And indeed, just as he immediately after, a dazzling purple light suddenly appeared at the center of the explosion. Waiting for the explosion to slowly dissipate, Midori's body gradually reappeared in the air without any damage at all. That sight, the blonde young man was also stunned. Apostle Zero's perspective. Not to mention others, even he himself was surprised by the body he possessed. "Are you messing with me? You chose to sacrifice your lives for that tech that truly exceeded my expectations. I highly commend that direct hit." Apostles, speaking, paused for a moment, then laughed triumphantly. "However, there's still something that surprises me even more. This body? It's truly amazing. Even though I took a fire with temperatures reaching thousands of degrees Celsius, I wasn't injured at all." He laughed loudly, full of pride. However, the fleet, warships and fighter jets had no intention of lingering. As soon as they realized Apostle Zero was still alive, they immediately opened fire. They used their strongest firepower, aiming directly at the small body hovering in the sky. However, hot weapons couldn't even touch Apostle Zero's body, as all fire was blocked by a magic shield. Next, Apostle Zero merely released a little of his but it was like a powerful flood, sweeping away all the surrounding planes and warships, causing them to explode like fireworks in the sky. Suddenly, energy stream headed straight for the warship where everyone was standing. Seeing this, Richard yelled Marquis' name, who was behind him. Following orders, Marquis didn't need Richard to say more. He gritted his teeth, using his magic to create a yellow barrier to block Apostle Zero's attack. Although he successfully blocked the attack, just fending off one blow almost completely drained the energy within him. Marquis looked at his slowly disintegrating shield, struggling to say, "Absurd power. At this distance I can't deflect it." Apostles calmly parried the attack, wondering, so that's the herald of the apocalypse? Inside ship's cabin, Richard looked at Apostle Zero's ecstatic state, his hand clenching, almost whispering, not yet. Still not yet. Back to Thank you watching for Zero. After a period of joy, he gradually calmed down, holding his head and contemplating. It seems I'm using too much power. At the same suddenly, around Apostle Zero, golden dust began to appear, spreading in all directions. The dust made him a little curious, and the one using it, General Manager Io. It seemed she had somehow escaped the final explosion. She commanded in a stern voice, finally, you're out of mana, aren't you, Apostle? In her hand, she was still holding a small vial containing the golden dust. Rewind to when the captains had just gathered. At that time, the girl with head Hibiki asked directly, I want to ask, do we have no chance of winning? Is that right? Her blunt words made the other captain sigh, while MacAbe turned to remind her, don't be so blunt, Hibiki. Responding to this admon was a glare from the white-haired Hibiki, so I should be evasive? MacAbe gritted his teeth and retorted, I like you like that. Just like that, the two of them started a verbal spar. To temporarily argument, General Manager Io also spoke up, admitting we cannot defeat him. Hearing this, Hibiki glanced over and continued to ask, then how can we restrain Ichihara Midori's? To explain this, Io took out a small glass bottle from her jacket pocket and introduced it. Even if we can't defeat him, victory is just a means to an end. Io pulled the golden glass bottle and stated, and to do that, we will use an artifact, the spatial temporal. Turning to reality, the golden dust had transformed into a cage, imprisoning Apostle Zero inside. It was the exact same cage that had once been used to trap Minato during his battle with the assassin. Looking at this prison cage, Apostle Zero's eyes showed a hint of familiarity, wondering, this is... General Manager Io then enlightened him, you probably remember it, don't you? This is the same type of artifact you gave to your subordinate. I was slightly surprised Apostle Zero. He didn't believe there's more than one, but even though he was trapped, Apostle Zero showed no worry at all, because he knew that Io's group couldn't do anything to him. He shrugged and asked, so what now? On the opposite side, Io continued in a calm voice, to destroy this cage, you need to transfer a certain amount of aura to it. But since you're out of mana, you won't be able to escape. Io's made Apostle Zero's face darken. Once again, he had fallen into the meticulous calculations of this old woman. But just a second later, suddenly broke into a ghastly smile. So you're buying time, are you? I still don't understand. I break this cage. Do you think you can turn the tide? Faced with his question, Io didn't explain much, just smiled faintly. You know nothing, Zero. Nothing at all. Just wait 2 days, they'll show you something interesting. Turning back to Apostle Zero, he felt that the anti-prophecy organization seemed to have a trump card that could definitely defeat him, despite having witnessed the tremendous power he possessed. This made him stroke his chin thoughtfully. Something I don't know? Me? Kanagi Minato? This speculation of immediately made Io's face stiffen, her eyes widening. She didn't understand why Apostle Zero would utter that name. To explain it to her, Zero pointed to his head and teased, you see, I've looked through this bogus memories. Ichihara Midori sees that kid as someone who can end all prophecies. Hearing this, Io flinched, muttering to herself, Midori, he really thinks of Minato that way? This is bad. As if knowing these, in Io's head, Apostle Zero continued, the moment I took over this body, Kanagi Minato became my top priority to eliminate. Ending all that is an entity not allowed to exist. He spoke, frowning in anger, grinding his Io, hearing these words, was angry at her helplessness. Apostle Zero continued to mock. So, you're the one who knows nothing, Executive Director Io. Apostle Zero said this while unleashing a purple power that seemed to engulf the cage. Apostle Zero stared at and spoke, now Midori's body is also stronger. The amount of mana I used is only a small fraction of the dormant aura within this body, and what you just did was only to melt the surface of the iceberg. The purple flame from Apostle Zero gradually became overwhelming. He continued in a mocking tone, I grow stronger when I fight, which also means the amount of aura I can use increases. As he spoke, Apostle Zero's body continuously overflowed with energy, causing the cage to creak and groan as if it could shatter at any moment. Noticing that the situation's dire, Io immediately prepared to use her eightfold mirror skill, but everything was already too late. At that moment, Apostle Zero shattered the cage and lunged forward like a flash of lightning. His pierced through Io's chest, causing her to involuntarily spit out a large mouthful of blood. Looking at the scene, Apostle Zero gave a cold smile just like this. Now then, which way to Japan? The scene shifted to an image of Minato lying on a bed, recovering his strength, the blue light radiating from the back of his hand growing brighter. In summary, the operation, all the personnel of the Japan branch failed. Zero is currently learning to handle the colossal magic power dormant within Ichihara's body, and he is also becoming strong. It seemed an entire part of Earth was covered by a stream of purple energy, creating whirlwinds. In Japan, Sato Island, Niigata Prefecture, the terrifying energy emanating from Midori's body was so strong, Ichika and Shinji could clearly feel it. Master Ichika glanced to one side then frowned, calling, "Shinji." The red-haired young man nodded in response. "Yes, I feel a strong evil aura from very far away." She could only scratch her head in frustration. "Seems you and the others failed. Let's return to headquarters. Let's meet the enemy." Those who heard showed expressions of Shinji replied, "Sir." With that, he quickly sheathed his sword. The scene shifted to inside the control. Everyone who heard showed a look of only Shinji replied, "Thank you watching for vid." Saying that, he quickly sheathed his sword. The scene shifts to inside the control. Command from the Grand Oracle headquarters. Assistant Jean, to tell the staff in the room, "Haven't you recovered the footage from the American squad yet?" Hearing her question, staff member, while operating the screen, replied, "After that attack, all communications were lost." Jean snapped impatiently, then switched to satellite imagery. As she spoke, her hand tightly, sweat pouring down her face. She thought to herself, "Damn it, I can't use my Sea Raven's eye on the sea. What exactly happened to the squad?" The more she thought, the more worried she became. But just then, suddenly, figures appeared behind her, followed by urgent calls of Jean. Hearing her name, Jean turned to look and was startled to recognize Sister. It turned out to be the group who had been fighting, now covered in injuries. Siki yelled out, "Quick, use your skill." Inside the room, although everyone had escaped the explosion caused by Apostle Zero, they had all lost their strength. Meanwhile, the glasses-wearing cat was also desperately trying to use the last bit of energy in her body to sustain iOS life. Jean rushed over and she saw the gaping hole in iOS. Jean's face turned horrified and she stammered, "Executive Director." On the other side, Siki pleaded with, "Eyes, please save Io. Io's condition right now is unknown, between life and death." The scene returns to the time everyone was preparing for the battle with Apostle Zero. At that time, Io had given Siki a secret mission. "Listen, Siki." Siki stood at attention upon hearing the mission. "Yes." Io whispered, "Mission, you are everyone's lifesaver. After the captain's attacks, them before the enemy's blow lands. Track his movements." Io said, "Describe operation after Tengen and Toddy perform select descent, use your skill to get us out." Hearing these words, Siki bowed. "Understood, even if I have to pay with my life." Before she could finish her sentence, Io struck her on the head, making Siki clutch her head. "Ow." Ignoring Siki's cries of, Io irritably said, "The opposite, you idiot. No matter what happens, let's not die. After the battle ends, your mission is to bring everyone back safely." Io's voice became more serious. "Listen carefully. Your life must be prioritized above all else, even if something unexpected happens to me." Siki wanted to say. She didn't get to finish her sentence, but seeing Io's threatening face and "What now?" Siki flinched and screamed, "I'm sorry. Io side tai." Honestly, but then Siki's voice soft, because I don't want to lose you." In the little girl's mind, memory of Io taking care of her since childhood came flooding back. Times when they were both very happy. Across from her, Io looked at Siki's tear face and gently stroked her head, saying, "No one will die. Just keep moving forward." Io's radiant smile seemed to comfort Siki. The little girl's childhood memories of being cared for by head administrator Io began to flood back. Back then, they were very happy. Across from her, Io looked at the tear-soaked Siki, then gently stroked her head and said, "No one will die. Just keep moving forward." The bright smile, "Madame Io comforted Siki's fragile soul." Returning to reality, the face of Madame Io was incredibly pale and lifeless. They even had to start giving her oxygen. Beside her, Siki also tried to encourage her. "Wait, please try a little harder, madam. Don't die." After saying that, she turned to look at her younger Jean with an urging look. Without Siki needing to say more, Jean was also doing her best to save Madame Io. "I know, but my skill is time because Madame Io is using an artifact to stop the flow of time. It won't work." The brown-haired female captain beside the also struggled to say, "Even my healing skill can only try to sustain her life. Wounds of this severity cannot be healed." Hearing that, Siki quickly suggested that the flow of time only stops when she is inside the Grand Oracle. "If we just take her outside then," before she could finish her sentence, Uncle Tengen, standing beside, saw Siki in such a panic and reassured her. "Everyone calm down. We can't do that right now. No sooner had he finished speaking, an immense pressure crushing down on the area. Without anyone needing to say it, they already was emitting this power. Damn it, they're here? Tengen said through clenched teeth. And just as he thought at this moment, Zero had brought his 4 subordinates and advanced to the exterior of the anti-oracle branch. And seeing them appear, Siki looked outside with eyes full of resentment and shouted, "Let me kill them all." No sooner had she spoken, without even waiting for the young Jean next to her to stop her. "You mustn't, sister." Siki had already teleported outside, right next to the rebellious apostles. She intertwined her fingers and used a skill called Void Implantation, causing the space in front of her to appear into countless squares. The system introduces Siki's skill Void Implantation. This allows her to instantly connect with another dimension, if used on a small scale. This will help her teleport with high precision, but if used for large-scale teleportation, no one predict the exact outcome, and it will cause enormous damage. Under the influence of Void Implantation, some parts of the surrounding architecture of buildings suddenly vanished. The entire base was teleported elsewhere. Seeing this, Tengen also shouted in "This idiot! The CO is still." Apostle Zero also spoke commandingly. Hajim. Hearing his called, the swordsman Hajim immediately charged forward. The sword in his hand was also an artifact, called the Sacred Throne of the World. He immediately used a skill called Kurahara Slash. The blade created a zigzag cut, instantly destroying Siki's spatial attack. The only thing left was Siki's white-haired arm, sliced into many pieces. Looking at this scene, the red-clad apostle smiled. Amusement, still as cruel as ever, aren't you? The white-haired apostle standing beside her nodded in agreement. Poor girl, indeed. But contrary to their thoughts, Hajim glanced aside and reminded them, "No, I haven't finished her off." Following his gaze at this moment, Ichika's group had arrived just in time and successfully rescued Siki in the nick of time. Shinji supported her, holding her severed left arm, and gently, "Han, are you okay?" Their appearance surprised Siki, who Amenaji squad. Apostle Zero saw group after arriving to bother him, and he felt a bit annoyed. "How troublesome. Are you going to block my path again?" In response to his words, Master Ichika drew her sword. A fierce aura erupted from her body, and she smiled excitedly. "Humph. Sorry. Our captain isn't aware. Instead, let us enter until he wakes up." Apostle Zero, provoked, frowned and returning to Apostle Zero's perspective, quickly scanned all the members of Minato's squad once, then mused, "Strange. I know Suu Makoto's younger and Hinoki Ichika, a member of the special." Seeing this, he glanced around. But who are those 2 kids? However, appearance of the 2 new members did not make Apostle Zero take them seriously. He thought to himself, they're not in Midori's memory, their power probably isn't worth worrying about. But if they dare to face me in combat at that end. Thinking this, for some reason he suddenly met the gay Cana, who was looking at him with a very strange expression. At that very moment, both Cana and Isuke began to unleash their energy. Above them, Apostle Zero was also extremely calm. Although he didn't know what kind of trick these 2 weaklings in front of him were planning, he wasn't going to give them a chance. He immediately used his own skill, Disrupt, to attack. But before he could even act, bodies of all the apostles simultaneously vanished. This astonished Siki so much that she forgot her pain, asked, "Huh? Where did they go?" All the apostles, even Ichika, others, all disappeared in just one teleportation move. Who exactly did that? Thinking this, Siki turned to Siki, clenching his fists, celebrating that the plan had succeeded. Next, someone came to explain the situation. Isuke appeared in front of her, holding a medical first aid kit. Isuke said, "They've been teleported away by my skill." Hearing that affirmative statement, Siki looked at him confusedly. "Yours? What do you mean?" Standing nearby, Cana ran over to complain, "Hey, why isn't it ours? If so, it should be mine." Isuke, not wanting to listen, quickly replied, "But wasn't I the one who teleported?" "It was me," Cana argued back. From Siki's perspective, seeing the 2 new recruits arguing so haphazardly, she also yelled, "Shut up. I don't care whose it is. Just explain." Cana then explained, "This is a combined skill of both of us. Cana's skill is called Ubiquitous Presence, everything everywhere all at once. Or in other words, this is a skill combination. The system introduces Iryu Cana's Ubiquitous Presence as a skill that expands the target of the skill of the person being touched. Originally, Isuke's teleportation skill only allowed him to tell himself, but this time it was expanded to everyone there and teleported them to different locations. While helping Siki bandage her wounds, I explained in more detail, perhaps my skill isn't as flexible as Siki's, but I can teleport with absolute precision to a place where I've left personal belongings. and then Canam will help me expand this skill. Besides the three of us, the others have already teleported away. Isuk continued to explain, and the place sent Apostle 0 is Spatial Rift 17, lower jaw. It expands 10 centimeters every year. This is an indeterminate Yijia tunnel, a prophecy that Midori couldn't destroy. If you can do anything, try it then. Isuk coldly planned this beforehand. Apostle 0 was the most carefully guarded. He was thrown into the spatial rift. At this moment, countless monsters surrounded him, leaving him utterly bewildered. Where am I? I have no sense of direction or location. The scene shifts to Nagano Prefecture. Mount on swordsman Hajime suddenly appeared here. For a moment, he was slightly surprised, glancing around. He speculated, is this a teleportation skill? But before he could think much, Chika laughed loudly. It seems we've successfully separated you, haven't? In response, Hajime, the loyal, still worried about his master, asked, what about our leader? Ichika replied with a very confident face, him? Don't worry, we've sent him to a place he can't return from. On the opposite side, Hajime still had some doubt and continued to ask, if such a place exists, then why didn't you send all of us there? The response was Ichika's bored expression. She waved her hand, explaining, no, surely someone would possess an artifact for escaping, right? The worst-case scenario is your leader possesses and successfully returns. Our director is also very weak right now. Just one hit and it's over. Ichika said, getting into a fighting. So if your leader possesses it, there's nothing we can do. But if that doesn't happen, at least I have to eliminate one of you. Hearing Ichika's extremely confident words, Hajime frowned slightly and threatened in a low voice, eliminate? On the opposite side, Ichika's face turned cold. Sneered, it's as easy as pie. Besides your leader, aren't you just a bunch of nobodies who luckily got artifacts? Returning to Hajime's perspective, Ichika's words struck and causing a sharp glint to flash in his eyes. Then, without any warning, he immediately swung unleashing his scattering slash skill, creating countless cuts that shot straight forward, bearing speed. At the same time, Ichika also used her skill solitary. In that moment, her eyes transformed into cherry blossoms, and she lowered her body, gripping her sword. The system introduces Ichika's innate skill, Solitary Dawn, which has a very simple effect, yet it is meaningless by those around her. That effect is to eliminate all internal and external factors, putting the mind and body in the best state. In other words, absolute precision guarantees 100% success. That person can always execute the optimal attack with focus and physical ability. Thanks to the skill, Ichika's body surged forward. Flash of lightning. She easily dodged all of Hajime's sword strikes and immediately gave him a slash across his torso. Everything happened quickly that Hajime hadn't even had time to withdraw his sword when he was hit. Her attack was so powerful that even the surface of the water was too. The system continues to introduce. For a transcendent martial artist who has refined their skills, their meticulously trained body is a price treasure beyond compare. After finishing her attack, Ichika slowly turned to look at her and lectured Hajime, kid, you're much weaker than Makoto. At the same time, the scene shifts to the Grand Oracle's large training. Zet, the apostle in the red dress, quickly recognized the situation. But she showed no worry at all. She casually stated, everyone's been separated. Huh? Her voice carried a mocking tone. You think fighting can beat us? Didn't you learn your lesson after our big boss sliced you a few times? The system introduces this girl as Apocalypse Apostle Zet. On the opposite side, Saichi and Kyu said no, but coldly cracked their knuckles to warm up. Seeing this, Zet turned to her companion beside, hey, what do we do now, Asura? In response to Zet's words, Asura, the 12th Apocalypse Apostle, began to cry, your role is to restrain, we'll deal with them. Before Asura finished speaking, a giant fist shot towards him. Seichi's powerful punch immediately sent Asura's body far away. Fortunately, before taking the full impact of the attack, he managed to raise hands to defend. Seeing this, Saichi had no intention of letting up and continued to charge, to teach this guy a lesson. He yelled, hey, don't underestimate us. Just like that, with Saichi pushing him back, the two battle suddenly split into two separate combat zones. While Apostle Zet was observing her companion, launched his attack. Using his skill, he manipulated his hair, a ribbon, coiling tightly around Zet's body. Kyu spoke with a chilling voice, I will avenge Although tightly bound, Apostle Zet could still as if nothing had happened. Haha, I've angered you, haven't I? As Zet's wounded, two giant red lightning bolts suddenly descended from the sky, Kyu and Seichi's positions, forcing them to recoil. After being freed, Zet began to laugh maniacally. The cards surrounding her flew even more ferocious. This was her skill, Queen of Hearts. This made Kyu frown slightly, speculating that skill was object manipulation. Zet paid no attention to her opponent. She commanded, "Advance, my minions. Find Kemonaji Minato and bring him here." As this command was given, suddenly, several cards began to transform into an army, sprouting arms and legs, and stomped forward towards their target. Hugh was startled. How let them escape so easily? So their target is Minato, huh? Ku angrily yelled, "I won't let you." Before he could finish, Hugh tried to charge, but a red lightning bolt struck from the sky, forcing the long-haired young man to retreat. The one who had just launched this attack was within the smoke caused by the explosion. His cold voice, "This skill allows me to express sadness and joy. It is the 100 Faces skill. I will kill you. Slaughter you pathetic worms." At this moment, with just a swipe of his hand, Asura's emotional state instantly shifted from crying to a furious expression, accompanied by a booming roar. From above, the sky began to thunder violently, as if his mental state. Simultaneously, the scene shifts again to Saitama Karazawa City. At this moment, the apostle with the giant arm was being ganged up on Shinji's group. On one side, Akan continuously used her summon countless Ivan Mini's philosopher's stones to attack. But it seemed to have little effect, because with just a wave of his hand, this apostle could easily smash the stone golems into many pieces. Direct combat proving ineffective, Akan quickly chased blonde-haired ally. Just like that, the two of them continuously clashed. While they were restraining this apostle, Shinji accurately timed his use of the Tengu dance skill, creating a swirling vortex aimed directly. However, it also had little effect on this apostle. With just a flick of his hand, he easily dispersed the sandy vortex and floated. The three standing below temporarily paused. Their enemy completely unharmed and were surprised. Akan also gritted her teeth, thinking, "Damn it, I expected it, but he's too strong." Above, Ray, the 12th Apocalypse not hesitate to praise their combined strength. "Who are you? Fighting me and still not dead? It seems you're some of the Grand Oracle's best, huh? But you're just getting in my way. I want to save my strength, so just..." His commanding tone made the blonde-haired ally couldn't help but laugh aloud. "Well, it seems someone is underestimating us too much, huh?" Beside him, Shinji, with his burning desire to avenge had no time for jokes. His eyes filled with killing intent as he spoke.
I don't care.
Defeat him. Seeing his angry and somewhat out of control,
Akan greu worriet.
she shouted, "Su," but then Akan paused, thinking no, he's fallen into the trap. But I can't blame him. He wants to avenge the 12 apostles for Captain Makoto. Returning to Rei's perspective when he heard the "Su," a look of surprise appeared in his eyes, and he quickly understood. "Su, so you are Su Shinji. Su Makoto's little brother, that trash? That weakling 12 who died so what a waste of life. Both you brothers are trash." Hearing his sneering tone, the last straw for Shinji, who usually had a short fuse. He immediately exploded. Without any hesitation, he tightly gripped his sword and charged at Rei without any plan. Seeing this, Rei smiled triumphantly, as if he had achieved his. At this moment, he began to use his skill, causing his left to slowly transform like a cannon. The skill, Retributive Bloom, La Chavietta. At this moment, everyone only saw a terrifying source of energy accumulating in front of the. It radiated an aura that made one's hair stand on end. Returning to the Grand Oracle headquarters, at this moment the glasses-wearing still striving to keep Io starting. Meanwhile, Jean's skill wasn't much help. She could only hold Io's weak hand and wonder, "What should I do?" Her heart beat. Thinking this, Jean's tears flowed uncontrollably. Standing beside her, the captain had no time to care about Jean, weeping and shouted loudly at some of her subordinates. "Ayashima squad. Report." The new recruits heard the command and quickly replied, "Yes, the captain's wounds have mostly healed, right?" As soon as he recovered, the enthusiastic Macabe excitedly, "Excellent. Let's join Kaminagi's squad." In response to this enthusiastic remark, the black-clad captain, sensing something, frowned and reminded him, "No, it'll be a bit difficult." His hesitation surprised Captain Macabe. What? The words had just left his mouth when the card monsters sent by Apostle found their target. This made the captain sigh, "Oh dear, there must be Kaminaji Minato." On another side, Mr. Tengen saw the card forces approaching and yelled, "Everyone, prepare to fight. Protect Kaminaji Minato until he wakes up." However, it seemed things never went as smoothly as thought. Just then, a familiar heavy pressure reappeared, making Tengen break out in a cold sweat and stammer, This aura, it's a weight." In the plaza outside the headquarters, Canam felt the tremor and worry. Standing next to her, the female captain had no time to care about Jean, who, crying, but instead shouted loudly at some of her subordinates. Ayusama squad, report the situation. The new recruits immediately responded upon hearing the order. Yes, have the captain's wounds mostly healed? Immediately after recovering, the zealous Macabe excitedly, excellent, let's join Kaminagi's team. In response to this enthusiastic remark, the black-clad captain, as if sensing something, furrowed his brow and cautioned, no, that would be difficult. His hesitant words surprised Captain Macabe. What? No sooner had he finished speaking, the card monsters sent by the Apostle of Jah who had arrived at this place found their target. This made the captain sigh in exasperation. Oh dear sir, their target is Kaminaji Minato. On the other side, Uncle Tengen, seeing the card forces approaching, also shouted loudly, everyone, prepare for battle to protect Kaminaji Minato until he regains consciousness. However, things never seemed to go as smoothly as they imagined. At this very moment, a familiar heavy pressure reappeared, causing Tengen to break out in a cold sweat and stammer. This is the wavelength. Outside the headquarters, in the plaza, Kanam felt the tremors and asked, what is it? An earthquake. However, Isuk, upon sensing it, don't tell me. No way. The scene shifts to a limestone cave. Inside the Rift 17 was shaking violently. A vortex appeared from within the hole, as if someone wanted to escape. This made Captain Tsurasaki frown and say, you monster. Returning to Kanam's position at this moment, he realized the problem and screamed as if his house was on fire. No way. Apostle Zero. He shouldn't have escaped yet. Beside him, Isuk also didn't understand why Apostle Zero could escape so quickly. However, he reacted very fast. Let's go, Iryu. We have to find a way to lure him away. Hearing this, Kanam recoiled in fear. What? Are you kidding me? Isuk continued to plead. Please, lend me your... We have to save Captain Tsurasaki. Just as he said this, his voice suddenly stopped. At this moment, from inside the building, he suddenly felt a familiar blue energy surging ceaselessly. In the emergency room, a familiar figure stood. Minato had appeared, surprising Jean, who looked over.
Minato-kun.
Without losing time, he placed his hand on Io's chest. His hand slowly gathered energy to heal the... All three, Minato, Jean, and another person, were continuously channeling energy to the unconscious Io, who was breathing with an oxygen tank. Powerful blue energy streams enveloped the entire room, being absorbed by her without... Voice called out, Minato-kun. Then asked Jean, do you know how long I've been... Jean startled, her eyes wide. Tears welled up in her eyes. She quickly replied, only half a day. I heard it was supposed to take 2 days. You can defeat 00. His were firm as he replied, I will definitely win. But first, I made you wait too long, Io-chan. Valentine stood in the... supporting him, channeling energy. At this moment, a strange mark appeared on his hand. What he was using was the Sacred Tome of Medicine, page 360, Divine Elixir. A blue light emanated from his hand, making Jean, standing nearby, squint her eyes due to its terrifying power. A brief introduction. Valentine's skill, Divine Healing Arts, is an invisible medical book existing only in Valentine's. It allows her to instantly deploy the maximum power of medical skill. Everyone was utterly astonished. Their mouths hung open as they watched the large and severe wound slowly close. Jean happily exclaimed, the wound is Valentine clenched her teeth, astonished, and thought to herself, no, not closing. It's completely full recovery? That's a skill I can't comprehend. What exactly is that? Io, still weak, slowly opened her. Jean saw this scene and worriedly called out, Io. She had woken up, her face pale. Her hazy eyes, still unable to see clearly, searched for his figure. At this moment, Minato's image appeared in her eyes. She gave a weak smile, raising her hand to call out, you came here for me? Valentine also smiled in return. He walked to her side. He smiled, breaking her raised hand that was suspended in the... His tone was full of concern. Io-chan, you got hurt again because of your reckless... Her voice was faint. No, I tried my best. Sorry for being so useless. He comforted her. No, you're wonderful. Valentine went over to check Io's condition and then instructed, all your wounds are healed. Go to sleep now. When you wake up, let's have a meal with everyone. Hearing these words, she remembered images of the two of them laughing happily when they were children, eating together with everyone else. Then, following her words, she slowly drifted off to sleep. Happiness fell from the corner of her eye. Her weak voice replied, all right. After Io fell into a deep... Valentine spoke, everyone, let's... soul. Returning to reality, I's face was pale and utterly lifeless. They had even started to give her oxygen. Beside her, Siki also tried to encourage her. Wait, Io, just a little more.
Tonti.
After saying that, she turned to look at her younger Jean with an urging gaze. Without Siki needing to say more, Jean was also doing her best to save Io. I know, but my skill is time reverse. Because Io is using an artifact to stop the flow of time, it won't work. The brown-haired captain beside her, despite her struggle to speak, even my healing skill can only barely sustain her life. A wound of this magnitude can't be healed. Hearing this, Siki quickly suggested, the flow of time only stops when she's inside the Grand Oracle. As long as we get her outside, then, before she could finish, Mr. Tengen stand aside, saw Siki panicking and reassured her. Everyone calm down. We can't do that right now. The words had just left his mouth when everyone immediately felt a terrifying pressure bearing down on the area. No one needed to say it. They already who was emitting this power. Damn it. They're here, aren't they? Tengen gritted his teeth. And just as he thought, Zero, accompanied by 4 of his subordinates, had arrived outside the anti-Oracle Japan. Seeing them appear, Siki glared outside with resentment and yelled, "Let me kill them all." She had just finished speaking and Jean beside her could stop her. Sister, no. Siki teleported outside next to the rebellious apostles. She intertwined her fingers to use a skill called Void Inlay, which seemed to split the space in front into countless squares. The system introduces Siki's skill Void Inlay. This allows her to instantly connect to another space. If used on a small scale, this tech helps her teleport with high precision. But if used for large-scale teleportation, no one... Captain MacAbe. He turned around, glanced at her, and replied, "But him back." Something like, on Saishira's side, Irazuya also arrived to support him. He used his gilded staff skill, the cards, one by one, to show tears as if they had been sliced through by a... Saishiru frowned, his mouth agape in speechless amazement. Drops of sweat still clung to his forehead. He was relieved. See Captain Irazuya. In his hand was a baseball bat. Behind him was a reflection of Irazuya, a giant figure 100 times larger than a normal person. Clad in golden armor, also holding a golden baseball. He slashed at the cards, tearing them to pieces which fluttered down. Irazuya walked towards the others, greeting them. "Hello everyone. Help us this bunch. Let's finish this." Saishiru and Hisagi, filled with fighting spirit, replied. MacAbe turned his head, his tone teasing, "Easy for you to say. But it won't be our..." Nato appeared holding a sword. His entire body radiated a blue aura. He was surrounded by cards. As soon as he arrived, he began to attack. Noki lone blade style, surging. As the sword strike was unleashed, a long blue light, like a wave, caused all the tear into hundreds of small pieces. They fell to the ground one by... Those nearby watched this scene, too astonished to close their... Jura didn't understand what was happening. He exclaimed in surprise. Then he turned to the red-haired girl standing nearby and asked, "What happened?" Her mouth hung open in shock, seemingly still bewildered by what she had seen. "No way. 10 decks of cards and over 500 soldiers I summoned were all destroyed in one." His eyes turned red. His face was no longer clearly visible due to his wounds. His entire body radiated a murderous aura. He angrily yelled, "It must be Kaminaji Minato that we're targeting. Go kill." He was so furious he had nowhere to vent, so he turned to the others. "Her people are too annoying. Wouldn't it be better if you just..." Saichi, after dodging his attack, landed safely on the... He immediately resumed his attacking stance. In a sharp voice, replied, "You're the ones who should..." He frowned unhappily. His face twisted. He asked irritably, "What? You are?" Then he noticed the mark on Seichi's hand.
Sacred Seal.
The wielder of the skill Sacred Seal. Demon Extermination.
Sacred Seal Exorcisme Technique.
Saichi gripped his wrist. Immediately, power erupted from the sacred seal on his... Jade-green orbs flew out one after another. Attack. Asura's face was covered in wounds. His expression changed continuously from green to red. He recognized them. Energy projectiles. Moreover, so many of the energy projectiles moved slowly like turtles, making his face show contempt. Wondered, but why are they so slow? We're about to get close. Both Zet and Asura flew in different directions to dodge. First with a fierce expression. "Idiot, these stray projectiles."
Impossible.
Before he could speaking, he realized something was wrong. "They're targeting me? They're following this mark. He must have branded it onto me with his very first... These orbs are pursuing marked targets." While he was distracted, Saichi suddenly appeared behind him. Raising his fist, "My projectiles are very slow, aren't they?" He was sent flying hundreds of meters. Syrup-like liquid spewed from his mouth. He still had the strength to flex his muscles and curse. "You bastard. He angrily counterattacked. An explosion occurred, but Saichi quickly clutched his chest. Gritting his teeth, he thought those energy projectiles are a trap. His strategy is to create openings in my defense and finish me off instantly. That must. Saichi stood confidently in the dust and walked up to him. His tone was cold. It seems you misunderstood. He looked at the marks on his body. Then he looked at Saichi as if not understood. He meant. Saichi pointed with his hand. Behind, turned around and saw the energy projectiles flying towards him. They're faster? What the hell is going? While he was distracted, Saichi once again took a stance and jumped to it, sending him flying away again, caught off. Along with the energy projectiles relentlessly closing in, he was continuously. Saichi slowly landed. As his feet touched the ground, he taunted. You should have realized by now. Those marks are engraved on you by my attacks. Each mark will double their. He tried to run away, but the faster he went, the faster they He turned around, gritting his teeth in anger, thinking, they're getting faster and faster. I can't dodge them anymore. Each one is as powerful as a full-force melee. He helplessly endured the relentless attacks from the energy project. Saichi put his hands in his pockets. He walked slowly across the lush green grass, calmly enjoying the fresh air. Finally, the thunder has. He was beaten to a pulp. His face was swollen and bruised. His entire body was covered in wounds. He lay sprawled on the ground, panting miserably. He angrily clenched his. Saichi looked at his pathetic state out of the corner of his eye and asked, has your anger subsided? He thought unwillingly, I can't let him. Absolutely not. His voice trembled. Go away. Electrical discharge. Immediately, purple corrosive mist appeared out of nowhere, surrounding the two of them. Wherever went, the grass withered and died. Saichi recognized them. Corrosive. On this side, Zet was tightly bound by Kyu's hair. Unable to move, she yelled frantically, hey, let me go. I don't want to die like a rotting. Kyu's face darkened. He irritably snapped. Her entire body was tightly wrapped in his hair like a cocoon, with only one eye remaining visible. She stared, her mouth gagged, only able to make muffled sounds. In her mind, she thought, what is this? My mana is being drained. I can't use my skills. He saw her tied tightly by Kyu's hair into a cocoon. He frowned in fear. He stared. Ease. Then Kyu, with an indifferent expression, said, experience. Just. He thought to himself, what is this? My mana is being drained. I can't use skills. He saw the girl being bound tightly by the man's hair into a cocoon. He frowned in terror. His mouth. Meanwhile, Kyo's face was nonchalant and expressionless. Experience. Saichi stood by watching the show. He turned to the other person. You see, my bullets are really slow at. Saichi explained. Their initial speed is only 5.56 meters per second. That's about as slow as an average bowling ball. However, each of those tracking energy bullets has firepower equivalent to a force melee attack from me. Saichi said, gripping his wrist and beginning to cast his. He raised his hand to the sky. What's more, those bullets will increase the number of marks. The opponent saw the number of marks steadily increasing and screamed relentlessly. You've been hit a total of 20 times, both melee and ranged. Saichi's gaze was sharp, his tone challenging. So, the current speed of the bullets is 5,800 kilometers per hour. Try dodging that if you're so. The opponent was hit by continuous attacks, screaming in despair. Finally, burned to ashes. Smoke billowed, forming a large. Saichi smugly clenched his fist. I'm really jealous of you, Makoto. He recalled fond childhood memories with his friends. He had used the spell on a classmate, who exclaimed in recognition, this skill is too unfair. Once I'm hit, it's game. Saichi retorted angrily, you idiot. It's hard to use. The stronger the opponent, the harder it is for me to hit them. Not to mention, it takes me more than 10 seconds just to carve the first mark. It's really. The blonde boy Midori as a child mocked Saichi. Is there really such an enemy? Saichi angrily cursed. He's right in front of me. You. Midori wondered, oh, by the way, what's this kanji character?
Kyu promptly replied, sacred cell.
Makoto looked doubtful. Shinji. Thank you watching for vid. Also added, it has nothing to do with my younger. Don't you think this skill? Their firepower depends on my strength. Midori joyfully raised both hands, laughing, then just train and build up your muscles. You can. Saichi pointed a displeased finger at Midori, responding with a challenging tone. Look at the genius talking. Just you wait. They'll join the special squad. I don't want to lose to you. Midori hovered in midair, hands clasped, laughing loud. Support. That's right. Go. Saichi sighed, muttering to himself. This guy is really annoying. Midori extended a hand. Continue to speak. Once everyone gets stronger, let's fight together. Okay? When we've become adults, let's always stand by each other. Back to reality. Saichi cracked his knuckles. Snap. You wait, Midori. This time I'll definitely beat you. After dealing with that guy, Saichi walked over to Q. At this moment, Q had also finished dealing with the lightning. She spoke first. You helped me a lot by suppressing those lightning bolts. I'm also done. Saichi walked past the lightning corpse. Its face had become old and full of rings. Saichi frowned, urgently pressing. Let's hurry and help Shinji and Akan. Even with 3 people over there, facing an enemy of this caliber is already too difficult. Q nodded in agreement. That's right. But that kid, Shinomiya, said something strange. Saichi's mind was full of question marks. Repeating her words dubiously. From above, Rei attacked, kicking up clouds of dust. He laughed maniacally. Die quickly. Don't you want to see your brother again? Shinji seemed about to collapse. Hey, Shinomiya, aren't you done yet? Shinomiya, still focused on defending, replied, Shut up. Just a little bit longer. She thought of Minato wanting to show us. Look at me, Kanagi. I can do it. AKA looked at the opponent's aggressive demeanor, fearless and his eyes were cold. His entire body exuded a green aura of. He wore many glowing rings on his hands. I will destroy it. The cannon of plating. He recited the incantation. Chit Magistus Mephilat. Minato sat next to a stack of books, scrolling through his phone bit by bit. The QY explained, alchemy is a field specializing in the transformation of objects. It involves understanding the operating principles of the world and converting them into knowledge. Once you master that knowledge, you can transform matter into things far beyond imagination. Hearing this, Minato wondered, transformation? So, is the skill in lesson 15? QY replied, that's right. But for now, we need to prioritize training your combat skills so you don't need to worry about that temporarily. Minato, to understand, nodding and saying simply, QY leaned back against the bookshelf, tilted his head skyward, closed his eyes, and continued, if it's Shinomiya Akan, then we'll certainly master it. An image of Akan flashed through QY's mind. She was reciting the incantation, Chit Magistus Mephilat. Dre was wrapped entirely in bandages, with only one eye exposed. He bared his teeth, sticking out a long tongue, and grinned sickeningly. His mouth continuously repeated one phrase, Die. D. He aimed the cannon in his hand and attacked both of them. The two retreated backwards to dodge. She gritted her teeth and wondered, what kind of move is this? It's so chaotic. Shinji immediately replied, there's no way to predict where they'll attack next. He was targeted and shot directly. She was quicker and managed to dodge. She called out worriedly, Shinji. He was caught off guard by the purple energy from that cannon, causing his entire from head to toe to be covered in wounds big and small. But he didn't falter, shouting to reassure her. I blocked that attack. He turned his head to look back at her. His heart was restless. But we can't hold him back much longer. Triumphant laugh rang out. He excitedly jumped around as if he had just found. How many more times can you withstand this? Once or twice. Let me show you what it feels to truly despair. The leader, me to save it as my ultimate move. But I guess it's fine to use it now, right? And I, in the air, serving as the center. Surrounding it were hundreds of other small circles. From that emaned a mystical purple power. His voice rang out again. Let's end this here. Art of Purgatory's embrace. Shinji gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. He looked up at what had just unleashed. He blurted out, what the hell is that? He arrogantly explained, tell you, this artifact will launch satellites, main body. They will use the same moves as the artifact's owner. In other words, you still don't understand? Then this attack will also come from all the satellites. This entire space will be to ashes by my fire cannons. Now die. As he spoke, he raised his hand and attacked the group. From those circular fire cannons, laser-like beams of light enveloped them from all sides. Enduring the pain, he thought, I can't dodge all. When she saw her taking a risk to charge and attack him, she called out loudly. She and Taylor, standing shoulder to shoulder, coordinating seamlessly, instructed were counting. She reached out to grab that eye, informing him. He replied through that eye, I see. The formation within that eye continuously expanded. The source of power enveloped. It was not small either. Then an explosion erupted. Smoke and dust covered the entire. He stood within it, laughing smugly. They're dead. They're truly. The leader has bestowed upon me the greatest power. Those who once me when I failed, I will use this to take revenge on this rotten world. We destroy this world. In his mind, he was now very grateful to his. He squinted and noticed a faint blue light emanating. All of Hiko, Shinji. Shinji was still trying to angrily gnashed his teeth. His tone was irritated. Just die already. No sooner had he finished speaking, he high up again, attacking the people below. Can create a blue barrier to protect everyone. He put his arms across his chest. He snorted. But then he realized something. My fire cannons aren't. She seized the opportunity to counterattack. Let me tell you this. Mephilas mimicry is a skill that allows to alter the nature of a move I've analyzed. Dodging backward. Akan gritted her teeth, wondering what's making him so chaotic before he's even awake. Shinji immediately replied, there's no telling where they'll attack next. Shinji was targeted and shot directly. Akan quicker managed to dodge. She called out anxiously, Shinji. He was hit by a purple power from the cannon while off guard, causing his entire from head to toe to be covered in large and small wounds. But Shinji didn't falter, shouting loudly to reassure her. I blocked that attack. He turned his head to look at her, a knot of unease in his heart. But we can't hold him off much longer. A gleeful laugh rang out. Dre excitedly jumped around as if head just found. How many more times can you withstand this? Once or twice. Let me show you what despair feels like. The leader told to save this as my ultimate move, but it should be fine to use it now, right? And I flew mid-air as its center, surrounded by hundreds of other small circles. From it, a mesmerizing purple power emanated him, rendering him unable to resist. Seizing the opportunity, he used the eightfold vengeful serpent, continuously strike. He was covered in blood. The wounds that had been treated now reopened. His body felt light and could float. He said delightedly, it's true. My body is so much. Shinji was not idle either. Now then, Shinji. Lesson 16. Hinoki one sword. He created a red barrier in front. Using fracture slash combined with willow weave, he recited the incantation. Severing slash, attacking him. At this moment his entire body was covered in lines, like a net enveloping him. He could watch helplessly without being able to do anything. Slowly his was incinerated into ash and drifted into nothing. Only a hand remained, not yet fully. He remembered the hideous face of that guy and thought, that piece of died like a dog at the hands of a weakling like number 12. What a waste of life. What a pair of trashy brothers. He sheathed his sword behind his back and uttered, die once more by my brother's hand in the aftercourse. Only when you reach heaven. Dre, one of the 12 apostles, has been defeated by Suou Shinji, Handa Hikitaru, and Shinomiya Akan from the Kanagi. As she walked, her body suddenly swayed, unsteady, but in her heart, she was thinking, skill combination? It's still too early for me to learn that. He managed to do it. But me, he turned to her. Shinomiya, it's all thanks to you. He was startled to find that she had unconscious on the sand. He didn't know. He frantically called out, Shinomiya. She had fallen into a deep slumber. She faintly mumbled, Kanagi. I always wanted to apologize to each. In memory, 7 years ago, a somber atmosphere clung to the. She was devastated, kneeling on the cold, turning her head to look at Ichihara. With tears still in her eyes, she asked, Why didn't you come sooner? The special class prof, the seed of nightmares. My father, a diplomat linked to the anti-prophecy organization, accidentally touched a cursed painting. When it was activated, the entire world transformed into another dimension around his mansion. It was a nightmare. Each who rushed to the scene stepped inside the painting. He stopped the prophecy from but both my parents, the guests, the servants, all of them, leaving me as the only survivor. When Ichihara arrived, she held back her tears any longer and burst out crying. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Unable to contain her frustration, questioned him. Aren't you the strongest transcendent in the world? You're responsible for stopping prophecies from coming, aren't you? So why were you? Jean wanted to step forward and explain to her we were, but seeing her terrible mood, Ichihara reached out a hand to stop Jean from speaking. She threw her head back and cried even more fiercely. I only found out that on that day, Ichihara was busy handling another prophet. On the other side of the globe, he saved hundreds of thousands of people. Yet why did I say such to him? He was only 16 at the fool. A wound on her face that had been bandaged, asked, Don't you? Meanwhile, Ichihara, who was standing scrolling on his phone, was startled when his name was called and only mumbled a few. Seeing that he wasn't focused, and nearby Shinji was lying motionless on the floor, defeated, she continued to persuade him. Instead of enjoying your own time, you always have to be stressed, preventing prophecies. She bowed her head, her timid. Moreover, you even have to save selfish people like me. He became more serious now. Sighing, he replied, Teammates? No. My friends. All of them are here. The special squad. Always act alone on missions. Although we don't all fight together, our hearts are always connected. Images of his friends, one by one, clearly appeared in his. He looked back at his phone screen, which displayed a group photo. He smiled proudly and continued to explain. Thanks Thank you watching for Never alone. They are my Her mind was full of questions, but she remained silent, listening to the sincere words come his mouth. He looked at her and said something meaningful. I believe one day you will understand. Cana. Back to reality. She slowly opened her eyes. The two sitting nearby noticed she was awake. They asked worriedly, are you Anomia? She sat up, rubbing her and asked, me? How long was I asleep? Hiki, who was opposite her, immediately replied, not even a minute. She knelt down and bowed in apology. Hiki, I really apologize to Ichihara. That's why I want to. Before she could finish her sentence, Su spoke up. I also want to express my gratitude to him. Makoto is an irreplaceable friend. She widened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, Su, me Hiki, standing beside them, shook out his jacket, interjecting into their conversation. I also want to surpass Ichihara. Putting on his jacket and turning to strike a cool pose, he winked, signaling that's why. We can't let him die. She smiled and nodded in agreement, telling the other two, let's go. Let's go save Ichihara together. The three then prepared to leave. The footprints they had made were pressed into the. Suddenly, they noticed two figures approaching in the sky. Recognizing them as familiar faces, Hiki raised his and waved. At the same time, inside the limestone caverns at the headquarters of the Anti-Prophecy Organization, at the 17th Spatial Rift lower jaw, Captain Tsurasaki, wearing his uniform, turned his head in surprise to look at the approaching. You're Kanagi Minato, he said, then asked seriously, has your training been completed as Minato, sword in hand, stepped imposingly beside him. He calmly urged, Captain Tsurasaki, please, here. It seems to be sealed, doesn't it? He intends to use the strongest transmutation firepower to destroy the Anti-Prophecy Organization. He stepped to the edge of the pit. Inside was a bubbling pink liquid. You hear me, don't you? Don't even think about running away, Zero? Seeing this, Captain Tsurasaki quickly tried to stop him. Wait, Kanagi.
Don't tell me.
The liquid. A voice echoed. What a surprise. Gradually, the silhouette of a blond young man appeared. Well, Kanagi Minato, you've come to defeat. Drew his sword. Sigils appeared on his, wrapping around his arm. He replied, no, I came to Chihara. After speaking, he took a ready combat. He floated on the surface of the water like a corpse, repeating Minato's words. To save Ichihara, he recalled iOS words. Just wait and he'll show you something interesting. He looked at Minato, assessing him. He needed 2 days to prepare to defeat me, but only half a day has passed. That means Kanagi Minato isn't ready to fight me. Minato launched the first attack towards him, but it had no effect. He chuckled smugly as if he'd just been tickled. Its use leaped up, using a light kick combined with peace created a radiant kick. But all of them were completely useless. Minato exclaimed in surprise this feeling, and realized. He had blocked his attack's moment. His techniques couldn't penetrate his opponent's defense. He swiftly dodged the attack and calmly declared, your power is indeed a little interesting. But now, I will finish. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a transmutation spell. Immediately, his body spread its arms and legs, creating a swirling vortex. To escape the other dimension, he channeled all his accumulated aura into the transmutation tech. Anything it touched would result in death, and to counter that, Dre's voice rang out again. It ends here. Art of Purgatory's embrace. Shinji gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. He looked up at what had just unleashed, exclaiming, what the hell is that? Dre arrogantly explained, tell you, this artifact will launch satellites, this main body. They will use the same techniques as the artifact's owner. In other words, if you still don't understand, this attack will also come from all the satellites. This entire space will be incinerated by my fire cannons. Now die, Dre said, raising his hand to attack Shinji, and from those circular fire cannons, laser-like beams enveloped Shinji's group sides. He endured the pain, thinking, I can't dodge all.
Seeing akan recklessly charging to attack Dre, Shinji shouted.
Kan and Shinji stood shoulder to shoulder, working in perfect sync, and instructed, we're counting. Kan reached out to grab the eye, informing Shinji. Dre replied through the eye, I see you. The formation within the eye continuously expanded. The power surround is not insignificant. Then a massive explosion erupted. Smoke and dust enveloped the entire area. Dre stood within it, grinning smugly. They're dead. They're really. The leader granted me the ultimate power. Those who once mocked when I failed, I will use this to get revenge on this rotten world. We destroy this world. In his mind, Dre was now extremely grateful to his. Dre squinted, noticing a faint blue light emanating. All Hiko, Shinji, and Akan were still trying to defend them. Dre angrily gritted his teeth, his tone irritated. Serious, just die already. As soon as he finished speaking, he Pi again attacking the group below. Can create a blue barrier to protect everyone. Dre crossed arms over his chest. He grunted in command, but then realized something. Are my fire cannons not? Akan seized the opportunity to counterattack. Let me tell you something. Mephilacial is a skill that allows to change the nature of a spell that I have analyzed. Hiko rotated his shoulders. Shinji, meanwhile, held out his hands, turned back and forth in front of him. He was startled. We've completely Akan popped her shoulder joint, explaining, I also used the excess energy to empower us. So, for the next minute, our physical abilities will be significantly enhanced. Dre seemed not to believe her words. He stared, asking again, What? What the hell are you talking about? Akan tilted her head, mocking him. Oh, don't think too much. Even if you did, you wouldn't understand. Anyway, you're done for now. Thank you watching for vid. Would let him escape so easily? Akan wearily. Idiot. Do you think you can escape? Hiko forward, using the Phoenix Claw combined with the 8 strikes. He used his legs to grip Dre's. Hiko's entire body glowed. The form of a giant dragon coiled tightly around Dre, making it impossible for him to resist. Hiko took the opportunity to use the 8 vengeful snakes, continuously raining down blows on. Dre was covered in blood. The wounds that had been treated now tore open. Hiko's body felt light enough to float. He said with delight, It's true. My body feels so much. Shinji was not idle either. Now then, Shinji. Lesson 16. Hinoki's first swords. Shinji created a red barrier in front. Used Shattering Slash combined with Willow Reaper. He recited the incantation. Object Annihilation Slash. He attacked Dre. At this moment, Dre's body appeared covered in lines like a net. He could stare in horror, unable to do anything. Slowly, his was burned to ashes and vanished into nothing. Only a hand, not yet fully burnt. Shinji recalled Dre's hideous face and thought, that piece of he died like a dog at the hands of someone as weak as number 12. What a waste of a life. Truly a pair of garbage brothers. Shinji sheathed his sword behind his back and declared, Die once more by my brother's hand in the Of course, only if you make it to heaven, Dre. Dre, one of the 12 apostles, has been defeated by Suu Shinji, Handa Hikataru, and Shinomiya Akan from Kanagi. Akan was walking when her body suddenly swayed, unable to stand steady, but in her heart, she was thinking skill combination, huh? It's too early for me to learn it. He did it. But me, Shinji turned her. Shinomiya, it's all thanks to you. He was startled to find Akan had collapsed, laying unconscious on the sand. He didn't know since. He frantically called, Shinomiya. She had fallen into a coma, muttering vaguely, Kanagi, I always wanted to apologize to Ichihara. In her memory, 7 years ago, a gloomy atmosphere clung to the Akan was devastated. Kneeling on the cold, she turned her head to look at Ichihara, tears still in the corners of her eyes, and asked, Why? Why didn't you come sooner? The special grade prof, the seed of nightmares. My father, a diplomat connected to the anti-prophecy organization, accidentally touched a cursed painting. When it activated, the entire world transformed to another dimension around his mansion. It was a nightmare. You rushed to the scene. You stepped inside the painting. You stopped the prophecy from hell. But both my parents, guests, servants, everyone, leaving me as the sole survivor. When Ichihara arrived, Akan hold back anymore and burst into tears. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Frustrated with nowhere to vent, she questioned, Aren't you the strongest transcendent in the world? You're the one responsible for preventing prophecies from coming, right? So why? Why were you? Jean wanted to step forward to explain to Akan. We were. But seeing her terrible mood, Ichihara immediately held out a hand to stop Jean from speaking. Akan threw her head back, crying even more fiercely. I only found out later. That day, Ichihara-san was busy dealing with another problem. On the other side of the globe, he saved hundreds of thousands of people. And yet why did I say such to him? He was only 16 years old. At school, Akan with a bandaged wound face asked, Don't you? Ichihara, standing and scrolling on his phone, was startled when called by name, only mumbling a few. Seeing he wasn't focused, Akan continued to advise. Nearby, Shinji lay motionless on the floor, arms outstretched, having just been. Instead of enjoying your own time, you're always stressed preventing prophecies. Akan said, lowering her head, her meek. And what's more, you even have to save selfish people like me. Ichihara now became more serious. He sighed and replied, Teammates, no, my friends. They're all here, the special squad, always act alone on missions. Although we don't all fight together, our hearts are always connected. Images of his friends flashed clearly in Ichihara's mind. One by he looked at his phone screen again at a group photo and smiled proudly, continuing to explain, Thank you watching for not lonely at all. They are my Akan was full of questions in her head, but she remained silent, listening to the sincere words that came Ichihara's mouth. He looked at her and said cryptically, I believe one day you'll understand.
Akan.
Back to reality. She slowly opened her eyes. The two sitting nearby noticed she was awake. They asked anxiously, are you Inomia? She sat up, rubbing her It's already started. Wake up, Skognir. Skognir was leisurely enjoying. Called by name, he felt a slight loss, reluctant to leave, and lamented, the space inside Minato is so and pleasant. I wish I could stay here forever. Guantek saw Skognir still showing no signs of movement. Angrily he commanded Rowan bite him. Rowan, the primordial of the dragon claw in the form of a rather pink crocodile, received the order and immediately went to Skognir's. It lifted Skognir's leg and bit down hard. Skognir screamed in pain. Guantek, his entire, as if on fire, shouted loudly, stop sleeping. Everything will be fine, right? Primordial of wind, Sonia seemed to remember. She frantically sat up, exclaiming, wait. If Minato dies, he'll be in trouble too. Didn't I teach him my wind god? Minato created a safe, circular blue protective shield and infiltrated Zero's hiding. This made Zero's eyes widen.
Impossible.
Is Kanagi Minato using First, I need to create a small safe space around my... Zero couldn't accept this reality and immediately charged to attack Minato. Minato wouldn't let himself be at a disadvantage. Using Truth Seal, Mago Heimet, 2-stream, power, 1 blue and 1 purple, clashed. But Minato's blue power was able to pierce. Zero didn't understand what was happening and wondered, is my wind being null? Rian was discussing with the others. Fighting him in a confined space like this is very disadvantageous for us. While using our wind to count, we should also approach him with Mel's skill and end things as quickly as possible. This is only feasible with Minato, thanks to his combination of Radiant Leg and Blazing Fire Severing Blade. Sonia and Silencious both shared the same. Remaining silent, Rian paused for a moment to observe the battle, then analyze. Furthermore, Hinoki's first sword style, Wave Fong combined Thunderclap Wave. He created a lightning which pierced through Zero's body. Immediately Zero lost balance and fell. Not stopping there, Minato then created a spear. He used Annihilation Spear combined with killing Lunar Annihilation Ring, Thunderclap Wave, and Thunder Spear. Minato used every technique he knew. His entire exuded immense power. Zero was thrown far away, his teeth as he fell into deep thought. What the hell is he? How can he fight with skills of different attributes without using any artifacts? So, this is the one who will end all prophecies. However, suddenly raised his head. He laughed loudly, starting to taunt Minato with words. Do you think those attacks can harm this? Minato was now exhausted. He bent over, panting, sweat pouring down his... Rian hadn't expected this situation. He gritted his teeth. Still not enough? Is his adaptation speed to Ichihara Midori's body beyond my... Zero showed no signs of fatigue. His tone was full of confidence. As expected, you didn't have enough time to prepare. Minato quickly cut him off, calling out, Ichihara-san, Io-san is still alive. Upon Madam Io's name, Zero's actions paused. But another voice within him was Ichihara Midori, are you still resisting? Zero's eyes changed to two different colors. Perhaps Midori within this body was struggling to break free. Minato, trying to call out the names of people Midori knew so he could regain some loose. Makoto-san, Nishina-san, Shinji, Hiko, Shinomiya, Io, Jin-san. Everyone is waiting for you to come back. An old memory resurfaced in Minato's mind, of Ichihara to Minato-kun so you can become as strong as a primordial. Minato shouted furiously, I haven't repaid my debt for everything you've helped me with. Because of this, Rian and everyone else came up behind Minato, a bit uncomfortable, but tried to speak, we understand. Thank you watching for vid. He then commanded, Patanjali, do it. She walked behind Minato. Her entire body radiated red power. She began to chant, Nadi Mukthi. Full release. Immediate. Minato's heart pounded fury. His body seemed to awaken. Finally, an immense power erupted, making Zero, who stood opposite him, somewhat terrified. Minato, to become a new person. His eyes and hair color both turned red. His tone became several shades colder. From now on, I will use my full strength. After Minato's energy was fully released, the atmosphere also turned. Rian stood by, observing the situation. His expression was unreal. Outside, thunder and lightning boomed. Minato, trained with Hinoki, the primordial, had discussed Rian's strategy for the upcoming battle with Ichihara. We have reached the following conclusion. With Minato as he is now, it will take 2 days. It will take a week to train him into a genius. Otherwise, the chances of victory are very... Guantek was astonished, unable to believe what he had just heard. his mouth agape as he asked. Kisaragi added, Ichihara Midori is probably still getting stronger at an alarming. Based on the footage we have of Minato and Zekaru fighting combined with the special forces testimonies about his childhood, and the level of destruction he caused our conclusion is that Ichihara Midori will eventually reach the same level as the primordials. Even with Minato's current rate of development, still won't be able to reach the same level in this short amount of time. Everyone present was extremely surprised, their eyes and mouths wide open in shock. Valentine was the first to speak. Impossible, Essen asked with a worried expression. So what should Rian immediately replied? There is a way, but we will have to pay a price. Patanjali continued. If Minato's power isn't enough to confront Ichihara Midori, I will open all of his chakra points are the source of human life energy. They can significantly enhance his power in a short period of Minato's body and soul will suffer great damage. In the worst case, the damage will be irreversible. Thank you watching for Ellison disagreed, quickly refuting. That's a bit too. However, Minato agreed immediately. Please do it. This Zekaru also changed his view of Minato. He's talking to them but still focused on himself. This kid is gradually getting strong. Minato, while concentrating on fighting, explained to them over there, I will definitely save him at all costs. If I lose, we'll use this method. A voice replied, understood. Back to reality. Minato said with determination in his eyes, from now on, I fight you with all my might. The two began to clash and Minato unleashed a series of attacks. His great radiance palm struck Zero's. Zero hadn't expected to be hit. His face was full of
Impossible.
pain. Am I injured? He penetrated my defense. Zero also tried to resist, but it was insignificant. All of his efforts were thwarted by Minato in an instant. The cheek that had been hit was now swollen.
Astamed bun.
Zero was completely overwhelmed. Not lightly provoked, charged in, attacking wildly.
Dont un dérestimate me.
Explode resounded continuously. Neither side yielded. Minato raised his forming a gun shape, Kodo style. His other tightly gripped Zero's fist. Stillness. Zero